There are many things, even though they do not appear in the sky, even though they are stuck in a ditch that no one can see. Even if it's just a pile of trash and junk. A strong hand still tries to reach out. A man comes out of the ruins, if you want to shine. In other words, if you still harbor a ray of light within you, then that thing is, without a doubt, a star. In the cold winter, Vlad stood silently looking into a small store with yellow lights. What he looked at was the sharp sword hanging inside. His eyes exuded utmost desire. He smiled and thought to himself, no matter how many times he looked at it, this thing was still beautiful. Suddenly there was a sound behind him. He immediately knew he was distracted again. He turned his head to look back. It was Jamina. She put her hands in front of her chest and lamented, "Hey, Vlad, do you know how distracted I am lately?" Vlad grimaced, "Stop bothering me, it's rare for me to rest." Jamina glanced at him, "Oh yeah, people are talking about you being too free to just wander around like this all day." He wondered again, what did they say? She turned her head and looked around. She whispered, "Can you still hear the voice when holding things like sticks?" Hearing that, he just remained silent for a long time. Jamina was confused as to what crime he had committed in his previous life. Vlad remembered to himself, why was there such thunder in the clear sky? It was also black lightning. Then it's best to just stay here. They say the new bishop is very sensitive. He used to be an Inquisition officer. If he sees the slightest sign, you will be immediately burned. He's upset. Damn it, don't open your mouth like that, she pouted. It's funny, I'm worried about you. Besides, do you think only a few people saw you being struck by lightning? Everyone is talking, so don't ignore it. What if you get a message and are taken to the church? Vlad is dumbfounded, just looking at a sword. There's no such thing, it's really tiring, buy it on credit. I'm sorry, it's very expensive, Jamina growled. How expensive can the things sold there be? How much? Do you want me to buy them for free? Vlad squinted his eyes and said the price, 5 gold coins. She panicked, what, are you crazy? She propped her chin up and stared intently. 5 gold coins, just for that piece of scrap metal. With that money, I'd rather, Vlad interrupted, I know, you'll eat and party all year with it. An angry voice rang out, what, that piece of scrap metal? The store owner came out with an angry face, you bastards, get out, this is not something you can buy. Jamina scoffed, then who bought it? It was hung in the back alley, only people in the back alley could see it. Are you crazy, old man? He clenched his teeth in anger, what, nonsense, look what these bastards say. Jamina continued to taunt, why are you causing trouble by creating a sword that only knights use? You're about to die anyway. He shouted loudly, yes, it's because I'm about to die, you bastard. Go back to your shop and wash the dishes, you loser brats. I can't believe it, bitch, you call me a dick, I'm a grown woman. Vlad dragged her away while cursing, don't cause trouble for no reason. Jamina, we're leaving, let's go. Did I say something wrong? You're not going to stop, are you? The shop owner is still indignant, that bastard, he has never lived in poverty, and now he has become this spoiled. It's because you're stupid, you don't know how much food I gave you back then. He angrily turned around and left. The dogs died. Suddenly something made him stop for a long time. This pile of mud under his feet, it seems like that boy has been standing here for a long time, the mud is sinking like this. He sighed, he should have only thought about making a living. He held the sword in his hand and thought to himself, this boy, it is really difficult to find ambition in a place like this. I know very well that a person born in a back alley will never escape here. Therefore, I will only sell this sword to someone who can escape from here. I cannot let my final work rot here. He looked at the sword for a long time. Looking back, it was very similar. No matter what, even in a ditch like this, something is still shining on its own. This bustling land, the center of the northern economy, combined with the prestige of the Bayezid family, the lighthouse of the north, the Shora, under that bright light, there is definitely a night that is obscured by the light, a slum, where dirty things exist, that night. At a roadside pub. Bustling noises filled the room. Suddenly there was a scream from upstairs, you bitch, you should have just shake your ass in silence, who are you trying to fool here? The girl was in pain and couldn't say a word. What kind of scam did I do? He just grabbed her head and dragged her away. I've been a businessman for 20 years, are you selling me opium that doesn't have any effect? Vlad walked in carrying a box of candles. There was never a day of peace. He raised his voice, ah, that's right, candle seller, it's a good time, go find the owner. Vlad's face was as cold as ice. If he wanted to meet, he had to bring gold, not silver. He's so loud, the service here is so bad and you still want gold. If the owner isn't here, bring your mother or something here quickly. Vlad looked cold as ice and looked at him without any emotion. He added, the candle you sold was also a scam, right? If you just remove the heart part of the candle, it's already burned out. He sighed, so what do you expect with a 5-minute candle? If you don't have money, then stay at home and play with your wife. The merchant's face was red with red veins. What did you just say? Vlad frowned. Gosh, this is so annoying. Do you want to check? He pointed towards the clock behind him. Did he see the clock there? Let's see if this candle can burn for 5 minutes or not. With the condition that if it doesn't burn for 5 minutes, then you can do whatever you want with her. He scowled. Why do I have to listen to a scammer? Vlad whispered, I said do it, but if it burns for 5 minutes, you will be beaten to death by me. His whole body began to sweat coldly. He's incomprehensible. What, a dick. He gently struck a match. Then slowly light the candle. Who is the fraud? The businessman was worried and couldn't sit still. Both sides stood silently looking at the burning candle on the floor. The other girl was still crying in pain and silently watched. No one dared to make a sound from the guests downstairs. He glared at the candle on the floor. The candles were now extinguished, leaving only a few tiny wicks and white smoke gently rising. The merchant panicked and looked towards the clock. He panicked. Died, damn it, how many minutes had it been? Vlad whispered, dear guest. Without any hesitation, the stick immediately hit the businessman in the face. He fell backwards in pain. Blood stains were still shooting into the air. Vlad said in a low voice, it's been 5 minutes, bastard. He used the momentum to raise the stick high, lifting one leg. Then kicked the businessman straight in the back. He fell into the room without any resistance and fell to the floor. Vlad slowly closed the door. He turned his head and looked back with eyes as sharp as a sword. Today you died. The businessman held the bleeding wound on his face with his hand, waved his hand and asked for his life. Wait. He went down and continued to fight. You were the one who cheated first. Why are you so fat as a businessman? Also, and what? Tell me to bring my mother. You're making me sad, because I don't have a mother. The pitiful screams keep coming out. Stop it. The next morning, right in front of the building. They enjoyed the meal together at the table. Vlad spoke up, I think someone touched the candles, they didn't burn for 5 minutes. He keeps silent and makes me uncomfortable, do you understand that? Still ignore what I say, Jorge, someone is sabotaging us, do you understand? Suddenly there was a voice behind asking, what, who dares to destroy the precious rose candle? Vlad raised his head and looked up, now we will have to find the cause. Marcella also agreed, of course, you start searching. He was surprised, why do I have to do this? She put her hands in front of her chest and said, actually you have already found her. It's extremely difficult to understand who Vlad is. She admitted, it was me, I was playing around a bit, I wanted to scam those drunks and make some extra money. Hearing that, he could only stay silent and not say anything else. Vlad sighed and slowly walked down the stairs, so I had already beaten an innocent person. Even so, what can be done? The boss is the one causing the trouble, so what can the employees do? A voice asked from below, hey, my brother, I heard you caused trouble yesterday. Burley smiled complacently, you did a good job in your position, I was wondering why it happened while I wasn't around. It seems like you've pocketed some money after yesterday, right? These guys really need to spend some money, but our wallets are so flat. Vlad glared over, what do you want, Burley? He waved his hands and scoffed, come on, no need to make that face. He gave a sinister smile, I didn't ask you to give it, let's make a deal. Vlad is confused, what do you mean by agreement? He looked at him and made a request, if you give us some then I can give it to you too. Maybe, it was a pickpocket, a clumsy, stupid and poorly planned guy. Burley grabbed Ned's head in his hand, how, looks familiar, right? If possible, I will give it to you for 40 silver coins, which is very cheap. He was angry, what about its fingers and ankles? He smiled provocatively, do you think if I cut it, I would call you? I only hit it lightly, but it's still intact. Vlad cursed uncomfortably under his breath, damn it. A bag of money was thrown on the floor, I'm afraid it was my pride. Be careful next time, it won't be as simple as this. Ned looked at him with tears in his eyes. Burley and his juniors turned around and left, what's wrong? We're just gang members, not murderers. Vlad was angry, he even stole from his family and said too much. He laughed with his juniors, see, I told Vlad he would agree, that's why he manages all the brats on the street, you know. Vlad looked down and called out, "Ned." He was scared and avoided. "I'm sorry, Vlad, I was just going to steal a little." Before he could finish speaking, he worriedly asked about the situation and where the broken bones were. Ned scratched his head sheepishly. "No, it wasn't broken." Even though Vlad was angry, he still let him leave, "Go away," before he beat his eyebrows. Ned turned away with a puffy face. "I understand, thank you." He held his head in frustration. He had already missed out on the 5 gold coins. Under the clear blue sky, boats were busily docked. There was a voice inside, "But that kid was lucky." Since it didn't turn out like this after pickpocketing, Harbin raised his hand that was missing several fingers. Remember that time, having all his fingers and ankles cut off, that time he became an example for everyone. "Also, I heard that the rose smile touched the candles this time." Vlad was surprised. "Has that spread to here?" Harbin confided, "It's been a while since the rumors spread, but everyone doubted its authenticity. The owner made the candle, but she wasn't the one causing the trouble, you know that, right?" Vlad also agreed, "That's what I mean, even Jorge seems to already know, they're not people who would cause a ruckus for no reason." He frowned, "They weren't that kind of people but they still did it, meaning they did it on purpose." "So in the end, what is the reason?" Harbin explains, 90% of it is for money, very urgent." He also reminded Vlad, "Be careful, there's only one reason the gang is in a hurry. It could be a war with another gang. To mention that is, the top 5 people who run Shura slums, the night of prostitutes Jorge. The name sells black bear pork. Dice gambler, Captain Hoover whale hunter, and the one-armed Jack. Darkness inside each person's life, even in Vlad. It is in no hurry, instead it will move forward silently while hiding in the night, same as now. Remember that voice, "Hey, you little brat." His large figure stood in front of him and asked, "Where is your boss?" Perhaps he will never forget that appearance. It is, accidents happen without warning, the unforeseen destruction of your life. Vlad looked up and thought, this money-hungry guy came here by himself. I realized, does that mean we're preparing for war? The junior behind him shouted loudly, "This guy, didn't you hear what the big brother said?" He asked the big brother where you are. He looked at him thoughtfully for a long time. Vlad shook his head, "I don't know, I just sell candles." He was angry, "You, this unfinished brat." He slammed his hand on the table, "If you don't know, you should go find it and bring it here to me." The candles flew up and scattered. The two looked at each other with sharp eyes. White candles fly up and collide with each other, creating cracks on the candle body. The people around them silently looked at them. The girls were scared and didn't dare say a word. Several customers drinking nearby were also frightened. Jamina was afraid and covered her mouth with her hand. Vlad slowly bent down to pick up the candles that fell on the floor. "Oh my God, they're all broken, I can't sell them anymore today." He was angry, "Is this guy blind?" Vlad whispered, "Honey, your feet." The junior asked, "What to do?" He glanced up, his leg was about to break. "That's his leg." He gritted his teeth in confusion. "You." He raised his leg and prepared to kick. "You bastard." It can be seen that fighting is only a small part of war. Vlad quickly raised his hand, "A serious squad, a thorough strategy." Just as he was about to kick, Vlad quickly grabbed the stick. Hit him straight in the elbow. He jumped up in pain to avoid it. And also decisiveness, his eyes were sharp as swords. Must gather all of those things to create victory. Vlad put force into the stick and delivered a fatal blow. Everyone gasped in surprise. The 3 guys on this side widened their eyes in disbelief. The other side is no exception. Jack raised his head in amusement with one hand. "No matter what, in this corner that rule does not change." Vlad looked down excitedly, he held the stick in his hand, the winner stood above, and the loser crawled below. Those people were angry. "Damn it, how dare you guys fight in front of him?" The money-hungry man raised his iron tongue to stop and stop. They obeyed orders but did not dare to take another step. He laughed happily, "I really like this kid, I only have one hand so I can only clap this sound, I hope you understand." Vlad continued, "I don't discriminate against disabled people." He laughed loudly, "This crazy kid." He raised his chin with his iron hand, "Let's meet in private." The red eyes and scary voice, "What will this commotion be like?" Vlad wasn't scared at all. "I don't know, but they would have died sooner." There was a voice calling from behind, "Greedy for money, why did you come here?" Jorge appeared, "If you had told me first, I would have grilled meat for you." Jack chuckled with one hand, "Well, we're not that close. Jorge changed the direction of the conversation. There are guests down here, why don't we go upstairs first? He laughed. Let's forget about meat, do you have any old wine? Jorge looked at him with eyes like knives. Marcella would never let her guests down. Jack scoffed with one hand. If that's the case, then we'll have to try it. The two groups of people started to leave. Vlad breathed a sigh of relief. I almost died. A box full of candles in front of me, how many are broken? While he was gathering candles, he heard a voice behind him. Hey, Star. Jack slowly approached with one hand. Your boss complimented you a lot, I really have an eye for people. He offered, if you're tired of the smell of candles, come over to my place, I like you. Vlad is hesitant, but I quite like this place, they feed me, let me sleep, and pay me a salary. He laughed loudly, then we can do it too. He tossed him a coin to pay for these candles. Look at the gold coin in your hand, it's a gold coin. Vlad said, this is too much. Jack single-handedly affirmed, if you come to my side, I will always give you this much, I am a greedy person. He turned around and ordered his juniors, now let's go eat, the group said in unison, okay. He thought to himself, he seemed to be in a very good mood, the discussion went smoothly. Jamina called down from above, hey Vlad. She pointed inside, Jorge called you up. Two people sitting next to each other confiding. Vlad pondered for a long time. Jorge put a knife on the table and said, I plan to give it to you later, but with this, I have to give it a little early. He reminded him to always carry it with him. Vlad couldn't help but look over in wonder, I can see this situation from the air here. Uncle Jorge is wearing a very serious expression, even Marcella is the same. The people behind also looked confused and confused, after all, the conversation between Jorge and Jack, the money-grubbing one man. Surely, very terrible. Jorge gently told him, from now on you don't sell candles anymore. He wondered, so what should you do, collect money from the shops, or go on patrol? He raised his hand to rest his chin. He received intelligence that Jack single-handedly brought in someone from outside. That person seemed to be a mercenary who used to be a knight. Vlad was surprised, just like Uncle Jorge. Jorge nodded, yes, like you. He is not an ordinary person, Jack is the leader of countless people. However, for him, Jorge, a former knight, is still a wall that is difficult to overcome, because even a flock of sheep cannot fight a wolf. However, if he invited another knight, everything would immediately balance out. With the current situation, we are in a weak position, that's why I need you, I'm surprised, you. He also added that I will soon give you your first assignment. As we know, Harbin is a cripple whose finger was cut off and can't even walk. He uses his mind to learn literacy and calculation, and currently uses that ability to serve under Leader Hoover. At first, looking at Harbin, I realized that I could make an effort to study and then use that knowledge to climb to a higher place. Suddenly a voice rang in my head, kid. You have to lower your elbow. He wondered, oh God, he was always so talkative during practice. He remembered, a month ago, after being hit by lightning, I started hearing a strange voice, a demonic whisper that would speak every time I held something similar to a sword. Vlad thought to himself, maybe instead of buying a sword, I should buy holy water first. I thought to myself, never mind, the more I hear you answer, the more you talk, I have to really concentrate. Put all your mind, always try your best, concentrate your mind and strength. Then finally, slashing. That voice rang out again, lowering. As soon as he hit the ground, a very different feeling appeared. This feeling is so different. Vlad thought to himself, if what I just did was just swing my sword, then this is it. That is, swordsmanship. What is that thing in my head? Under the quiet night, only the bright moonlight illuminates the trees. A hand gently held a towel to wipe away the blood on the sword. Age was truly terrifying. Godwin sighed, I could clearly feel the cold down to my bones. Hearing the noise, he turned his head to look. Godwin chuckled, honestly, I don't know if it was due to carelessness, or on purpose. He walked step by step on the cold ice surface. He called loudly, that guy, stop, I'm here. From far away a voice asked, is he Stanga? Godwin nodded again, yes, I am Stanga, and you must be Vlad. When Vlad appeared, the tour guide said you came from the streets, but you had blonde hair and blue eyes, people who didn't know for sure thought you came from a noble family. He took out the letter and gave it to him, this was from the boss. Godwin was interested, the enemy had a mercenary who was a knight, not surprising. Vlad looked over and said, Then I will guide you, we will depart the day after tomorrow. He looked at him with suspicious eyes. Sigh of frustration, should I follow this idiot? Vlad affirmed, I'm sure I can lead the way, but I have doubts. Godwin scoffed, a guy who makes the migratory sounds of summer animals in the middle of winter as a signal, how can he be smart? He was also surprised to hear that statement. Right now, if you say something like I think there are enemies here, then I will take your life immediately. What does that statement actually mean? But Vlad remained calm, please just follow me, I don't want to mess up the first mission. Godwin thought to himself, look at this guy, I deliberately created such a dangerous atmosphere and he didn't care at all. He curled his lips and smiled smugly. Godwin thought, Jorge will like this kid very much, a young man who deserves to be honed. Under the bone-chilling cold night, the two stopped in a small cave and built a fire to warm themselves. Vlad secretly glanced over. He also noticed and turned to look back at him. Godwin wondered, why are you staring at me like that, seeing a retired knight for the first time? He spoke softly, looking closely you can see that you look like a countryman. Vlad asked, where are you from, Dacia? Hearing that, he also added a teasing sentence, oh, that's also a village. Godwin was visibly upset, wishing you would lead me astray, so I could have an excuse to behead you. He opened a bag of fresh meat in his hand, hey, why are you so scary, am I not even allowed to joke? Godwin's eyes lit up when he saw the meat, oh, that's fresh beef, I hope I have a part in it too. Vlad said, I didn't bring you a portion, don't you have anything to eat? He tried to explain, I do, but... Vlad carefully skewered each piece of meat and then grilled it over the fire. The fragrant smell of meat makes Godwin unable to resist, this smell is so bad. He used an excuse to convince me, kid, don't you have something to say to me? Vlad wondered, what's wrong with you? He made a deal, I will answer one question, in exchange for a piece of beef, you will not have another chance. Vlad didn't care at all, just nibbled on the delicious chewy meat. He turned to ask, how much do you want? If you want, just ask. Godwin was embarrassed, brat, we also need to keep our faces. He crossed his arms over his chest, knights always only receive appropriate rewards. Vlad realized, but you're retired, right, but all this time my name, Stanga. How old are you? 42. When he realized he was being questioned, he started to get angry, hey, you. Vlad wondered, do you know how to use aura? Godwin smiled confidently, it seemed like he was willing to turn over the cards. Almost every knight has the ability to use aura, but using it in real combat is another story. Vlad growled, so can you do it, or can't you? He hesitated, yes. As if seeing his answer, his eyes lit up. Vlad, give all the meat, take it all. Godwin glanced over at him. His eyes could not hide his anticipation. Godwin holds the sword in his hand, the knights only take the corresponding reward. Even so, sometimes you have to reward yourself, after all, I've been munching on dried meat for the past few days. Vlad thought to himself, really, will I really get to see it? Godwin held the sword tightly in his hand and raised it in front of his face. He closed one of his left eyes. Vlad wondered why he closed his left eye. Godwin explains, we must reveal the world inside the soul to the outside. The left eye is bright and has a magical blue color, look carefully. The sword in his hand also flashed, this was the essence of knights. The left eye began to open wide. The flash of light caused Vlad to cover his eyes and step back. A call, aura, the sword in Godwin's hand swung smoothly. Night falls in the city. Godwin and Vlad jumped from the wall and sneaked in, that's bad, feeling like a loser, it's not too bad, looking like a loser is better than looking like a knight. He grimaced, I don't mean appearance, but inner feelings, a knight full of honor, but looks like this. Vlad turned his head and said, I'll take you to a secret way, you can't go through the main gate, because you're too easily identified, let's go, I'll prepare a bathroom for you when you arrive. The two gently walked step by step on the empty street without any lights. Godwin looked around, it was so quiet, maybe because it was late. Suddenly stopped for a long time because of something. He wondered if this place was always like this. He shook his head, no. With this situation, someone has already been attacked. Vlad urged, let's go, I'll show you a gate that only members of the guild know about, what about you? You quickly run forward, I'll go through the main gate to attract attention, so, see you later. Finally arrived at the door. Vlad tiredly breathed tiredly. The ruins before his eyes surprised him. Seeing Vlad return, Jorge looked up, he had returned safely, very good, the greedy guy had already taken action. The skills of those greedy guys were also extraordinary. "I'm worried, are you okay?" He just replied, "This is the first time I have to fight someone of knight rank in a long time, so forget about that, but more importantly, can you bring him here?" He nodded, "Yes, the main gate was monitored, so I told him to go through the back door, it should be almost here now." Jorge scowled, "Well, tomorrow I will capture that greedy guy, this time I will seal the outcome, once and for all." He asked more curiously, "By the way, what does he look like? He won't go wandering around, right?" Vlad confidently affirmed, "No, he'll be fine, and he looks like a good person too." He was relieved to hear that. After all, Stonga has a noble side, his body also looks agile, he has lost weight. Well, if you want to live a long life, you have to take good care of yourself. On top of that, he's also a knight who can use aura. Tomorrow will definitely be our day. It sounded like lightning struck my ears. What? Hearing footsteps, Vlad turned his head to look back. It seemed like he was going up there. Step closer and closer. Jorge was worried. "Vlad, did he really use aura?" "Yes, I saw it." He took the sword in his hand and said to Vlad, hiding behind him. Jorge said seriously, "Stonga doesn't know how to use aura." He was shocked and confused. What did he mean? Godwin gently opened the door and walked in. "You have come a long way in this time." Both turned their heads to look back. He spoke with a sinister voice, "Long time no see, senior." Godwin used a towel to wipe away the blood stains on his sword. He really can't escape old age. Lately, the winter wind has been bone-chillingly cold. He looked back with sharp eyes. He looked at the fainted body behind him. It sounded real, but all of that is because they are really stupid, or do it on purpose. Godwin looked at him without taking his eyes off. He smiled evilly. "You've changed a lot." Jorge is confused. "Why did you come to find me?" He continued, "Duke Gaidar has passed away." Without paying any attention, Godwin slowly poured himself a glass of wine. The matter was complicated, so it hadn't been announced yet, but soon, everyone would know. He glanced at the two people. Jorge also looked worried. Godwin held the wine glass in his hand and shook it back and forth. He raised his glass to the light, toasting poor Gaidar. Jorge clenched his teeth angrily. He rushed up with a loud curse, "You son of a bitch." Godwin was still not afraid at all, and Jorge used momentum to slash straight from above. The wine glass was cut off in full view of everyone. Marcella's eyes widened in surprise. Vlad was stunned for a long time. Cracked pieces of wood flew everywhere in the air. Godwin continued, "Including the new Duke Gaidar, Lord Siegmund." Anger rose to its peak. "Godwin." The two began to engage in a fierce confrontation. The two swords cut into each other. No one was willing to lose. Godwin spoke softly, "Knight Jorge, immediately return to base." That was Sir Siegmund's first order. He frowned in annoyance. "Siegmund is not my lord." He scoffed, "Of course, the Duke doesn't think you can return obediently." Godwin smiled complacently, but he didn't want that either. Everything in the shop was in chaos. Jorge used all his strength to fight back. Godwin also refused to surrender and let go of his sword. Every slash thrown out was dodged. Godwin kept pushing him against the wall. Realizing that the situation was getting worse, Vlad pulled Marcella to another shelter. "Marcella, it's very dangerous here, this way." The two quickly ran towards the door. Marcella staggered and walked unsteadily. Everyone below asked about the situation up there. "Oh, Vlad, what happened up there?" Vlad shouted loudly, "Burly, quickly, gather everyone up here quickly, Jorge." Before he could finish his sentence, Jorge's body flew out from inside. Vlad seemed frozen at the current situation. Marcella couldn't believe her eyes. Jorge was sent flying from upstairs. Burley was also shocked when he witnessed it. Godwin still stopped above. With eyes burning with power, "You still make stupid decisions as always, Jorge." Everyone ran around worriedly. Everyone was scared. "Leader, what's going on?" Jorge lay in pain and groaned on the ground. He tried to muster the last bit of strength to crawl up. Godwin stared at him. Suddenly a knife came straight from behind. He was agile and still dodged the knife. The knife that Vlad threw stuck straight into the wooden floor. He glared at Godwin. He also glanced back and glared at him uncomfortably. Before he could recover, he rushed down like lightning. Vlad loudly signaled, "Jorge, run quickly." His whole body was still shaking on the ground. A downward slash was so powerful that it flashed light. Jorge seemed to give up, both hands dropping his sword to the floor. The slash seemed to end the confrontation. Godwin gradually turned and walked away. He glanced at him. That day you should have followed the Duke's orders. Jorge tried to force his voice. I'm also human, I can't obey that damn order. He said sternly, no, you are a knight. Even though I was very frustrated, there was nothing more I could do. Two juniors stood behind him to support him. Godwin looked at him with tired eyes for a while. It seems like the end has come, this night has been too long for me. He closed his eyes, I have to rest. Vlad rushed down. The scene before his eyes made him confused. Light burst from the sword, Godwin held it tightly, as if he was about to strike. Seeing this, Vlad shouted loudly to stop him. Godwin concentrated his power on the sword, he slowly opened his eyes. Seeing this, Vlad screamed in panic and stopped. Even though he shouted, Godwin still slashed. He slashed everyone one by one and finally Jorge, Vlad's only relative. Godwin's face did not change one bit. Godwin's sword created dazzling lines, he swung his hand and slashed all the people. Vlad was blinded by the sword's light. Every glass window in the room was broken. Everything collapsed. Vlad slowly sat up, he coughed a few times. Eyes closed, he stammered, what just happened? Vlad panicked when he saw everyone lying on the ground. Vlad glared, he cursed, damn it. Suddenly Godwin approached him. A mouth full of blood. Vlad was surprised, he cried out in panic, Jor. On the floor was a pile of blood. Vlad's face was now pale. Suddenly Vlad unconsciously remembered the moment with Jorge, the first person to extend his hand to the wandering boy in the Black Valley, the person who gave him more recognition than anyone else, and the person he thought was the strongest. Under the calm blue moonlight, Godwin held Jorge's head in his hand. Young Vlad's world was brutally destroyed when he saw Jorge's head. Vlad grabbed the sword. Vlad's eyes lit up, he shouted and rushed towards Godwin. Vlad swung his sword, he shouted loudly, don't do that. As he finished speaking, the sword passed by Godwin but unfortunately he was able to avoid it. Godwin was quite surprised at Vlad's skill, he wondered in his mind, the sword's path. Seeing Vlad's fierce face made Godwin even more surprised, he thought to himself, how could there be a kid with this kind of sword ability in the middle of this trough? Godwin smirked, he praised Vlad, very good. Vlad seemed more agitated, he rushed towards Godwin shouting loudly, die. Godwin struck a blow at Vlad, hitting him right in the stomach. The kick caused Vlad to fall away. Vlad was thrown hard against the wall. Godwin looked at him. He thought to himself, that was his instinct, that turn was his instinct to defend. Vlad sat down on the ground, he held his stomach and groaned, but in his heart he reassured himself, breathe, don't faint. Godwin frowned, he thought to himself, it would be a waste to kill this germ, even if it came back with a sharp sword. At this time, in Godwin's mind, he thought of the scene where he and Vlad held swords and fought each other. Then I remembered the saying that Jorge taught me, observing potential things is always interesting, Godwin. Godwin smirked. Vlad was now injured by the blow so he knelt down on the ground. Godwin came forward, he told him, the boy led the way for me, the knight will only receive fair compensation. After hearing this, Vlad raised his head and said weakly, what? Hearing Vlad's question, Godwin explained, my name is not Stonga, nor am I 42 years old, because you have suffered injustice, I have received a lot from you, so I will compensate it for you. Hearing this, Vlad's face turned pale enough. Godwin held Jorge's head in his hand, he said, but I will also take this away. Godwin looked at Vlad with cold eyes, he explained, because this is fair compensation for me and also the right of the winner. Vlad looked at Godwin with hateful eyes, he gritted his teeth, his voice also became angry, he said loudly, I will kill you. Godwin didn't want to listen either, he just closed his eyes and let it go. Godwin turned and walked away. As he walked, he reminded Vlad, don't think that you will receive compensation a second time in your life for your current life. Vlad gritted his teeth. Vlad put his hands on the floor, he angrily shouted, I will definitely take your life, Godwin, I guarantee it. Godwin just let Vlad scream behind him, Vlad cried and shouted angrily, I guarantee it. In the quiet night, Jamina guided Vlad step by step. Jamina looked up at Vlad worriedly. Suddenly Vlad had a sharp pain in his stomach. The pain made Vlad clutch his stomach and collapse to the ground. Vlad lowered his head. At this moment in Vlad's mind, he remembered when he was still in the room, He was sitting on the ground and Marcella was standing there. She ordered him to stand up. Marcella looked at Vlad with a cold face. She said, "Stand up, do you want to die here?" Vlad now seemed to have lost all vitality. His face was listless. Seeing Vlad like that, Marcella felt quite uncomfortable. So Vlad received a slap from Mrs. Marcella. Marcella's eyes widened. She shouted, "Calm down, kid." Vlad looked up at Marcella. She warned him, "Do you know what the difference is between us and those who live on the street?" At this point, Marcella immediately emphasized that this is an opportunity. Even if they fail, they can always stand up, because people like them can pay the price. Hearing Marcella's words made Vlad somewhat awake. Not stopping there, Marcella immediately pointed to the people lying on the ground. She said seriously, "Look, this is the result of failure." Marcella grabbed Vlad's shoulder tightly. She told him, "For us, falling means death. We were born like this, that's why." At this moment Marcella cried. She shouted loudly, "Don't throw away the only chance you were given." Returning to the present, Vlad gritted his teeth. Seeing him in pain, Jamina bent down and asked, "Are you okay? Should we slow down?" Hearing that, Vlad bluntly replied, "No, keep going." Vlad used his hand to wipe away the dripping sweat. He muttered, "It couldn't end like this." Suddenly there was a guy holding a sword standing behind him. He shouted loudly, "Look for him, Jorge's henchman is on this side." His words made Vlad and Jamina suddenly turn around to look. Vlad grabbed Jamina's hand tightly. He shouted, "Damn it, run quickly." Behind, several angry villagers chased after with knives. The nest was destroyed. Vlad and Jamina looked back and saw a bunch of people chasing them, which scared them both, no matter how young the bird was. Vlad held Jamina's hand tightly. He pulled her to run as fast as he could, until he had to take off. A moment later, the people lost sight of Vlad and Jamina. They panicked and asked each other, "Where did they go? Surely they went this way, those rats, or did they run into the alley?" The guy with the hair tie ordered to find them at all costs, because you will be rewarded a lot. The guy with the hair tie was angry. He clenched his fists and shouted, "I will make them pay for the defamation I received that day." He ordered them to split up and search. They hadn't gone far yet. Hearing the order, the group of people immediately ran to look for them. Outside the wooden door. "This door has been unlocked." Inside was Vlad holding a knife in his hand, and Jamina was so frightened that she had to cover her mouth. Seeing that things weren't going well, Vlad grimaced. He thought to himself, "I can't keep running like this." Vlad looked at Jamina. He told her, "Jamina, stay here, don't go out until it's quiet outside." Hearing him say that, Jamina worriedly asked again, What about you?" Hearing that, Vlad explained, "I'll go find a way. Those bastards keep sticking together. It's dangerous to go together." Seeing him say that, Jamina protested. She shouted loudly, "I don't want to, let's go together." Seeing that, Vlad immediately calmed down. He whispered to her, "Marcella promised, right? She will help us get to the right place, back to the monastery before dawn." Vlad continued, "Or go to Harbin." After hearing him, Jamina immediately objected. She shouted loudly, "I said I don't want to." Vlad glanced at Jamina. He angrily shouted, "You don't listen to me at all, you idiot. Do I look like I can protect you?" Hearing this, Jamina sobbed and cried. She mumbled, "But..." Suddenly a voice appeared, "Who are you?" That sentence made both of them pale. Jamina quickly grabbed the knife from the ground. The man holding the oil lamp was standing looking at Vlad and Jamina. It was an old man. He was confused. "You guys." He frowned and looked at Jamina and asked her, "Why are you here?" Jamina was extremely scared at this time, so she kept holding the knife. She shouted loudly, "Don't move, old man." He still didn't understand what Jamina said. He asked, "What's wrong with you? Why did you suddenly barge into someone else's house?" Jamina ignored those questions. She shouted loudly, "I told you not to move, I really stabbed you." Hearing that, he immediately frowned. Vlad glanced at the old man and Jamina was scared to tears. Only then did the old man understand everything. He said, "I understand, so put that unsightly thing down first." Jamina gritted her teeth. She brought the knife in front of her eyes and held it tightly. She shouted, "Giving me a sword." The old man suddenly asked again, Hearing him ask again, Jamina shouted, "That sword hanging there, it's very dangerous to go out of town now, I'm not kidding, so give it to me." Vlad glanced at Jamina. He whispered to her, "Jamina, put it down. As for you, no matter what anyone says, you still scream, 'Give me the sword, now.'" Seeing Jamina panic like that, the old man thought to himself, "Yes, this is the true nature of the people living in the back alley. This is the true nature, the nature that steals everything to make a living, and still. He frowned. Seeing Jamina's appearance at this time, the old man thought in his heart that now that girl has become like that. The old man exclaimed, really sad. Jamina glanced at the old man, gritted her teeth. Jamina brought the knife forward. Vlad panicked and stopped her. He shouted loudly, Jamina. The old man closed his eyes. The knife moves. Vlad rolled his eyes. Jamina brought the knife to her hair and cut it off. What she did surprised the old man. He mumbled, here. Jamina held her hair in her hand. She cried and stammered, I know this is not enough, but I will definitely return it, I swear. Jamina cried more. She begged, so please, please give that sword to Vlad. Jamina let her hair fall to the ground before the old man's surprised eyes. The old man didn't know what to say. He turned to look at Vlad. He asked him, are you planning to leave? Vlad replied, yes. The old man looked at Vlad seriously. He thought to himself, this young man is doing something I have dreamed of all my life, and something I could never do. Vlad looked towards him, still clutching his stomach. He still couldn't fully spread his wings under the sky. Thinking about it, he raised his hand and rubbed his forehead. He lamented that children really annoy adults. After saying that, he turned away but did not forget to tell Vlad and Jamina to follow him. The garbage truck rolled through the snow. The old man pulled that cart. Jamina in the back of the car smelled the rotten smell. She winced and cried out, oh, the smell. Seeing her calling it rotten, the old man immediately shouted, stop complaining, push it away, this is the only way. Suddenly there was a loud cry that scared the old man, hey old man. It was 3 young men holding weapons in their hands. The black-haired man asked, what are you doing in the middle of the night? Seeing him ask that, the old man was a bit hesitant. He thought to himself, these bastards, are they planning to block my way? The black-haired guy saw that he didn't answer, so he looked at him and asked, are you going to take out the trash? But why are you taking it out at this hour? Hearing that, the old man angrily pointed his finger at that guy and shouted loudly, damn it, it's because of you guys that caused a mess and blocked the entire alley. My house is now full of trash that can't be thrown away. Seeing his anger, the black-haired man whispered, oh my God, this old man is really hot, but at this moment he noticed something. He saw another person and asked, who is it, are you not alone? The old man was asked that and immediately shouted, I was so tired that I asked him to help me in exchange for bread. Why don't you guys come over and help me? The black-haired guy didn't seem to believe it. He said, since you're the only blacksmith in the back alley, I respect you, but I have to check on him, he said, and then he took the sword. He pointed the tip of the sword at Jamina's head. The black-haired guy rolled his eyes. He warned, don't move, if you don't want to be cut. As he finished speaking, he used his sword to slash through the scarf. The black-haired guy rolled his eyes. And the old man was extremely scared. At this moment, Jamina pretended to be ugly. She lamented, oh my God, it's so difficult to make a living. Seeing Jamina's ugly face, the black-haired man was helpless. He was silent for a moment, then said, okay, go. Seeing the black-haired guy do that, the old man asked, what the hell are you looking for? The black-haired guy immediately explained, Jorge's subordinate, the blonde one. He was the only one missing. After saying that, the old man lifted up the cart and said, can I go now? I thought that was it, but the black-haired guy said, there's one more thing, we have to check carefully. Vlad hid in the pile of trash in fear when he heard them whispering to each other, hey, you, check the car. Both Jamina and the old man turned pale. Suddenly someone spoke up, don't work here, there's dirt everywhere. Otar saw that. He said decisively, okay. The black-haired guy heard that and immediately ordered, go over there. The old man became afraid. He thought to himself, damn, should I take them somewhere else? No, there is no more place. Interrupting his thoughts, the old man pulled the car away before Otar's eyes. Otar glanced at the pile of trash. He said, there's too much stuff. Suddenly Otar discovered something. Otar looked at his stick. Jamina lowered her head. She was so scared that she was sweating. Otar saw Jamina's expression and comforted her, don't be sad, this is my job. Having finished speaking, Otar stabbed the arrow straight into the pile of trash. Seeing Otar's action, Jamina covered her face and cried, but the old man was too surprised. Otar's face did not change a bit. Hearing that, Harbin launched a search near the river. Both the old man and Jamina changed their faces, so it was there. Vlad saw the arrow pass by his face, making him panic. He whispered, there must be a reason why he did that. Otar stared. He growled, Anyway, I'm just telling you that. Otar pulled the arrow out of the pile of trash. He turned to look at the old man and Jamina and ordered, "Okay, go." The old man pulled the cart away but did not forget to glance at Otar. Otar thought about his younger brother. He said, "This is a debt of 40 silver coins I will pay on behalf of my younger brother." Vlad, lying in the pile of trash, laughed and whispered, thanking Otar. The old man and Jamina arrived. The old man opened the door. He told Jamina, "We are here, this is the garbage dump." At this moment Jamina sobbed. She said with tears in her eyes, "Goodbye Vlad, remember to take care of your health." Having said that, she dumped the trash. Vlad held his sword tightly in his hand. He slid down along with the trash. The old man looked at him, thinking to himself, the boy's first step forward became this old man's dream and brought a little girl's tears. The full moon illuminates the wild mountains. The light shined on the tip of the sword. Vlad looked on. Vlad kept looking. He asked, "Can you hear me?" Suddenly a voice replied, "Yes." Hearing a strange voice, Vlad asked, "Who are you?" The sword replied, "I don't know." Vlad stared at the sword. He growled, "I can't believe you told me so many tips about using the sword, even though you don't know who you are." Hearing that, the sword fell silent. Vlad was helpless. He continued, "It's okay, I will help you and you help me." Vlad held the sword tightly. He loudly declared, "I will become your memory, and you will become my sword. I don't care if you are a demon or not." Vlad's eyes turned serious. Vlad remembered the image of himself kneeling under Godwin. He thought to himself, "What I was afraid of was nothing." Having said that, he angrily gritted his teeth. Hearing Vlad say that, the sword said, "Okay, I will teach you about my sword." The insurgents were stationed in a cold, snowy area. The flag of the Bayezid family stands tall between heaven and earth regardless of the weather. On the chessboard with the pieces as strongholds, a hand reaches out to touch them. Joseph was discouraged because the moves were too easy. He was the second son of the Bayezid family. Joseph frowned. He was not satisfied with the immediate results. It was too simple. Jayar stepped forward to speak. "My young master has returned." Joseph didn't seem to care much, just answered in passing, "Oh yes, there you are, Jayar." Jayar stood solemnly, his hand on the sword strapped to his side, always ready to fight. He only needed one glance to detect Joseph's abnormality and immediately asked, "It seems like you're upset about something, are you worried?" "Precisely because it was so easy," Joseph replied. Jayar didn't quite understand what Joseph meant. The conquest of the monsters went smoothly, there were few casualties, and they were all mercenaries. He then explained, "Aren't deserters considered insignificant cases of disappearances?" Like an expert, understanding every issue, he showed solid speculation, an outcome without variables or defections. "Everyone will doubt my command ability." Joseph mentioned his father and his vassals. He especially emphasized the word Ratiger, the name of Joseph's half-brother. Jayar was silent when he heard this. Joseph was deep in thought, his face frowning. At this rate he would be lost. If he couldn't become the new duke, it was obvious what Ratiger would do. "The Bayezid family has brought glory to the army, ever since my father and his blood brothers trampled each other to compete for that throne. I don't have enough swordsmen," Joseph complained, but suddenly realized something was wrong and fixed it, "except for you of course, Jayar." Jayar moved on to another matter. "Young master, besides this, I also have something else to report to you." Joseph was surprised. "You say it." "There is a very suspicious soldier," Jayar said. Joseph continued, "Is he a spy my brother planted?" "That's not the reason I doubt him, you'll understand when you see him with your own eyes." Jayar didn't answer clearly but only hinted. A goblin was hung up and hacked to death by several clumsy slashes. Joseph used a scarf to cover his nose and criticized it. It was disgusting. He wondered, this was probably made by a child who had just learned how to hold a sword. "Look at the other side too," Jayar reminded. As the two walked, they discussed the corpses of goblins that had been slashed to death. "These slashes were quite careless," Jayar commented. They were all the same. The closer he got, the more closely he observed Joseph, the more disgusted he felt. He glanced from one to the next, each with a different comment. Suddenly he realized something, thinking about it. Wait, it was all the same trace, but different. He turned to Jayar to ask for an answer to his question. "Jayar, don't tell me this was done by the same person. All of this place, not just one row but 4 rows on all sides, are hung with dead goblin bodies." Jayar replied, "Yes sir, they are the ones that appeared yesterday. As for the place just now, it looked like it was from a month ago." Joseph was stunned. "No way, in just 1 month?" Who is it? He wondered and really wanted to know. In the forest covered with snow and ice. Blood shot up and splashed. The goblins were slashed one by one. By the people of a certain army. The leader loudly ordered, "Keep the posture tight, don't let them escape." I don't know how much blood the tip of the iron spear was stained with. Finally, I can witness the great ending, another person in the group said gleefully. He was satisfied with what he did, and happily responded, "Okay, let's catch the rest." However, this time everyone was a bit hesitant, no one moved. He felt strange, didn't understand what was wrong with everyone, but he didn't realize there was a giant monster behind him. It angrily grabbed a stick and swung it down on him. The loud noise was deafening, everyone closed their eyes to avoid it. When he was shocked again, he died under the monster's weapon. Everyone was shocked and shocked. The monster got even crazier, it screamed. Then it ran towards the remaining people to attack. One by one, everyone was defeated by the monster's fury. Everyone was worried and scared, crazy, where did that thing come from? It even took down team number 5, quickly retreat. While fleeing, they met Vorta sitting on horseback. He scolded loudly, "What are you doing? Quickly move forward, are you still planning to receive bonuses while doing business like this?" Everyone angrily argued back, "We never heard of goblins, you should have hired high-ranking soldiers, or fought yourself." "Damn bastards," Vorta made a mistake, pulling out his sword. A person fell down in front of him. Vorta saw the monster's rampage. He swallowed his saliva and hesitated. Vorta returned the sword to its scabbard and stood still. There were footsteps approaching. "It's human, has blonde hair, carries a sword, and walks majestically." Everyone was wondering, are you Ryman or not? And then when Vald came near, all were certain he was the praying Ryman. "I will handle it," Vlad said. Then he rushed forward to attack like the wind. When the monster detects someone else, it growls. Vlad frowned, trying to adjust the position to slash. He slashed across the monster's shoulder. Its blood flowed down, but Vlad felt it wasn't enough for one blow. The monster attacked him again, a voice reminded him, "Dodge." Vlad glanced, quickly dodged and escaped. He stepped back. Vlad gritted his teeth and blamed himself, "Damn it, I failed again." That voice scolded, "You idiot, can't you do it even though I taught you?" Vlad argued, "If I could do that, I would already be considered a genius. If I had just heard it, I would already know how to execute sword moves perfectly." "I'm just trying to see what you're like," he said. This successfully provoked the monster, it rushed forward aggressively. Vlad slashed once. The monster slashed back. This time Vlad dodged but carefully observed its slash. The monster got mad, it roared fiercely, and continued to fight. The force was so strong that it created a huge explosion, covering the surrounding area with smoke and dust. The monster stood straight amid the smoke and dust, its red eyes staring menacingly. When the smoke gradually disappeared, it discovered that Vlad was not there at all. "This time I can definitely cut it," Vlad told himself. He looked at the monster's shocked face, the fire of war boiled even more in his heart. Vlad was furious, highly determined, putting all his strength into this slash. When the monster was surprised to realize there was someone behind him, it was too late. "Because this time it will definitely hit, because you are Ryman, pray, Jayar, investigate that guy immediately," Joseph ordered. Jayar replied, "Clear sir." Joseph thought back and found this absurd. His sword swings were sloppy but had improved, he didn't expect that he could master the sword in just 1 month. Joseph smiled, Vlad successfully cut the monster in half, his blue eyes lit up, with his handsome face and blonde hair, Joseph recognized him as a genius. The people were cleaning and talking, it was all trash, there was nothing useful here, seriously, I was hoping to find something useful since there were goblins here. Gouda spoke up excitedly, "Leader, isn't this time also great?" Vlad put on a serious face, "Stop bragging, just bring what I have planned, I have already done it, no one dares to take your number 1 position, leader." He continued, "Well, the conquest is almost over, what are you planning to do next? If you don't have any plans yet then you should cooperate with me." He chattered endlessly, "If your sword and my brain combined," but he was cruelly rejected, "My principle is not to get involved in fraud." Gouda was upset. Vlad was walking but was stopped by Gouda's words, "Mercenary badge." He smiled evilly, "You can't use it forever, right?" Gouda continued, "I know someone who can fake it perfectly, Gouda." Vlad fox wings with eyes as sharp as knives, "Don't let your mouth go too far, if this is a suggestion then I will warn you, but if it is a threat, I will kill you. Gouda was stunned. He quickly became stammered. I said because I was worried about you, leader, earning a little money as a cavalry commander would be a waste of talent. Vlad still maintained that serious attitude and warned, if you don't want your head to leave your body, then shut your mouth and pack up. Gouda turned around and left. Okay, I'll do it now. Vlad sighed, thinking to himself, I have to teach him a lesson at some point. He turned around and left. Vlad walked past the people cleaning up. A few people looked at him and talked, Riemann went to pray again, he's really persistent. He stuck the sword into the ground then knelt down on one knee and prayed. The others still talk about him, damn, this scene is crazy, he's really not a noble he must have been born different from the rest of us. Fuck, Vlad is upset, I still can't cut it with one strike. Another voice answered him, you idiot, I told you, the secret to killing monsters with one sword strike is very difficult to learn, so what exactly is the reason? If you raise your sword and put force into your body to attack an opponent, you must first focus on seeing its weak point. Vlad closed his eyes and responded to what the other person just said, I really understand that. The voice replied, why don't you understand, when your opponent reveals a weakness, you will have to attack immediately, that's true. He spoke up, I would pay attention, and the crowd would see him praying and kneel down to do the same. Return to the crowded gathering area. A bowl of hot food was scooped out. Vlad took a spoon and brought it closer, his face showed a confused look, what meat is this meat right? Gouda replied while eating, I don't know, it's free so it doesn't matter. He continued, almost all the other places don't eat, but do you think he suddenly has the last name Bayezid? Yes, salty but still delicious. Vlad left, I wish you a good appetite. The others talked again, the leader went to the priest again, should I pray something, you asked and you failed, do you think you can pray as well as him? A hut with a cross symbol. Andrea welcomes Vlad, oh, Riemann, come in. Vlad bowed to greet, Priest Andrea, I hope you slept well last night, I'm always at peace. He smiled gently, I heard that you also came to pray last night, it must have been very cold. Vlad bowed his head and replied, protected by the Lord's arms, he was no longer cold, that bastard made me practice swordplay all the time. Andrea laughed, you are more like a priest than me. Another person spoke up to announce, Priest Andrea, the meal has been prepared, okay, thank you Jong. He turned to talk to Vlad, we are about to have breakfast, let's eat together, I didn't come here to have breakfast. He was still forced to sit at the table with Andrea and Jong, the other two made the sign of the cross, come on, let's pray. Vlad also clasped his hands and listened to Andrea's voice, thanking God for giving him food today, please give me strength through these dishes, let us strive to do more good deeds. He looked at Vlad and couldn't help but admire, what a sincere person, even in such a humble place, he still did not lose his faith. I must guide him, the young man who plans to spend his life searching for victories on bloody battlefields. This is also the tear of God. He finished his prayer and said, come on, let's have a meal, yes, thank you for the meal. Precious bread and soup, let's eat. Andrea continued to ask, about your swordsmanship. Because I'm used to it, I know, but it seems this matter has reached Mr. Joseph's ears. 2 days ago, Miss Jayar came to ask about you. Vlad replied while chewing, oh, what else? He smiled, I nominated you. What he said surprised me, I said I was looking forward to the future ahead, because you are truly a sincere young man. The Bayezid family's house was a prestigious noble household, even compared to the north, working there would give him a better environment than where he was now. You deserve to enjoy those things too. Going to another place, it's so difficult. Vlad continued to talk to that mysterious person, it seemed like I was attracting attention again, it couldn't be helped, my swordsmanship could only be learned through practice. Didn't you think that being too close to a priest was a problem before? I'll have to check. Are you sure I'm not an evil spirit? It was rumored that Priest Andrea was so famous and so strong in holy magic that he was recommended for the position of priest, since he also couldn't capture me, so everything is safe now. Vlad continued, but if possible, I should at least run away if discovered. At this level, wouldn't they just pretend to be blind and not care about your identity? Vlad replied, if they suspected me, they would find out that I was the one who killed that mercenary thief and replaced him, so I would be guilty of identity forgery and murder. The other person replied, you are too cruel, you are also an accomplice. I think it's better for you to run away, only if you wisely reason with them can the case be recognized as self-defense. Vlad replied, So let's say I run away tonight, if I take God with me, I might have a fake identification badge in my hand as well. The voice replied to him, I think it will be difficult to escape from here, huh? There's someone approaching you from behind, from the aura emitted, he must be at least a high-level knight. Vlad quickly grabbed the sword and turned around. The other knight did not change his expression. Vlad raised his sword at him. Jair was surprised, did he notice my presence? This kid is more useful than I thought. He spoke, Sir Joseph wants to see you. Vlad thought to himself warily, I shouldn't have thought too much, I should have just run away immediately, if I got caught here I don't know what would happen. He spoke up, it was an honor for me, in a card game, they say a determined facial expression is the secret to winning over your opponent. Jair spoke up, you knew I would come, I heard the pastor say so, even though I didn't expect him to come this early. Jair thought to himself, interesting, this young mercenary was still very leisurely before meeting me. He turned around and ordered, follow me. Vlad was still standing there when he had gone some distance. He thought to himself, should I run away? The words from the sword rang out, cutting off that thought, don't think about the prospect of escaping him, a knight of that level can take your head in 3 moves. Vlad cursed under his breath, damn it, it can't be helped. To another hut. Joseph was reading a book, his eyes never left the book when they arrived, finally meeting you, it's a pleasure. Vlad bowed, it is my honor Sir Joseph. Joseph continued, did you encounter any inconvenience while performing your duty? Thanks to your dedication, we are all very grateful. He spoke up, blonde hair, blue eyes, I guess you're the son of some fallen noble. Vlad kept his head bowed when Joseph asked, is your name Riemann? Yes sir. He folded the book, I should have told you sooner. Jair slapped him. Vlad was surprised. Jair's eyes were cold. Joseph spoke up, I hate liars. Vlad of the Shora clan. Vlad covered his face, you already know everything, someone confirmed your mother was a prostitute but I can't find out who your father is. Joseph is cold, do you know who your father is? Vlad replied coldly, joking, asking who his father is the son of a prostitute. Jair kicked him in the leg. Vlad lost his balance and had to kneel. He warned, know your limits, kid. Vlad gritted his teeth. Joseph walked closer, no, thinking about it, it was actually a joke. It's a mercenary organization, maybe we kill someone and bring him back, I found out why you ran away from Shora. He continued to ask in a commanding voice, where did you learn swordsmanship? Vlad glared back. Joseph continued, there was a lot hidden in those eyes. Jair drew his sword. Vlad bit his lip. He spoke, coming forward like thunder, that was my teacher but he disappeared like the wind. Joseph is confused. Vlad continued, he didn't reveal his name but he did speak. That it was his clairvoyance that could see a handful of people with potential that no one else could see. Joseph considered, his eyes did not waver, okay, sorry for treating you badly. Vlad thought to himself, is it effective? Joseph continued, I don't know you but I'm in a very difficult situation right now, so I wanted to make a suggestion. Vlad of Shora, don't you want to reach a higher position? Power, freedom, survival, knighthood, that's what we're talking about. He proposed, I, Joseph Bayezid want to help you achieve those things. The two swords collided with each other. Vlad and Jair are practicing together. The others observed them and commented, he holds it well, because he has a light hand. He has become Jair's student, his skills must be extremely excellent. I'm really jealous, I also want to be guided by him. Vlad blocked the attack with difficulty. Jair spoke up, what a coward, with that mediocre skill you dare to raise your head high in front of Sir Joseph, does that sound reasonable? He continued, you really don't know your current position. Vlad gritted his teeth, the level was too different, if I dodged, he would attack, and he was too strong and I couldn't do anything. Then only. He thought and then decided. He turned around, blocking Jair's sword. Then throw it out. Neatly. Vlad continued to attack. The two swords collided. The crowd is excited, he has risen, he is not good. Jair also agreed, okay, at least it should be like this. Vlad gasped, I still haven't succeeded. He just let me express myself. Jair's words rang out, surprising Vlad, morning and night, keep fighting like this twice a day. Let's end the morning practice here, so you don't rest too much. He left. Vlad mumbled, he wasn't honest at all, he didn't even bother to give me any advice, good fight. He mercilessly eliminated your burdens and pride. There are things you can only learn by being beaten. Vlad scratched his head. There was nothing worth mentioning. Back to Jair and Joseph. Well, see for yourself, how do you see him? Jair replied, he is not bad, sir. If he was from a noble family, even the count would pay attention to him. Joseph smiled, I know, my eyes are not wrong. Jair continued, but the problem is that he knows no limits and is quite wild. Well, he was born and raised on the streets, so it's only natural that all we have to do is slowly teach him the etiquette. Joseph continued, I think we found the right person for that position. Jair replied, a sword that is not loyal cannot be trusted. Even if he politely bows as soon as he sees me, I still won't trust him. It's fine if he reveals his true nature like that. Vlad spoke up seriously, there is one thing I definitely have to do. Joseph spoke up, I think this is the best thing, a relationship where both parties give each other what the other wants seems to be a stable relationship. Jair bowed his head, it's up to you, sir. He's like a wolf, arrogant, untrustworthy, and noble. I don't want to, but I will do it, although building a large cage will take quite a while. A cage large enough that the wolf trapped in it still mistakes it for its freedom. In the snow-covered forest. Gouda shivered and complained, Grr, it's so cold, why is there so much frost in winter? He continued, thinking that the leader had, no, Vlad had become Jair's student, he had to get better quickly and try harder. By the way, being successful is one thing, but having to do it in weather like this. Another person approaches, is everything okay? Gouda was startled and replied loudly, ah, yes, Mr. Roderick, nothing seems unusual, calm down and continue working. Gouda bowed his head, yes, sir, please don't worry, good. He left. Gouda looked and spoke, he was so strong that even a needle couldn't pierce it, he just went on patrol so he probably won't come back. He leaned against the tree trunk, should I get some sleep? He quickly fell asleep. Another voice rang out, startling him, what are you doing here, Arg, he hasn't left yet. What do you mean you're looking for a child, who is he talking to? He looked at the direction of the sound, it seems like you're crazy, I'm looking for you, child. Gouda held his weapon, alert, why doesn't she speak anymore? He is wary. Then slowly move closer. Gouda was surprised. The other man was some distance away from him, suddenly where was he going? That wasn't the way back to the camp. Surrounding that man was a strange aura, that is. Gouda was frightened. A ghostly feeling of pressure pressed against him. Vlad now rubbed his shoulder and lamented the pain, silently blaming him for not being able to be more gentle. Lutger now spoke up and said that him being able to fight Jaeger was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that many people had to spend money to get, because he was a very good knight. He remembered that battle and felt that Jaeger just wanted to beat him to a pulp. Lutger explained that was the reason his fighting quality increased, such willpower was very important. Vlad is also speechless, hearing that makes me sad. He was walking when he suddenly heard a very small voice of someone calling, Captain, Captain. Gouda from behind the tree waved to Vlad, look at me, he was a little surprised and called his name. Gouda glanced everywhere even though Vlad kept asking, when did you come back, the conquering army seems to have not returned yet. He then spoke up and said that he planned to run away. After hearing this, Vlad was extremely surprised. Gouda said in a low voice that he just wanted to find him and had no bad intentions, hoping that the two of them would meet and have some fun. Vlad then wondered about Gouda's thoughts, he wanted him not to take his words lightly and told him what he had seen. He was a little hesitant and afraid, thinking that the forest where everyone was conquering was cursed. Vlad heard what he said and widened his eyes in surprise. Gouda now talked about how many soldiers fled even though the salaries and working environment were very good. He revealed to Vlad that it was not because they deserted but because the forest took them away, they were missing people. Gouda remembered that image and quickly said that he had seen the kidnapping ghost. After he confessed, the two immediately fell into silence. Vlad was about to raise his hand to hit him and was angry, this bastard, if he talks nonsense, he must know where the limit is. Gouda immediately shouted that he was telling the truth. He spoke up in disbelief, even yesterday a knight disappeared. Vlad hesitated and asked, Mr. Roderick, and received an affirmative answer. Gouda quickly explained that he had discovered something about the missing people. That is, they all have black hair. At this moment, Gouda's mind had thousands of damn swearing thoughts. He secretly cried in his heart because he didn't pack his things and run away. Jajar rode behind him, looking at Gouda's back. He was skeptical and asked Vlad if he could trust him. He immediately denied it and also felt that Gouda was not crazy. Jair heard that and thought deeply. He remembered Joseph thinking that instead of going through meaningless punishments, discovering something strange would be more meaningful. Jair felt uncomfortable in his heart and then wondered about the fact that the missing people all had black hair. Vlad on the other side was worried when there were only 3 knights guarding the fort. He nonchalantly thought it was because they were useless. Jair secretly found himself unable to stand aside and watch because there must be someone better than Roderick involved in this case. Gouda then turned around and announced that he had arrived at the place where the conquering team's tent was set up. A person claiming to be Aaron, Roderick's subordinate, immediately stood up to give an audience. Jair asked him about not seeing anything even though he searched the entire forest and received an affirmative answer. Aaron also expressed that even if there were mercenaries who worked as hunters to guide the way, they could not find a single footprint. Jair let out a breath, thinking to himself that he had to go check himself. He ordered the soldiers to divide into 3 to search. Even though they searched everywhere, they still needed to see each other. At this time, the sky was already sunset. Gouda was frowning in disbelief and asked Vlad how he could do that to him. He tearfully blamed Vlad for being a fraudster who took advantage of the kindness of others. He didn't care but forced Gouda to focus on searching and promised to make up for it later. Jair saw them and asked for the results of the search, but unfortunately the 2 couldn't find anything. He immediately scolded the 2 of them for being useless, but Vlad argued that he was from the city so it was difficult to find people in the forest. Jair used the story in the back alley as proof. Vlad answered innocently, "Just find someone there and beat him once and you will have the information you need right away." He was speechless at this point and emphasized his uselessness. Jair saw that time was about to pass without any progress and was disappointed that he didn't have to return like this. Suddenly he seemed to discover something and huffed. Jair looked at the river in front of him and asked if they had searched on the other side of the river yet. Gouda then reported that they did not go there because it was not the path of conquest. Jair thought about the fact that there weren't any traces in the forest even though he searched many times. Of course there was no way people wouldn't find Roderick or that certain woman. He then ordered Gouda to gather all the mercenaries to go to the other side of the river. He obeyed the order to blow the whistle to call everyone to come. Jair stepped onto the surface of the lake and felt that the water in the lake was not completely frozen. Vlad quickly bowed and said that winter was over but water like this could still be crossed. He also agreed, dividing it into waves would be fine. The soldiers heard the call and arrived, wondering if Gouda had found the person. He immediately denied it. Jair then advised that he would cross the river to search. The lake water had not yet frozen, so he just needed to split into groups of 3 people to cross. The other soldiers quickly listened to the order and then walked carefully. Gouda groaned, making Vlad wonder what had happened. He frowned, feeling like he had a premonition that something was wrong. Vlad immediately thought that Gouda was just scared. He admitted that of course he was scared, because I'm not as good as you guys. Gouda pursed his lips emphasizing how the weak must rely on intuition to survive, and in the present moment. He watched everyone gradually go away and confided that he felt his intuition told him not to cross the river. Hearing that, Vlad immediately said he didn't believe in those things and was also sure of one thing, which made Gouda wonder. One thing is that if Gouda runs away now, he will not die peacefully. His face turned pale thinking about what Vlad said. The only witness who ran away would definitely be captured and killed. Vlad now turned serious. Enough babbling, only moving forward is the way for Gouda to survive. He also had to listen but still kept complaining, this was not right at all. Gouda timidly stepped onto the ice of the river. He groaned in fear and asked, could this break? Vlad immediately affirmed that if he wasn't agile, he would break the ice and drown him. Hearing that, Gouda became even more timid and knelt down, muttering incomprehensibly. Vlad had no choice but to grab his collar and pull him up, reminding him that the 2 of them were the only ones behind. Gouda was trembling and suddenly screamed in horror. When he saw him like that, he felt extremely tired. Suddenly Vlad fell silent and widened his eyes in surprise. Gouda stammered, looking at the dead people under the ice. His loud scream from the corpse he saw succeeded in making the Jair crowd turn around and look in confusion. He immediately adjusted his statement to make it clear that there were dead bodies in the river when he saw the bodies in the river reaching up. The whole group of people were now worried and stunned. Everyone was terrified when they saw the ice cracking, so they quickly called each other to get ashore. An arm from below suddenly broke through the ice and crawled up. A corpse reached out from under the ice, then gradually more and more corpses followed. The soldiers suddenly screamed when they saw that they were surrounded by them. Everyone didn't know what to do so they asked Jair for help. He now discovered that this was a trap, as if he knew everyone would come here to catch him. The sun was now gradually disappearing behind the mountains. Night and darkness, this is not the territory of the living. At a base in the middle of a cold snowy hill covered with dense snow. Suddenly a voice rang out in front of the cross, "Lord, thank you for watching over us today." Priest Andrea and Uncle Jeong knelt before the cross and the priest began to speak, "Please guide me with light so that we can always walk on the right path." Suddenly he stopped for a long time without saying anything. Jeong didn't see him say anything and turned to look at the priest and saw that his whole body was shaking. The water surface in the golden cup is starting to fluctuate. Oing Andrea's face became more cunning as she looked at the yellow glass surrounded by black air. "Ah, sir." Outside, a black aura slowly appeared in the night sky. Gradually the black air covered the sky. A mysterious bare foot gradually appeared behind the black air and spoke, "My child." A woman in a white dress with long hair stepped out of the black air and ran screaming, "Where is my child?" The man with the dirty face without pupils raised one hand and shouted loudly. Seeing the man approaching him, the soldier was so scared that he cried and fell to the ground screaming for help, "The captain." The man came closer and opened his mouth wide, blood flowing from his forehead to his face. Vlad suddenly appeared from behind and used his sword to cut the man in half to rescue his soldiers. Blood splattered his eyes sharply as he looked at the person he had just cut and cried out softly, "Hup!" Many corpses were rushing towards the two people as if they wanted to devour them. Vlad observed everything and quickly turned around and picked up his sword, ready to fight. He was very agile, dealing with each person one by one with lightning-fast sword slashes, destroying everyone. The soldier, when he saw the scene of every part falling apart after Captain Vlad's sword blows, was extremely scared and backed away screaming. Vlad shouted angrily, stood up and took the spear. "You bastard," the frightened soldier replied, I can't do it." He angrily gritted his teeth and cursed silently, "Damn it," he calmed himself down, "don't be confused, choose a path before deciding to escape." Looking at the group of corpses in front of him emerging from under the ice, he thought to himself, "I can't move forward, is Mr. Jaeger still safe?" The sharpest sword slashes were released from the Jaeger. After the passionate slashes, he was tired and beads of sweat rolled down his face. The soldier had his shoulder grabbed by the hair and bit him hard. People are surrounded by corpses holding them. Jaeger's eyes were thoughtful, "Damn, this is going to last forever." He thought as he destroyed them, "This trap means they planned it in advance. Maybe I don't know who set it, but its goal is clear." Suddenly, one of his black cloth-covered eyes emitted a blue light. That blue light spread all over his body. There was no time to hesitate. After thinking carefully, he regained his fighting spirit and blue light covered his body and sword. Jaeger's face became serious as the blue light emitted from his eyes became stronger and stronger. The corpses that rushed in were injured all over by his sword blows. Jaeger swung his sword and slashed corpses around. A chaotic battle broke out. The soldiers, upon seeing Jaeger's fighting power, quickly regained their spirit and encouraged each other, "Ooh, gather here, Mr. Jaeger is still with us." Jaeger stood tall in the midst of the battle, slashing to death the surrounding corpses. Suddenly Jaeger shouted loudly, "Sora's Vlad, fulfill the contract." Vlad was fighting hard when he received an order from Jaeger to look back. He replied loudly, "Jaeger sir, I will do it." Jaeger fought and gave orders, "Retreat to the station immediately and at all costs try to resist as long as possible, protect Mr. Joseph according to the contract." After receiving the order, Jaeger immediately responded, "Clearly." He quickly ran away and called his teammates, "Let's go Don." The soldier heard the call and shouted in response, "Captain, wait for me." Jaeger looked at the backs of the two people leaving and silently prayed, "Oh my God, I pray that the people who receive my orders can safely reach Mr. Joseph." Behind him was a corpse approaching, walking and screaming. He is still fighting hard. Suddenly Jaeger stopped for a moment. He turned around to face the corpse and suddenly said, "Ha, sorry I'm late." When he saw that the field waiting for him had turned into a corpse, he suddenly shouted, "Roderick." At a base in the snowy mountains. In the cozy tent, Joseph was sitting attentively reading a book. He was sitting attentively when he heard noises from outside. What the hell was going on? The noise from outside was still ringing. "Leaving me?" he asked. "Was there an intruder?" Suddenly Mr. Vorder rushed in and said loudly, "Sir Joseph." When he saw Mr. Joseph running in, he asked, "Vorda, what's so noisy?" Mr. Vorda used his hand to wipe the sweat from his face and replied, "L is." Joseph frowned and asked again, "Did you come straight to me without even checking the situation?" Mr. Vorta awkwardly replied, "That's because your safety is the top priority." He suddenly shouted angrily, "So why didn't you bring a sword?" When he heard Joseph shouting like that, he looked down at his sword scabbard and surprisingly saw no sword. Oh! He was very angry and told him, "You are so lucky today, if I were him, I would have crushed you immediately." Vorden bent down and said loudly, "Please forgive me." Outside, two soldiers led Priest Andrea and Uncle Jiang, and the priest said hello, "Sir Joseph." He also said hello back, "Sir Andrea, do you know what's going on?" The priest opened the book and said, "It's the devil, look, this is a Bible passage written in holy ink." He frowned tightly and looked. The trembling words said, the words were trembling like a leaf before a storm, nothing was normal at all. When he heard that, he asked if there was any way to stop it. Mr. Andrea replied, "I'm not an exorcist." He continued, "I will try to release as much of my divine power as possible, but with a demon like this I may not be able to help much." He thoughtfully replied, "I understand." He was still silently thinking, among the knights left behind, no one could create their own barrier to protect their comrades. He looked at his three teammates and thought, but right now they are my only choice. Threw up his shirt, turned around and took the lead, telling his teammates, "Let's move." He stood still as he walked outside. His eyes looked thoughtfully at everything, foggy. People and corpses were like a mess screaming, no, I'm not human." The stench was so strong that he had to use a cloth to cover his nose. Turned around and asked the priest, "Does this mist make people delirious?" The priest also covered his nose with his hand and replied, "I can only be sure of one thing, this is not a natural phenomenon." He frowned uncomfortably and thought, "It affects me too." Suddenly a dark voice rang out, "My child." The woman with long hair and a white dress and a bloody face said as she walked away, "Where are you?" The priest and boy Jiang suddenly gasped. His three teammates also widened their eyes when they saw such a scene. Even he didn't know what was going on, eyes wide open. The woman still walked barefoot on the cold ground. "Just keep walking." Suddenly the woman turned around to look at where he was standing and asked, "Are you there?" She looked at where he shouted loudly. The woman's face became deformed, her mouth opened wide and she screamed loudly, "I finally found the child." She looked straight into his face and shouted, "My child." A huge hand suddenly appeared in the sky. That hand emitted great power and glowed. The woman emitting bright yellow light raised her hands forward and shouted loudly, "My child." The priest clasped his hands together and began chanting the mantra with great concentration. The boy Jiang also started chanting the mantra. The priest knelt before the girl blocking Joseph's face and chanted the spell with great concentration. Joseph was extremely worried and frowned, thinking, so there is no other way to defeat it than Mr. Jayar. He looked at his two teammates lying on the ground and thought, Katie Maxim, they don't deserve it, they don't deserve Andrea's father's blessing. The woman cried and shouted loudly, "My child." He looked at the woman and thought to himself, it seemed like a curse. The woman's hand was on fire, his expression thoughtful as if thinking of something, the curse was for him. He angrily thought, who is it? Jiang couldn't stand it anymore and vomited blood. Priest Andrea turned back to look at him and shouted loudly to warn him that if he maintained his position, the sun would definitely appear again. The woman managed to get one hand over the partition that the priest had created. Jiang vomited blood and cried, bringing his hand up to wipe his mouth. He tried to continue chanting the spell. All eyes are on him. Joseph looked at him and thought, that teaching assistant has reached his limit, the hymn is about to end. A big question was asked by him, is it over? His expression became more serious, thinking, we can't wait until the sun rises tomorrow morning. He suddenly seemed to see something. He saw a person holding a sword rushing towards the woman, doubting, was that? The woman suddenly stopped. Vlad's eyes were steady and he raised his sword high. That thing was cursed, so normal swords couldn't cut through. A beam of light emitted from where everyone was standing. Vlad then asked, then what should I do? A mysterious person asked him if he could use aura. He replied, are you kidding me? The mysterious person continued to suggest to him, oh, there is a way. He looked at the sword and asked, what is it? The mysterious person held out the sword and said, if you let me take over your body for a while. He was very surprised when he heard the answer. Vlad asked suspiciously, what could it be? The mysterious person continued, I'm sure I can use my own aura. The person continued to talk, but I'm not sure I can use it in your body. Even if I could use it, I wouldn't be able to move for a while. It's like electric currents are running through your body. The mysterious person also advised him, so I don't encourage him. His eyes lowered and he firmly replied, so if I don't kill it, I will be the one killed. The mysterious person also understood and said, that was the law of swordsmanship. He held up the sword firmly with his own decision. He pondered for a moment and then said, let's do it. The mysterious person asked him one last time, are you sure? Vlad's eyes replied sharply, I promise Joseph. Vlad continued speaking, I have an obligation, I will offer my faith instead of loyalty, he said as he walked away. After hearing what you said, the mysterious person also agreed, I will respect your decision. As soon as he finished speaking, Vlad rushed towards the woman. When she saw him rushing towards her, the woman turned around and shouted loudly. He suddenly turned black. The mysterious person ordered him, when it was time to close his right eye. When he heard the command, he quickly closed his right eye. Suddenly there was a flash of light that lit up the whole corner. After opening his eyes, he saw his body surrounded by streams of blue light and asked suspiciously, was it really the world of voices? Suddenly his eyes lit up. The sword seemed to emit energy like electric currents surrounding the sword. The woman's tears were still falling. He rushed forward, his body always surrounded by blue lights. Vlad, as quick as lightning, took his sword and rushed straight towards the woman, cutting her in half. The woman screamed in pain. Seeing such a scene, Priest Andrea and Uncle Jiang were surprised. Mr. Vorta could not help but be surprised when he saw that scene. Even Sir Joseph had to suddenly widen his eyes in surprise. After cutting the woman in half, he bent down and his right eye still had blue light. He knelt down on the cold snow and cried out softly, "Ugh." Vlad knelt down on the ground and screamed loudly. When seeing his teammate like that, Joseph shouted in worry, "Vlad." He bowed his face to the ground, his whole body trembling, and he cried out. Joseph remembered the scene of Vlad cutting the woman in half and thought, just now was definitely a trace of the aura. I don't know how he was able to achieve it, but it must have been a very heavy price to pay. The woman's hands emitted dark auras and kept saying, "My child, my child." Even though she was injured, the woman still slowly crawled to where Vlad was trembling. When Joseph saw that Vlad was about to be in danger, he quickly ran out and said, stopping the chant. When he saw him running out, the priest called after him, "Mr. Joseph." He ran out quickly, helped Vlad up and said, "Vlad, lean on my shoulder." Vlad cried out tiredly, "Ugh." The woman kept calling, "My child," and reached out. The woman grabbed Joseph's ankle. He was suddenly grabbed and cried out, "Ah ah." He was caught so suddenly that he had no time to react and thought, I can't get out on my own with this damn weak body. Mr. Vorta shouted, "Sir Joseph," then grabbed his shirt. Mr. Vorta said loudly to Joseph, "Please forgive my insolence." Then he used all his strength to throw both Joseph and Vlad into the distance. The woman lying on the ground screamed in despair, "Ah ah." Joseph and Vlad fell right next to where the priest stood. He sat up and said proudly, "This is the first time I feel relieved because there is someone next to me thanking you." Vlad slowly stood up with his hands and cried out softly, "It hurts so much." Vlad stood up and said to the priest, "Please bless my sword." His eyes were full of determination and said, "You must help that woman get out of this suffering." Priest Andrea paused for a moment and then said, "I understand." The priest picked up the sword and cut himself with blood covering the sword. The priest held the sword with both hands and held it up to Vlad, "I have blessed your sword." He held out his hands to receive the sword and said, "Thank you, Father." After receiving the sword, he gradually walked to where the woman was lying. He approached the woman holding the blessed sword. The woman kept saying nonstop, "Ah, please help find my child." He looked at the woman lying on the ground and thought, even if it was only for a short moment, I saw the woman imprisoned in that dark basement. The same woman in a white shirt with long hair locked in bars continued to cry, "My child." Image of a child's feet lying on a cold floor, and the child abandoned on the floor. The woman realized her child was lying on the floor and wanted to reach for it but couldn't, so she screamed, "Please give me back my child, please," but no one responded to her words. She could do nothing but beg when her child almost died right before her eyes. She cried and begged but couldn't do anything. That was her terrible memory. The sharp sword was raised high by Vlad and he said the last sentence as he finished off the woman, "Rest in peace." The woman still kept crying and said the familiar words, "Where are you?" He raised the sword high and stabbed it straight down into her body. Blood splattered everywhere. The woman's face returned to normal, but the water still flowed. When the sun began to rise above the snowy mountains, everything last night ended. Change scene to somewhere. A man controlling ghostly black smoke under his magical hands. With this appearance he is probably a wizard. His hand gradually approached the black smoke. Suddenly the smoke disappeared. The witch was stunned. I couldn't feel her presence anymore. She was defeated, but at whose hands? Among them there was only one knight who knew how to use aura. While he was still in shock about the disappearance of his soul, Jair appeared in the snowy forest. He stood proudly on the cliff and said loudly, "So you are the mouse behind the scenes pulling the strings." Jair then returned to the barracks and went to see Joseph the next morning. Joseph was surprised to see what was in Jair's hand. Who was behind the control of the corpses? Jair cut off the witch's head and brought it back. That must be it. He also brought back a chest, which, in addition, seemed to be the object that the woman was searching for in vain. Is the coffin of a child? Joseph immediately gave instructions, "Please give it to the priest, I will investigate further when I return to Barna." Jair immediately obeyed. Standing high above looking down at his camp, Joseph said, "It seems our conquest has completely failed." Jair replied, "I have no words to defend, sir." Joseph continued, "Even though it was a failure, for some reason I feel very relieved." Jair immediately asked, "What about the other guy?" Joseph smiled and replied, "I think we have found the person who will become my sword. That kid will be the sword that shines brighter than anyone else." In the tent, Vlad woke up after a long sleep. He had messy hair and wondered, "Did I sleep for 3 days straight?" The sword replied, "Yes, be careful next time, I didn't know the side effects would be so strong." Vlad said, "But luckily, I thought they would take me away right away, like they would treat me as luggage and throw me into some carriage." The sword said, "They must have been waiting for you to recover. That Joseph seems to care about you a lot." Vlad slowly walked out and lifted the curtain to look outside. He was immediately surprised by the deserted scene of the camp. Why was there no one in the camp? Well, after all that, it was only natural that they would run away. Gouda saw him and shouted, "Captain, are you awake? Do you know how worried I am?" Vlad was surprised and a bit ironic. The first person who wanted to run away was the one who stayed until the last. Gouda grinned, "Of course, they promised to pay more when we got back. I brought you back to the camp, and even risked my life to fight with the knight, you shouldn't forget this." Vlad said dejectedly, "Okay, I'll remind you." Gouda continued speaking, "Sir Jair told me to report to him once he wakes up, and Sir Joseph is in the tent, you should go see him." Vlad turned away and did not forget to encourage him, "Okay, keep trying." Gouda shouted and said, "Speak well of me in front of them, don't forget, Vlad is bored and uncomfortable, it's so noisy. The sky today is extremely blue." Joseph poured a glass of red wine and invited Vlad to drink with him. "Can you drink wine?" Vlad replied, "Yes, I once worked in a brothel, but I had never tried such expensive wine." Joseph picked up the bottle of wine and said, "This is truly wine for the nobility. First, I want to say thank you, you could have run away at that time." Vlad innocently replied, "There is a contract between us." Joseph rested his chin, "Yes, you once promised me by faith." He stared at Vlad and silently praised him, "But that contract was just words after all. But this kid really kept his word, he has a talent that I cannot miss." "Wait, that's not right. He is a talent that I must have." Joseph picked up the glass of wine, "If so, then it's my turn to keep my promise. I will give you a reward worthy of what you have done. I officially invite you to join the Bayezid family." Scene transfer to Varna district of Bayezd. At this time Jair came to report on Joseph. The mercenary team was all fired. Joseph seemed satisfied. "Good, the report on the conquest has not been resolved yet, so we will have to stay here for another day or two." Vlad in the back kept looking back and forth, admiring the scenery here. Jair looked at him and asked, "Is this your first time here?" Vlad shyly scratched his head, "No matter where we go, for me it will be the first time." Jair continued asking, "What about Bumpkin district?" Seeing that, Joseph also gave Vlad a little freedom to explore. "If so, then rest today, you can take a walk and see the city." Vlad immediately bowed his head in, "Thanks." Jair turned back and advised, "Don't get lost, kid, and remember to return to the city hall before nightfall." Vlad replied, "Yes." After speaking, the three of them immediately left. Vlad thought angrily, "He really hates this guy. The sword hates you. It seems Jagger loves you as much as Joseph. Vlad is bored, then please stop loving him, otherwise my life will be ruined. Anyway, I've earned a large amount of money from the conquest, let's go have a nice meal, I wonder what's delicious here." While thinking, someone suddenly pulled my hand and called, "Mr. Vlad." "I'm back, priest, is something wrong?" Jiang smiled and said, "If you are not busy today, the priest would like to invite you to meet him." Vlad asked again, "Priest?" Following Jiang, Vlad finally arrived at the parish court. Standing in front of the huge and magnificent church, he couldn't help but be surprised and overwhelmed. It's so big, even though other shrines in Sora aren't that big. Jiang immediately explained, because Sturma is the capital of Bayazid district, and Varna is the religious center here. Please come inside and wait a moment, I will bring the priest there shortly. Vlad opened the door and walked into the ceremony hall. Light radiated from inside, making him gasp in surprise. The cross up there glows like a halo. Standing in front of this majestic and huge cathedral, Vlad thought to himself, thinking back, even though I was a sheep of Ryman, I had never prayed properly even once. I don't know why, but I feel so guilty. At this time the priest has arrived. Vlad, sorry for making you wait so long. Vlad respectfully bowed his head and replied, it's okay, priest, thank you for inviting me. Andrea smiled and said, don't be shy. Then he gave Vlad something. Here, he took it. Vlad looked at it wonderingly. This is. Andrea replied, his identification card. Surely Lord Joseph will also have a way to handle it, but the identification card from the temple is the most effective. After all, his influence extends throughout this continent. Vlad opened his eyes wide in surprise. Holding the card in his hand, Vlad read the words on it, Guardian, Priest, Andrea. Andrea happily said, just come see me if you need help with anything. From now on, I will be your guardian. Vlad's face was extremely grateful and happy. Priest. He immediately knelt down to thank him, a kid from the streets, not even registered at birth. Now I have a guardian to help me register my name with the big world out there. From today, he is no longer Vlad from the back alley, but Sora's Vlad. Jayar's group was moving loudly back to the center. Joseph's introduction to Vlad rang out. Bayazid's land included 12 towns and 3 cities. At this time, the group of people they had been introduced to by Joseph. At this time, they were at the port, the shopping center, and Sora. Just in time to face the majestic and ancient castle, Joseph quickly and loudly spoke up, the religious capital, Varna. As soon as he saw that he was about to reach his destination, he leaned over and informed Vlad outside the carriage, and right here. A large, towering tower with a tightly closed door appeared before the eyes of the group. Joseph immediately continued to introduce, the central citadel, Sturma. Now the whole group had returned to the castle of the Bayazid family. Jayar looked coldly at Vlad as a warning, then said in a low voice, you are now Mr. Joseph's guests. Remember, if you do anything stupid, it will affect Mr. Joseph's reputation. He folded his arms and stood there solemnly, continuing to warn him, don't run around like a countryman who just came to the province, just sit there quietly. Seeing that, Vlad calmly faced him and replied, yes, sir. Jayar he looked at them hesitantly and said, the maid will bring food, when they do. Hearing that, both Vlad and Gouda looked at him with puzzled eyes. At this time, Jayar looked at them, sighed softly and continued to advise, never mind, don't eat anything but just wait, you will cause a bad reputation if you eat like some savages. Vlad looked incredulously at the direction he left and softly said, even so, eat a little, but before he finished speaking, he interrupted, shut his mouth, and forbade him to eat anything. At this moment the door to the room was suddenly opened. Looking at the luxurious room before his eyes, Gouda was surprised, his mouth opened wide and he exclaimed, this is the living room. Then he looked sideways and observed the room and quietly told the guy next to him, Bayazid is really rich. Hearing him say that, he was not surprised but calmly replied, Gouda, he said, I know. Suddenly a voice rang out, interrupting your conversation, I've never seen you before. Hearing the sound, Vlad and Gouda turned their heads at the same time, looking at the curtain fluttering in the wind. A figure slowly walked out from inside the curtain. An unpleasant voice drifted from the wind, damn it, I was planning on hiding and going to sleep. The footsteps of that person slowly approaching sounded. Vlad he raised his head to see the person's face appear in his sight. His eyes widened as he thought to himself, this person. Retiger's entire body then radiated an overwhelming aura, then quickly looked down at the two of them. He asked in a low voice, who are you two? Hearing that, Vlad's eyes were still focused on Retiger, but sweat appeared on his forehead and he thought to himself, he looks so familiar, but his temperament is completely different. I saw Retiger with flashing eyes like a wolf observing its prey, so Vlad was surprised when he saw this scene, as if he could cut someone in half with just a look. Gouda was now trembling all over and bowed to Retiger and said, I am Gouda, we met Sir Joseph during the expedition and, without letting him finish speaking, Retiger interrupted him and continued, oh so you are Gouda. As soon as he said that, Retiger immediately rolled his eyes, looked at Vlad, then spoke softly, and When he saw that look from him, he quickly calmed down and understood the meaning and introduced himself. I am Vlad from Sora. Seeing that he also understood what he meant, Tiger seemed satisfied and smiled in response, but inside he kept evaluating Vlad. Is that so? The first time I heard that name, then in my heart I sarcastically said, oh look at this name. He just looked into Vlad's blue eyes. Tiger silently assessed, those sharp eyes, doesn't he feel scared, so confident when standing in front of me? When observing his calm demeanor, he smiled with satisfaction and thought, it seems that Joseph has brought back some useful children. I like you now. Immediately, in his hand, he slowly took out a handful of food from his pocket. After finishing, he turned his palm towards Vlad, then Tiger slowly and politely asked if he wanted some beans. Vlad glanced down at the handful of beans in Tiger's hand, thinking. Then he seriously refused his good intentions. We were told not to eat anything. Not expecting to be rejected, Tiger exclaimed in surprise, oh. Vlad's sharp and upright eyes explained to Tiger. His actions made Gouda next to him so surprised that he gasped, we were told not to eat anything here. His face turned pale and he glanced at him. What is that, this crazy guy, he can't refuse the kindness of someone who is superior to him like that. Tiger was still in a pouting pose and replied, oh, is that so, Vlad from Sora, first action at the Bayezid mansion. At this time, he refused the beans from Tiger, the eldest son of the Count, inviting him, while Gouda was graying on the opposite side. Tiger calmly ate the beans and said to Vlad, but it's delicious. On this side, Count Bayezid was handling the matter while chatting with the person opposite. He exclaimed, Vlad. The person below heard the call and respectfully replied, yes, father. He didn't even raise his face to look at Joseph, but just calmly continued, I know, we have never had anyone impress you, except Jaeger, the person your mother brought. Then he turned his gaze towards him. Count Bayezid immediately proposed a condition, saying, if you can make that kid become a knight as strong as the family's knight, I will reward you. Joseph, after hearing this, bowed down and thanked him, thanking his father. But at this moment, Count Bayezid's face suddenly turned cold, showing a bit of gloom as he looked at Joseph and reminded him, I understand that you are not good at swordsmanship, but never forget that you have the Bayezid family name. He bowed his head at this time. Although he couldn't see his expression clearly, he realized the meaning from his tone just now, so he very seriously obeyed and replied, yes, father. At this time, Count Bayezid seemed to remember something. He hesitated, then asked with some concern, child, are you feeling better? Joseph was still keeping his head bowed, but when he heard you ask, he immediately replied, yes, father. Hearing the expected answer, Count Bayezid spoke up and commanded, okay, I can go. Seeing that, Joseph immediately bowed and left, saying, father, rest. After being ordered to leave, he immediately turned around and limped out of the study room. Count Bayezid heard his footsteps leaving, immediately looked up at Joseph's back and pondered. His eyes focused on Joseph's long, but limp, legs. After that, he immediately gave an order to Ragmus next to him, saying, we should give him more medicine. Ragmus also turned his eyes towards Joseph and agreed, I'm sure he will be very grateful for that, and Miss Oksana too. As soon as he heard Ragmus talk about his wife, Count Bayezid bowed his head slightly, then smiled softly and said, wow, that woman cares about her children. Immediately he returned to the matter of business. Count Bayezid asked Ragmus's opinion and asked, what did he think, Ragmus, about Joseph's report? Hearing the Count ask that, Ragmus looked at him with a serious face and replied, we should take it seriously, strange events keep happening. Hearing that, Count Bayezid's face immediately changed. He frowned and said gloomily, we have to find out who is behind these events. How dare they commit such crimes in our territory? The image of the hand controlling the group of people appeared. Ragmus reported accordingly. Even so, the report came from Varna. On the surface, they were a combination of resurrection of the dead and curse. The more he heard his words, the angrier Count Bayezid's face became. This could not be done. If there was only one, there would need to be more than 2 black magicians. At this time, Count Bayezid seemed thoughtful and spoke up, if there were more than 2 of them, it must be a group or organization. Ragmus also agreed with his speculation, yes, it could be like that. At this time, he gently propped himself up and stood up from the chair. He continued his words, but it didn't change anything. As he moved forward, he shouted towards Ragmus, because the Bayezid family will always stand firm in this place, and we are ready to deal with those who dare to stand in our way. His eyes flashed. He turned sharply to look at Ragmus and ordered, I hope you will find them soon. Count Bayezid's power continued to exude, his expression serious as he continued, Who dares to endanger his son, and cause chaos in my land? The sky outside was dark, the full moon hanging high above illuminated a corner of the mansion. Joseph and Jair entered Vlad's room and Gouda inquired. The report took longer than I expected. Did you guys wait long? Gouda saw him and quickly replied, no, sir. Looking at Gouda, Joseph spoke. You are Gouda, right? He seriously shouted loudly. Yes, Sir Joseph. Joseph's voice continued to ring out. We will talk about your reward tomorrow. The maid will lead you to your room. You should rest. Gouda's expression then turned frozen upon hearing his words. But I've been hungry all day. He bowed as he left and replied to Joseph, who was sitting down. Oh yes, in that case I would like to leave, sir. After settling down on the chair, Joseph gestured with his eyes. Now, let's talk for a bit. His eyes stared at Vlad wonderingly. You saved me, and decided to offer your sword to me in the future, right? Vlad on the other side, calmly replied, yes sir. Looking at Joseph, he continued to speak loudly. You said you have a mission to complete, and I understand that means you need freedom, right? Vlad faced him and replied, yes. Somewhat confused, he looked at the guy below and quickly explained, you said you would give your sword to me, while your desire for freedom contradicts it. We need to clarify this. Attentively observing Vlad's every move, Joseph asked suspiciously, what exactly do you plan to do with your freedom? If you tell me, I can consider how much I can help you. His eyes flashed blue, silently looking at him. The full moonlight through the window illuminates the room. A figure appeared following Vlad's answer, the Blue Moon Knight. His expression was gloomy and calmly continued, Guide Ars Godan, do you know him? After hearing what he just said, Joseph silently assessed, I thought he was simply a talented child, who knew he had such a special background. He looked brooding and replied in a low voice, the anonymous one who destroyed. The rose smile was Godwin, a Gaidar knight. Vlad's flashback echoed, I've never forgotten it. Remembering the deathly eyes holding the head of his important person, Vlad thought to himself, the person who killed his benefactor. Remembering what that person had given him, he constantly resented him. He was the one who ruined his life. Hearing this name, Vlad darkened his face and replied, yes, however, he added, but he is also someone he admires. Resting his elbows on his knees, Joseph remained silent and thoughtful. He looked up at him, seriously negotiating, I'm afraid I can't help you, those people are beyond my reach. As if he knew the outcome, Vlad did not feel disappointed and calmly replied, I also thought so, I have accepted this. After all, Mr. Joseph is just the son of the Count, at least he was honest with me about that. He looked at him and spoke softly, if that's the case, Joseph suddenly interjected, changing our agreement a little. His eyes looked sternly at him and continued, I propose a 7-year contract, Vlad of Shora. As if unable to understand Joseph's thoughts, Vlad exclaimed in surprise, what? Realizing his question, he spoke up to answer, perhaps you didn't expect this, I just gave up my ego as a noble, making that decision is not easy. Looking at Jair, who was radiating murderous aura, Vlad panicked and thought, I'm not sure, but it seems he's telling the truth. He calmly stated the conditions, I will guarantee your future, because you are my benefactor, within 7 years I will take care of your food, accommodation and training, I will turn you into a champion knight not inferior to anyone. Vlad listened, his face showed surprise, a knight. Not stopping there, Joseph continued to speak, in return, I want your loyalty, and only follow the tasks I assign, of course, including the incident related to Godwin. In the dark room, his voice echoed in the presence, and regarding the Shora Valley, that is all I can help you with. Joseph's voice was still ringing, hearing his words along with Jamina's figure appearing surprised Vlad, the girl named Jamina is currently at a monastery. He opened his eyes wide as he continued to speak, you cannot achieve many things if you only have a sword in your hand, many things in life are much sharper than swords, I also have my own weapon. Joseph clasped his hands together, staring at him slightly inquiring, how are you, Vlad? His eyes observed the scene outside the window, talking to the person behind him, that kid was quite ambitious. Vlad had now left, Jair looked at Joseph in confusion and spoke up, is it necessary for you to go to this extent? I can always find useful children for you. With a slight smile, Joseph continued, I know, there are many talented children inherited from where they were born, but to use those abilities is another matter. Looking at him, he wondered if he was sure that boy would meet his expectations. Joseph's eyes looked thoughtful. He remembered the scene when Vlad saved him, explaining to Jair, of course it was, I saw it with my own eyes. Realizing that he could not change Joseph's decision, he continued, that boy is stubborn and will be very difficult to control. Turning around to look at him, He smiled and replied, I still have you by my side, Jair. 7 years is a long enough time to raise a beast and make it obedient. Jair reluctantly responded to him, if so then I will try my best. Joseph smiled and looked at him with satisfaction. I am counting on you. The better the kid, the more beneficial it will be for me. Looking at the scene outside, he pondered, I just thought it was a useful wolf. Looking at the moonlight shining in the window, Joseph sighed softly, but who would have thought that he was a child with the ambition to pursue the moon? The bright sky illuminated the entire mansion. Jair led Vlad into a room and informed him, from now on this room is yours. It's a bit old but you have full rights to use it. Vlad didn't care and replied, no, it looks great. Observing the room in front of him, he smiled appreciatively. This surprised Jair. The floor was not dirty and there was also a bed. It was like a palace for me. After a moment of surprise passed, he slowly spoke up, I understand. I forgot you came from the valley and back alley. The other interns came from well-off backgrounds so it was difficult for them to adapt here. Jair breathed a sigh of relief and spoke, making Vlad jump. It seemed like there was no problem right now, unless he created a problem. His face looked apologetic. He turned his gaze towards him. Well, about the peanut issue at that time it was Mr. Lutger's fault. Don't want to mention this again. Jair frowned and interrupted. Forget it, anyway you didn't listen to me from the beginning. Looking at his reluctant expression, Vlad looked speechless, but he still made me feel bad. As he left, he warned Vlad, who was looking at him with unkind eyes, after eating, come to the army hall to meet me. We will practice in the morning and evening, and the same during the march. Suddenly he noticed the person who had just appeared in front of him. Oksana is approaching from the opposite side, calling out to greet you, Jair, my loyal knight. Looking at her approaching, Jair gently whispered to Vlad, this is Lady Oksana, Mr. Joseph's mother, please bow properly as taught before. After finishing speaking, the two quickly bowed. Jair said hello, Lady Oksana. She looked at him friendly and replied, good morning. Looking at Vlad who was bowing to worship, Oksana wondered, is this the boy? Jair still maintained his posture and quickly responded to her, yes ma'am, Sir Joseph personally selected him. Oksana's bright yellow eyes stared intently at Vlad, I understand. He glanced slightly at her. Noticing his gaze, Oksana smiled slightly. Looking at her smiling face, Vlad lowered his head in panic, his face then turned red. She looked at him questioningly, thank you, I heard you saved my son. Vlad looked shy and replied, I just did what was right. Oksana looked at him and said softly, I will reward you, you have done something more wonderful than you thought. Vlad still bowed and quickly thanked, thank you ma'am. Before he finished speaking, her hand was placed on Vlad's hair, gently rubbing it and praising him, his hair color is so beautiful, along with his blue eyes. Oksana's hand patted Vlad's strong shoulder and whispered, her sudden action made him feel shy and panicked, even though her shoulders are quite broad, she's still very skinny, it would look great if you ate well, I'll prepare some clothes for you. Vlad's eyes were lifeless, his face was pink and he responded, thank you, ma'am. She smiled with satisfaction at Vlad's expression. After finishing the conversation, Oksana turned around and advised, try to do well, Mr. Jair. Watching her leave, Jair said goodbye, wishing her a good day. Vlad then breathed a sigh of relief. Witnessing the scene just now, Jair spoke in confusion, what was that just now? I didn't expect you to have this strange face too, why are you so shy? Vlad's expression hesitantly answered Jair's question, it was because I had never met a noblewoman before. The man next to him looked at him with appreciative eyes, his first debut wasn't bad, and at the same time he didn't forget to tell himself, to be honest, I'm not comfortable being near my wife. After leaving, Jair ordered him, go eat. Vlad looked at him respectfully and replied, yes. The restaurant is now crowded with people passing by. One of the knights in there unwisely spat on his food. The speck of saliva quickly dripped into Vlad's newly scooped bowl of soup. He silently looked at the bowl of soup in Sobanin's challenging eyes. He smiled wickedly and said sarcastically, oh, sorry, I mistook you for a trash can because of the smell of trash coming from you. After he finished speaking, a burst of laughter rang out around him. Vlad's face now became gloomy, he looked seriously at the dining table. Use a spoon to scoop out the contents of the soup bowl, then throw it straight away. Then he calmly enjoyed the food, his thoughts kept appearing, happening faster than he thought. Sobanin looked at him in disbelief, thinking, what's wrong with this bastard, how can he be so calm? Jair's words from before kept echoing in his head, from now on you are a guest brought by Sir Joseph, any stupid action can affect his reputation, so be careful. Vlad remembered Jair's words and pondered, how to beat these idiots without affecting Sir Joseph. He no longer had the patience to play, so he left without forgetting to warn Vlad, "You bastard, you will see me again soon." He was not afraid, calmly asked Sobanin, "What is your name?" As if he didn't expect that he would respond to him, he exclaimed in surprise, "What?" Vlad's cold sharp eyes glanced at him and repeated the question, "I said, what is your name?" Looking at the murderous aura covering Vlad's body, Sobanin was frightened. "What murderous aura is this?" He looked at him and hesitantly replied, "It's Sobanin." Vlad stood up and repeated his name, Sobanin. He left with cold eyes, facing the shy look from Sobanin, reminding him, "I will remember this name." Under the classical architecture, a group of people was moving into the training area with the two leaders being Count Bayezid and his courtier, Ragmus. Count Bayezid walked slowly, observing the practice field from above. Looking at the large number of students practicing on the field, he silently exclaimed, "It seemed like all the students participated in the practice match." Courtier Ragmus reminded him that it was time to leave, but something seemed to be holding him back. He replied, "Let's see a little more." His face did not clearly express emotions, but his eyes clearly expressed seriousness and contemplation. His eyes fell on Vlad. He immediately asked the courtier to confirm if it was the rumored baby, but unfortunately, Courtier Ragmus only knew that the child had blonde hair. Looking at the child standing in a corner of the training ground, he immediately gave praise, looking sharp. Suddenly Courtier Ragmus told him to look in one direction. Hearing that, he immediately turned to the direction the Courtier Ragmus had pointed. On the opposite wall, there seemed to be a figure looming there, watching him and his courtiers. Looking more closely, it was probably Jayar. He whispered, "That child must be bothering him." He changed his posture to cross his arms across his chest. His attitude seemed to be somewhat interested in this blonde boy. Looking at the boy moving into the training ground, he suggested to the courtier, "Should we come over and take a look?" A sword sound tore through the sky. Sobanin's henchman had difficulty blocking Vlad's slashing sword. Swish swish swish, he continuously attacked the henchman so that he could not rest for a second, causing him to only let out an exclamation of support. Count Bayezid, who was outside observing the battle, commented on Vlad, how aggressive he was, even though his opponent was twice his size. He pondered and analyzed, "What a risk." The courtier Ragmus heard his master say that, and asked with some concern, "Is that true, master?" He continued to analyze, but at the same time, he also had courage. He was using whatever he had learned in real combat. Vlad continuously attacked while reminiscing about what he was taught, remembering the teachings. Every sword fight started from the feet. He stepped back. That teaching still echoes in his head. He can spread fear. He bowed low and swung his sword. The sound of his teachings echoed endlessly, targeting his opponents with the movements of his legs, shoulders, and even his gaze. His eyes flashed a deadly blue light. At the same time he rushed forward. Sobanin's henchman swung his sword up and down. He shouted loudly and received it. The last sound in his head rang out. He could control his opponent with his movements. The henchman's sword was cut down, and he quickly and skillfully avoided it. He was surprised at his speed. His face gradually became panicked. At any moment he rushed over. A sword slashed down the side of the henchman's ribs and then rushed back. The henchman held his hip and cried out in pain. He was confused. I was sure he was on the wrong side. It wasn't him. Suddenly, a hand grabbed his hair and pulled him up. He tugged on the henchman's hair. His eyes were lifeless, neither cold nor indifferent. He said, "Sobanin's henchman, yesterday you happily laughed at me in the restaurant." He growled and continued laughing. The henchman's face seemed to have been hit by a strong force, causing his nose and mouth to bleed. The surrounding swordsmen were all surprised and gasped at this scene. Everyone seemed motionless. At this time, Courtier Ragmus could only open his mouth to complain to Count Bayezid, "Oh God, we can't let the kids fight in practice." He put his hands in his pockets, strode away, with an unconcerned attitude, "Just let it go. To become a knight you need strong determination." He glanced and whispered to himself. The boy over there seemed to be very satisfied with the results. Noticing the sparkle in Jayar's eyes, Squire Ragmus said, "Oh, it seems that's true, sir." At this time, Sobanin's henchman was still being punched continuously by him even though the swordsmen around him were shouting to stop him. The captain shouted loudly, "I told him to stop. Are you ignoring my orders?" His fist stopped. He let go of the unconscious henchman's hair. The unconscious henchman fell to the ground, faceless and emotionless as he looked at him lying motionless. He looked towards the captain and opened his mouth to apologize for losing control. The captain's face showed fear. He was confused. What was that look about? He walked away. When passing by Sobanin, he suddenly stopped. He looked at him provocatively, opened his mouth, sent my greetings to your minions. It's easy to lose control when caught up in something that excites me. He gritted his teeth, cursing, you son of a bitch. He continued to move, continuing to apologize in a low voice. I will not ignore your warning that easily. When passing by him, his face turned dark and angry. He smiled, continued talking, and when we find the right spice, we will call someone over. Hearing that, Sobanin gritted his teeth, his face turned pale, and he thought in confusion, this guy is crazy. He was afraid to recall his dead, expressionless face, thinking to himself, Sir Joseph had brought a crazy dog back from the alley. Entering the cafeteria, Gouda seriously asked him, Captain, did I hear you beating the students? The rumor spread among the waiters like us. He was bored while eating and replied, how about you, are you okay working in the stable? He happily replied, I don't just work at the ordinary stables but take care of Count Bayezid's stables, but suddenly remembered his fight. He asked again, wait, that's not important now. He said seriously, I heard you beating those kids in every manner you met, that's a crime. He just slowly replied, why are you surprised by that? He leisurely reminded him of his bad past and reminded him, only then did he reluctantly reply, oh that's right, I forgot about that. He continued to explain that he had cleverly left no evidence and that the person who started the fight was not him, but he was still a little worried and asked again, would it be okay? He didn't answer directly, but just casually replied, well, looking around now, there's no one else who dares to cause trouble with us, isn't it more comfortable? Suddenly, there was a person at the table saying hello. Portly was nervous and stammered, introducing herself to him and him. Both of them turned to look at Portly. He asked, are you looking for me? Seeing Portly standing there hesitating, not answering or speaking, he opened his mouth, sit down or go away, stop standing there. Portly is happy, not believing this. Then he sat down next to me, cheerfully, thanking me for asking me to sit. I felt awkward, I thought he should go away. He started rambling, before that he had to eat alone in places like the bathroom. He felt a little uncomfortable, reminded him, I'm eating right now, this is a precious piece of sausage, don't make me lose interest. He was just happy, that food is delicious, isn't it? He continued excitedly, boasting that his Kenner family specialized in pork, and that the family's profession of raising poultry and livestock had been passed down through generations. He asked me if he wanted to get some more sausage. He was a little suspicious, a little skeptical of what he said. Scene changes to a room filled with glistening pork and sausages. All three people moved into the room. Portly started introducing, my father had prepared a lot of sausages when I got here, it was a bit much for me to eat all of this. Hearing that, he silently remembered, all the students here were young masters of rich families, I forgot they were people I would never be able to talk to if I stayed in the alley. He was a bit reluctant, having at least a few good relationships with these people wouldn't hurt at all. He asked, Portly, do you want to eat with us from now on? Next to Gouda, who was still stunned by this impressive room. Portly was happy, really, can I eat with you guys? He patted his shoulder and happily replied, of course, students must get along with each other. At the end he still told himself, I'm not doing this because of these sausages. A person is walking down the hallway. Jayar thought as he walked, serving Joseph and training new people is not a problem but it is a bit tiring, now I can only rest when Cade and Maxim recover. Suddenly Gregory appeared, calling him, Mr. Jaeger. Gregory asked, you're leaving so quickly? He replied, Mr. Gregory, whispering to himself, what the hell is this? Gregory laughed loudly, he was clearly annoyed, hearing that he immediately replied, as you can see, I'm very busy. But Gregory did not let him pass easily, continued to open his mouth, I am not surprised, to complete Mr. Joseph's mission, he must be very busy, that I understand. Gregory's words were gentle, but he could feel the mockery in them. He opened his mouth, what do you want to tell me? Gregory smiled and replied, a knight like him should have had a bodyguard a long time ago. Jayar didn't react, he didn't have any emotions, why don't you mind your own business? He thought to himself, why did Gregory suddenly mention the matter of servants? However, Gregory continued to talk about his servants. Gregory laughed loudly, my boys are all fat, they should lose weight. Jayar seemed to realize what Gregory was implying. Hearing that, Gregory frankly mentioned Vlad, thinking that he seemed suitable for him. Gregory continued to talk about Vlad in a roundabout way, his manly personality, his confidence and courage. Hearing that, he was a bit annoyed because the other side kept talking in circles, so he immediately opened his mouth to tell the other side to get to the point. Gregory frankly, well, you know, It's not very polite for a knight to interfere in the affairs of his servants. I'm a bit embarrassed, Gregory thought. Vlad doesn't seem to be given enough attention. Hearing that, he did not directly explain but just said, that boy has no friends, he thinks he is better than others so he chooses to be alone. Gregory continued, please just tell him that there are many people who care about him. Gregory smiled in a friendly manner, I mean, he's also my cousin, I can't let him stay miserable like that forever, and I'm a bit embarrassed to have you message him like that. Jayar's eyes were sharp, he replied neither coldly nor indifferently, do you mean I will help for free? Gregory looked cheerful, his hands clenched into fists and he patted his chest, if everything goes according to my wishes, then I owe you a favor. Jayar was a bit reluctant, that kid really didn't listen to me, Gregory replied happily, but the kid did a good job. Jayar was a bit confused, his words were a bit helpless, I told him that he didn't listen to my advice. Hearing that, Gregory laughed loudly, he really did a lot of things, you can just say so. Meanwhile, Vlad is facing another challenge, the sound of Gouda is heard in the horse bell, from what I see the problem is not you captain, the problem is that you can't ride a horse. He continued talking non-stop, they were not afraid of humans, but when you approached, they ran away. He said seriously, this is not a matter of skill but something very strange, even the other shepherds said the same thing as me. Hearing that, he felt a bit helpless and exclaimed, miserable, thinking to himself, it will always be like that. He reminisced about the animals he had come into contact with, dogs and cats, all the animals hated him, they always ran away as soon as he got close. He felt a bit thoughtful and put his chin on his hands, now even the horses were the same. He seemed to suddenly remember something. I reminded Gouda, but I rode Lord Jaeger's horse that day, the night he and I fled from the undead. He explained, Mr. Jaeger's horse, it is very expensive and it is also a good war horse. Hearing that, he immediately fell into thought. He pondered, I can only ride horses that are good at fighting and are expensive, I can't say that to others. He decided, he must learn to ride at any cost. While he were thinking deeply, a servant was approaching. The maid opened her mouth and Lady Oksana called him. He were a bit surprised by this invitation so they immediately asked to confirm, why did Lady Oksana call me? Golden sunlight shines into the large room. Lady Oksana sat elegantly on the chair, she opened her mouth, looking at him now, no one would think he grew up in the slums. Looking at his tense appearance, standing straight, lips pursed, she immediately complimented him, that outfit suits him very well. She turned to order the servant, don't make it too tight, be a little looser, he will still grow up, Joseph at this age also grows very quickly. She smiled kindly, when summer comes, I will make you another outfit, after all, seasonal clothes will help you maintain your physical health and exercise better. He bowed his head, blushed, and thanked you, ma'am. She appeared happy, you saved my child's life, I'm the one who should thank you. She rested for a moment and then continued to speak, I'm sorry for calling you while I was busy practicing, you can go now. He bowed his head in respect, yes, thank you very much. He held his clothes in hand and walked out, gently closing the door. He breathed a sigh of relief, phew, it was too much pressure to face his wife. He looked at the clothes on his body, thinking to himself, I wonder how much this outfit is worth, it's so comfortable, I can't think, it's mine now. He mused, but being this happy is not the same as before. He walked along the hallway, constantly thinking in his head, I can't stay at ease like this forever, I tried hard to train to enter the Bayezid family, but somehow I still feel like I don't belong here. He was a bit lost, it seemed like he had gained weight, and comfort had made him lose his motivation to strive. Passing by the window, some loud noises caught his attention. He looked out the observation window. Outside the window there was a crowd of swordsmen gathering, in the middle was Sobanin punching and kicking someone. He kept swinging his fist and continuously growling, this is the price to live peacefully, isn't it fun, now you should get used to this. Below is Portly covering her head in panic, he continues to scream, he likes your new friends. He shouted, all of you trash gathered together, looking at you makes me angry. Behind him was the window with him standing there watching. He thought in his heart, no matter where he was, human nature would still be the same, those who were living happily and those who couldn't live peacefully. His face darkened, in short, stronger people were just bullying those weaker than themselves. He put his clothes on his shoulders. Strongly walking away, whispering, I think I'll just wear this outfit for today. Darkness has fallen on the training area. A hand is knocking repeatedly on a door. Portly asked out loud, someone, he was standing in front of the door and immediately answered, it's me. Hearing that, he immediately opened the door to confirm. Seeing his face covered in wounds, he didn't speak but frowned. Seeing that he was silent, he hesitantly asked, "What are you doing here at this hour?" He opened his mouth. "I need something from you." He felt a bit confused. He pointed at something, asked, "Please give it to me." He also looked in the direction he pointed. Looking at the large piece of ham hanging, he asked, "Ham, free," he thought, "but I like it too." He just said yes. He sighed inwardly, "Even though we weren't as close friends as I wanted, I always hoped we could be a little more friendly, not like this." Feelings of anger and disappointment filled him. I guess he was just exploiting me like everyone else. He hesitated. Even so, he thought, this is better than eating alone at that place, at least he can rely on him for something later. He gave him the ham leg and whispered, "Here you go." He took his thigh and reassured him, "Don't think anything negative, I will pay you something worthy." He seemed a bit surprised that you said this. His face was cold. He opened his mouth. "A knight I knew said this." Now he was standing in front of the group of swordsmen from that morning. He remembered, a knight only receives payment worthy of the effort he puts in. The wind blew and shook his blonde hair. He opened his mouth in disdain. 14-1, fighting in the slums is not this crowded. Sobanin pointed at him. He seemed angry. "Shut his mouth. Let's see how long you can keep that stubborn spirit." He wiggled his finger provocatively, jumped up quickly. "I've wasted my time getting here. Shouldn't you all do something useful?" He angrily gritted his teeth. He shouted loudly, rushing forward with the group of swordsmen rushing up. He smiled coldly, "I'm glad you guys understand." He swung his sword, his blue eyes flashing like stars, preparing to start fighting. In just a moment, a swordsman did not have time to realize that a continuous falling attack fell on his face. He seemed to lose consciousness when he was attacked, falling backwards to the surprise of the surrounding swordsmen. Vlad seemed to no longer be human, not giving anyone time to think. Each of his attacks was quick and accurate, leaving the opponent with no time to react. Each of his blows was like a fierce storm. The guys outside were surprised and didn't know what to do, screaming. That side stopped him. "Cover him up, damn it." His strength seemed to have broken down Sobanin's defense little by little. He gritted his teeth and wondered, "Damn, this guy's dueling skills are completely different from that time. How could this be? He had only held a sword for 2 months." Anxiety and fear grew in him. He screamed, "Don't step back, remember, whoever dares to back away will be killed." At this moment, he appeared in front of him. Sobanin's body seemed paralyzed, unable to move. I questioned him, "You dare to say it, but do you dare to do it yet? Take the risk and rush in here." He was stimulated by him, desperately holding his sword and rushing in, shouting, "Crazy guy, what are you babbling about?" He swung his sword at him, and he quickly dodged. He pondered, "Throughout the recent expedition, I just put all my strength into launching each attack without carefully observing the situation." Then he swung his sword and started to counterattack. His sword slashed down. He used all his strength to block this slash. He thought, yes, the training with Jaeger had good results, continuing to trap the opponent with the distance he created and then finding his weakness. He began to swing his sword continuously to confuse the opponent. He seemed to have been hit in the shoulder, groaning in pain. "Bastard." Before he could finish speaking, he received another blow on his other shoulder. He shouted, "Damn. You seem to have realized many things to keep in mind when using swordsmanship. I see, space, breathing." He bent low and slashed at his elbow, realizing his own rhythm. He fell down in pain. His eyes were filled with evil anger. He groaned, "My leg." He didn't stop but continued to thrust his sword down hard. His face was full of tears. He cried out in fear and confusion, "Ha!" He put all his strength into stabbing the sword down hard. Sobabnin could not resist and could only scream in pain. The surrounding swordsmen were surprised and stiffened before his action. His whole body stiffened and trembled, groaning and making meaningless noises. "This sword of yours landed right next to his head. If he missed it a little, he would probably die. You coldly warned him, don't ever look into my eyes again, and don't cause trouble with Porty anymore, understand?" He nodded tremblingly, his mouth groaning. He thought with fear, he was speaking very seriously. Sobanin looked at his cold face in the moonlight and realized that this guy really intended to kill him. He started to stand up, breathing a sigh of relief. "So I'm done with Hamon." His sharp eyes aimed straight at the group of swordsmen next to him. He asked, "Who else should you bear the blame for what you have done?" The swordsmen were stunned by his question, their faces filled with confusion and fear. His eyes began to lose reason. He approached while opening his mouth. "If no one is willing to come forward, then I will have to take the initiative to find a new opponent." The swordsmen were full of fear, everyone's bodies were shaking. A disembodied scream echoed in the practice arena. At this moment, in the shadow of the window, there seemed to be someone who had been observing everything from the beginning. Count Bayezid seemed to be quite interested in Vlad. He exclaimed, it was really special. In the palace, a monthly meeting of the knights was taking place. The knights divided into 2 rows right next to the 2 sides of the mat. I don't know if it was intentional or not. On one side were the knights supporting Rutiger. On the opposite side were the knights on Joseph's side and those on the neutral side. Below, Count Bayezid is sitting on the throne. Below is the captain of the Antaya's knights reading the mission announcement board. The work schedule has been rearranged to prepare for Rutiger's absence and the knights are about to go on a new mission. The count silently listened attentively, followed by dividing the sacred objects sent by the church. He pondered, today the atmosphere has completely changed. He looked towards the knights on Rutiger's side. It seemed they were all very angry and ready to tear the others to pieces right here. On the contrary, on the opposite side, Joseph's side, it seems they are very relaxed and comfortable. He thought to himself, it was actually good news. After all, it had been a long time since the knights on Joseph's side had regained their morale. Jayar, who was standing below listening to orders, seemed to notice something on Count Bayezid's side. The count's face seemed to be very comfortable and satisfied with something. Jayar was a bit confused. Was the count smiling? An announcement sounded in the luxurious mansion, so the meeting ended, asking the knights to review the mission. The knights began to disperse, moving outside. There seemed to be someone on Rutiger's side who was dissatisfied with something. He clicked his tongue. You brought here a rabid dog that likes to bite randomly. That's why people say family background is very important. Jayar heard that and glanced towards the speaker. The knights on Rutiger's side were a little stunned, their faces scared, and began to shy away. The leader clicked his tongue and ordered, stop causing trouble. Hearing that, Sirat immediately replied, it turned out that he was his subordinate. Behind Jayar, Gregory's laughter suddenly rang out, it seemed like they were mad. He heard that and immediately turned around, looking puzzled. What do you mean? Gregory smiled and replied, well, you know so much, why are you acting so naive? Good news spreads far and wide. Gregory cheered, I heard that Vlad performed a great exorcism. The coach even said he couldn't be taught because he was beyond the standards. He looked indifferent, really, whispering, that guy is really a bunch of trouble. Gregory patted his chest, thanking Mr. Jaeger, as promised, I will carry out a mission with you, no matter how difficult it is, I will not back down. Hearing that, he turned around and left, waving his hand, I will remember these words. He was a bit complacent in his heart, the boy made me so proud, not surprising, who taught him, at least it must be like that. A set of iron armor is displayed in a stand with accessories and shoes of the same set next to it. Joseph, Jayar and Vorta were standing there admiring the armor. He introduced that this was a gift from his father to Vlad. Hearing that, Jayar immediately asked the count himself if he had prepared it. Vorta pondered, coughed, he's really generous with his subordinates. Jayar commented that this armor must be made of grey orc fur. Joseph immediately replied, yes. Grey orcs are people with thick grey fur, muscular bodies, an extremely bloodthirsty species, only appearing in the north, so the armor made from there is also the symbol of the northern warrior. Joseph crossed his arms and opened his mouth. My father must have liked him very much, I guess he himself has proven himself worthy of it. After all, my father approved him as a knight after only a month. Jayar next to him agreed, that's right, at least none of the current young subordinates can compare to him. Joseph replied, I've heard that too, the rumors have spread everywhere. He suddenly gave me a letter, I couldn't sit still. Jayar wondered, what is that thing? He immediately introduced the next step we need to do. Jayar read the letter, pondering, this is not an ordinary invitation. He asked, could you please reply back for me? Jayar seemed to understand something and immediately replied, yes, I've been feeling frustrated lately, after dealing with him, I have to clean up what he's put up. He's satisfied, that's good, let's keep it that way. Joseph then immediately made a decision with Jayar and Vorta, we will go to Diarmur. Beneath the clear blue sky is a group of horse-drawn carriages moving forward, surrounded by dense green forest. At this time in the carriage, Joseph and Vlad were sitting and chatting. He introduced that Diarmur was famous for its lemons, and was a respectable city because northerners rarely ate the fruit. He put his hand on the side of the carriage and continued, it is also one of the roads leading to the central region, this is a very important road in trade. Hearing that, he immediately asked, is that why Mr. Jaeger acted? He replied, yes, Crises are also opportunities, especially when it is not our crisis. He opened his mouth. The Heinel family was in the process of inheriting their inheritance. An invitation from the official heir was similar to a request for help. He was a bit thoughtful and didn't understand. The upper class is really complicated. He concluded that after all, it was just a war for the land of Diermar. He immediately replied, it was still between blood and blood. He seemed indifferent, because infighting is a long-standing tradition of the nobility. A girl with emerald green hair, she was the official heir of the Heinel family, Alicia, but things were not so peaceful. Her uncle André Heinel said that she was illegitimate. The family's position as Baron Heinel is still vacant, but now that that illegitimate daughter has disappeared, her uncle will definitely become the next Baron Heinel. Alicia is the only child of the late Baron Heinel, but because she is a woman, her foundation is not solid. In order to strengthen her foundation amid the family civil war, she had no choice but to attend a match organized by the church. Joseph pondered, a close distant relative, but not too close. She was my 8th cousin on my mother's side, but that was enough to be close. He opened his mouth to Vlad. We will take this opportunity to make the Heinel family indebted to us. My father also agreed to this. He nodded, I understood. He looked out the window, somewhat admiring Jayar riding a horse, really impressive. Jayar sat tall on horseback, looking majestic, he thought, a knight invited by the head of a family to preserve honor. Jayar noticed his eyes and immediately asked, what are you looking at? He opened his mouth, I didn't do anything. Jayar looked a bit jealous, a lowly vassal like you can comfortably ride a carriage, and the knight you are serving has to ride a horse. He was both awkward and helpless, I had nothing to say. He immediately felt a little angry, with a murderous aura behind him when he defeated the other vassals. I could proudly show my face, but now what, you don't even know how to ride a horse. The voice from outside the carriage echoed inside, I can't believe I taught an idiot like you, you're helpless, the horse is expensive and good so I can probably ride it, I'm sure. Hearing that, he immediately shouted, I'm the one who has to ride this expensive and good horse, I'm much more noble than you. He silently bowed his head helplessly. Suddenly he felt something strange in his body. He gently touched his chest, thinking, what's wrong with me, my heart has been pounding these past few days, is it because of the scolding? He also understood that this was not surprising. Looking towards Mr. Joseph who was talking continuously, then Mr. Jaeger next to him was scolding non-stop. It seemed he noticed a strange phenomenon, oh. He was surprised, there was an earthquake, outside the horses and carriages were shaking violently. Vorta said a little nervously towards Jayar, the ground was shaking. The ground shook more and more violently. Jayar ordered everyone to disperse and dismount immediately. The riders immediately obeyed and dismounted. He kicked open the carriage door, cursing, damn it. He quickly helped Mr. Joseph get out of the car, protecting him strictly. He was a bit surprised by his actions. He looked towards him and whispered, your sincerity is very precious but don't worry too much. He didn't seem to realize his overreaching hand, asked him, why? The earthquake stopped, Vorta breathed a sigh of relief, the swelling was gone. He was a bit surprised, the first time I encountered an earthquake, he immediately opened his mouth and replied, it was not an earthquake. He told him to look in one direction. The ground on the way was showing a phenomenon of rising up into blocks, he was surprised, oh, there is the ground. He immediately explained that it was a giant death worm, it was the remnants of a dragon, he was surprised and his eyes widened. He silently pondered, the remnants of the dragon. Then he smiled. Face full of excitement, sounds great. In the distance is the gate of the only city of the Heinel family, Daramar. The group of people and horses moved into the citadel. Joseph opened his mouth, Vlad from now on you can move freely, I was a bit surprised, alone. He glanced at him, you can come with me Gouda if you want, just go see many sights. He wondered, is freedom possible? He asked, are you not satisfied? He replied somewhat hesitantly, no, of course I want a but. Before he finished speaking, he ordered, thinking about why I brought you here. He introduced that a prestigious duel was a rare event, not to mention that this time it was also a team match, with many knights from different places gathered together. He continued to suggest, observe them and learn, he was a bit surprised by this event. He looked at me, thinking and analyzing, hearing something was not as good as seeing it, I wanted to train him properly, so I wanted him to be able to expand his experience in this way. Jayar reminded him, don't get beaten up in some alley, we have to prepare to fight in the evening too. He seemed difficult to say, I'm not that stupid. He pointed at him, looking unconvinced, no, I've lost all faith in you, I don't even know how to ride a horse." He looked speechless. Joseph and Jair left. He advised, "Every night you will report to me. If you discover anything unusual, you must report immediately." He bowed, showing that he understood. He muttered, "I finally have free time, let's walk around." He started walking around the mansion, thinking to himself, "It's smaller than the Bayezid mansion, it looks old too, haven't they upgraded this place?" He looked to one side, thinking, famous for lemons, he didn't look very well off. The sword in his pocket suddenly moved. The sword began to telepathize with him. It seemed like I had been to this place before. It pointed him towards the tree. "I remember that tree on the hill." He looked towards the tree on the hill. He smiled, "I need to find a place to pray." He recalled the memory, "I will give you the sword and you will give me memories. Under the tree there are many graves around." He thought that he had taken it all the time. It was time to return it. Sunlight shines through the windows of a dark mansion. Joseph stood facing the two hidden people. A voice rang out, "Thank you for coming all the way here, Joseph Bayezid Day." Joseph responded amicably, "Of course I have to help the official heir. What is more important than blood?" Standing next to him is the knight Jair. The girl on the chair gradually appeared. He called, "Miss Alicia." He offered to lead. Count Bayezid had already given permission. Now he only had to wait for her decision. Lady Alicia clenched her fists. She had agreed to obey the Earl's intentions. She vomited again, "Just when I won the match." Hearing that, he immediately reassured her that she didn't need to worry about it. He confidently asserted, "Because the Bayezid sword always wins." Sunset falls over the small city. At this time, three people, Joseph, Darvo and Jair, were going down the stairs. Jair reminded that she cannot be underestimated. She has a homeowner's attitude and seems risky, but she seems to be quite good. He agreed, "I saw the same." She kept the initiative until the end. He hesitated a bit then continued, "Even so. His eyes are sharp, his attitude is cold, our plan remains the same." Sunlight shines down on a figure standing under a tree. Vlad stands in front of the graves thinking, all that remains is memory, perhaps that is why people want their traces to be recorded. The golden sunlight shining down made the surface of the tomb clearer, he thought, because when he looked at the deep traces, those memories came rushing back. He thought to himself, "I wish I could do something more for my mother than before." He bent down, knelt down in front of the grave, observed and exclaimed, it seemed that this grave had not been taken care of for a while. His hand gently swept away the leaves on the grave. He was a bit hesitant. After all, showing respect to the Lord was normal. The sword argued, "I haven't said anything yet." He smiled helplessly. He pulled the sword out of its sheath, lowered his voice, "Now, look sir, I didn't come to meet the knights but came here because of your request." The sword immediately said, "Thank you." He stabbed the sword firmly into the ground. Behind him it became dark. A shadowy figure appeared. The sword felt like something was coming back to it. Lutger wondered, "Before that, I thought this tree was smaller than this. When did it become this big? It seems like I was once here with someone." He seemed to sense something. He then whispered to him, "It seems like something is watching us." "We know we are." He suddenly asked, "What?" He opened his mouth to borrow his body, and when he heard that, he immediately agreed, but only for a little while. He closed his eyes and urged, "Come." Lutger used his power to enter his body. A powerful force surrounded him. He asked in surprise, "What is that?" A white snake spirit with emerald green eyes appeared on the old tree in front of him. He wondered, is it a spirit? The snake spirit stared at him, sticking out its tongue. He was surprised, thinking to himself, as a spirit, I have seen too many unusual things in this kingdom. He looked up at the snake spirit and said to him, "I think it's looking at me." He replied, "It's looking at me, the person inside you." The snake spirit slithered down closer. He stammered, "It's coming down here." He reassured him that it wouldn't bite him, but he was a little skeptical. He was surprised. "Wait, thinking about it, although it looks a bit strange and big, I don't see any threat from it." The snake spirit stood straight in front of him. He felt the surrounding air gradually becoming as warm as the wind on the top of the hill. A girl suddenly appeared behind him. She spoke up, "Who are you?" He was a bit startled. One eye emitted blue smoke. He watched the spirit gradually disappear. The girl behind him asked again, "How did you get here?" He turned his head speechless. A blue-haired girl in simple clothes was holding a bucket of things. She was serious. No one outside the Heinel family was allowed here. He sheathed his sword, opened his mouth and immediately apologized. "I was looking for a quiet place to pray when I found this place. The girl seemed a bit unhappy. She wondered, prayed. He pulled out a card and held it up. I'm not a stranger, I'm a knight servant of Jaeger's Tusk. She looked at the card somewhat suspiciously but still accepted it. She asked, so you're not a stranger here, right? He smiled and thanked her. The two fell into silence. He thought to himself, I guess I was a bit rude to stand in front of a noble's grave like that. If this woman said something random and passed it back into the city, I would put Mr. Joseph in a difficult situation. He imagined Jair's angry face. He thought, then I would also be in trouble. I should say something to stop her from asking. He asked, do you need any help? She was a bit surprised by this question. He continued to speak, are you a servant? Aren't you here to take care of the grave? The girl's face became surprised at this question. He explained, I did a little cleaning before you came, the fallen leaves were gathered over there. She turned around to look at the direction he spoke. She asked, have you cleaned everything? He continued to explain, I feel like I should show respect to the Lord. She seemed to understand. He smiled and said, just let me do it. He picked up a rag and prepared to wipe it off, but hesitatingly opened his mouth to her. But I have a request, can we get over today's matter? He whispered, if Mr. Jaeger found out I was here, he would go crazy. His words seemed to attract her attention. She smiled slightly. But he quickly turned his face and looked annoyed. Maybe if you clean up this grave I will think again. Hearing that, he was speechless. He was a bit angry, thinking, damn, beautiful women are so hard to please. He worked hard to clean the grave, while she stood from afar watching. She looked at his appearance and giggled. A wind blew through the tree, causing the leaves to fall. One morning at the mansion. With a clang, a sword was slashing at the shield. Vlad watched from afar, his face full of admiration. So great. He admired the two knights who were fighting in front of him. So this was a match between powerful knights in the kingdom. Mr. Lutker commented, that's quite good, I don't know who to ask. He meant Sir Colin. He agreed and then whispered, if he fought with you, you would have been cut in half right away. On the other side Colin was slashing down with a powerful force. He frowned slightly, thinking to himself that he was as strong as a pig of the Middle Earth. Next he gave his own opinion, but I saw that Mr. Pasilo was impressed with the stronger defense techniques. He immediately commented and analyzed, yes, his shield technique was excellent, he used enough force to repel most attacks. He thought to himself, I didn't think tomorrow's practice match would be so stressful. He continued to ask him, did he think he had to be this good to become a knight? He immediately reminded him that Lord Vorden was also a knight, and he whispered, wait a minute. He pondered, I didn't think much when I was in Sora, but I have to know everything from now on. My position in this world I need to be better at. He let out a sigh, we still have a long way to go and we have to try a lot. The day of the match has arrived. He tugged on the belt, tightening it. Jair ordered, tighten it more, boy, to which he immediately replied, yes, sir. He glanced slightly thoughtfully. On the other side appeared a group of people, including a man with emerald green hair Adel Hainel. He recognized, so he was the one planning to rob her of her inheritance. Jair reminded, opening his eyes wide, it's not every day that you get to witness a battle between knights of such strength. He continued to remind, and, I don't know what happened yesterday, but don't worry about it anymore. He seemed to notice something. He opened his mouth again, why so surprised? It was written all over your face. He remembered the practice match of the two knights he watched this morning. He pondered, honestly, I was very surprised. After all, the skills of the knights I was watching, I saw that they had strength. It was completely superior to me. Knowing his concerns, he advised a child to start by walking. He is not ready to run yet. He encouraged him, seemingly imagining his role model when he grew up. The higher the goal, the harder he had to try. He seemed to understand. There was a loud sound outside that surprised him. Everyone bowed. The mansion door is opened. Looking at the two figures at the door, he thought to himself, homeowner Heniel, come to think of it, I have never seen her before. Rumor has it that she is very young and beautiful. A girl walked up. He realized with surprise. The announcement echoed Aisha Heinel was entering. A girl with emerald green hair and an elegant dress appeared. The voice transmission soared, now you have an additional charge of disrespecting the nobles, he helplessly exclaimed, damn it. The atmosphere in the hall became tense as all eyes focused on the two figures walking in the middle of the carpet. She seemed to be glancing in Vlad's direction, startling him slightly. Alicia glanced, expressionless. He quickly bowed down and bowed, confused, he was really dead, she recognized him. She silently slowly walked past him. Sitting in the chair, her face immediately changed to a serious attitude. The representative priest said, "We will now begin the duel with all the participants present. May the gods be our witnesses, and let the sunlight be the witness of this duel." He silently thought about this family war, a one-on-one battle that was about to begin. Two groups of knights stood facing each other. It was truly an admirable yet brutal battle. Returning to the empty chair of the Heinel family, the blood of a royal family member shined blue like the color of the sea. Their veins were filled with responsibilities and obligations that an ordinary red-blooded person could not shoulder. A white towel was thrown out, but Alicia was not yet ready to change her brown color to blue. She shouted loudly, "Enough, stop it." Looking at her knight with many wounds, he seemed exhausted. She decided to surrender. But Mr. Duncan did not accept it. Not yet, this war could not end yet. The priest who was the referee of the match explained, "Duncan, your lord has decided to give up. Please accept defeat." Sirid said sarcastically, "Master, the fight just now was really great." Mr. Duncan remained silent and said nothing. He reminded me, "I am still the master of the stars." He was disappointed in Sirid. "I raised you to be a warrior, a strong shield that would protect the Heinel family. However, you became a sword that would kill its owner." He complained in his heart, how miserable it was. The referee announced the decision. The winner of this match was Sir Ender's knight, Sirid. Ender's accomplice laughed loudly, congratulating him. "It's a good start, Mr. Ender." Hearing that, he immediately smiled proudly. "What else should I say?" The referee continued to announce, inviting the knight of the next match to come forward. The referee once again reiterated the rules. "I would like to repeat to make this clear. The use of aura will be completely prohibited. The fight will end immediately if the contestant or the owner intends to surrender. In addition, the fight will immediately stop if either contestant is seriously injured." Jayar looked towards Vlad. He pointed at his eyes to indicate, "Look and learn, you stupid boy." He quickly realized his wishes. Jayar began to draw his sword to show that today's lesson will take place here. The huge opponent begins to attack. The topic of today's lesson will be the pig standing in front of us. We will defeat him immediately. Jayar quickly dodged this attack. Quickly, the opponent slashed his sword again. This time Jayar continued to avoid it. The two attacks did not panic him but made him calmer. His opponent was angry. He thought to himself, "I just missed by a little, I can win this fight." He continued to swing up and down. The sword was faster this time. Jayar jumped back and dodged. Without resting, he cut down harder, but he still dodged in time. The sword slashed high and then Jayar lowered his body to avoid it. In the ring, his opponents kept attacking and he kept dodging. Outside cheered. His strength was truly amazing as rumored. He was forcing his opponents to death. In the corner, Gaplo noticed something. Gaplo speculated, "Don't they realize that the pace of this battle is very strange?" The opponent must have noticed something unusual. He cursed silently, "Damn it, why can't I touch him?" At this time, he suddenly provoked the opponent. The opponent became even more angry, swung his sword and slashed down and shouted loudly, "You bastard." That attack seemed to hit Jayar this time. The next time he started to block it, he didn't avoid it anymore. The sword reminded him, "Look closely, what he wants to teach you is about to be revealed." He was startled and observed more attentively. Bang! He swung his sword, causing his opponent's sword to bounce back. The opponent's face was now pale. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. He groaned loudly. Then he continued to swing his sword and slash down. The sword asked if he was noticing anything. It explained, he was making his opponent miss by reflecting attacks, a skill called counterattack. He was surprised and counterattacked, an attack used to counter attacks from the enemy, using the enemy's own force to make them lose their strength and leave them vulnerable. The two swords fell together. The opponent kneeled helplessly. He trembled when he realized that the other person was on another level. He realized that he was standing there like a wall that he could not overcome. He accepted to surrender. Alicia breathed a sigh of relief when she heard the referee's announcement. The winner of this battle was Lady Alicia's knight, Lord Jayar. Ender's people were visibly upset. Jayar approached Vlad. He asked, "Did you learn anything?" He immediately confirmed, yes, and thanked him very much. Next is Pablo and Shejad's match. Pablo introduced himself. Shejad again refused to be introduced and recalled the previous meeting. Shejad called Pablo's name. "Then introduce yourself." The sword explained, "It seems like Alicia has found herself a strong piece. Pablo is equal to Colin but Juber is on a completely different level compared to the other two." Shejad suddenly became motionless. Alicia above felt puzzled. Suddenly Shejad performed a farewell ceremony. Joseph was surprised. He wondered why he did that. Suddenly Shejad said he surrendered. Alicia and everyone there were surprised and shocked. Joseph did not expect this surprise. Ender clapped his hands triumphantly. Joseph thought angrily, so that means he already had 4 people on his side from the beginning. Ender triumphantly asked the other person to swear before me that the other person would only serve him. Joseph suddenly said, "The fight is not over yet." Hearing that, Ender immediately reiterated his surrender and, "We know of Sir Joseph's concerns, however, this battle is over." Joseph spoke coldly, "This fight will not be considered over until I receive a satisfactory explanation." He was angry, the Bayezid family would not accept the outcome of the fight like this. The accomplice next to Ender whispered, "Andre, we should at least listen to what he wants to say." At this moment, the atmosphere was extremely serious. He continued to whisper, "Mr. Joseph is the representative of the northern region. The knights here belong to the central region." He whispered, "If something went wrong, it might create a conflict between the northern region and the central region." Ender heard that and felt awkward. He wondered, "If so, what should we do?" He speculated that the best situation that could happen is no longer there. Now we can only avoid the worst scenario. Right now, only a victory can make the next decision. Looking at Joseph's face, he thought to himself, only then can we create a future plan. Joseph expressed his wish, "Please let the fight continue. We cannot let Lady Alicia's reputation be tarnished by a surrender." Hearing that, Ender immediately replied, "Is there a replacement on your side? If there is, the match will continue." Ender cunningly thought, Dukan was the only one who belonged to the Alicia Knight team and the unwritten rule was that guests could not bring too many knights with them. There was no way another duel could happen. Joseph hesitated before speaking, "Okay, I have someone." Ender was surprised. He continued, "I, Joseph of the Bayezid family in the honor of Lady Alicia will choose the modern warrior." He pointed at Vlad. He read out loud, "Sora's Vlad." He was also surprised by this choice. Ender protested, he argued, but he wasn't even a knight, he didn't deserve to participate in this fight. He coldly replied, "Respecting the honor of a duel, anyone who carries a sword can participate in battle." Ender raised his voice again, but his opponent was a knight, and applying a vassal to this war was a blasphemy against the Arnstein name. Joseph started to get angry. He shouted, "What about you guys? You let this happen, so do you think about the honor of the Bayezid family?" He cursed him straight to his face, "You guys dare to provoke the Bayezid family with these shallow and trashy tricks." Hearing that, he was a little scared and couldn't stand. This time Joseph was truly provoked to the point of fire. "I will stand as a witness to his honor." Ender was scared by his anger, so he agreed, "If that's what you want to do." He scorned in his heart, what could a poor vassal do? He was a bit scared about this sudden incident. He hesitantly said to Jayar, "Am I really going to participate in this fight, fighting a knight in front of everyone?" He nodded to show that he was right. "You're a bit hesitant. I won't die here, right?" He immediately reassured him that if the situation worsened, I would intervene. He was worried again, but what if the situation didn't get worse but just got a little worse? He was speechless and silent. He was a bit confused and thought, hey, why didn't he say anything? At this moment Joseph approached and called him. Suddenly Joseph hugged him. He was a bit surprised by his action. He stammered, "Mr. Joseph, you don't have to do that." He whispered in my ear, "Just buy time for 10 minutes. He instructed in a low voice, "I already have a plan. I have already given the orders to Vorden. You just need to buy us time." He answered in a low voice, "Would 10 minutes be enough?" He immediately replied, "Longer would be better." He seemed to understand that I would do my best to stay out there. As he prepared to go to war, he immediately told him to be careful. He came before Alicia to bow. She nodded slightly. He received orders and started moving. The two knights began to take positions facing each other. He introduced himself, "I'm Vlad of Sora." Pablo frowned. He threw away the shield. His attitude was filled with contempt. "You are not worthy of my name. The moment a worthless brat like you appears here, this fight no longer carries any honor." He mused, "Valuable, I hate that word." Outside is a shimmering castle. Coming from the slums himself, he wondered why people always treasure beautiful, shiny objects. He understood that he came from a place of little value. His hands tightened on the sword. He wondered, what was it that made him lacking? A blue light covered him. He knew he didn't have any thoughts to end up here as an anonymous person. He asked the other person, "What makes you and I so different?" Pablo thought for a moment and then replied, "The Bayezid family's standards have truly fallen to the bottom." His eyes were filled with anger. He started to draw his sword. "You can ignore the rules of this duel, fight me with everything you have." He affirmed that I will root out trash like you. He started taking deep breaths, making a decision. Today, he deserved to shine. He started to attack. He slashed down hard, but Pablo was able to block it. Pablo was a bit thoughtful. Both of them were thrown back, because, for the first time in his life, he raised his sword, not for himself, but for someone else. He rushed forward again. The sword reminded, aiming at the left side where he had just used the shield to cover himself, it exclaimed, "Habit is a scary thing." The people around him began to evaluate with interest. He was fast, it seemed like this was not an ordinary brat. He slashed down, Pablo caught it. He judged him to be a talented kid. This kid had the necessary ferocity. He felt like he was a starved wolf. He said sarcastically, "You're in good spirits, but..." He suddenly felt something. He slashed down hard. Pablo stopped in front of him. He said, "You still haven't reached my level." He felt a huge force pressing down on him, thinking, it felt like being hit with a rock. He waved his sword again, his voice full of seriousness, "Are you done acting yet?" A force from him slashed towards him. He quickly used his sword to block it. He tried his best to support it. The sword suggested, "Try to find a way to redirect that attack, then there will be a chance to counterattack." When he was no longer surprised, he swung his sword to attack again. A sword slashed across the chest. This slash was so strong that it knocked him backwards. His back hit the wall hard, he screamed in pain. He quickly couldn't stand it anymore and fell to his knees. When he stood up with his sword, he was walking towards him. He stood tall in front of him. He blurted out a word that I don't know if he was praising or sarcastic, "But that's impressive, kid." Looking at him struggling in front of him, he continued, "Although it's still very early, but you are still a brat worthy of being able to have my respect in this place." He raised his sword to kill. "How sad it is that we have to end here." He said, "This is your choice." He still hasn't regained his strength. Panting, the sword comforts him. He has done his best. The image of him slashing down was reflected in his eyes. Suddenly, as the sword slashed down, it seemed like something was being protected around him. Everyone around was surprised and couldn't believe this. Everyone was discussing, how could just an ordinary bodyguard block a knight's sword? Everyone was confused. It must have been a coincidence. Look at him, he can't even hold a sword anymore. Vlad held the sword tiredly and breathed with difficulty. Pablo realized, by chance, no way, there was something strange here. Even I was quite surprised to see that he could do that. "Why?" he muttered, he noticed in surprise. He continued, "Why is he the only one?" He wondered, had he lost consciousness? He was like a lost soul, hesitant, and so was I. He frowned. Pablo thought to himself, no, he was thinking about something in an unconscious state, maybe a dream or a wish that needed to be fulfilled. He was like a lost soul. His body seemed to be sinking slowly. The boy had suffered many things in the past, always longing to stretch myself and stand up. The boy wanted to gain strength and real power. He looked up. And he wanted to have a chance, and he always dreamed about how in the future he would be able to do what he wanted. Right now he is standing in front of a shop. He turned his head to look behind. Looking at the splendid castle, so that I can go to a flashy place to erase my past. He gritted his teeth. I also always wanted to go there. A flower about to bloom. Pablo was surprised. Around him was a source of brilliant blue light, a brilliant flower that no one had ever seen. The two swords slashed at each other again. Everyone seemed to realize something. His hands held the sword tightly, his hands were covered in blood. Jair was surprised. I never showed him DDoS techniques, I only gave him the basic instructions. Pablo whipped his sword away, he lost his step, dizzy. He gave up and continued to attack. Jair realized, but he was still using the sword skills he had used. Pablo thought, the fear and caution in him had disappeared. Instead, it was filled with determination and his spirit was more stable. Pablo was quite interested in his efforts. Where does that determination to fight come from? The sword in his hand trembled. Pablo was surprised. He was confused, the sword seemed to be roaring, wait, this flower looks like it's about to bloom. The sword above him was trembling constantly. He decided to continue attacking. If that's true, I have to. He swung his sword down and decided to just carry out his duty as a knight. Come forward. He attacked again. Receive, he used his sword to block it. A flower was about to show off its most beautiful features, he used all his strength to block it. Everyone was surprised. What was that? The sword in his hand seemed to be emitting blue light surrounding its body. The knights present there all noticed a strong resistance. Jablo turned back and ordered, "Shield, bring the shield here." The servant there received the order to take the shield and bring it to him. Pablo grabbed the shield. His sword simultaneously slashed the face of the shield. He said loudly, "I am Pablo Arnstein." He ordered, "The boy now has the right, say your name before me." He mumbled, "I am." The boy was born in a back alley, a place with no law. Footprints appeared clearly on a road, the traces seemed to have stood there for a long time. Direction of steps leading into a store, but it seems that the owner of that step has changed direction. Steps lead to the path to splendid castles, but we always want to reach out to flashy places to escape our previous lives. He stood on a rooftop, looking towards the luxurious place, determined, to do this, we must prove our strength. The castle reflected in his eyes. His pupils gradually turned blue, he opened his mouth, "I was." And then I screamed. He gave his name, Vlad of Sora. The bright blue light dazzles people around. Jablo also did not give up, his eyes turned bright yellow, shouting, "Come here, Vlad of Sora." He shouted loudly to attack. Two people with blue and yellow auras rushed at each other. On the floor, a hand, although covered in blood, still held the sword tightly and did not let go. Pablo smiled. He picked up the unconscious man and praised him for doing a good job. He was unconscious. Ender noticed something, shouted, "Aura, was aura." He shouted, "This was a match where you were not allowed to use aura while fighting, that bastard should have been eliminated right away." Pablo seemed a bit upset, "You pathetic bastard, right after seeing a beautiful flower in front of your eyes, but all you could think about was plucking it." Joseph and Jair approached Pablo. Joseph and Jair performed a ceremony of gratitude. He sincerely said, "Sir Pablo, thank you for doing your duty as a knight." Pablo returned the favor, "I just did what I should do, it was a cherished moment for me." Joseph asked the priest, "Priest, is that a halo?" The priest stammered his confirmation. Joseph opened his mouth, "So between the sacred rules of this confrontation, and the joys or abilities of a swordsman." The priest was surprised. The priest recalls, Joseph repeats, "The master of swordsmanship, the only person in human history to possess extraordinary abilities, whose actions and commandments earn the aforementioned noble title." He continued, "He also said that a swordsman would have to do his best as both an honor and a duty, and it was also related to royal power and the sanctity of battle." He looked towards the group of Ender Heinel, "The rules and honor in this battle were contradictory, the honor of a swordsman came first, or duty came first, no one here could say which was right and which was wrong." He concluded, "I believe what happened here must be reported to the Swordsman Council and the Royal Palace." Ender was surprised. He continues to explain, "Until we have a certain answer from there, the outcome of the resistance will be postponed. All young people of strength and faith throughout this kingdom deserve the right to let their flowers bloom. The ability to strive is something very beautiful, and the young swordsmen who can show off those good things about themselves are even more worthy of respect, and so, everyone must seriously protect those wonderful moments." Majestic image of swordsman. All who wield the sword and respect that honor. You must carry out your duties and obligations as a swordsman following my commandments. Master Swordsman, Founding King, I, Frauzens leave that commandment to you. The light of the sun illuminates the mansion. At this moment, Vlad is squirming on the bed. He muttered, "Gouda, water." The black-haired man next to him also paid attention to Vlad. A glass of water was quickly poured out. Vlad gritted his teeth in discomfort, his whole body aching. The black-haired man brought the glass of water to him. "Here," the familiar voice made Vlad wake up. "I panicked when I saw Joseph, Sir Joseph." Joseph smiled, "Seeing your health restored, I felt relieved." Vlad was confused. "Sorry sir," Joseph reassured him, "It's okay, go ahead." He asked, "Where do you hurt?" Vlad replied, "Nothing." Joseph changed the subject, "Thank you, to be honest, I didn't expect you to be able to do that much." He continued, "Thanks to you, the duel has been postponed." Vlad was curious, "What does it mean by postponement?" Joseph revealed, meaning the match would be suspended without a result. The situation was complicated by the confusion of jihad rules and swordsman's rules. Vlad remembered, the swordsman's rules, the voice had mentioned it once before. Joseph seriously reminded, "To become a knight, one must make an oath to follow the rules of a swordsman. If all goes well, one day you will also have to perform this ritual. His words surprised Vlad. He dreams of the moment he becomes a knight, as a knight. Joseph, stand up, take good care of yourself. If you stay here too long, I will bother you to rest again. Vlad hesitated. I'm okay, I can now. Joseph turned around and chuckled. I can't let that happen. He looked at me with meaningful eyes, because I am the type of person who knows how to cherish things that are worthy of respect. Two people stood near the window chatting. What about the guests? The other person replied in a respectful voice. One by one they all left. Alicia was cold. Honestly, I still haven't warned them properly. She asked, is Andre gone too? Dukan reported, it was postponed anyway. I asked the church through the priest to arrange personal guards. Alicia was still upset. She couldn't believe that she had to let the people who pushed her into the mud go peacefully like that. It felt like her heart had been trampled on. Dukan tried to calm her emotions. There will be a next time. The situation is forced. The important thing is that she has completely held Diermar in her hands. Alicia is a little guilty. I have to be. She changed the subject. What about the situation of the lemon forest? Dukan replied, not very positive. Alicia pondered, if output still declines, should we change to growing barley? Dukan suggested, we should wait a little longer and see. Changing the industrial structure is not an easy thing to decide right away. Alicia glanced at him. He was right, it was actually very difficult to decide right now. She sighed tiredly. After completing a mountain of trials, it seemed like there was another mountain in front of her. Suddenly Alicia saw something. She wondered, Sir Duncan, most knights know how to ride horses, right? Dukan was confused by Alicia's question. But he still honestly replied, of course, if you don't know how to ride a horse, you can't consider yourself a knight, because this skill is as important as using a sword. Alicia feels a bit regretful. I think, it's true that God doesn't give everyone everything. Dukan curiously approached Alicia. He was speechless as he looked at Vlad, who was struggling to ride a horse. I understand Mr. Jaeger's miserable feeling. Vlad was thrown to the ground. He leaned on his waist and groaned, oh God. Jair spoke up, you said it would be okay to change to an expensive horse. Vlad defended, probably still needed a more expensive and better horse. He didn't notice Jair was angry and wanted to punch him from behind. He punched Vlad in the head. Before he spoke he had to think. Vlad looked at Jair with gloomy eyes. For the last time I was able to climb on the horse's back, even though Gouda was the one holding the reins of that horse. Gouda also opened his mouth to help. Yes, Mr. Jaeger, it is true that he got on the horse's back. Jair fell into deep contemplation and became serious, thinking that if he taught himself personally it would be effective. He glanced at the horse Vlad had just ridden. Perhaps the problem was the real horse. Even his own horse hated him. Jair himself also felt a sense of pressure from Vlad, as if he was afraid of the person standing in front of him. Jair decided, let's come here today. Vlad asked again, shall we continue practicing tomorrow? He calmly replied, let's rest tomorrow too. Vlad is depressed. When will I learn to ride a horse? Jair looked straight at him, temporarily holding off. Vlad closed his eyes. I heard that word a billion times before coming here. Jair wondered, is there a problem? Vlad calmed down, a bit. Jair sighed helplessly, this matter cannot be resolved quickly. He turned around and left. Think about it when you return to Sturma. Today we still have things to do. Gouda was curious, why did the horses hate him more and more each day? Vlad was confused, what if the more expensive ones were the same? Gouda suggested, try riding a bull, they are definitely much more naive than horses. Vlad scorned, what nonsense are you talking about? Think carefully before opening your mouth, Gouda replied, and I'm sure. He scoffed, riding around the stable all day, Mr. Jaeger must have liked it very much. Gouda laughed, then I'm leaving, I'll take this outstanding young man to the nobles. Vlad cursed, damn it, what the hell is the problem? The voice appeared in his head again, not sure if it was because he was moving too fast. Animals are usually more sensitive to movement. Vlad sought advice, what should I do now? The voice explained, you need to learn to control your inertia. It continued, it's one of the ways to control the mind. If you can freely use your aura, you will be able to control your own inertia. Vlad revealed his condition, I still can't figure it out. Besides my aura itself I only feel very vague. The voice explained in detail, using aura in real combat requires training and hardship. To master it is also a common thing. Remember Jaeger's words, don't try to run before you know how to walk. Vlad reluctantly agreed, okay. Suddenly I remembered, they said we will return to Stroma after the closing ceremony tomorrow. Vlad looked into the distance. Should he turn back one last time? The sunset sunlight shines through the window. Shejad thought as he walked, the mission had failed, but surely when he heard the situation, the owner would sympathize. The waves kept crashing on the shore. Who knew how to stop them? The right force was irresistible. He remembered Vlad. In the end it was just bad luck. Shejad frowned in exasperation. Oh God, the more I think about it, the more ridiculous it seems. Vile vassal. He walked decisively down the hallway. Suddenly Shejad's eyes became sharp. He smiled happily. Jayar's sword was placed in front of Shejad's neck. Shejad's eyes were still looking straight ahead. This greeting was too aggressive. He narrowed his eyes dangerously. You don't have to do this. Jayar still kept his serious expression. I really feel like I have to go to this extent, so don't look down on me. Shejad started chatting. How long have you been waiting? There's nothing to do. Jayar calmed down. I'm off today. Shejad teased. Wouldn't that be a waste of your day off? Jayar's eyes radiated murderous intent. On a day off, you have to deal with unfinished business. However, Shejad still calmly replied, I know you are dissatisfied, but I have no choice. Jayar continued, incidentally, I don't have much choice. Shejad gently touched the blade. So sad. A strong aura radiates from him. Our work is the same, you should at least understand this. Jayar spoke up. What can you do? He growled. If the owner tells you to bark, will you bark too? Shejad's eyes suddenly flashed with a strange purple light. The sword in Jayar's hand was now pointing straight at him. But his left eye also flashed a jade green light hovering around the eye. The two continued to confront each other. Shejad remained silent before Jayar's actions. Finally, he seemed to have given in and waved his hand. I thought that was enough of a warning. He calmly scoffed. Other people call you a swordsman, but that's not really true. You're just a dog whose owner bites when he's wrong. Shejad was not afraid to threaten. If you have finished fixing it, then go back and rest. Just one drop of my blood falling means war with Shazar will break out. Before he could finish his words, suddenly a punch came and punched his face, deforming it. Jayar seemed to have been so angry by these shameless words that he didn't even bother to restrain himself anymore and directly hit the person in front of him. I only saw Shazar being beaten until he staggered and fell to the ground, making a painful sound. Jayar spoke coldly, my master is a good person, so it's okay to be his dog. At this moment, Shazar reacted and asked softly, you are so lucky, isn't that enough? Not yet. As soon as these words fell, Jayar quickly acted, putting all his strength into a strong blow to his stomach. His eyes widened in surprise, not expecting this person to attack without warning. Finally, he fell to the ground, holding his stomach, coughing continuously. Jayar glanced at him expressionlessly, also a swordsman, you should understand. But right now Shazar is still calm, I think we can stop. Jayar also did not hold back and glanced leisurely, hoping that we would meet again, because here, I cannot make you pay enough for mocking my master. Hearing that, the other person slowly stood up, probably seeing you again. The empire is in decline, this is not the time for people to want to form factions. Having finished speaking, Shazar leaned over and walked past where Jayar was standing. Before leaving, he didn't forget to wave goodbye, I'm leaving. Jayar heard these words and immediately fell into contemplation. Yes, it's time. A time when people need a sword more than ever. But at this time, in another place, the golden afternoon sunlight shined on the bare, dry tree stump. Vlad stood in front of the tree muttering to himself, seemingly an old friend, trying to talk to him. Soon a voice responded, well, honestly I couldn't believe it, that spirit recognized me, I was also very surprised. He put the tip of his sword on the ground, just looked over and left, before bumping into Miss Alicia like last time, I'm here. As soon as he finished speaking, one of his eyes was surrounded by a blue light. Immediately before his eyes a huge snake head appeared. It curled up its giant body and lifted its head to look at Vlad. He was a bit surprised and then hesitantly asked, is this your friend? Lutger was silent for a long time and then replied, hoping so. Suddenly the animating snake started moving around Vlad's body. Very quickly it surrounded him. Seeing this scene, they began to speculate, perhaps it was greeting you, so it did so. Then the snake head stared at him, 4 silent eyes facing each other. The next second it wiggled its tail, which made Vlad suspicious. Why did it suddenly do that? The snake kept moving its body in front of him. Lutger immediately said, don't try to understand nonsense, they come from another world. The weak soul of mortals truly cannot see through everything, including this world. Suddenly the snake raised its head to the sky and roared. After a while, the space returned to quiet. Very quickly from the dense vegetation rose blue streams of air that hovered in the air. That light source continuously spread, then slowly enveloped Vlad's body kneeling on the ground. He quickly raised his hand to catch the spots of light in the air and exclaimed, "It's so warm." Suddenly his expression changed, surprised. The blue light spots suddenly attached to his body, slowly penetrating inside. Lutger couldn't help but be surprised. Really, he didn't expect to witness that forgotten mystery here. This is the blessing of the spirit. But now in a magnificent castle. A group of people stood facing each other, then the girl spoke up, "I'm so embarrassed to send you off like this, I should have thrown a big party." Hearing that, Joseph lowered his eyes, her sincerity was enough, now she had to mend the rift in the Heinel family. Alicia immediately bowed her head and thanked Joseph. Seeing that there was nothing more to say, he bowed and bowed, "Let's go." Just as he was about to leave, a voice rang out to stop. Bayezid's vassal, Vlad from Sora, asked to come forward. Hearing his name, Vlad raised his head in bewilderment. Seeing that, Joseph spoke up, "You go there, yes." Jayar looked at his back, "They must have prepared the ceremony." The person next to him immediately replied, "Maybe so, I told them to do it simply." Vlad stepped forward and obeyed and knelt down. Alicia now spoke up, "I really appreciate it, Mr. Vlad, without you I wouldn't be standing here today. You defended our honor, and enlightened us in the battle of wits with that wretched fraudster, there are no words to express our gratitude." So, having said this, she brought a handkerchief in her hand. She continued, "Even though you're not a knight, I want to give it to you today." But this scene just happened to catch Joseph's eyes not far away. He silently pondered, as he thought, she is very smart. To prove her relationship with Bayezid, she chose Vlad as a common point, showing her gratitude and taking advantage at the same time. Vlad on this side stared at the handkerchief in front of him and thought, "It's really valuable, I'll just accept it." Remembering the instructions from the past, nobles must accept whatever they give you, this is the minimum rule. The last time I refused to accept Ratiger's peanuts, I had already eaten enough. I don't want to be beaten anymore. As if he had made up his mind, he reached out and took the towel, thanking Ms. Alicia. This scene shocked the people around him, not expecting him to act like that. On the contrary, Joseph was extremely interested. "I didn't think about this, he grew up in a poor back alley and didn't know anything about the nobility." The old man next to him was also scared and stuttered, "That's not the way. When a lady presents her with a symbolic handkerchief of honor, there are two ways to do it. The first is to hang it on the end of the sword, the second is to hand it over." But Vlad completely did not know about these things and was just bewildered. Then what? This one is to show respect. The scene of a man sincerely kneeling down to receive the girl's scarf, and the other is out of love. Alicia didn't think he would accept the towel at all, her face was already blushing. But Vlad was completely clueless and just wondered at the changes in everyone's expressions here. The surrounding people, who had not yet fully recovered, just stared at them in bewilderment with wide eyes. The atmosphere was extremely quiet at this time, even Vlad gradually became confused and looked around. What's wrong with them? He thought so, but he still politely continued, "Sure, I will use it well." Vlad was extremely surprised and unconsciously shouted, "Honorary knight, me." But opposite Joseph is resting his chin in anticipation of something funny, "Not really, at least where she is, you will receive the treatment of a knight." These words were a bit scary, scaring the stupid Vlad. "Knight, me, knight." Then Joseph added, "Of course only in Diermar, because she had just become a baroness." Hearing that, Vlad breathed a sigh of relief, that's why he was called an honorary knight. Looking down at the scarf in his hand again, it made sense, there was no way being a knight was that easy. Which Joseph now opened his mouth to warn, "You only received it by chance, but don't lose it, it is not only a handkerchief, but also Alicia's honor." This made Vlad a bit nervous, wondering what if I lost it. The answer was quickly given, "You must take responsibility yourself, this happened because you took it with both hands." Vlad was scared, holding the towel tightly in his hand. I could see in his eyes, this was not something Joseph could handle. Gently tightening the towel in his hand, "I definitely wouldn't lose it." Suddenly Joseph pulled out a piece of paper, the ending was very absurd, "But, thanks to you, I don't have to use this anymore." He immediately asked, "What about the contract?" "Yes, this is proof that Alicia borrowed 10,000 gold. 10,000 gold, this extremely large number made Vlad unable to stop sweating. Joseph began to explain, to take care of the soldiers in case she lost the confrontation. If she lost her status, Alicia would have to surrender herself, This was the only way to save her from Andrei. Of course she didn't really borrow it. After hesitating a bit, Vlad finally asked again, "Why did you choose Lady Alicia? Losing the confrontation means losing the right to win." Hearing that, Joseph immediately laughed. Motivation is like a spark in the ashes. As long as the wind blows, the fire will flare up again. When Alicia is in Bayezid's hands, Andrei will definitely feel the pressure. I see, Vlad pondered. I guess I somewhat understand how nobles live a life to prove themselves. At that moment, a sound entered his ears, making him alert. Joseph noticed something unusual. "What's wrong?" Vlad replied slowly. "I heard noises from the west of the forest. But in that forest, the green grass is being illuminated by the warm sunlight." Suddenly a change occurred. Sounds continued to ring out. A pile of smoke and dust rose in the forest. Each horse raced forward, causing dirt and rocks on the ground to fly up. Vlad opened his eyes wide in surprise and looked in that direction. I only saw a large herd of horses rushing toward their carriage. He quickly pulled out his sword and shouted loudly, "Bandit!" Just as he was about to rush out to deal with her, suddenly a hand reached out to stop him. It was Joseph. He was not surprised and calmly ordered, "Put your sword back." Just listening to what he said, I was already prepared before the confrontation took place. Very quickly someone approached the carriage and quickly knelt down on the ground, followed by a large crowd of people kneeling before Joseph. The leader bowed his head and reported in a low voice, "Mr. Joseph, sorry for being late." That person glanced dangerously at him. "So what? In the end I had to ask you to do something else." After he gave the order, "You've thrown everything away, stand up." Then he glanced up. The next moment he smiled. Was it him? The Marquis reached out to receive Lady Alicia's handkerchief. The rumor had spread throughout the region. Joseph sighed softly. "That's all," but he still replied, "Yes, later you will like him." Very quickly the eyes of this person and Vlad collided. Those eyes were extremely sharp, carrying an extremely cold aura. Vlad was startled slightly. The aura radiating from this person was different from the other knights, like a dangerous smell emanating from dark alleys. "My intuition tells me, don't get involved with this man." Then Joseph asked, "If you want to go back to Sturma, will you come with us?" Hearing that, he didn't hold back anymore. "It's a pity, thank you." The man immediately bowed. "I was only performing my duty as Bayezid's secret sword." Bayezid's secret sword? Vlad was slightly frightened. Who were those people? Also, what's with that black bag? His eyes were so clear, Joseph noticed and turned his head. Asked, "Are you curious about what's inside?" When asked suddenly, Vlad panicked a bit. "Oh yes, a bit." Joseph did not directly give the answer but only vaguely. It contained the world of the nobles. The world is cold, cruel, and unforgiving. Inside that bag contained a bloody human head. In another room a monotonous voice rang out. "A group of travelers are passing through Sturma territory. Should I welcome them?" Mr. Ragmus continued. "It seemed they didn't want to either. They said they just wanted to quietly observe the sacred dragon mark and then leave." Count Bayezid rested his chin in thought, his tone not wishing for anything. "I haven't seen such a sincere caravan in a long time." He muttered, "Silently taking care of them." Ragmus glanced. "I knew he would say that." Count Bayezid continued, "We have the right to get what we deserve." "This is considered decided," Ragmus immediately said. "Then I will arrange." Suddenly he interrupted again. Well. My second son and Vlad, I heard they created a miracle this time, huh?" The other person quickly affirmed that there was one word written in the report that still made the heart of an old man like me pound. Hearing that, Count Bayezid fell into thought. Rule number 1 of swordsmen. Haven't heard this word in a long time, so nostalgic. Training elite soldiers begins with selecting people with clear bloodlines and natural gifts from the beginning. Raw gems are treasured and cherished, which is why there are rarely cases so extreme as to require rule number 1. He lowered his voice. Nowadays swordsmen are so treasured, that's why I rarely see them. Ragmus also said, if he were there, he would be very happy. Count Bayezid also did not object. It's not just me, there are certainly a few others. Bayezid's golden generation. At this rate, the elders are about to have to coax the young people. The person next to them silently commented, Mr. Joseph must like it very much. Thinking so, Count Bayezid just smiled. He was barely alive, so I thought maybe he had given up. Unexpectedly, he rose from the gold quagmire and brought back something precious. Finally, he made up his mind and had to consider carefully. In the end we can only choose one of the two. In the dining room, everyone was chatting loudly. Any news? I heard that Vlad had completed his mission and returned. Really, it seems like he challenged a knight to a duel. I heard rumors that he has his own power. Some people are skeptical, it's impossible, it's ridiculous, a street thug would use aura. At this moment, the door opened and a whining sound rang out, I was starving to death. Vlad walked in from outside muttering, how long has it been? Not a month yet. As soon as he entered, he immediately felt that the atmosphere in the room was not right and he had a bad premonition. Inside, everyone was busy eating, and no one opened their mouth to talk like before. Whether you come from a rich or lowly family, whether the distance in status is far or near, it all doesn't matter. Because the war of the children born in the alley has ended. With just the appearance of a single person, he stepped into another world. On the table right now there are sausages and some porridge. Vlad ate while complaining of discomfort. He spoke up about how annoying it was while he was eating. Portly looked at the group of people in the restaurant, a bit embarrassed, thinking that it would continue to be like this for a while longer, because everyone had heard about what happened at Diomar. Vlad also lamented the spread of the rumor. Portly immediately changed the topic to her plans for the vacation, seeing that he didn't know, she immediately explained that everyone gets 2 vacations a year. Having said that, Portly happily added that this week everyone will have a day off. Vlad heard that and wondered if he could rest. Anyway, he saw that he was not a disciple of a famous family and had nowhere to go. Portly heard that and excitedly invited Vlad to come over to his house. It was his father who wanted to invite him. Portly also shyly said that she had never brought a friend home. Hearing that, Vlad felt like he wanted to rub salt in someone else's face, asking him that he always failed. Portly seemed afraid that he would not agree, but also introduced the family's warm welcome, especially providing unlimited fresh grilled meat. He suddenly remembered that Vlad had said he wanted to find a horse and said that he had told him what he was doing. Portly aimed right at his wishes, promising to arrange a horse for him from anywhere nearby, leaving Vlad amazed. He even affirmed that his horse was better than Jayar's, which made him extremely excited. Vlad immediately asked Portly about the break and made sure he had a break, making him so surprised that he stuttered. The scene changes to the training ground, which is filled with weapons. Vlad is currently sparring with Jayar. He was so tired that he was sweating profusely and had to exert all his strength. Jayar saw that and thought a bit. He swung his sword at him and asked him to concentrate more. The powerful blow made Vlad couldn't help but cry out. Jayar seemed poised with one hand behind his waist, but he still stood firm and he fought hard. Vlad now put all his strength into his sword and fought back. Jayar seems unhappy about something. He kept one hand holding the sword high, the other hand swinging around. With just a few short actions, Jayar successfully slashed his back. Vlad was hit and cried out in pain, his whole body leaning on the sword to support himself on the ground. Jayar stood aside and reminded him that if you can't do something, don't do it. He coldly asked Vlad, did he feel that he had become more skilled after dueling swords with the knight in Diomar? This question surprised him. After saying that, he immediately scolded him for turning his words into a laugh. Vlad felt the terrible murderous aura emanating from Jayar and felt embarrassed. His eyes stared sharply at him. Vlad then realized something and his face darkened. He stood straight, bowed his head, denied the matter, then opened his mouth to apologize. Jayar told him that there was no need to come find him if he was forced or if he felt he didn't need him and could still do everything. Then Jayar immediately ended the practice session. He spoke to let Vlad go, he had to agree. Vlad left here with a sad face mixed with a bit of disappointment. Jayar waited until he was gone before thinking about how proud he was of Vlad's brilliant achievements and accumulations, but he saw that it was still as primitive as the sand on the beach. Jayar felt that he was so weak that he could be swept away by a wave at any moment. He added that you were also very dangerous. At this time, Lutger spoke again. He said that you should focus on the basics. If it were anyone, it would be angry. Vlad was also awkward because he just wanted it to appear again. Hearing that, Lutger immediately explained to him that not all knights can use aura, but having a low strength aura does not mean the same thing. He believes that the aura shows a person's stronger abilities. Vlad has only held a sword for a short time, let alone the magnificent flower needs a strong foundation before blooming. Lutger raised his voice to advise, if he was not respected, he would not be scolded, and then hoped he would think carefully about what Jayar said. Vlad felt like he was used to being looked down upon and ridiculed. But he also clearly saw that what appeared in his eyes was disappointment. Vlad was extremely hurt when he saw that expression, even more than when he was beaten. Lutger reminded him again about the vacation, which made him remember. However, Vlad quickly gave up because there was no rest at this point. He encouraged himself to practice swinging his sword until he couldn't think anymore. At night in the front garden. Vlad was now diligently swinging his sword in the open space. He put strength into both hands holding the sword and swung it. Then he braced himself and slammed down hard. The sword slashed into the ground, creating a long sword wound. Vlad then gently raised his hand to wipe away the drops of sweat rolling down his face. Lutger told me that the announcement should be over. I'm just asking when it's time. What he heard means that today's target has been completed. If I spend too much effort I will easily exhaust myself. He reminded me that if I got hurt, all my hard work would disappear, so I took a breath and agreed. Vlad opened his eyes and looked thoughtfully into the distance. The moonlight shines brightly across the sky. Vlad also realized at this moment that he had only achieved something that radiated aura. Jayar doesn't know how long he's been standing here looking at him. He looked at me thoughtfully as if he wanted to think about something. Jayar saw Vlad staring at something. He raised his eyes and looked in that direction. The bright moon made him imagine the image of a wolf chasing the moon. The other side in the land of Ravnoma, Trinova. The whole city was burned by fire, and horrifying screams rang out. Inside the highest seat, blood splatters appeared as if they had been cut and there were constant screams. The bodies of the knights were scattered everywhere, covered in blood. A mocking voice wondering where someone could not be found came from. A man wearing a cloak gradually walked forward, assuming that the other was carrying out his final mission. The other person held a bloody sword towards the knight sitting against the wall. He tried to force his voice, after all, you came all the way here. Godwin's voice rang out, accompanied by the image of a sword-wielding man with a cold face. The knight spoke up and said that even if he had to put his own reputation first and ignore his honor, Godwin did not have to blindly follow orders. The other knight thought that Gydar's previous Earl's knights were not like that. After hearing that, his face darkened. That's why they all died. If that knight says one word, your light will fade away. He asked Godwin to convey the message to Earl Gydar. As soon as he raised his sword, he said he would wait in hell. Godwin's cold eyes blurted out 2 words, okay. And just like that, a stream of red blood gushed out, indicating that the knight had officially been killed. Scene changes to Vlad being surprised about the vacation. Joseph calmly said yes for an hour and then asked about Kenor's family inviting him to visit. Vlad wondered a bit why Joseph knew about this. He just smiled and said that the rumor spread very quickly because Mr. Gregory's assistant went everywhere to spread the news. Vlad now visualized the chain of characters in his head, from Portly to Gregory to Jayar and finally Joseph, then he silently sighed. Joseph intended to let Vlad rest. He had already decided where he wanted to go, so he certainly wouldn't stop him. Vlad immediately said, "Thank you." He was still a little nervous glancing at Joseph next to him. Jayar still kept his cold face, closed his eyes without any movement. Joseph seemed to sense the strange atmosphere and looked towards Jayar in wonder. It wasn't difficult for him to know that something had happened. He secretly thought that if he intervened, the current silence would disappear. In the end, Joseph still said nothing, respecting the relationship of the other 2 people. Vlad on the other side found it difficult to breathe. He thought about saying hello to Jayar and then leaving. But at this moment he suddenly spoke up and said that during the holiday, knights are not allowed to put down their swords. Vlad was a bit surprised when he said that but quickly agreed. Jayar said that if he missed practicing for 1 day, Vlad would know immediately, but if he missed practicing for 1 week, everyone would know. He still understood in his heart that even if he didn't tell him, Vlad wouldn't be lazy. He firmly believed in him but still wanted to follow closely to prevent him from going astray. Jayar then said, "See you again." Vlad heard that he cared about him and happily expressed that he remembered him. Joseph, on the other hand, suddenly spoke up and told Vlad not to expect too much because the Kenor family would also find it difficult to solve his problem. He advised Vlad to learn about taming the horses and find out what region the horses were. If they obeyed, he also accepted that. Joseph then let Vlad leave and promised to meet again next week. He calmly said that he didn't need to bring any gifts. Vlad seemed to understand but secretly thought that Joseph probably wanted him to bring home a gift. He especially liked the taste of the pottery jam he bought last time. Vlad left, but the other 2 were still pensive in the room. Joseph now muttered about Kenor's house. Jayar said casually that if they were lucky they could meet each other. He also agreed because they were both notable characters. Jayar asked in case someone was keeping an eye on them. Joseph thought for a moment and then said directly that they would come here. He continued coldly, even though he did not allow it. Vlad over there is extremely skeptical of life. He was given a cloak by the servants but still didn't understand why he was here. Lady Okashana sat there demurely, thinking that the color and armor both suited Vlad very well, and also told him to try on a few more outfits to look beautiful. Vlad shyly said, "Thank you." She then asked him if he was coming to Kanor's house. When invited as a guest, he had to be even more attentive. Lady Okashana said that this was basic etiquette, don't embarrass your parents, which made Vlad think a little when he heard that. She walked towards him and spoke, "So?" The lady gently placed her hand on Vlad's shoulder and asked if he wouldn't embarrass her. Vlad was stunned when he heard that. Opposite, Okashana smiled kindly. He didn't object but agreed with his ears red. She immediately said that when the vacation was over, she would invite the teacher over, and that he could only make the mistake of using his hands once. The lady raised her voice and asked. Vlad was startled and quickly apologized. She thought that the title of knight was half of nobility, he needed to learn how to behave accordingly. Vlad immediately expressed that he understood. Lady Okashana waved her hand and took a basket of fruits and told him to take it. That fruit basket looked extremely delicate. She said that coming to someone else's house empty-handed was not good. After listening, Vlad bowed and praised his wife's thoughtfulness. The lady did not say anything more but wished him a happy holiday. Vlad then took the fruit basket from the room and went out. He suddenly noticed something. Vlad looked at himself through the window mirror. One thing he had to say right away was that he felt strange, like he was wearing an oversized outfit. Vlad not only saw his former self in the window glass but also saw Jamina's image. He thought about her. If he was not mistaken, she was in the monastery. Vlad silently hoped she was well, then turned and left. As he walked away, a thought lingered. Jamina would have to wear clothes that didn't suit her. The other side, at the monastery. A bunch of people were talking about Bayezid's popularity after his good performance in Diomar. The nuns were talking to each other, others denied that it was not so, but because of their handsome appearance. A nun who was cleaning the floor heard the blonde hair and blue eyes and stopped slightly. They didn't care about the girl cleaning the floor, thinking that he was from a noble background, had the aura of using a sword at a young age and had a bright future. Jamina heard it and took a breath, silently ignoring it. Her face was a bit sad, thinking that Vlad couldn't do that yet, then she saw that he had a good life. The other nuns then noticed Jamina and called her to ask what her hands were for. The group of people loudly insulted her, saying that if she didn't pay, she would have to work all her life to pay it back, and after cleaning, she would have to wash the dishes or else she would be scolded by her eldest sister. They whispered to each other that even if Jamina went out, she wouldn't know what to do and would starve to death, seeing that she was not bad at getting used to serving. They left and told Jamina to finish it before lunch. Jamina whispered to herself because she had guessed this when she saw their smiles. Her face became quiet and thoughtful. The female head of this monastery once said that this is the place closest to the gods, not for everyone, specifically girls who have been in dirty places. Marcella pointed at them and said they were all virgins, all children under the bishop's care. The female leader was still determined not to accept the girls. Marcella heard that and was angry because she had contributed such a large amount of money to the monastery that she could feed them for 10 years and still have money left over. The female leader then hesitated a bit, not knowing what to say. Jamina worriedly asked Marcella what to do. She just turned back and told her to take care of herself. Marcella stood to one side and pointed inside to let the girls pass. The nun also raised her hand to block her from entering. Marcella felt a little sad and realized that she didn't want to go in. She just hoped that the female leader would take good care of the other girls because they were very helpful. At this moment, a group of vicious people caught up and ran towards them. Marcella shouted loudly, urging everyone to go inside while she was still standing outside. The man from behind reached out with his hand. He grabbed Marcella's hair in her hand, his voice filled with anger and cursing because it took so long to catch her. Jamina was pushed into the monastery and saw this scene and screamed in frustration. She could only call Marcella's name and watch her being dragged away by the barbarians. The door of the monastery gradually closed with the image of people outside gradually disappearing. Finally it closes, blocking out everything outside, including Marcella's uncertain future. The stream of memories suddenly disappeared and returned to reality when Jamina was cleaning the floor with trembling arms. It was as if she couldn't stand the pressure around her anymore and sobbed, calling Vlad's name. The scene changes to the image of Vlad being surprised, thinking that Kenor is not a noble but actually has some influence in Sturma. He looked at his mansion and couldn't help but marvel at his crazy wealth. An elderly man clasped his hands respectfully to welcome Portly back. He shouted "Butler," then opened his arms and rushed out, startling Vlad. Portly hugged the butler and showed that she missed him very much. The butler also had similar thoughts. He asked him about his father and received the answer that the mansion was having unexpected guests visiting. The butler looked at Vlad and introduced him around the lawn because it was everyone's pride. Vlad agreed without hesitation. The butler was very grateful to him for his understanding. However, Vlad still wanted to go see the horses he was looking forward to first, and he happily agreed. The butler said that the homeowner wanted to personally introduce the precious horse, but if he went to see the others first, there would be no problem. Then he quickly led the way for the two of them. At that time, at the farm, the horses seemed to see something very scary and all showed scared faces. The horses in front of Vlad did not hesitate to run away. When he came in front of the cattle, they also ran away in fear. Even the sheep saw him and quickly ran away. The whole land of Gregory's farm was quiet because the animals had raced to escape, making everyone freeze. Vlad felt like he wanted to die. He couldn't ride a horse, he couldn't even ride a cow, and strangely enough, even those sheep. The butler witnessed this scene and saw that everything was quite serious. He asked Vlad if he had gone to church yet. Vlad was a little embarrassed and said that it wasn't a curse because it was Priest Andrea who said so. The housekeeper also found that his words were hard to hear, so he quickly apologized. Vlad looked at the animals in the distance and felt crazy. He could use aura but couldn't ride a horse. He was bored and wondered if when someone else rides a cool horse, he has to run behind and breathe in the dust. Portly saw that he was sad and advised him to look at the other animals on the lawn. No matter what they were for, he would show them all. Either way, there must be one that suits Vlad. I wondered if there would be. He stood beside me firmly affirming. Portly said that there are many beautiful and precious children. He will even persuade his father to let Vlad see the children with good lineage that he bought at a very high price. Portly gently patted his shoulder and hoped he would enjoy the dinner party. The rest could be left for tomorrow and then we'd see later. Dusk has fallen at the Canor mansion. In the pan are grilled pieces of meat with delicious sausages cooked over strong heat. Vlad felt very impressed with the chefs who were diligently cooking throughout the room, the fragrant aroma wafting everywhere. He asked Portly why there are so many things in the house. Is there any moderation? A sudden voice rang out from afar, causing two people to turn to look at the same time. A man ran up to introduce himself as the host of Orson Canor, and also apologized for not welcoming him personally. Vlad also introduced himself as Jayar's close friend. He just smiled and said that he knew and praised his reputation for going far. Orson happily patted his shoulder to welcome him to visit. He thought to himself that Vlad had excelled in the sword fight in the Duchess's domain and was the star and pride of Sturma. Orson saw that his son had become friends with a good person. He invited Vlad to come in and chat while waiting for dinner, saying he was happy to welcome such distinguished guests. At this moment, he suddenly remembered the unexpected guest of the Canor family, wondering if he would sit with the other person. Orson revealed that everyone was Bayezid's family, so it was very gratifying. Vlad silently wondered who the guest was. He now led two people to a certain room. After Vlad saw the other person clearly, he was surprised. There were many knights in the room right now protecting the man sitting in the middle. He secretly wondered why this person was here. The other person rubbed his hands and asked, "It's been a while, right?" Tiger turned around and exclaimed in surprise. Vlad now bowed his head in greeting, surprised that he was here. He softly asked him if it was okay to eat together. Anyway, the food looked so delicious that it was hard to refuse. Vlad's face darkened, feeling that the atmosphere was not good at all. He didn't say anything but glanced around briefly. The knights on the left looked at Vlad with eyes full of hatred. Turned to the right again, the other people were no different. He secretly thought that they probably hated him. Tiger's goodwill could not agree, but he still had to listen. Who said those guards seemed to want to eat him alive? Vlad wouldn't get anything if he just sat here. After thinking about it, he immediately agreed because he was looking forward to it. Tiger only let out a surprised sound, while Vlad on the other side still kept a cold look. At this moment, he gently smirked. Tiger asked tomorrow if he was free because he seemed to be on vacation. He mysteriously suggested going somewhere tomorrow. The next morning, when the sun was high in the sky, it shone down on the fields. Tiger's group is moving on horseback. Vlad sat to one side staring without saying anything. His gaze was on a person with ears dangling on his head. Dorothea of the Liu family asked contemptuously if he had never seen a beastman before but kept looking at her. Vlad rested his chin and calmly said that there has to be a first time for everything. She felt it would be weirder if he had seen a beastman and wondered how someone from the back streets of Shora could become a Bayezid. Vlad thought it wasn't interesting. The fact that Tiger's magician was a beastman was even stranger than his background. Dorothea heard that and was angry. She asked why Vlad used to use aura but didn't ride a horse. Dorothea also used the example of the useless Portly who could still ride a horse. He helplessly expressed that anything can happen in life. She was constantly surprised because it left Vlad speechless, thinking that Dorothea knew nothing but chatter. He silently chanted Buddha's name for his useless vacation. Dorothea on the other side raised her voice and asked Vlad if he heard, making him grimace. Vlad dejectedly asked her if all beastmen or magicians were like that, making Dorothea feel that he was being racist and discriminating between professions. Tiger in front immediately told Dorothea not to tease Vlad too much because it was very difficult for him to bring him here. She felt that it was because Vlad made an unsightly expression when looking at her. Tiger immediately said that everyone would feel uncomfortable when being bothered. When Dorothea heard that, she understood and felt dizzy. A bodyguard asked Tiger about the terrain of this place. He found it fine and airy. Portly said he would probably hunt here. Vlad didn't care. This isn't much like hunting, he thought. Maybe it was because he saw that they didn't even release the falcon to scout. A soldier suddenly pointed into the distance and reported to Tiger. He calmly thought he was lucky. The group of people following each other seems to be a group of pilgrims. Tiger ordered the flag to be raised to show them his intentions and not to be offended. The symbolic green flag is raised. He calmly wanted to start looking for prey. On the other side of the herd of horses appeared a black horse standing high and separate. It held its head high, unlike the others below that were eating grass. The horse seemed to sense something and turned around. The horse standing on the dome seemed to sense that something terrible was trying to rise from below. At this time, the pilgrims were moving below and Tiger was riding on a hill not far away. As they walked, they stared at the group of people below. Vlad sat and thought to himself, what's the point in hunting? It's obviously an escort. He understood that from the beginning they did not want to train falcons. Just then the car carrying him suddenly tripped over a rock. Vlad felt like he had to walk or else he would get car sick. Portly saw him coming down and asked, Vlad just said it wasn't that bad. He said his heart kept pounding. Portly thought that the rickshaw was shaking too much, so Vlad couldn't complain, a little walk would be good. He looked into the distance and praised the beautiful scenery. He also agreed and wanted to show it to him. Portly introduces this as a grassland that extends all the way to Varna. Occasionally there will be monsters, but thanks to Joseph, you have less to worry about. Vlad was a bit confused when he mentioned Joseph. Portly immediately reminded him about last winter's expedition, and then he remembered. Vlad sees himself as having contributed to creating such a beautiful scene. He suddenly looked at the smoke in the distance and had difficulty understanding what it was. A herd of horses suddenly ran from somewhere and rushed quickly. Vlad was surprised to see them running towards them. That black horse is the one leading the herd. He seemed to feel something rushing through his whole body. Vlad suddenly didn't understand what was going on. The herd of horses and the black horse were still galloping non-stop. The tigers were also surprised to see that all the young wild horses were fat and healthy, but they were still just uninvited guests. Tiger was a bit thoughtful. He discovered that they were abnormally going south, and the guards quickly recognized it after hearing it. They felt very strange because horses usually go north where new tree shoots grow. The horses below were still running frantically. Tiger was observant and sensed that their actions were extremely urgent, as if they were being chased by something. Vlad was still surprised by the strangeness of his body. He looked towards the other black horse. Vlad's eyes flashed because he knew they were scared. He was confused as he looked into its eyes to see what it was all about. There were tremors from the ground. The guards shouted to report to Tiger. Vlad, standing next to him, felt that this was not an earthquake. He remembered the tremor very clearly. Several clouds of dirt suddenly shot up from the hill where the horses had just stood. A huge monster emerged from that ground. The Tiger people on the other side were extremely surprised. Even the pilgrims below are no exception. At the same time, Vlad was equally surprised. That monster is one of the remnants of the fallen dragon, the death insect. It quickly stretched itself out to attack the wild horses. The monster opened its mouth wide and ate the horse. Dorothea was surprised because the death worm was not a carnivore but acted like this. She widened her eyes in panic. The insect died, but some black gas appeared around its body. Dorothea looked at the strange object above its head. A strange aura was pouring out from it. At this moment it suddenly raised its head. The guard reported that the horses were turning towards the pilgrims. The black aura above the monster's head now emitted again. It immediately raised its head and changed direction. The death insect calmly looked at the wild horses and the group of fleeing pilgrims. Only then did the guard realize he was chasing the pilgrim. Red Tiger now worriedly asked Dorothea about what could attract death insects. She stammered awkwardly because it had neither ears nor eyes, and could only get through the vibrations under the ground. Red Tiger quickly shouted, asking Dorothea to quickly find something that attracted it here. He orders Vlad to carry her up high and guard her until he finds something that attracts the monster's attention. He was well aware of the urgency of the situation, so he quickly agreed. Red Tiger raised his sword and called everyone. He said he didn't care about the logic of things. Red Tiger wants his bodyguards to be where he needs to be and do what he needs to do. They quickly drew their swords, understanding that they had to fulfill the task assigned by the Count. Then they rode after Red Tiger to protect the pilgrims. The whole group of people went up to the monster. Red Tiger secretly noticed that this insect was not behaving normally. Everything was very strange. He was sure that someone must be behind this. A fire ignited in Red Tiger's heart, thinking that the other person was brave. He widened his eyes in anger. A bright flame emitted from Red Tiger's sword. He thought that this was Bayezid's territory and he dared to do that. On top of a certain hill, someone is standing there. A pile of delicate potions were dumped on the ground. Vlad and Portly stood still while Dorothea was frantically searching for the vibrating seal in the pile of things. Vlad was quite confused about that so-called seal. Lutger then spoke up and explained that it was a kind of mystery. He said mystery, divine power and aura make up the Trinity. At this time, Vlad also realized that Dorothea must have that ability to be Red Tiger's magician. From afar, a blazing fire appeared. Vlad and Portly looked up in surprise, not knowing what it was. The death insect is now in a sea of fire. Portly immediately recognized that it was the fire coming from Red Tiger's power source. When Vlad saw Red Tiger's swordsmanship, he couldn't help but admire him, feeling that he was on a completely different level than himself. Lutger said that the sword move was still shallow because Red Tiger was not well prepared, enough to show how incredibly powerful he was. Red Tiger on the other side is extremely angry and fighting with death insects. He understood that the monster was constantly screaming arrogantly that it was the toughest dragon. At this time, the death worm was opening its mouth wide, intending to attack Red Tiger. He quickly rode his horse and ran away to avoid it. The monster slammed its tail down, but luckily Red Tiger and the horse avoided it. After unsuccessfully attacking, it quickly withdrew its tail underground. The guards saw this and quickly ran out to ask him. Red Tiger just calmly told the guards not to let their guard down because this insect was not easy to deal with. Lutger also said at this time that he felt it was difficult to deal with no matter how good Red Tiger was. After all, that monster was an underground opponent. Red Tiger quickly ordered everyone to quickly find it because it could only be around here. He thought thoughtfully about where it was hiding. At this time, a bodyguard shouted for Red Tiger to look over there. The death insect was now lying on the ground and rushed towards the group of pilgrims. Red Tiger angrily cursed for an hour and then asked the whole group to chase after him immediately. Vlad saw that the situation was not good and quickly urged Dorothea to hurry up. He just turned around and saw her using her tail to draw something on paper. Vlad's face darkened and he asked her if now was the time to play. After hearing this, Dorothea immediately argued back, saying that he didn't know anything because this was the exclusive method of werewolves. She held her tail and looked at the finished product before her eyes, then scolded him that if he hadn't bothered, she would have finished by now. Then Dorothea immediately gave the paper to Portly and told her to give it to Red Tiger, just rub or cut the piece of paper in half to use it. He was a bit surprised and pointed at himself to confirm. Dorothea shouted that making the seal made her too exhausted to walk, and Vlad didn't know how to ride a horse, so of course only Portly could do this. The Lutger's voice rang out again, saying that there was no time to ride on horseback because the worms moved much faster on the ground. The whole team of knights couldn't even catch up. Vlad was worried it would run away. He quickly snatched the paper from Dorothea's hand, startling her. Vlad felt he had only one last resort left, so he ran away, surprising everyone. Dorothea shouted for the yellowhead and asked him where he was going. She saw him jump down without hesitation and reminded him that there was a cliff below. Vlad tried to slide down the cliff while remembering the conflict over inheritance between Red Tiger and Joseph. He knew that Red Tiger's knights were all Bayezid's elites, so there was no need for him to risk taking action. However, Vlad felt that the thoughts of those wild horses were still lingering in his mind. Vlad still remembers everything in his bones. It's the feeling of being defeated by the world, of being robbed of your own home without being able to do anything. He gritted his teeth angrily, trying his best. The Lutger sound reminded him to concentrate, especially the strength in his toes, but suddenly Vlad's foot tripped over a rock hole. Both you and he were speechless, so you spoke up. Vlad was surprised and didn't understand what happened. His whole body twisted and fell down. Vlad was slammed against a rock below and screamed. Right after that, he was hit again on the rock right below, groaning again. Vlad followed Lutger's instructions to roll and fell and spun several times with a few screams. Finally, he was rewarded with another strong blow that landed him face down on the ground. From above, Vlad looked extremely pathetic. He suddenly groaned a few times and then stood up, making Portly, who was in tears, happy. Dorothea witnessed this scene and was also sweating, wondering why he fell so high without being hurt. Vlad was also surprised at this moment because he was still alive. He thought he had broken a few ribs. A pale blue light suddenly emitted from his body, surprising him. The black horse leading the herd now seemed to have discovered something. He quickly raised his head and looked around. At the same time, the black horse discovered Vlad was sitting on one side and his whole body glowed. It stared at him and its eyes were filled with blue. Lutger now said that this was a blessing. Without this blessing of the python, he would have died. Vlad was extremely surprised and delighted by this blessing. The voice only advised to go there later. Then he quickly returned to the main task, took the paper and rushed away, answering with certainty that the opportunity was still there. At the same time he turned to look towards the pilgrims. Vlad was surprised to see a familiar figure walking behind him pushing a cart. Seeing that, he quickly accelerated and ran over. Vlad remembers the day he was protected. That person was Priest Andrea. He wondered if the leader of the pilgrimage group was him. Then, Vlad turned around to look for Rutiger. The monster and they were still far away. He was afraid that the insects would harm the group of pilgrims. Vlad is worried that the priest will be in danger, but is also hesitant because of the fate of the priest who needs to be brought there. Lutger said that sometimes there will be coincidences that force him to make a choice, which made Vlad swear awkwardly. The death insect was now about to emerge from the ground. Vlad knew he didn't have time anymore, so he decided to throw the paper into the air. He understood that he needed to act now and quickly drew his sword. Vlad thought to himself that he had to act, then raised his sword and slashed once. Without hesitation, he tore the paper in half. After the other piece of paper was torn, a green formation opened up. Vlad stood right below the formation, clearly feeling every stream of energy it brought. They even flowed into his sword. At this time, Vlad raised his sword high, intending for the monster to receive it. Then he stabbed the sword hard into the ground. The land where the sword was poked was quiet and soundless at this time. Then he seemed to use more force, causing a source of wind to blow up from below. Lutger felt it wasn't enough, advising Vlad to amplify the vibration frequency to the point where he could summon his own world. He quickly obeyed and sank into his mind, where there was an inverted image of the entire castle. Then Vlad suddenly opened his eyes. He put strength into the sword, calling for something to quickly look at him. Vlad gave the death worm the name of the remnants of the fallen dragons. A strong and sparkling light appeared around him. Vlad braced himself, put all his strength into hitting the ground harder. The monster seemed to be seriously injured by his strength and screamed miserably. Rutiger, who was riding a horse in the distance, was surprised to see this scene. The two people, Dorothea and Portly, were even so surprised that they gasped. Vlad's eyes then emitted the same green energy that Rutiger used earlier. The monster was now completely above the ground. And Vlad stood holding his sword. A voice echoed that he was right here. At this moment, the death worm opened its mouth wide to bite Vlad. It hit the ground hard, but fortunately he was able to avoid it. Even though Vlad had run past, he was still affected, could not stand and cried out. Lutger immediately advised him not to think about fighting but to retreat because his strength was not enough. He thought it was a good thing that Vlad held it here. He glanced at the Rutigers riding behind him and agreed with the voice's point of view. However, they are still very far away and perhaps not ready. The dead insect quickly raised its head off the ground. It opened its mouth and screamed loudly at Vlad. He was extremely surprised and quickly raised his sword. The monster didn't hesitate and slammed its tail down again. Because Vlad was not prepared in time, he was hit by a few moves and tried to roll away. It suddenly raised its tail to his surprise. Vlad looked at the dead man again and crawled to the ground and cursed angrily. He was extremely worried and didn't know where it was hiding. Vlad was not distracted at all but held his sword firmly and looked around to check. He was confused and searched for its whereabouts to see which side it was on. Then Vlad suddenly thought that he was going to the pilgrims and turned around to look. His eyes widened in surprise. The entire area where Vlad was standing was shaking strongly and continuously. The ground below where he stood quickly cracked. Lutger suddenly shouted and worriedly told him to get away, but it was too late because the death worm jumped up and opened its mouth, causing him to fall inside. Tiger rode his horse from behind and saw that the monster had raised its head to the sky as if it had successfully swallowed Vlad into its mouth. He hurriedly walked over and shouted no in panic. The death worm had now closed its mouth, and a few lines of drool were still flowing from it. It stood there alone, surrounded by dust. Suddenly, from inside, a person and a horse galloped out, breaking the layer of dust. Tiger was extremely surprised to discover that it was the leader of the wild horses. On its back was Vlad holding the sword and screaming loudly. He was surprised because he was riding on the back of a real horse. Lutger suddenly called out and told Vlad to use his spiritual world to observe the black horse's forehead. He was surprised to see white smoke appear on its forehead. It turns out this horse is a spirit, with unicorn blood in it. In a beautiful land full of flowers. At this time, the black horse's hooves were still moving non-stop. Vlad was delighted and laughed out loud. He rode a horse and galloped. Before and after there was smoke and dust created by the running horse. Vlad's face was now filled with immense joy. I feel wonderful when sitting on the back of a horse. In front of him and the horse was the vast horizon. He happily rode it, feeling crazy. Everything suddenly returned to reality. Tiger rode a horse from behind calling Vlad's name. He spoke up to ask about him and received a non-worrying answer. Tiger discovered that Vlad had engraved a seal on his sword, and rushed to attack the monster decisively. This makes him have a better view of him, feeling that this is the spirit of being willing to sacrifice for others. That action of rushing into battle carries the disciplined spirit of a swordmaster. Tiger spoke up and praised Vlad for his bravery in carrying out a nobler responsibility than any other knight here. Vlad was a bit surprised but also responded with, "Thanks." He then asked him what he thought about controlling the black horse at will, surprising Vlad. Tiger explains that only by killing the dead insects will pilgrims be safe, and the bet needs to be made. Vlad was a bit worried because it was a dragon. He expressed that if the two of them worked together they could accomplish it. The two people now exchanged glances. Because Vlad has Dorothea's seal and a great black horse, Tiger wants him to lure it out of the pilgrim's sight and attack it later. Vlad is still quite vague about whether he can control it or not. Its eyes were now looking towards him as if wanting to express something. Vlad then suddenly realized. That horse wanted to be here to save his herd. He thought to himself, let's try together, and then agreed to Tiger's suggestion. He immediately advised him to run around the hill and come back, he would wait on the other side. Vlad obeyed and rode away. The group of people now split into two directions and then the dead insect immediately chased after him. Vlad rode away and turned back to confirm the monster was following him. He was not afraid at all and told it to chase him. Vlad's eyes were much more steadfast, his mysterious voice continued, it was following the light he was emitting. A pair of legs appeared on the ground. Tiger quickly instructed soldiers to evacuate pilgrims to a safe place, leaving the rest in case of emergency. Vlad now rode his horse to a more secluded place. The death worm just stabbed people over the edge of the hill and rushed towards them. Tiger thought to himself, it's here. He summoned energy into his sword. Tiger gently tapped the sword with his hand. Immediately a powerful stream of fire energy burned up. Vlad was still intently leading the monster. He opened his eyes and looked up and was extremely surprised. That is the image of Tiger summoning his own energy. The voice in his head said that he was expanding his world of perception, something only a knight with deep reflection on himself could use. The voice immediately exclaimed that Tiger Bayezid was a much stronger knight in its mind. Vlad witnessed this scene in amazement. He felt he could easily burn his world. The monster was now chasing Vlad and the black horse with its mouth wide open. The inlaid thing on its head emitted a black aura as if reminding it of something. In a moment, the dead insect stopped chasing the prey in front of it. Vlad glanced behind him and was extremely surprised when he saw this. It turned to where Tiger was focusing its strength on the other side. Lutger now panicked, thinking that the death worm had discovered a threat from his spiritual world. After understanding, Vlad cursed loudly. He thought to himself that he couldn't let this continue, but his spiritual world was too weak to attract its attention. It was difficult to give Tiger time to gather more strength. While he was deep in thought, the black horse suddenly turned around and ran away, surprising Vlad. He tried to hold on tightly and asked what was wrong. Seeing the black horse running towards the death worm, Vlad shouted in surprise. At this time, it carried Vlad on its back and ran in a circle. He saw the monster nearby and worriedly signaled the black horse not to run here. He didn't listen but suddenly made Vlad feel like something had changed. Ultiger praised, Vlad was also amazed at what happened before his eyes. The normal black horse has now grown a glowing white horn on its head. He immediately explained that Vlad's spiritual world and the blessing of the white snake were resonating with this horse. There was a forgotten sacred secret rising from the memories of his spiritual world. The death worm discovered the source of this aura and stopped and looked up. It witnessed powerful energy radiating from Vlad and the black horse. The monster changed direction screaming and rushed towards him. Vlad saw that his intention was fulfilled and immediately spurred his horse to run away to distract it. A hornless unicorn and a horseless warrior met on a certain horizon, from me to us. The image of people and horses being chased by death insects seems to prove the saying that in that dark night sky, a white star accidentally appeared. Vlad and the black horse were now rushing towards Rutiger. He is still sinking into his world to condense energy and strength. Lutger told Vlad that he still needed a little more time because Rutiger's mental world was gradually getting stronger, but he still hoped that he could hurry up or else Vlad would no longer be able to attract monsters. He was also extremely exhausted at this point and cried out, his limit had been reached. Vlad single-handedly galloped forward, dust flying behind him. Suddenly, knights on horseback appeared from nowhere and ran after him. They all shouted in unison to encourage Vlad not to give up. At this moment, a knight used his purple aura to flash in his eyes. Then there was one more person who also used his own yellow aura. The remaining people also quickly joined hands. The entire horse-riding army at this moment emitted a brilliant light. That voice could not help but exclaim that all had gathered together, making the world of Soul open. There was no need to worry anymore. They advised him to keep moving forward and pass Mr. Rutiger. He was far away and concentrated great energy. The knights were now close to Rutiger. Vlad was a bit worried and shouted his name loudly. Rutiger now opened his eyes wide, revealing a strong, cold gaze. He looked at the group of horses galloping behind him and praised. Then Rutiger stood alone facing the death bug and exclaimed that now it was his turn. The energy spread below his feet. He angrily said that this was Bayezid's territory. Then red veins emerged from the corners of his eyes, angrily shouting at the monster not to cause any chaos. Rutiger swings his sword, creating a towering tornado of fiery red energy. At this moment, he shouted 2 words to go away and swung his sword. The sword carries the power of a fire-type aura that lights up the entire space, aiming straight at the death worm. It was quickly burned by that huge stream of fire energy. The pilgrims watching from afar were amazed. Portly and Dorothea also had the same reaction, only the knights showed happy faces. Vlad looked at Rutiger admiringly, realizing that this was the world of the knight with the ability to deeply reflect on himself. Rutiger's image has shown that it is a real and extremely powerful spiritual world. He felt it was far from common sense. When he saw it, it was like looking at an endlessly high mountain. Vlad imagines Godwin, Jair and Pablo, wondering if they can do this. He asked himself if he could do it. Lutger echoed from Vlad's hands holding the sword, confirming that. That will happen on the condition that your spiritual world is stable enough that nothing can shake it. The death worm has now been destroyed and the Rutiger is resting and recuperating. Vlad now came to ask about him. Rutiger did not answer but greeted him, praising Vlad for doing a great job. Vlad looked into the distance and was afraid that the grass would burn down. He just calmly replied that the grass was damp and the fire only burned a little so it would be okay. Rutiger then stood up tremblingly, expressing that he wanted to quench his thirst with beer. However, he sat down in surprise because he couldn't stand up. Lutger said that was the price to pay for expanding the spiritual world to such an extreme. Rutiger raised his hand towards Vlad, asking for help. However, Vlad did not agree and sat down with him, feeling that he would rather fall. Rutiger then stiffened and silently withdrew his hand. He smiled and let out a breath. Rutiger complimented Vlad when he rode that horse. Unlike the rumor that he didn't know how to ride a horse, Vlad just complained that the problem wasn't his fault. Both of them then looked into the distance at the same time. Rutiger looked at the black horse and admired its specialness. Vlad also agrees with this thought. As soon as he uttered the word solid, someone from behind hit him hard on the head and leaned forward. The bodyguards now gathered behind also praised Vlad for being formidable, good enough to penetrate their vassals. Those people praised him again and then sent an appointment for the next meeting. Vlad heard that a bit embarrassed and said, "Thank you." Suddenly, from afar, someone called Vlad's name. An old man with a cane appeared and it was Priest Andrea. He now stood up and placed his hands in front of his chest, feeling happy that he was still safe. Priest Andrea suddenly smiled and said he understood. He remembered the light emitted when someone fought the death worm, and immediately knew he had seen it before. Priest Andrea expressed that Vlad's power is the light that penetrates the darkness. After speaking, he immediately took his hand. He knelt down and respectfully said, "Thank you, Light of Sora." When Vlad saw Priest Andrea acting like that, he was a bit surprised and called out to him. He still bowed his head and said to my lord. He hopes that Vlad, receiving your will act according to your will. The other pilgrims also knelt down and asked God to comfort the child who protected his spiritual world. They all raised their hands to bless Vlad with the Lord's mercy and compassion. Vlad's whole body seemed to be illuminated by a source of light. Today, countless hearts turned into a single ray of light, the world of his soul was open wide. Scene changed to the mansion at sunset. A hand full of scars is holding a piece of paper. The man holding the piece of paper asked if the other person was sure. The old man followed and immediately confirmed that it was Dorothea who announced the news through the crystal ball. Count Bayezid clutched the piece of paper in his hand. He had intended to send it to them as a precaution, but he didn't expect it to be dark magic. Ragmus immediately replied that there seemed to be a few of them left in the north. He felt that the Empire had always turned a blind eye to this matter, so ancient cursed creatures gradually appeared. The Count just pondered. Ragmus now expressed that they at least still had good news. The Count also knew that kid's name kept appearing. He thought to himself, from last year's hunt, the honorable duel at Heinel, and the traveler's story, it was all involved. The Count thought that if it weren't for Vlad, Bayezid would have suffered humiliation. He found it admirable. The Count immediately sent someone to call Joseph to come. Ragmus wondered if he was going to allow it. Count Bayezid now glanced back and said that rights must be given to those who deserve it. On the other side, people had set up tents on the wild grass fields. Bayezid's family and pilgrims created 2 fires to warm up. Separated from everyone else, there is someone sitting far away. Vlad was attentively heating the sword and polishing it. The blade is shiny but full of numerous scratches. He seemed to be talking to it, thinking in his head that the sword must have been through a lot. Rutiger came from nowhere, still drinking wine, and asked why Vlad was sitting here alone. Vlad saw him and said hello. Rutiger immediately wondered where the fat portly had gone. Vlad only knew that Dorothea had dragged him away to do something. He immediately asked Priest Andrea, who also replied that he was praying with the sheep. Rutiger listened and sighed because everyone was busy. He held out a bottle of wine to invite Vlad to drink, and he immediately expressed that he was cleaning his sword. Rutiger grimaced and said Vlad only rejected him. He told me about how when he gave peanuts and raised his hand to help, Vlad refused to contact each time, wondering why Joseph told him to do so. Vlad immediately denied hearing that and then reached out to grab the wine bottle. He was a bit surprised to hear that it was whiskey. Rutiger saw this and happily boasted that this was the wine of that noble. Vlad thought to himself that after all they are brothers, their personalities are different but their tastes are the same. Rutiger now looked towards Vlad's sword. He told me to pay attention to that sword when I returned. Vlad pondered for a moment and then said he had visited the blacksmith's workshop a few days ago and the owner said he had to remove the sword's hilt. Rutiger wondered why it had to be removed when it was normal. He said that because the connection between the hilt and the blade was too dangerous, unless the person who made it could be found, it would have to be thrown away. Rutiger took a sip of wine and said the sword resembled its owner. Vlad said he refused the offer. He remembered every familiar person in the past, raised the sword and said he did not want to lose everything hidden inside the sword because it was all memories. Rutiger remained silent and said nothing. He advised him to still fix it because the sword was already a bit rusty. Vlad agreed and wanted to find someone to forge the sword to do it. Rutiger wondered where that person was, causing Vlad to suddenly ponder and say nothing. He opened his eyes wide, looked at the sword and said the name Sora. Then Rutiger understood. After all, Vlad had told him that he came from that place. He secretly thought of Sora's nickname, the Shining Land, Sora's Vlad, which was very suitable indeed. Rutiger remembers the image of Vlad riding a black horse, because today he is also the one who shines the most. Vlad's eyes showed coldness. Rutiger silently realized that reason. He looked at Vlad and thought about why Joseph had to run everywhere to get his service. Rutiger now stood up and asked Vlad about something that couldn't be fixed right away. He looked down and exclaimed that if he expected to be affirmed, sooner or later someone would acknowledge it. Vlad on the other side is still confused and doesn't understand anything. Tiger put his hand on his shoulder. He sent his wishes to find someone to repair the sword soon because Vlad did a great job. Tiger then waved his hand and told him to go to bed early so that he could leave for Sturma tomorrow. Vlad watched his back as he left. He was silently sure that he would be able to fix the sword. He smiled and remembered the beautiful memories of the past because and he had a place to return to. From afar, only two bright clusters of fire can now be seen from where Vlad and the group were. A pair of black horse legs appeared not far away. He looked towards Vlad who was sitting there alone. There was something light blue in the black horse's eyes. Vlad's image now seemed to be glowing, emitting a strange light. The horse's entire body felt like it had the same pale blue light. Scene changes to the Count's mansion. Lady Okashana was not sleeping yet but was intently embroidering something and a servant stood next to her holding a book. At this time, her embroidery was completed. The finished embroidery was as beautiful as a painting. The lady softly wondered if this was okay. She held up the embroidery for the other servant to see and asked if it looked like the Heinel family's hat. The girl immediately complimented that it was exactly like the one in the book. Satisfied, Okashana picked up a new embroidery frame and wanted to embroider one more. The observant servant opened the page containing the Count's coat of arms and offered to let her see it and then embroider it. The lady slowly did her work. She said that she had memorized every needle and thread, there was no need to look at it anymore. At this moment, Okashana said that this was the first time she did this, normally only her mother did it. The servant immediately felt that if so, the embroidery would be even more valuable. The lady agreed. She was also sad because this tradition was gradually being forgotten. Okashana felt that the knights were now wrapped in silk and unworthy of holding those flags. The image of the flag appeared along with her words, only true knights are allowed to raise this flag. The next morning the group led by Tiger continued on their way. A knight praised the beautiful scenery he had never seen before. A herd of horses also ran on the other side at this time, making people unable to believe that this happened. Tiger glanced at them and agreed, he felt like this was the first and probably the last time. But Tiger turned his head to look at the group behind him. Vlad was sitting on the carriage and looking out intently. In just a short period of time, perhaps the two of them had become very special people to each other. He thought to himself, I know. The black horse accompanying the group in the distance was still running non-stop, but perhaps this was the time to say goodbye. Vlad understands that he has something he needs to do. And that black horse also has the responsibility of leading its herd. The running horses suddenly stopped. The black horse walked to the top of the hill, neighed and lifted its front legs. Vlad felt it was time. The other horse also looked back as if to say hello. The two of them could only go here together. Vlad gently waved goodbye to it. Priest Andrea, sitting in the carriage, now advised him not to be too sad when he had to say goodbye. He bowed his head slightly and said that those were just words he said in an emotional moment. He seemed to understand and then smiled. It's true that it's very difficult for people to speak the truth. At this time, Priest Andrea spoke up and explained, human life is a cycle of meetings and separations. Separations will bring tears and meetings will bring happiness. He saw this as a wonderful meeting and he looked forward to the day they reunited. His voice and the image of a black horse appeared. However, the depth of the connection was not simply determined by the time spent together. Vlad also agreed and thought about it one day. The horse stood high and watched the group leave. Vlad's words flew away like hope, and the two of them would meet again, definitely. Right now the Earl's mansion is suffering from the rain. Count Bayezid sat in the middle, leaning on his hands and thinking. At this time, he spoke up to confirm the story of the fall of Count Ravnoma's family. Ragmus immediately confirmed that this was the urgent news he had just received. The sad Count did not expect things to turn out like this. He thought the other side was just strangely quiet. He wondered about the strength of the Gaidar Count family. This was partly created by other clans contributing to alliances. Even the Ravnoma that dominated the West lost due to being outnumbered. The Count wondered why the royal family didn't do anything. Ragmus replied because he couldn't find out what happened at the center. At that time, Count Bayezid did not ask further. He clearly realized that the north had a much clearer identity than the other regions. He pondered again, because the self-built solid wall was not influenced by the royal family and central power but could not listen to news from other regions. The Count exclaimed, not expecting such a family in a region to collapse so easily, not just an ordinary family. Ravnoma is also a contract guardian family affiliated with Bayezid. He was angry that rules and traditions had no meaning because of the new ruler. The Count believes that this is a period of turmoil. Ragmus also agrees because authority in the empire has become loose and without limits. He saw the fall of Ravnoma as a sign of a new era. The Count looked in surprise at the people transporting things below. He was angry and cursed loudly because those people were not pilgrims. He knew they were refugees from Ravnoma, coming here with the old contract. The leader, Priest Andrea, was ordering a group of people to carry something inside. Vlad on the other side is confused and doesn't know what to do. He feels that rescuing the pilgrims is a good thing, but Joseph will not be happy when he helps Tiger too. Vlad imagined Jair's scary image again, thinking he would beat him. No matter what, he couldn't help it, so he was determined to knock on the door and ask to come in. Hearing the affirmative response, Vlad gently pushed the door open and went inside. Joseph bowed his head to work and said he'd come home a day early. Vlad said yes for an hour and then got straight to the point about those things. He expressed that he had heard the story and asked about him. Vlad said he was fine, but Joseph still reminded him to take good care of him. He was a little nervous and opened his mouth to agree to accept the instructions, thinking that it would be fine. Vlad felt that Joseph's face was still as calm and cold as usual. The moment the other two looked up at him with burning eyes, Vlad quickly sweated and withdrew his thoughts. He immediately guessed that he was angry, secretly feeling that his life was over. Joseph suddenly opened his mouth to mention Sora. He suddenly expressed that he didn't know much about that place, which made him feel a bit surprised. Joseph asked if it was true that conflicts between gangs only ended when all the members died or surrendered. Vlad was surprised when he mentioned this, then he just replied that maybe so. Joseph, based on what Vlad said, asked about not being able to send letters there. He was confused and didn't know what letter he was talking about. He now mentioned Jamina and called her Vlad's lover at the monastery. Vlad couldn't understand what Joseph's intentions were, he only considered Jamina a friend. He didn't have time to pay attention to so many details so he could just talk about anything. It wasn't until now that Joseph knew the situation there. He wanted to talk about not being able to send news to Sora for fear that the people there would be harmed. Joseph said he also wanted to understand them, but to solve the problem would take a lot of time and effort. Vlad just listened thoughtfully. He shows that the one-armed Jack is valuable in his own way. Vlad remembered him and found himself agreeing with Joseph's words. After all, that guy must have used a large amount of money to establish relationships with many people in power in Sora. Joseph suddenly stood up and said Vlad did a great job proving his worth to him. Joseph went aside, understanding that Vlad had endured a lot of hardships for him. Of course he should repay it as promised. Vlad was a bit surprised when he heard these words. Joseph came before a flag and said that this was the flag that represented a person's honor. It was said that in Bayezid's previous life, each knight would carry one. He secretly thought that this was something he could never have in his entire life, so he decided to let a knight carry it. Joseph glanced at Vlad. He knew that he was willing to hold it with both hands. Then Joseph took down the other flag and told Vlad that he was the one who deserved to have his own flag. He raised the flag to show that the Bayezid family would vouch for his worthiness and fully support him. Vlad was now surprised to hear Joseph say that he had received the title from Lady Alicia and was a subordinate of the Bayezid Vlad family. He would proudly raise his head under his own flag. He asked Vlad to take it back to his hometown. What needs to be done is to wipe out the useless people who have bound him, find his true freedom and return here to him again. This makes Vlad surprised. Joseph just smiled now. Jair on the other side closed his eyes and said nothing. Vlad himself felt joy mixed with happiness. He remembered the simple sword given to him by the girl and the old man, the identification card authenticated by the priest, the handkerchief embroidered with the name of the noble lady, even the flag with the family crest. Vlad now knelt down feeling that all of this had created his roots. All of these are the achievements he has achieved. Although Vlad was strong, he shed tears and asked to obey Joseph. The scene changes to the main hall of the Earl's palace. Priest Andrea leads everyone and brings in a large chest. Count Bayezid sat high up and looked down with cold eyes. He recognized the chest. The entire chest was locked tightly with chains, which was proof of the treaty. Priest Andrea nods in agreement, saying that the dragon shard is in there. That thing was a fragment of the true dragon of perfection, once defeated by the founding king. Count Bayezid hummed thoughtfully. Priest Andrea bowed down feeling regretful because in the west, Count Ravnoma's family was the only family that could protect the treaty. Count Bayezid seemed to understand. He said he would send them cavalry, providing full assistance in moving the demonstration of the agreement, as safely as he could. He told them to feel comfortable as guests here until the preparations were completed. Priest Andrea immediately said, "Thank you." Several refugees now carried the chest together. The crowd then left one by one. Earl Bayezid then grimaced and said nothing. Ragmus at his side advised him not to worry too much about it, after all they had no other choice. Count Bayezid now stepped down. He understood this from the Western perspective. The only family protecting the agreement that could compare to them in terms of force was only one person. That was the ruler of the North, Iron Duke, Timur Buranov. Count Bayezid knew he couldn't do much to help them, but his actions would lighten the burden on the pilgrim's shoulders. At this moment he saw something very surprising. Earl Bayezid hadn't seen him for a long time. Ragmus heard the sound and immediately asked him about it. The two of them stood by the window looking, and he also saw that surprise. A flag with two badges that Joseph gave to Vlad is hanging outside the Ragmus. It has been a long time since I saw it fly. The Count watched Vlad get on the carriage and leave and exclaimed, he could have rested a bit before leaving. Ragmus saw that perhaps he couldn't control his excitement. The Count thought to himself, that's right, if it were me, I wouldn't be able to hold back my heart when I return to my homeland. A true knight is a knight who can control himself. He supported you in his heart. Go back to your hometown. The Count hopes that you can do as he thinks, and fulfill your duty. Right now, Sora Alley is full of wandering people. A new pub appeared here. There were dozens of men gathered outside the shop at this time. They were screaming, wondering when they were going to come out here. Some people say cheesy words, today is my night, come out and play with me. Some people shout, it's only a dream, whoever has the most money has the right to speak up. Marcella sat in front of the dressing table and still heard howling inside, please pour me a glass. She was sitting applying lipstick, the howls calling her name kept ringing. A woman standing in the room smoking a pipe couldn't help but speak in disdain, they're making a mess like a bunch of pigs, if you're ready then get out of there quickly. She had an old face and white hair. She tried to look patient and said, today you have to serve as many people as possible to be able to pay off your debt, come on, bitch. Marcella just glanced at her with cold eyes. Her eyes wrinkled even more when she saw that look. She came closer and grabbed her face with her hand. The woman let her look straight into the mirror and said, let's see how long you can keep this confident attitude, we still have a lot of time, in the end you will be stuck here until your body starts to rot. Marcella didn't care what she said and kept her face the same. She suddenly curled her lips into a contemptuous smile. Marcella glanced at her and wished, long life, lady. She was so angry when she heard that, but she didn't say anything but cursed silently in her heart, this insolent thing, even if she stepped on it, it would still protest just like that. She turned around and left a sentence, quickly get ready to go, and get out there quickly. Marcella now put down the lipstick toothpick. She sees herself as having climbed to a position that is too good for a person with a humiliating status. Marcella gently flipped her hair and said, even so, life here is still no different than before. She stood up and thought, at least she was alive compared to the fate of other girls who lost their lives in this chaotic kingdom. Marcella came out from the inside, let it go. When she stepped out, the men outside jumped up, she's out, I've been waiting for you, Marcella, she thought the other side, that was the road to her own destruction. The men out there saw her like the devil saw his prey. They rushed towards her. The old woman then spoke up, come on, you guys have been waiting for so long, any man who is looking forward to tasting the sweet nectar of the black rose should quickly show me the shiny gold coins. They shouted in turn, here, 1 gold coin, 1 gold coin, I have 2 gold coins. Another group of people spoke up, can we pool the money, we pool 3 gold coins. She calmly glanced at Marcella, she closed her eyes and bowed her head, the crowd still spoke, you pig brain, do you think that will work? Then I will pay 3 gold coins myself, you crazy person, that is my money too. She exhaled a cigarette and thought to herself, how hopeful, this withered flower is so good at making money, I will gradually drain all that sweet nectar and throw you away like a bitch. A man now shouted, 4 gold, I give you the final price. The other woman smiled, in the end, she got a nice price, hey, you have 4 gold. The other people cursed for an hour, and there were a few people who hesitated that with 5 gold coins, they could play with another person for a whole month. She heard that and hesitantly said, then. From behind someone appeared and said he would pay 100 gold coins, surprising everyone. Hearing that, the old woman also rolled her eyes and quickly took out the medicine. Everyone simultaneously turned back to see who was bidding. The old woman calmed down and asked what that person had just said. A man walked forward, emphasizing again that he would pay 100 gold coins. Marcella heard this voice and widened her eyes in surprise. She kept scratching her skin with her hands. She thought to herself, is this sound? The sound of footsteps still echoed continuously. She was afraid to remember that it was an old, familiar sound that reminded her. The image of God when holding a sword with blood appeared in her mind. That nostalgia is the destruction of the former Marcella family. His eyes were extremely cold, his lips still showing a deadly smile. She was terrified. It was the sound that reminded her of those old days. At this time, the other person also stepped forward right behind the group of despicable men. The other person was wearing a tight cloak and could not see his face clearly. She immediately asked him again if it was true that he had just offered 100 gold coins. The other had white blonde hair exposed. He gradually walked closer to the wine table, his body emitting a terrifying black aura. The men thought to themselves, who the hell is this guy? His aura is really no joke. He pointed to the seat and asked if he could sit. The old woman silently evaluated the expensive item on his person. Even if she lied that it was 100 gold coins, 10 gold coins probably wouldn't be a problem. She tried to give her a menu but was refused. The other person spoke up now. Even after leaving here for so long, he still remembered these dishes, grilled sausages and black pudding. Marcella's voice sounded like she realized something. He also mentioned potato cakes and bran bread. The other man took off his hood. Marcella was so surprised that she cried when she heard him ask for her usual menu. That golden light did not come from the corruption of lust and desire, the color of peace that he radiated, a reminder of the peaceful day before when Marcella had once bathed him, the color that the boy had brought with him had returned. Vlad now put his hand on his chest and said, I'm home, Marcella. She burst into tears feeling the iridescent color. Marcella, after realizing it, covered her mouth to let her tears fall. People around didn't understand what the two of them were doing. Vlad looked at her crying and felt heartbroken. Suddenly Marcella opened her eyes in surprise. She blocked the old woman's view and asked him in a low voice to quickly leave here. Marcella announced that this place was single-handedly controlled by Jack's subordinates. The old woman quietly looked at the two people and whispered something to each other. She was a little suspicious that the two people knew each other, feeling that they were very unusual. She secretly thought that she had to separate the two of them to prevent any unexpected things from happening. The group of people sitting on one side had also discovered her sign. A tall man inside quickly grabbed his sword. The whole crowd started to stand up and go there. They walked quickly from behind Vlad. Marcella was shaking in fear and Vlad realized someone was coming. He immediately spoke up before paying. Then stood up and wanted to settle accounts with them. She asked suspiciously, what are you planning? At this moment, she immediately heard Vlad say the name One-Armed Jack. His cold eyes looked at them, saying that there was something to get from him. The people behind heard this and stopped in surprise. The leader of the group pulled out his sword, feeling ridiculous. He angrily yelled at him for daring to call his big brother's real name, but before he finished speaking, something made his neck bleed. Vlad now turned around and swung his cape vigorously. His sword in an instant slashed the other man's neck, causing him to spit out syrup. Vlad's eyes were filled with cold blood and uncompromising. The other guy immediately returned to heaven. He was covered in blood and fell to the ground, causing the people around him to quickly dodge. Both the old woman and the subordinates who were just behind him were surprised. Marcella was also very surprised. Blood from the other guy was now flowing into a puddle onto the floor. When she saw this, she screamed in fright. Vlad immediately raised his bloody sword and asked everyone to be quiet, shut up and wait here. She then rolled her eyes and frowned without saying anything. He used his eyes and a shiny knife to threaten them. If Jack didn't pay in full, he would pay with these people's lives. When she heard that, she stiffened and froze. The other people then raised their swords, thinking that Vlad was talking nonsense and was nothing. Surely someone sent him here. Vlad stared at their swords without changing expression. Vlad immediately mentioned Jorge's name, saying he was his last short sword. The others were now suspicious about Jorge's so-called short sword. A guy suddenly shouted that he remembered, blonde hair and blue eyes. He shouted that he was Vlad. One person despised Vlad as a brat, thinking he had been dealt with. The other didn't care about that, but paid attention to his price. They surrounded him and said a few contemptuous words. If they captured Vlad, they would be rewarded handsomely by Jack. Some people laughed and joked that he was still alive but didn't know how to retreat and instead committed to death. Vlad kept his feet steady and called them nonsense, provoking them to attack. His eyes radiated a strange light. Vlad challenged them to rush in and kill him like that day. After the group of people caught that aura, they all hesitated and sweated. They suddenly couldn't believe that the boy then and now were the same person. The crowd felt he was like a bloodthirsty wolf. Vlad now looked down on them as they stood there, not daring to take action. He decisively rushed towards them. In just a split second, Vlad defeated one guy. His cold eyes said that he would make the first move. A sinister guy was about to attack Vlad from behind and was discovered by him. He turned around in an instant and stabbed straight into his stomach. They surrounded him in a circle but couldn't stop him from killing them one by one. He aimed the knife straight at his face and stabbed him. Every time the sword slashes, a scream rings out. Vlad is like a murderer who kills people without blinking an eye. Every scream is a life lost. Blood was all over his body, but it was all the blood of the people he killed. I won't forgive anyone. The images of killing still do not stop. The other guys all had their necks slit by Vlad using a knife. Some people were stabbed straight in the stomach. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. I want to kill them until their blood is gone. Marcella saw these scenes and covered her mouth in surprise. Vlad went on a killing spree to satisfy her tears. At a similar shop but encrusted with gold. One-armed Jack is currently sitting down, drinking from a bottle of wine. He slammed the bottle of wine on the table. Then Jack exhaled with one hand. The floor was filled with wine bottles. He secretly thought of Jorge. Since his disappearance, Shora's backyard alley was almost his territory. He raised his amputated arm and dreamed of going further so as not to stay in place. The chair he sat next to now crushed the corpses of countless people, not hesitating to take everything from others to elevate himself. However, when reaching the limit, one-handed Jack only realized it. That's how the life of the backyard alley is still determined by those above, just like Godwin grabbed his head. Jack silently scolded life for an hour and then continued to drink, believing that if he only won, he would have everything. Even though he had failed, he could still sit in this position. He secretly thought that the winner and loser were both Jorge, and perhaps his fate would be the same. Jack thought with one hand that with just one word from the person above, his fate would be decided and cursed angrily. At this time, suddenly a junior came in and reported that he couldn't finish. He tiredly raised his head and asked him what was wrong. The other guy was scared and said he was surrounded. One-handed Jack just vaguely wondered where and who. The junior's words seemed to guess what he was thinking. The entire backyard alley was surrounded by soldiers. Another guy stood up to look and saw that the back door was also surrounded. Moreover, they are all Shora's security guards. His juniors now stood up and argued that they had already paid for this month, so why was this still happening? Jack bowed his head with one hand and said nothing even though his juniors argued that the soldiers were just on a normal patrol, then noticed the dangerous heads that were separated from their necks. One-armed Jack now raised his mouth and laughed a few self-deprecating sounds. He had a premonition that this day would come, but it was today. Then he smiled cunningly and felt so good, instead of having to have a headache deciding where to fight. He was glad because it was much easier to kill right in front of his eyes. Vlad on the other side still kept his cold eyes. Outside, there was a group of soldiers lighting torches and standing in a long line. A person ran to inform the leader that he had been ordered to complete the settlement of the soldiers. Vorta asked if the other alleys were also completely blocked. The man scaredly wiped his sweat and then reaffirmed that they had tried their best. Vorta despised doing such great work. Because of it, things had developed to this point, and the Count also knew about it. He immediately admitted that he could not justify it, because Jack was very talented. Vorta, with a serious face, shouted a warning. The other person knew to keep his mouth shut and his eyes averted. He wondered who Vorta was and could know the situation in the dark alleys of Sora. Then he spoke flatteringly, saying that he felt he was here because of Vorta, causing those who made Sora corrupt to be destroyed. He glared and thought that he was the corrupt one. Vorta could not understand why a lowly leader of a dark alley could control such a large system. That guy is the one behind this, secretly letting everything happen under the name of mayor, and of course he will receive a huge compensation. Vorta thought to himself that as anyone who has ever eaten meat knows, accepting bribes is the same. He told himself that he would know just by looking at it. The mayor then asked what time the knights were coming inside, that is, the people the Bayezid family had specially recommended. Vorta just said it was here, making him shut his mouth and not knowing what to say. At this moment, a pair of bloody feet gradually approached. Vorta immediately pointed to the person coming. The other mayor was now surprised because there was only one person. He seemed worried about Vlad, claiming to have gathered many knights and wanted them to help. Vorta just looked and refused, making the mayor feel confused. He only thought in his mind that the reason was because Joseph had put a lot of effort into preparing this time. Vorta looked at Vlad filled with murderous intent and thought this would be his official debut battle. At this moment, Vorta was whispering softly to Vlad, asking if he was okay. He wanted him to stop being like that, let the soldiers go with him because the enemy had a lot of people. If Vlad was injured he would lose all face in front of Joseph. Vlad then gently replied that even if he was injured, he would make sure not to let him get into trouble. Vorta got a little angry and said he wouldn't let that happen. He looked worriedly at Vlad but he was still very calm. He silently witnessed the building towering before his eyes. His eyes now showed coldness mixed with anger. Vorta saw that he could not persuade him and immediately gave up trusting that promise. He held out the tied flag towards him, following Joseph's request. He wanted you to give it to him in front of everyone. After it was given, Vorta told Vlad to start and he agreed. He grabbed the flagpole with his bloody hand and raised it. He hit it hard once and pinned it to the ground. The flag now unfurls to reveal the two coats of arms of the two clans printed above. A soldier below was surprised to see it, thinking this tradition had been forgotten. Some people wonder who Vlad is to receive that flag at such a young age. Someone said that the Bayezid family had personally sent Vlad. All of them then silently looked at his proud back in front. Vlad's eyes were cold and emotionless at this moment. He felt that right now, this land was his territory. Under the honorable names that vouch for me, that is the flag with the noble coat of arms of the two families. Vlad will exercise his power over their lives. At this time, one person spreads out a long roll of paper. Vorta shouted to the scoundrels in the dark alley and Jack heard him with one hand. Because he did not comply with the rules and regulations of the Bayezid family and took the lives of the people, Sora's rightful owner, Peter Bayezid, cannot tolerate it and will appoint a representative. From now on all the power that Vlad exercises is the right that he and the church bestow upon him. Vorta asked Jack and his subordinates to open the door immediately so that the legal representative, Vlad, could enter. The soldiers outside simultaneously banged the ends of their spears on the ground. They shouted Bayezid, Bayezid. The chants rang out endlessly. When his juniors inside heard it, they were scared and awkward. One-armed Jack still sat on the sofa without moving, even though people outside kept shouting, God protect the representative, kill one-armed Jack. They chanted the name of the Count's palace in unison, resounding everywhere. Vorta said softly that both justice and the people were on Vlad's side, so don't hesitate to act freely. Vlad heard that and said, thank you, then pulled out the sword. He told me to be careful and I agreed. Lutger now reminds Vlad that one-armed Jack is probably preparing, try to widen your vision or else you will be attacked from all directions and lose your life. This battle is different from any previous battle. He closed his eyes and did as he said, needing to take the initiative and start the match spectacularly. Vlad is preparing to accumulate energy to expand his own world. I remember that day, if I hadn't called Godwin, would Jorge have lived to this day, today? He thought again, or before that, if Jack had not threatened Jorge in the first place, then maybe he wouldn't have needed to call Godwin. Vlad felt like the words if and maybe kept haunting him, so in the end there was only one solution left. Vlad now opened his eyes to reveal a powerful flow of energy. He raised his sword, thinking that he had to kill Jack with one hand. Then Vlad swung his knife downwards. The slash caused the barrier door to shatter, sending several of Jack's men flying far away. They were cut so painfully that they cried out. A few people were made to fall back and scream, the rest were bleeding and screaming. Vlad calmly looked at the knocked down people trying to get up. He feels that the world of one-armed Jack is eating away at his world. Vlad used both hands to hold the sword. I know I have to end this right here. Vlad then lifted his foot, I want to cut off this relationship. He stepped inside the house, moving forward. When the other subordinates heard him introduce himself as Sora's Vlad, they looked up in surprise. He calmly said that in addition to being a legal representative, he was also a legitimate avenger. Vlad gradually walked over. Before everyone's eyes, he said he wanted to end the discord between the two sides. The people above couldn't help but stare at him. Vlad now began to open his mouth. He raised his sword and called out Jack's name with one hand, announcing that he was back. One-armed Jack is now sitting quietly on the chair inside. He suddenly recognized this voice. Then Jack suddenly stood up with one hand. He covered his mouth and laughed a few savage sounds. He thought to himself that Vlad was the legal representative coming to take his head. Jack imagined Vlad with one hand and secretly thought of a promising star. At this time, Jax Jr. called everyone to kill Vlad. Both sides rushed to fight each other in a one versus many battle. Vlad kept his eyes calm and did not panic as he swung his sword back at them. He quickly used it to kill many people at once. The other guys saw that and were surprised. Vlad was uncompromising, his eyes were filled with determination. Vlad just kept killing wherever he went, destroying quite a few people from the opposing team. Suddenly, from behind, someone jumped up and shouted that he wanted to kill him. Vlad quickly moved his legs to one side. That idiot was instantly stabbed with a knife. His head was blown out with blood. It fell right at his feet. The other group of people were surprised and did not believe that this was Vlad. Someone shouted from behind, "Don't just stand there and surround Vlad." Two brave men rushed forward to attack. The rest of the people saw that and jumped up too. The two people joined swords together and wanted to take Vlad's life. It's a pity they weren't brave enough, so he turned around and was scolded by the people outside. What kind of nonsense was he doing? If he was shouted at, he was ready to attack him. The other two people secretly thought to themselves that Vlad was very proficient in swordsmanship, and if he risked it, he would only die. So none of them dared to go up and stood on defense waiting for someone to take the lead. Vlad pondered for a moment and then told them not to think so much. He used his aura and then disdainfully told them they would all die anyway. The crowd was now even more frightened. A few scared people stood next to each other and defended. Some people on the other side, although not afraid, did not dare to take action. Vlad is now gathering his energy. He made a sword pass that quickly passed through all of them. Some people then cried out in pain. Then gradually, one-armed Jack's subordinates here were all beaten by Vlad until they were covered in blood, screaming miserably. Some people standing far away witnessed this scene and did not dare to come closer, thinking that they could not stop someone like him. The people above thought of throwing an iron net at Vlad and asked the people below to quickly get out of the way. The net swung up and aimed straight at Vlad and fell. He didn't care about it and rushed forward to continue fighting. When the other guys saw that they couldn't hit, they ordered their accomplices to throw everything there, but Vlad still dodged it all. They were angry and shouted at the people below to stop him, admiring his running speed. Vlad immediately hid behind the pillar to stay safe. The guys above asked the guys below to drag him out because if this was the case they couldn't do anything. Someone on the other side shouted that there was no need to do that, he thought that just blocking the stairs so Vlad couldn't go up would be enough. The people upstairs told each other that if they saw him come out of his hiding place, they would immediately throw knives. Vlad felt extremely troubled by that group of people. If he went straight through, it would be too risky. They then used provoking tactics to lure Vlad out. Vlad tried to think of his next move because he couldn't keep using the light sword forever. At this moment he suddenly saw the rope tied to the pole on the other side. Vlad chuckled, remembering Jamina often complaining about one thing. He looked up at the white curtain and thought to himself, it was the curtain that was too heavy that made it difficult for her to walk. The other group of people vaguely heard Vlad say something but it wasn't too clear. Vlad used his sword to cut off the rope tied to the other pole. The rope rotates along the pulley and slides up and down. He then jumped up. The other group of people saw Vlad swinging on the rope up high and were amazed. He borrowed the force to push himself and the rope to one side. The other men's eyes widened in surprise. Vlad just calmly glanced at them coldly. He suddenly released his hand from the rope. Just like that, Vlad successfully landed in a very cool way. The other group of people panicked and raised their weapons to defend, surprised when he flew up here. A few people quickly called the people on the first floor to move upstairs. Vlad said with a serious face that he was surprised that Jack single-handedly let these guys fight him. He cursed him 2 times then rushed to the group of people. The other guys saw Vlad attacking them and risked their lives to continue fighting, shouting that they wanted to kill him. Vlad quickly dodged his attack and gave him a blow. The other guy immediately sprayed syrup and then he blew his head off with a knife. All of them were instantly beaten and screamed miserably. Vlad had to admit that they possessed sharp swords. Some of them did not hesitate to attack him. Vlad turned around with one glance and was able to avoid those moves. That's because the way they moved and approached was incredibly stupid. He immediately sent them off to heaven. With these battles, Vlad felt that even Mr. Jayar's wooden sword was much more dangerous and terrifying. Only then did he feel tired and let out a breath. From the corner of his eye, he suddenly spotted something unexpected. An arrow came quickly, luckily Vlad was able to dodge it. One of Jack's men took out several sets of bows and arrows and aimed at him, while the other person let out a sound of disdain towards him like a mouse. A few people standing far away saw this and shouted to shoot so they could block the stairs. The others followed and simultaneously shot many arrows at him. Vlad quickly escaped and dodged those arrows. He glanced behind. Suddenly he climbed onto the hallway platform. In the blink of an eye, Vlad jumped from this side of the hallway to the group of archer subordinates. He clung to the lamp hanging from the ceiling to borrow momentum. With just one shot, he successfully jumped to the other side. His eyes flashed brightly. With one swing of the sword, the archers were all eliminated. When they saw that he had gone to the other side, they angrily cursed. He couldn't help but exclaim that it was so troublesome. He calmly glanced at them and told them to wait, and then he would go to them. The other people were so nervous when they heard that. Vlad calmly picked up the kettle and took a few sips to quench his thirst. He drank a little and immediately threw the kettle to the ground. Then Vlad stood calmly wiping his mouth, asking them if they wanted him to go there or if they wanted to go over here themselves. Before they could answer, he coldly spoke up and wanted to attack first. After all, how long had they been at his house? It was time to collect the rent. When the other people heard him say that, they were speechless and didn't dare say anything. Jack's henchmen must have thought this was their territory. Vlad held the bloody sword and slowly walked to the other side. But that is a fatal mistake. This place is a rose smile. At the same time, it is also Vlad's home. The scene changes to the harbor. The nearby houses still have their lights on. Harbin sighed, secretly feeling that the other guy Jack was crazy. He looked worriedly at the pile of notes in front of him. The gangsters in the market didn't do it to the same extent as him. Jack robbed so openly that Harbin didn't know what to do. He secretly thought that one-armed Jack seemed to have transformed into a different person after Jorge's death. Even though he had tortured debtors, he had never pushed them to death. Harbin is well aware that if this trend continues, the dark alley economy will collapse in just a few months. He felt like he was going crazy, not knowing how to report someone stealing smuggled goods. Suddenly, someone pushed the door open and announced that the dark alley had been blocked. Harbin couldn't believe it and asked again. He wondered who did this. Harbin was surprised to hear that it was Sturma's people and they came to capture Jack. The other guy revealed that Sora's guards had surrounded them on all sides. Harbin thought to himself that he had finally gone beyond the limit, but he couldn't be happy because then this whole dark alley would turn into a sea of blood. The other guy now spoke up, thinking that Harbin was close to the other person. He was confused and asked clearly when he heard the name Vlad. Harbin pondered a bit and then asked the other guy why he suddenly mentioned him. The other guy's voice was a bit hesitant and said that he didn't see it with his own eyes, but there was a blonde person in the group from Sturma. Harbin was a bit angry at that baseless thought. There wasn't only blonde Vlad in the world. The other guy quickly argued that it wasn't just that. Harbin's pen stopped when the other guy said he called himself Vlad of Sora. He quickly raised his head to confirm this. Harbin suddenly widened his eyes when the other guy confirmed that he would even add Vlad to return to purge Jack. His whole body trembled remembering all the rumors he had heard. The other guy asked a little worriedly. Harbin remembers that during Diamar's honorable duel, Vlad's aura appeared. He was Bayezid's young vassal and contributed to the insect hunt. Vlad himself used his energy to lure it away. That person is Sora's Vlad. Harbin took his walking stick and walked away, thinking that maybe the rumor was true. He quickly walked out wanting to verify for himself. On the other side, Vlad was rushing up and swinging his sword. His sharp sword slashed them endlessly. A guy rushed from behind and shouted that he wanted to kill him. Vlad ignored the guy whose leg he had just cut off and turned around. He gently threw the knife in his left hand into his head. The people around saw this and screamed and rushed over. Vlad did not stand still but at the same time ran towards them to fight. He used one of his swords to finish them off. His black robe was also stained with blood. Suddenly Lutger now appeared behind Vlad watching him fight. He thought to himself that Vlad's speed left people speechless. The image of Vlad killing people out there is his talent, his constant effort, and his strong will deep inside. Lutger narrowed his eyes and felt that Vlad was really. That line of thinking continued when Vlad used his sword to stab the man and fell to the ground. Vlad was a natural-born butcher. He smiled coldly at the people below and said that he had given them all that time, so maybe he should have his teeth filled again. The guy ran in to inform Jack, one arm now lying on the ground, shaking. Vlad raised the sword and thought he probably didn't need it anymore. The other man slowly raised his trembling hand. Before he could do anything else, he stopped breathing and died. The voice in my head said, "Enough is enough." Vlad turned his head to look at the pile of corpses and felt that it was enough, even though he couldn't recreate the exact scene. Only then did he turn his head to look behind. He looked up the stairs and told himself it was time to put an end to everything. Jack's other hand was squinting his eyes, still a little tired. He just now looked up. Vlad is holding the sword and walking step by step up the stairs. Jack didn't move but sat there silently. The light in the room now also shone on Vlad. He revealed his cold eyes and announced that he had arrived. Vlad looked at him sitting facing the wine table, and in a cold voice mocked, "Boss." Jack turned around without one hand, feeling that he was a new star, and welcomed him. He pushed a glass of wine aside and invited him to drink. Seeing that there was no sound, Jack turned around with one hand. Vlad was still standing in front of the door without moving. He sneered and said that he was not interesting at all. Jack looked at the wine in the glass with one hand and asked if he was really sore as Vlad. He drank a glass of wine and said he didn't believe the rumors. Jack drank the glass of wine in his hand in one gulp. He let out a satisfied sigh. Jack looked at Vlad's silhouette reflected in the wine glass with one hand and realized that he should have welcomed him sooner, should have told him to take care of him for a while. Then he joked to himself that it probably wasn't like that. Jack glanced sideways and looked up at Vlad. The strong image now made him feel like maybe he would kill that guy already. Jack smiled sinisterly with one hand and said, "At least you're the one I know killed him. Actually, I ignored you because I didn't want to deal with you." He pulled out the sword at his side. Jack smiled with a face full of murderous intent, knowing that he wanted everything to be sure, placing the sword on the arm that had lost its hand. "This is a chaotic connection." One-armed Jack laughed happily. Vlad on the other side remained cold, keeping his emotions intact. "I feel like this dark world is eating away at my world." Vlad no longer felt the same admiration for him as he did back then. And right now he was sure. Vlad gently pushed his legs aside to steady himself. He felt that his world could no longer stop him. Vlad now prepares to fight with a strong stance. Two people at the same time create a mood to start the fight. He softly told him he was ready to come. One-armed Jack heard that and smiled and agreed. Vlad raised his sword high, feeling that his existence was just like his enemy. He slammed his bloody sword and was blocked by one-handed Jack using his sword. Both swords vibrated strongly against each other, creating a stream of energy that shot to everything around them. Vlad grimaced with anger. He knew that he would treat him with all sincerity one last time. Jack with the other hand did not keep his smile but seriously fought. Vlad now used strong force to push towards him. Jack realized that the sword was about to touch his body. So he decisively swung his sword to escape the restraint. Vlad was suddenly knocked back and tried to stay still. From afar, clouds of dust and smoke arose. Vlad then quickly rushed forward and slashed continuously at Jack. That's how the dark alley shows respect. He continuously unleashed powerful slashes. Jack used one hand to bear the force and cried out loudly. His legs buckled under him. Vlad successfully took the initiative and forced him down to one knee. His strength frightens opponents even more than his brutality. Vlad used a move to put his opponent in a love position. Jorge trembled, held his foot steady, then used his strength to block Vlad's sword so it couldn't get any closer. Suddenly he let out a long roar. Putting all his strength into his arms, he threw away Vlad's sword to escape the passive situation. While he was still surprised, he swung his sword high, perhaps wanting to end the battle with this one sword. Then he swung the sword down. The force of the blow made the air around him thin. He had to stand still and try to block the counterattack. Jack exclaimed with one hand, so surprised because the new star that used to hold the wooden sword had now changed. His cruel eyes full of contempt were directed towards Vlad. "Or really, at least you have to be this strong to come back here to take revenge on me." Another blow hit him directly. Ignoring his disdain, he still focused intensely on the battle. Jack smiled contemptuously. "Progress is admirable. I also had a dream. I dream of holding the shining stars in my hands at all costs. And I need the strength to get those sparkling stars. Stronger and more bloody, I did all I could. Because in this place, the boundary between good and evil does not exist." Just like that, I had reached the peak of that dark alley, but they were still so far away. Even those stars that no longer shine because they are stained with blood and greed, they are still my stars. The bright light from above made Jack unable to see clearly everything in front of him with one hand. The faint image of a warrior holding a sword reflected with the stars above. He just stood there, staring blankly at the warrior and muttering, "What's going on? To hold shining things in your hands." With just one sword, Vlad was able to cut off Jack's arm in surprise. He himself must be worthy of those lights. Taking advantage of the opportunity that he was in an active position, Vlad continued to raise his sword. His eyes filled with murderous intent showed that he was determined to win this war. The excellent sword strike caused Jack to lose another arm in one hand. The sword flashed as if to show his own pride, how proud the achievements it brought could make his owner. After a few minutes, the loss of too much blood from his left arm caused Jack one arm to be in constant pain. He continuously used his right arm to support it, but everything was useless because now he could no longer use either arm. On this side, Vlad was breathing heavily from the intense battle just now. The murderous intent in his eyes gradually disappeared, making him extremely tired after vigorous exercise. The searing pain from his left arm wound made him constantly clench his teeth to keep from making a sound. Suddenly, one-armed Jack showed a strange smile. He said cruelly, "Very good, I hope Jorge can witness this scene." Jack's taunting words seemed to stimulate all the anger in Vlad. He swung his sword high and shouted loudly, shutting his mouth. He used all his strength to slash through his body, but luck didn't seem to be on his side. He didn't suffer any damage from the last move. Vlad's hateful eyes not only did not make Jack falter but also made him feel more refreshed. He thought sadly, he did not deserve to be forgiven. He contributed to Jorge's death and destroyed Marcella's rose smile because he was the bastard who caused all the evil in this alley. The more he thought about Vlad, the more heartbroken he became. He continuously slashed Jack's risky places with one hand to put him in a weak position. He deserved to die. Thinking about it, he slashed repeatedly at the injured arm. Maybe he changed his strategy, wanting to deal with Jack once and for all. Each slash of Vlad's body caused the blood in his body to flow out into a river, and a growl of pain rang out. Suddenly Jack threw his fake hand into the sword with one hand. He said, "Crazy, what a happy day." He used that prosthetic hand to continue to hook one on Vlad's leg, and then Jack proposed with one hand, "We should open all the rum in the dark alley to celebrate." The contemptuous laughter echoed throughout the sky. "You will go further than me." Vlad was screaming in pain. I said, "Shut up." When both of them approached to fight, there was a reaction that caused both of them to fall back. The worry in Vlad's eyes became more and more obvious. But contrary to his expression, one-armed Jack laughed happily like a crazy person. Using his foot as a pillar, he turned his sword into a knife and then walked straight forward. One-armed Jack was no less competitive. He waved his prosthetic arm, seemingly this time deciding who would return home. Blood stains were continuously shot out, creating an extremely horrifying scene. Tiny drops of blood fell to the floor, making everyone who witnessed it shudder. From the reflection of the two people, it seemed that Vlad was one-handedly faster than Jack. His sword went straight through his body even though he had just had time to swing his fake arm up. Blood flowed from the corner of Jack's mouth on one hand. He smiled and thought, "It's better like this. Instead of being slashed to death by Jorge in the past. I'd rather die in the hands of a kid trying to climb to the top of glory." Seeing that Jack was silent for a long time, Vlad took the initiative to speak. Did he want to say anything? He refused to answer but slowly brought his artificial arm down to pat his head. Jack used all his strength just to say this one sentence, "You did a great job. Take a rest and then go." His meaningful words made him extremely confused. Vlad's sword was slowly pulled out of one-handed Jack's body. As soon as it was pulled out, the pain was so piercing that he couldn't help but cry out in pain. Blood from one-armed Jack's stomach flowed down like a faucet with a broken valve. He held his stomach and staggered slowly towards Vlad. Jack hesitated with one hand before saying, "Enough." His eyes rolled back, glancing at Vlad with full confidence. "I have lived an evil life, but nonetheless, it is very good. Even though in the end I was still beaten miserably by your brighter world. He said some very strange things. I also did my job very well." Suddenly he raised his fake hand high. Jack screamed madly at the sky with one hand, "I have lived happily, now I will go see Mr. Jorge." Then he lifted one leg up. The whole body lost gravity and fell down. One-armed Jack's vision gradually became blurry. Even Vlad standing in front of him could not see clearly. He fell to the bottom happily welcoming death. The room was now engulfed in an eerie silence. Vlad stood rooted to the spot with no way to escape. Sweet revenge had to be taken naturally. However, the drops of blood on the sword continuously dripped drop by drop. What is this bitter taste? He kept thinking about the words of one-armed Jack just now. Suddenly Vlad turned his head. His eyes turned to the two glasses that were almost empty. The indescribable mood followed the death of one-armed Jack. Even though he had succeeded in revenge, his heart still ached. He carried the sword and trudged along. Vlad's bloody hand picked up the half-drunk glass of wine. then started drinking it down. After drinking, he put the cup back in its place. With a gloomy face, he kept thinking about Jack's words with one hand, "You will go further than me." Loneliness is clearly visible in his eyes. No matter how beautiful they are still just lifeless eyes. Vlad put his hand on the table and muttered to himself, "Take it back." He left a coin next to the cup, then turned and left. Since knights wouldn't accept things for free, his words were like paying for that glass of wine. A gold coin covered in blood and a cup with bloody fingerprints as evidence of the recent battle. This place is a dark, sinful alley where people encounter low-lying puddles containing people with tragic fates. Vlad walked past each corpse to get out into the light. His lonely back was cold as if he were a devil coming out of hell. Suddenly his eyes glanced to the side. Next to Vlad's feet is the place where one-armed Jack jumped down, but today a drop of water has left this dark world, leaving a hole that is difficult to fill in the young man's heart. Outside the house, 2 rows of soldiers were gathered under strict guard. Vorda frowned and thought, "Strange, why is it so quiet? I don't know what's going on." Suddenly a figure slowly walked forward. In his hand was a sword with blood stains still warm. This scared Vorda. Even though his heart was trembling with fear, he still tried to smile to say hello, "Here he is." Vlad's sharp eyes glanced at each person in the scene. Everyone got goosebumps every time he glanced over. All the soldiers standing here wondered in fear, their whole bodies covered in blood. It's just a passing thought, but did he really kill 50 people alone? Even though I saw this with my own eyes, it's hard to believe that I can't even get close. Vorda's pupils dilated, out of respect. This is more like fear. Vlad's appearance in this place makes every soldier think of a messenger from hell. His absent-minded eyes and tired expression from not having rested for many days made him look scarier than ever. No one dared to make a sound, just silently praying for this ancestor to leave quickly. Suddenly Vlad turned around and left without saying a word. The whole group watched as he left and breathed a sigh of relief. As I was dragging my feet heavily, I suddenly heard a call, "Vlad." He slowly turned his head to see who called him. The call rang out again, "Vlad, here is me, Harvin." Vlad muttered this name continuously, "Harvin." Harvin raised the stick in his hand and shouted loudly, "Vlad." His eyes suddenly opened wide as if he had just realized something. He turned his head in surprise and called, "Harvin." Vorda turned around and ordered the soldiers. It turned out he knew him to get out of the way. Harvin walked slowly while leaning on his cane. Even though they were walking, the two of them seemed to stand still and look at each other. Vlad didn't have any reaction when meeting his old acquaintance, perhaps he was still immersed in the battle just now. Harvin was worried and tried calling, "Hey! Are you okay?" "I still don't have any answer to the question I just asked." Vlad just stood there like a lifeless stone statue. Suddenly he gave a forced smile, "It was you." The sword in his hand suddenly fell to the ground. He walked over and leaned on Harvin's shoulder and groaned, "Damn, it hurts like hell, my whole body aches." He asked gently, "What's wrong?" He was silent, not saying anything, just quietly enjoying the peaceful feeling right now. After regaining some strength, Vlad spoke up, "I finally felt like I was back." Scene transition through town in the early morning. Vlad looked out at the town thoughtfully. "I still couldn't get used to it. I wonder if this scene is not like a dark alley." Gouda walked in holding a basin of water, commanding you to wake up so you should rest more. Vlad replied, "Lying still is more uncomfortable than my whole body hurting." "What is that?" Gouda answered honestly, "The water is for you to wash your face." Vlad asked suspiciously, "What's wrong with you?" Even though he was very upset, he still kept his standard smile to answer the question, "I'm always like that." He had difficulty calculating his steps in his heart. The commander's acquaintances in Sora began to appear, and at this rate, it would be difficult for him to maintain his position as a follower of the commander for so long, and he would not be able to return to being a guard in Bayezid. Vlad kept staring at him to guess his feelings. It seemed like he thought so. He went to reassure Gouda, "Don't worry, as long as you do well, I won't abandon you." Gouda happily asked, "Really, promise?" Vlad frowned, "If you don't believe it, try it." "You quickly denied it, I wouldn't believe you." Vlad took a deep breath. Remembering something, Gouda announced that Mr. Vorden wanted to meet you. He continued, "That's so lucky. I also have something to discuss with him." The scene transitions to a lavish party with all kinds of premium cakes and exquisitely made glasses. Vlad thoughtfully looked at the pile of food specially prepared for him. If he ate all of this, he would surely die. Vorda also replied despondently, "If I don't eat I will die." While eating, He glanced at the pile of books next to him and said, "Look at these documents. I have to take a look, but I can't finish them." Jack's shadow single-handedly covered the deepest parts of the dark alley, Vlad said sympathetically. It's true he grew up here, everything is under his control. Vorda boredly licked his fingers as he ate his cake. It will probably take a while to figure out what the cause is. Well, what are you going to do now? I have to worry about the consequences, but you're done, he answered honestly. I don't know anymore. Vorda suggested that until Mr. Joseph arrives, you should still be in the reserve team and help me do some things from time to time. Vlad asked worriedly, how can I help you? I don't know about these documents. He held up a piece of paper and asked, do you think I don't know? He read the paper out loud, the commander of the acting guard. Vorda confidently added that the right to arrest basically allowed him to beat them to a certain extent. Sir Joseph wanted to take this opportunity to clean up the dark alley, erase the remnants and replace them with suitable things. That was his next step. You are the representative who accepts this mission. After all, you are the one who understands the dark alley best. Vlad took orders. I understand. Vorda knocked on the table a few times and then continued, you don't have to do it right away, just rest, meet your old friends and remember to bring your girlfriend along. Vlad said with a black face, I told you, she is my friend. He excitedly said a few more things. I had signed up to visit the monastery and thought they would accept it right away, but unexpectedly they told us to wait a few more days, and when there was new news, I would let you know. Even Vlad was amazed at Vorda's sophistication. Thank you, he's more thoughtful than I thought. I wouldn't even ask him. Suddenly he remembered something, one more thing. Vlad asked, Mr. Vorden, one of Jack's remaining hands and feet, are all in prison. Vorda replied, yes, we have captured all of them. Their residences are scattered everywhere. Vlad asked, can I come? He wondered, what is a prison for? Speaking of this, his eyes became sharp again. I need to find someone if I can't find them here. Inside the damp prison. A prisoner was slumped over as if he had fallen asleep. I will turn this dark alley over to find it. The guard at the door reported that Jack's subordinates were being held in the innermost area. Vlad said, thank you. After saying that, he went straight to the place he had just been directed. When Vlad passed by, the prisoners in the first few rooms were whispering, was he him? Jorge's nephew. The sound of people talking made him extremely uncomfortable. No way, why is Bayezid's representative him? If not, then why did he come here? Suddenly the prisoner thought of a certain situation. His eyes widened in horror. Don't tell me. He came here to hunt down those who participated in the Rose Smile attack. As soon as he finished speaking, the light behind him was covered by the tall man. He stopped and used his extremely cold eyes to search for the name he needed. Such scrutiny made the criminals even more frightened. They continuously ran away into the room, looking for a place to read as far away from Vlad as possible. He didn't understand whether the antics they were doing were helping him or not. After a while of searching, his eyes finally stopped at the corner of the wall and found him. It was difficult to recognize him in the dark, especially with such a dirty appearance. The man saw someone mentioning him and slowly raised his head. His mouth moved as if he wanted to say something, but the next second it was swallowed down his throat. Vlad jokingly suggested, just give me 40 silver and I'll get you out of here. Otar. As soon as Vlad called his name, a series of memories from his childhood suddenly rushed back like a fierce wave. He raised a finger and smiled and said, you know how much you owe me. Black people are often thrown away in this society like rags. For the first time, someone reached out to Otar. A sparkling treasure that always shines even in ashes. That guy is here today. The scene changes to a certain church. Inside the kitchen, the nuns were standing in line looking out the window. The girls shouted excitedly, there he was. Outside the church gate, the priests were standing guard waiting for Vlad to arrive. A certain nun exclaimed, my God, he's so handsome, he has blonde hair and blue eyes, he's definitely a servant of a knight of Sir Bayezid. Today it seems like there will be a knight coming here. Is it possible that that person will be that knight? It's great to see such a young knight. Looking at the way the nun showed him the way, it was so admirable. As for the people following him, they all have positions of authority. If he is not a knight, why do they follow him? They must have to spend a large amount of money just to cling to the corner of Mr. Bayezid's clothes through that night. I can't be wrong, he must be extremely important. That's why I bought a lot of wine to keep in that cellar. Next to the nuns who were shouting when they met a handsome man, in a corner of the kitchen, there was a nun who was attentively cleaning her dishes and chopsticks without worrying about who was coming today. The dirty bowls full in the basin were slowly cleaned by the monk. Suddenly a fat nun knocked on the door and walked in. She shouted, why don't you guys still gather there here that we have an important celebration today? The nuns standing at the window just now obediently bowed their heads. Yes, our Mother Superior is going to work right now. She angrily left but still did not forget to urge, hurry up and the prayer will begin soon. As soon as the Mother Superior left, all three girls simultaneously glanced over and called out, "Hey, red hair. We were scolded because of your slowness." The red-haired girl said weakly, "I'm sorry." The haughty girl asked, "You also heard her say to hurry up, right? We'll go first, how about washing those dishes quickly?" The red hair still said nothing other than taking orders. "Yes, ma'am." Leaving the redhead alone with the towering stacks of unwashed bowls, the three girls invited each other to go up to the prayer room without any guilt. "Come on, we'll take the front row seats." Mother Superior's voice rang out, "We have a special guest today. He comes from Count Bayezid's family and is his close knight and is also the one who was blessed and acknowledged by Bishop Andrea." The loud and small whispers of the nuns rang out. The person was recognized by Andrea's father and moreover, he was Count Bayezid's pride. He was like a knight coming out of a fairy tale. Noticing the sound of Vlad talking, he glanced to the right to search, then glanced to the left to investigate. His eyes made the girls blush. Everyone whispered in the ear of the friend next to them, "Oh my God, he's looking over here, I think I met his eyes." Vlad was depressed. "I didn't see her here, I asked all the nuns to come here." The Mother Superior clasped her hands and announced that it was time to pray. Hearing that, Vlad turned around. He knelt down, bowed his hands, and sincerely prayed. Just a small movement from him made the girls' hearts flutter and they couldn't concentrate on prayer time anymore. Suddenly there was the sound of hurried footsteps approaching. Wondering who had broken the quiet space in the altar room, Vlad stopped praying and raised his head. Suddenly, the corners of Vlad's lips visibly lifted, and his facial muscles relaxed accordingly. Jamina walked to the front door of the church and stopped breathing heavily. She wiped away the sweat on her face and silently thanked God, the prayer wasn't over yet. When Jamina entered, Vlad stood up from the prayer platform. He turned his head with the hope that he could see the girl he loved. The sunlight shining through the window almost obscured half of Jamina's face. Vlad angrily frowned and tightened his eyebrows. He exclaimed in annoyance, causing the Mother Superior to turn her head to look. She asked worriedly, "Is there a problem, sir?" He questioned, "She was so skinny, did you starve her?" The Mother Superior was frightened and didn't understand what he was saying. "I'm sorry, but what are you talking about?" Vlad cursed so damn much, I couldn't control myself a bit. He boldly walked down the stairs. Everyone here was panicking and didn't understand what was going on. Vlad's cold, low eyes looked straight ahead. Jamina raised her head full of confusion. Was it Vlad? I don't think so. Childhood memories suddenly rushed back for a moment. It can't be Vlad. A tear of sadness fell. Suddenly there was a call that made her quickly hold back her tears. "Hey!" Jamina obediently answered, "Yes." His searching eyes focused entirely on her body. Her small appearance and ragged clothes made her look even more pitiful. Moreover, this set of clothes was also stained with water and did not stay dry. Vlad was so angry that he couldn't help but curse right in the chapel. Damn it. He bent down to wipe away the remaining water stains on her dress and asked, "Why do you look so dirty?" His actions made all the nuns in here gasp in surprise. What, do they know each other? After not seeing her answer, Vlad immediately concluded, so they didn't let him eat enough, and even let him dress in rags like this. Jamina was extremely surprised by the strange actions of the man in front of her. She looked at him intently for a long time, still unable to keep up with what was happening. Suddenly her body trembled in waves. Jamina's dirty hands were trembling closer to Vlad. She raised her hands to touch his shiny golden curls. Vlad urged, "Hey, answer me." Not seeing her say anything, he slowly raised his head to look. I don't know when tears streamed down Jamina's little face. Vlad pursed his lips tightly to suppress all his emotions at the moment. He stood up with a black face. Holding her small hand he whispered, "Handle all the procedures, you will leave with me, today. Let's go home, Jamina." These words are like a halo that saves your entire weak life. Let's go home. That girl used to have a home but it was gone, but now, let's go home, that's something she's never heard before. No home, no relatives, the two of them were just homeless children who didn't have a single morsel of food and always had to live in poverty in a dark alley. Vlad stretched out his large hand to wrap around Jamina's small body. But now they have found each other, this is the home they both wished for. Jamina was now sitting on the carriage, her hand clutching the bag tightly in her lap, her eyes clearly showing thought. Seconds later, she looked at the man in front of her without leaving. Jamina's lips pursed tightly. On the opposite side, Vlad propped his chin, frowned slightly and asked, "Why did he make that expression?" Jamina didn't understand and asked what it was. Vlad immediately answered, "Why do you keep staring at me like that?" It seemed like something was difficult for Jamina. She hesitated, then why? In front of Jamina, Vlad still sat with his chin in his hands, silently listening to her answer. Facing Vlad's stern eyes, Jamina looked embarrassed. She quickly covered her face with her bag and mumbled, "You've changed too much, haven't you?" Looking at his friend who was still hugging the bag tightly, Vlad seemed to want to tease her a bit. After all, it had been a long time since he had fought, so he missed the fun feeling a bit. At this moment, he turned his face to the window, acted cold in front of his girlfriend and said, "You're already shy after only 6 months of being apart." Jamina still hugged the bag tightly without saying a word. A moment later, she looked up at her friend sitting across from her. Seeing Vlad's handsome face, she silently assessed that he was like a noble. The more Jamina thought, the tighter she hugged the bag. Her hands were clenched tightly, as if she had something to confess but didn't dare say it. While she was falling into contemplation, suddenly someone calling rang in her ears, "Hey!" Then suddenly, Vlad stuffed something into her mouth, causing her to wake up. "Huh? You've been absent-minded for a while now, eat this and wake up," Vlad fed her while giving words of encouragement. Jamina chewed something very deliciously. "What is this?" Vlad immediately answered after hearing that, "Caramel, that's the night I know." Jamina now felt that the thing she had just eaten was extremely expensive and only aristocrats could use it, so she asked suspiciously, "Why do you have such an expensive thing? You didn't steal anywhere, right?" Faced with Jamina's questions, Vlad put his feet up, leaned back in his chair and calmly replied, "Whatever you think is fine." After hearing Vlad's somewhat naive answer, Jamina suddenly bowed her head, her mouth curled into a warm smile. Seeing her body start to tremble, Vlad didn't listen, just teasing a few words. The girl opposite him started crying. Jamina cried louder and louder like a child, making Vlad confused. "Why were you crying?" Hearing that, Jamina cried and scolded him. He was too late. Having finished speaking, Jamina turned away and continued to cry, leaving Vlad confused and not knowing how to comfort her. He felt speechless with this crybaby friend, so he leaned against the window with a helpless expression. The carriage continued to move forward. The sun's rays shone on the two of them. Inside, Vlad absent-mindedly exclaimed, "The weather was so beautiful." In a village, under a sky filled with sparkling stars, no matter where you were born in this world, everyone deserves to cherish a star in their hearts. Ragmus was sitting next to the smithy, deep in thought, but releasing that star into the night sky was a different story. He looked into the embers of the fire in front of him. His eyes showed a thoughtful look, just like mine. Just being uselessly corroded without being able to do anything. It ends here. There haven't been any ghosts these days. After thinking about it, Ragmus lifted his butt and sat up. He went out the door, looking towards the direction of the light. He thought to himself, hoping he was still healthy. At this moment, the image of Vlad appeared in Ragmus's mind. He was secretly worried about that young man. He was both admirable and pitiful. "I just hope that kid doesn't freeze to death." Suddenly, someone's feet appeared and exclaimed, "Have you closed the door?" Ragmus now returned to the shop and calmly said, "Yes, come back tomorrow." The man in black replied, "No, I'm busy tomorrow, I have to do it today." He still didn't turn around. His voice seemed a bit uncomfortable. "People in dark alleys can't be busy." The boy standing behind replied confidently, "This sword needs to be repaired. The last time I repaired it was a long time ago." After hearing this, Ragmus's eyes suddenly widened. "Speaking of crap appears, that person is none other than Vlad." He raised the sword and smiled, then continued, "The other blacksmiths said they couldn't do it, only you have that ability." Hearing that familiar voice, the old man was extremely surprised and speechless. Vlad didn't feel surprised at all, because he also predicted his reaction when he saw him again. Could he do it? Seeing with his own eyes that the boy in front of him was Vlad, Ragmus happily replied, "Wait, okay, of course. Come in, sit down and talk." Vlad immediately showed the sword to him. "Here." Ragmus received the sword gently. "Okay." It seemed that he did not consider the sword as an item but a part of himself, so he accepted it so carefully. Ragmus pulled out the sword. Although there were a few scratches on the blade, it still looked shiny and extremely sharp. It was great. I could see that he had really made use of it. Looking at the sword, he asked, "Where did this scar come from?" Standing behind, Vlad warmly replied, "Since last winter's goblin hunt, I was still not used to using a sword. What about this? Ragmus continued to ask. Vlad replied, in an honorable duel with Diermar. He continued to ask, what about this? Vlad did not hesitate to answer. Recently, I had to pretend to be a bait to catch a dead insect. While I was luring it, the sword crossed the ground. Ragmus's face reflected on the blade showed surprise, hunting monsters and duels of honor, even hunting the dead worms that were the remnants of the fallen dragon. Then he turned his eyes towards Vlad, secretly satisfied. I feel so proud of you. Unlike someone who wastes time in a dark alley like me, you are still diligently carrying out your mission. After thinking about it, he laughed loudly. I am more excited than when creating the best work of my life. Wait here, I will fix it right away. As soon as he finished speaking, Ragmus immediately went to the smithy, which was still burning with embers. In the smithy with its scorching and suffocating flames, the old man's passion flared up again after a long time. Because the stars have lost their light, they shine again. The next morning, Vlad had an appointment to meet Harbin. He held a bottle of wine in his hand and asked, the rose smile promissory note that Jack held in one hand, you said you had it. Vlad replied, yes, because this was a fair trade. The two of them sat on the side of the train, leisurely chatting together after a long time. Harbin continued to ask, so will you run that place now? Vlad immediately replied, I wish so too, but I gave it back to Marcella right away. She couldn't start right away, but this place would soon be rearranged. Harbin also agreed with Vlad's decision. Yes, it made sense. After all, that place was a sea of blood after the battle. What are you going to do now? Will you return to Sturma? Vlad looked at him and smiled. I'll be here for a while. I'm on vacation. Harbin also laughed and said, it's good to see you like this again, someone who follows the orders of a noble. They also told me to research something in my free time. Hearing that, Harbin was a little surprised and asked again, research what? Vlad's expression was a bit serious at this time. Jack's secret assets were in one hand, or whatever we still don't know. After all, Jack's remaining remnants are still causing chaos everywhere. Harbin heard that and immediately volunteered, I can help you. Vlad did not hesitate or want to refuse. Of course I should help you. That glass of wine is not free. Harbin picked up the bottle of wine. His eyes turned to Vlad. Look at you. Vlad continued the story. Besides, Marcella seemed to be looking for other girls to maintain the bar. Harbin replied, but they must have been sold out. Vlad continued to reply, surely they will find it somewhere around here. Harbin now rubbed his chin and wondered, gold money and women, these two things must have some connection. Vlad sitting next to him was also having a headache about this. He said, that sounds troublesome. I checked a few people but they left almost no trace. Hearing this, Harbin curiously asked, who? There is someone like that. Her name is Anna, Vlad said. In his mind the image of a large man holding a girl's hair appeared. She looked very beautiful with captivating eyes. A few people besides her. Harbin agreed with Vlad's opinion. You're right, there should be traces of them here. Jack had done a lot of things single-handedly when he ruled the dark alley, but this was completely different. After finishing the discussion, Harbin concluded that he would also investigate that matter, but the intelligence organization in the dark alley had recently collapsed so he couldn't help much. While the two were discussing, someone suddenly interrupted, Vlad. On the other side, Otar reported, I checked, there is indeed a suspicious place like you said. After listening, Vlad slowly sat up and said, great, let's go see. Immediately after that, Vlad turned around and left without forgetting to wave goodbye. I'm going. Harbin also turned back and replied, okay, if I discover anything, I will report immediately. Looking at Vlad's back, Harbin suddenly burst out laughing. He had just returned but he didn't even have time to rest. Otar took Vlad to a shop that sold pork. Vlad went inside alone, and Otar was responsible for guarding the outside. The man took the piece of paper that Vlad gave him and read its contents. So, what about these people? The man didn't really understand so he asked Vlad. Assuming he had already met her, the man still wondered why he was looking for someone at a butcher's shop. There was no human trafficking here. Vlad heard this, was silent for a moment, his eyes looked suspicious, then coldly said, is that so? When he saw that Vlad still hadn't left, he got extremely angry and slammed the knife into the table. I was so busy that I had to solve the problem in the morning. After finding him, he disappeared. After he finished speaking, he held a knife and chopped the pork into pieces as if he was venting his anger at them, while Vlad still stood behind without leaving. He looked around for a while and then asked again, but has this place always been a butcher's shop? I remember half a year ago, it wasn't like that. He still did not turn his back, still chopping meat and said, ask that black bear, I've been allowed to sell meat here. After listening, the image of a fierce man holding a machete appeared in his mind. Vlad thought in his heart, one of the 5 leaders of the dark alley, the pig slaughterer, the black bear. It seemed he deliberately threatened me with the prestige of his superiors. How pathetic. After thinking about it, he slightly smiled meaningfully and said, "Okay, I'll ask him myself." But interestingly, he was enthusiastically chopping meat when he suddenly stopped. With judgmental eyes, Vlad continued to ask, how did he know that there was that person's name written on the piece of paper, and yet he did not react at all? It seemed as if he had been told right to the heart. He was trembling, still holding the knife firmly in his hand. His face darkened. Vlad did not show any fear at this time and continued to say, in a dark alley, when you show someone a piece of paper with something written on it, they will first get angry. Anyway, learning to read here is not easy, because you're an outsider, you probably don't understand the rules here. He heard this, his face looked a bit worried. Vlad's eyes firmly asked directly, instead of pork, is it true that you are trafficking people here? Hearing this, the man in front of Vlad stood still for a moment. Then he started swinging the knife and preparing to attack him to cover up the clues. But Vlad was not the average person. He predicted that he would intend to kill him, so he dodged that attack. Facing him, this man seemed ready for a duel. He frowned and angrily asked, "Who are you and where do you come from?" That's the right question to ask. If we cooperate, we won't have to shed blood. When he heard that, he got angry and shouted, "Damn it." Vlad smiled mischievously, yes, that was a dark alley. Then, he pulled out the knife from his waist and ordered the man standing at the door, Otar, to close the door. Today's business here is over. As he spoke, Vlad held up his knife and took a defensive stance. It seemed like bloodshed could not be avoided tonight. After finishing dealing with the pork butcher, Vlad used a towel to wipe the blood from the knife blade and asked Otar, when did such a person come here? Otar, sitting in the opposite direction from him, heard that and immediately replied, recently there were so many people coming in and out, Jack couldn't manage them all with one hand. Vlad exclaimed, it's so chaotic. Otar glanced at Vlad and said, after that day, he changed a lot. Vlad refused to give an opinion, he just kept quiet because he really didn't want to repeat those things anymore. On the other hand, he remembered his torture with the human trafficker last night. He stabbed the knife into his hand, causing him great pain, so he confessed in panic that I was just an intermediary. The slave traders only knew the details. Remembering that time, Vlad wondered in his heart, why did that group of people trade people in such a dark alley so brazenly? And I had no legitimate reason to start this investigation. Where was the root of the problem? Vlad thought for a moment and then answered Otar, we're just going to find out the matter. I'm sure that should be done. Otar answered immediately, of course, but the other high-ranking knights will find out the details about that incident themselves. Suddenly, someone ran towards him and shouted, Vlad. I went to listen to what you asked, some children saw it. Great, here, take it, as a reward. Vlad gave the boy who told the news a skewer of meat, making his mouth water and exclaiming with joy, wow, meat skewer. Then, he got straight to the point, who the kids saw, while eating. The boy answered, it was a brown-haired girl named Anna. His friend said he saw her getting on a strange carriage a month ago. After hearing this news, Vlad's expression was quite sad because in just 6 months of him leaving, the dark alley had become like this, just like I thought, had she been sold somewhere else. The boy's mouth was full of meat, chewing and talking, but there was something strange. Vlad asked curiously, what happened? The boy stuffed all the remaining meat into his mouth and continued, he said the women in that car were all pregnant. After hearing the words pregnant, Vlad was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe his eyes and asked again, what, everything? That's right, he confirmed that those girls' bellies were quite large. Hearing the boy say so, images of a group of mysterious-looking hooded people escorting pregnant girls to carriages appeared in Vlad's head one by one. He rubbed his chin in confusion and said, strange, why buy pregnant women? They can't work. Seeing Vlad thinking about something, Otar sitting next to him asked in a loud voice, is there a problem? Is something wrong? But at this moment, Vlad was not paying attention to everything around him and was immersed in his thoughts. It was very unbelievable that Anna was pregnant. Why would anyone buy or sell pregnant women? Even in a dark alley, those women couldn't do anything. This was impossible. Suddenly a horrifying thought flashed through Vlad's mind. Could it be that they will turn into women who have lost their children and turn into monsters? Horrifying images continuously appeared in Vlad's head, making him shudder just thinking about them. You must pay attention to the warnings in your own thoughts. A bad premonition will start everything. Thinking of this, Vlad was so angry that he gritted his teeth and cursed, damn, I hope what I think is not right. Then he quickly regained his composure and thought to himself, but there's nothing wrong with taking precautions against risks. Vlad returned to the mansion to meet Vorden. There was extremely luxurious food. He asked him, did he detect any unusual movements? Vlad replied, yes, Vorden. Now, in Mr. Vorden's hand was a delicious piece of strawberry cake. Vlad's voice sounded urgent. He glanced at him and said, seriously, are you planning on doing it without a break? Vlad replied frankly, he told me to keep an eye on Jack. Listening to this, Vorden calmly replied as he put a piece of cake in his mouth, I didn't think you could investigate things that quickly. How can I rest if you don't stop and investigate even more? I just finished the paperwork here, Vorden lamented while acting miserable. It's so serious that you can't stay here for a day or two, Vlad replied with a tired look on his face. It seemed like that. After that, Vorden tried to advise, think carefully, it's not a problem we can solve. Listening to this, Vlad thought for a while. Then the next second he suddenly spoke up, if this is beyond your authority, I can report it to the mayor. When Mr. Vorden heard this, he immediately looked helpless, but that was not the case. Then he turned to the window and thought to himself, I just don't want to do this job on my day off. Looking at the carriages below through the window, Vorden said, are you trying to force me to work on all sides? That dazzling flag belongs to the Bayezid family. He said it would take 2 days to arrive, and the Bayezid family's carriages were getting closer and closer. Joseph and Jair's group arrived at the mansion exactly at noon, the sun shining bright rays on the top of the mansion. Joseph stepped out of the car, still with the demeanor of a god and of course still cold and incomparable. Oh Mr. Joseph, I am honored to have you visit me. But ignoring the mayor's flattering words, Joseph walked past that person and asked Mr. Vorden and Vlad who were standing behind, were everyone doing a good job? Seeing that, Vorden stood solemnly, raised his hand in greeting and replied, of course, I hope your trip goes smoothly, Joseph Day. Nothing happened here, Joseph continued to ask. Vorden continued to answer, of course. Although he asked Mr. Vorden softly, Joseph's eyes looked towards Vlad standing behind him. Vlad seemed to be lost in his own thoughts without paying attention to everything around him. Looking at Vlad's face, Joseph seemed to have guessed something and said, oh, it looks like something has happened. At this moment, Vlad woke up and looked up at Joseph. This attitude was so obvious, Joseph walked past the two of them and said, come inside, I want to hear about it. The four of them went to a room. The mayor bowed his head respectfully and said, this is the mayor's office, please. But Joseph did not enter the room immediately at the invitation of the greedy mayor, but the first person to enter the room was Mr. Jair. Let me check, sir. Seeing that, the mayor immediately frowned and said, look, it's a bit uncomfortable but, do you think I have hidden something dangerous inside to harm Mr. Joseph? After hearing this, Jair immediately turned around, looked at the mayor with one eye and said, I will consider that carefully. Seeing Jair's expression, the mayor suddenly shivered and replied, there's nothing really suspicious, if you don't believe me, just check it out. On this side, Joseph suddenly glanced at Vlad who was absent-mindedly behind. He suddenly smiled and praised Vlad, he did a great job, oh yes, thank you, Vlad replied in a low voice. In fact, Joseph knew that Vlad did not do everything for a compliment. He asked with a serious face, so, do you want to say something to me now? Vlad quietly replied, well, I just hope it's not necessary to complicate a matter. Joseph heard that and immediately reassured, it's okay, let's talk. I need help for some reason, it would be better if I could talk about it privately with the mayor. The mayor heard Vlad mention him and turned around to glance at him. Joseph smiled with satisfaction and thought, the strict education and training has finally paid off, now you can take on one side yourself. After all, even if I have my family as support, I cannot guarantee you forever, you have to solve everything yourself. After thinking about it, Joseph spoke up, you have made the correct decision. After checking the room, Jair turned around, clasped one hand behind him, stood solemnly and reported, Mr. Joseph, everything is fine. When entering the office, Joseph spoke appreciatively, you have a wonderful office, Mr. Mayor. Then, Joseph went to look through the window and continued, the view from this place is very good. The mayor kept hearing those compliments and smiled proudly, yes, he could see the whole scene of Sora from here. After those compliments, Joseph suddenly poured a bucket of cold water, but there was one thing. This chair should be replaced, it looks too big and inappropriate. The mayor suddenly asked confusedly, sir, what's wrong with that chair? It seems that this mayor is also quite smart. He guessed the hidden meaning in Joseph's statement and then exclaimed in panic, Mr. Joseph, impossible, you mean? Without letting him finish, Joseph quietly sat on the mayor's chair. Now, Vlad, you can say anything without worrying, and now the new mayor has been born. Vlad was extremely surprised at this time. Vorten standing behind saw this and covered his mouth and chuckled, and the mayor, after the swap, looked extremely regretful. It seemed like today was his fate. With the new mayor of Sora, Joseph sat with his hands clasped together and began to resolve all the problems in Vlad's heart. With authority and assurance from Joseph, Vlad and Otar finally arrived at their destination. As he walked, Vlad looked annoyed. This smell was driving me crazy, this place was too difficult to move around in. Otar could also feel it. More than anyone else, it was Vlad who knew this place very well, the poorest and most complicated place in the dark alleys, a chaotic place with all kinds of strange smells mixed with the smell of blood. And above all, Vlad glanced at the people here who had been buried by darkness. People who can't find the right path for themselves even when it's bright. It's the attentive look from the people living here. When death is always near due to hunger and poverty, they always reject those who come from outside. It must have been reasonable for Jack not to touch this area single-handedly. Vlad saw these scenes and began to speak, as expected. The alley that the butcher talked about was here. In front of the two of them was like a living hell, filled with only the smell of blood, stench and death. Vlad suddenly raised his hand to type. He went forward and knocked on the door while Otar stood outside holding the flag. A man peered through the door above and asked, "Who is it?" Vlad just said softly that he probably already knew. From the entrance to the alley everyone was very tense. The other guy closed the gap and left with a request for Vlad to wait outside. The Lutker immediately said they were mentally spanking him. Vlad secretly thought he shouldn't let himself be ignored like this, even though he would have to endure this often in the past. However, he clearly understands that he is currently carrying the honor of many people on his shoulders. Vlad raised his eyes and looked up. The sky is extremely clear right now. He felt like he couldn't let this go. The image of a large but primitive house is peeling. His feet stepped on deeply sunken soil, indicating that he had been standing for a long time. The two people were still standing in front of that house without moving. The door opened after a while. A man appeared and invited two people inside. Vlad didn't say anything but closed his eyes and ignored them. Several people in the house stood at the door, wondering what he was doing and thinking that he did not intend to enter the house. Otar standing behind also did not understand what Vlad wanted to do. The other guy gasped and said that if the two of you don't come in, then go away. Vlad now made a hypothesis as he closed the door, causing the other guy to turn his head to look. Vlad revealed his light blue eyes and said then he wouldn't be responsible for everything that happened today. The other guy was still a bit skeptical and asked again. Vlad now took the flagpole from Otar and said that everything was started by them first. He slammed his foot down on the ground. The flag was now unfurled with the message, "I am Vlad of Sora, under the honorable names that have vouched for me, I will exercise the power vested in me." Vlad glanced at the crowd with cold eyes and asked them to tell the Black Bear to come out here himself to meet the legal representative of Bayezid. He asked, the man must have heard the rumor, right? Vlad wondered what would happen when he planted this flag in the ground. Behind his shadow appeared a series of corpses of one-armed Jack's subordinates. He gently told them not to take his words lightly. This was the last advice he gave them. On the other side at Sora's mayor's office, a man walked out. The mayor showed a sad and nostalgic expression as he stood outside. He glanced at the whole tall building. Above the glass door on the second floor appeared a figure. Joseph looked calmly and said that he didn't mean it just now, so he felt a bit guilty. Jair stood on one side feeling that he would only suffer the retribution for his own actions. Countless corruptions of the ruling class had been exposed and he could not avoid his punishment in Sturma. Joseph agreed with that, but he felt guilty because it was because of him that he had to be punished earlier. Joseph now spoke up and asked about what the Black Bear had said. Vlad in the back reported that the other person said he would try his best to cooperate. Joseph exclaimed that everything was so easy, he thought the other guy was stubborn. Vlad thought it probably helped that he came from the dark alley. Joseph thought to himself that it was impossible, after all he was the leader who dominated the entire area. Joseph initially thought that he was not used to this task and would get into trouble, but he did not expect that he would complete it very well. Joseph was secretly happy because his plan to train Vlad into a perfect knight instead of an ordinary knight was very successful. Only then could he speak and praise him for doing well. At this moment, someone put his hand on the sword. Joseph turned around and looked towards them. He currently has 5 knights. Along with that is a magician. In addition, there are 10 officials. Besides, there are also 30 elite soldiers. And finally a bodyguard named Vlad. Joseph looked at them and secretly felt proud. These were his subordinates who would share his destiny with him. He secretly thought that if he became the next master of the family, they would also enjoy the privilege. Of course, if Joseph is eliminated from the competition for the title of homeowner, they will fall together. He secretly thought that Sora was the final stepping stone for everyone, announcing that from now on he would start ruling Sora smoothly. Joseph expressed that he will try his best, but then he won't have time to worry about anything else. Joseph looked over Sora and thought to himself that even though he couldn't fight the darkness that had covered this place, he couldn't be prepared for everything. He felt that if before he was just dragging his feet, now he should really start walking. This moment was probably the last chance he was given. Joseph wants to entrust this task to Gregory, asking him to choose members of the investigation team right here. Gregory bowed and thanked Joseph for his responsibility. Joseph did so because he knew he was a loyal knight standing on the neutral side. He was not someone who would be blinded by the war between brothers. Joseph understands that Gregory is not completely his own person but will at least be capable of taking responsibility for this matter. Gregory knew that the nature of the mission involved many cases of having to chase others. That's why he wanted to work with Cade, who has excellent tracking ability. He let out a long sigh and, looking towards Vlad, he smiled and raised his hand and said, "I hope we will cooperate well together, promising star." Scene changed to Mausoleum, Baron Upman's family. The sky here is pouring dark rain. The Baron's palace is currently raining and thundering. A person is standing and looking at another person and a child lying on the bed. The little boy lying on the bed let out sickly breaths. The other two adults were extremely worried and stared at the boy. The man spoke up and asked the person behind him if he could save the boy just by doing as he was told. The other woman affirmed that it was natural. He looked at the boy who was in extreme pain on the bed and hesitated without saying anything. He trembled and clenched his hands and looked forward to her. He burst into tears and said that if he could save his child, he would bear any price. The girl then flew up and told him not to be too heartbroken. She opened her eyes slightly and said that gods cannot see everything. The woman clasped her hands and flew high, radiating black energy around her. She smiled brightly and said that the gods would never know that a person like her existed. It was still raining heavily, but there were still a few people outside at this time. Gregory exclaims that the weather here is so bad. Vlad, standing next to him, also felt sorry because it was just a little bit longer. He immediately said that life is life. Of course people's calculations are not as good as God's calculations. Vlad silently watched Gregory take out a bottle of wine and open the lid. He held up the bottle of wine and invited him to drink. Anyway, it was quite cold. Drinking a little was definitely not a bad idea. Vlad didn't answer but turned around and wanted to go collect some tree branches. Gregory heard that and immediately understood because the tree branches were all wet and wouldn't burn easily. He ignored it and thought he should still try. Gregory calmly drank his wine, exclaiming that Vlad was indeed Jair's bodyguard. He was now squatting to pick up some firewood branches. Vlad held up a stick full of water and felt that they were all useless. If this kept going, the cold rain would kill them. Cad took a pile of firewood and carefully wrapped it, thinking that these branches would probably be usable because they were all empty inside. Vlad immediately stood up, thanked him and said he would take it. He gave it to him and remained silent without saying anything, making Vlad a bit confused. Cade was now deep in thought and hummed for an hour. He chose his words and said that on the way he still hadn't found a chance to speak. Cad remembered the old days and bowed to say, "Thank you." Vlad felt a bit shy and felt like he was only doing his job well, so he hoped he wouldn't mind. At this time, Vlad asked about Cad. He replied that everything was okay thanks to him. At that time, he thought he would have to cut off a limb. Gregory saw them and calmly thought he had chosen the right person. He held the wine bottle and laughed, because there were many people who refused jobs like this because they were knights. The two young boys simultaneously imagined the image of Orson. Gregory then announced that they would go as mercenaries. He said that now they were in Baron Uthman's territory. Thanks to their cooperation with the Black Bear, the three had clues about them but had no real evidence. Gregory understood that Joseph could only help them get here because even though it was still in the north, this place was outside Bayezid's territory. He told the two their mission was to investigate the village and avoid detection. Gregory asked again if they both understood and received an affirmative answer. He announced that they should go home and rest to prepare for tomorrow. Vlad didn't follow immediately but looked back. "I still can't forget the sad cry of that winter day." He looked into the distance, hoping he wouldn't have to hear it anymore. Their group is now continuing to walk. Gregory was a bit confused and felt like he was about to be ambushed. Gouda, riding a horse carrying Vlad on the cart, also sadly felt a bad premonition because there was no one around. Vlad calmed down and thought that it was early in the morning, so it was right. The Kate on the other side suddenly pointed towards an inn. They felt this was good news and happily went forward. At this time, the man who owned the restaurant was quite surprised to have customers arriving at this hour. Gregory raised his hand to explain that it had rained heavily yesterday, so they had just arrived in the village today, and he wanted to order a bowl of soup. The owner wondered if they were mercenaries. Lately there was chaos here, so not everyone in the shop was allowed in. Vlad discovered a little girl hiding behind a box, looking at them curiously. The baby poked his head out to look at everyone. Gregory kept saying that they only wanted to stay for a few days, so he hoped the boss wouldn't chase them away, they would even eat here. Vlad waved goodbye to the girl, feeling that she really looked like Jamina when she was young. The girl seemed embarrassed and glanced away. Lutger was suddenly surprised and called out Vlad's name. He immediately turned around and walked out. Vlad asked him in a low voice what was wrong. He felt that he was not very normal. Lutger then said that he thought it was this place that surprised him so much. Lutger wants to lend Vlad his soul world and tells him to look at little Marion. One of his eyes now emitted white light. Vlad seemed to perceive everything in sight much more clearly. From the cross on the girl's body, toxic black gas appeared flying all around. After seeing this, he was amazed. Lutger spoke up and said that the girl who was smiling happily had been hit by a curse. Children are often very simple, yet they are always the first to be sacrificed. Vlad himself is used to seeing this. Adults keep stealing from children's hands. What awaits the empty-handed children can only be death. They will freeze, die of cold, or die from exhaustion while crying and looking for their parents, the people who abandoned them. In the midst of that hell, Vlad decided. If you dare to hit adults, that means you won't be like them when you grow up. I will fight back with a stick, I will never live like that. The children were beaten until their faces were bruised, and the adults just kept hurling curses. Those are the oaths that Vlad made to change himself, and once he has sworn, he must keep them, and knights are those who know how to keep their word. Right now here, Vlad is staring at something unhappily. He stood in front of a tall building thinking that there were children who needed to be protected. Lutger voiced his suspicion that this was the place, because the energy from the necklace stopped here. Vlad thought to himself, let's go in, and he agreed. Vlad did not hesitate to step inside. He asked in a low voice if he had discovered anything and received a negative answer. He himself felt that this place was very normal. Vlad suddenly wondered, feeling strange. Lutger quickly signaled to him that someone had arrived, surprising Vlad. He secretly thought that he must not reveal that he came here to investigate but must act as naturally as possible. At this moment, he immediately knelt down on the ground and clasped his hands in prayer. The other person gradually approached and assumed that he was probably a new person. Vlad gently turned his head and said that he had just come here this morning. The other bishop now smiled and raised his hand to express that he had heard it before, so Vlad was a mercenary. He raised his head, apologizing for suddenly coming in here. Vlad looked in surprise at the book printed with a cross with a circle surrounding it. He silently realized the reason he felt strange. That is the fact that since entering this village, he has never seen a decent cross. The pastor calmly told Vlad there was no need to apologize, his arms were always open to everyone, always. Vlad was a bit thoughtful as Lutger said he didn't feel anything strange about the other person, at least for now. He immediately waved his hand, afraid that he would interfere with his prayer. Vlad immediately expressed that he was okay, and that he was even more comfortable when he was allowed to pray here. He put his hand on his chest and promised to leave after praying. The pastor immediately said that this was a place where people sought peace and that Vlad could do whatever he wanted. Vlad thought to himself that it was the girl wearing the necklace who led him here, so there must be something unusual going on in the town. He knew the other guy was always smiling, but he couldn't let his guard down. Vlad thought to himself that he should calmly judge and then say thank you to the pastor. He didn't care much and said that he also needed to pray. That prayer was to please not let the epidemic spread in this area. Vlad was a bit surprised about the epidemic. The pastor now pushed his glasses and continued speaking. He asked God to protect his children as God's children. An old man at work was also extremely surprised and wondered about the epidemic. He did not know who told Vlad this. He honestly replied that it was the pastor who told him that, and when he heard that, he thought for a while. Vlad immediately expressed that he wanted to stay here for a few days, but when he heard about the epidemic, he was worried. He wiped his sweat and told Vlad not to worry, the disease only harmed children. Vlad was surprised to understand why the disease's operating principle was so special. He also did not know and had only heard that the disease was spreading in most of Baron Utman's territory. He suspected that God was angry, although it was hard to believe, that was the situation. Vlad was also satisfied at this time and thanked him. As he walked, he thought about the case of missing women in Sora, and this place only had children suffering from epidemics, maybe everything was related. Vlad remembered the image of that little girl and felt that this was not a normal epidemic. But he still has no clue. Vlad wondered if he should go back to Sora to borrow the relics to bring here, but Lutger said they wouldn't work. He thought this was a curse cast by some dark magicians, of course, only a trained high priest could detect it. Vlad wondered how he knew those things. The Lutger hesitated for a moment and then said they were just his guesses. Vlad felt confused. He was pretty sure his feelings were correct, but he had no clue. Right at this moment, Vlad heard the children's voices from afar saying that it was the church for them. Standing next to him, he saw a cloaked person talking to the children. A little girl laughed and said that the pastor also gave her friends the same cross. The other person took the necklace and looked at it and said nothing. He gently returned it to the children. Then they waved goodbye to him and walked away. Vlad thought to himself that this person was very suspicious. If he was lucky, he could find clues from here. Lutger saw him following him and quickly reminded him to be careful. This person emitted a strange aura and was not an easy person to deal with. Vlad smiled and said he used to be a robber and thief, but the job he had the longest was pickpocketing. He felt this was not something worth boasting about. Both of them gradually went to a strange place. Vlad followed him and couldn't help but feel confused. He seemed to have discovered something. It was Vlad who was lured out of town by that guy. Vlad was once again speechless when Lutger used the title pickpocket to remind him that he was being noticed. Vlad silently told himself that he couldn't follow him anymore because he remembered his appearance, so he should go back and report to Gregory. Lutger rubbed for a moment when he saw the other guy stop walking and not move anymore. He watched him do something and felt that he wouldn't let Vlad leave. He shouted to signal Vlad that he had arrived. As soon as Vlad turned around to look, he saw him swinging his sword at him. He suddenly pulled out his sword to fight back. Suddenly he was thrown backwards because it seemed like the other guy was stronger than him. Vlad was silently surprised, not understanding what happened. Seeing him continue to attack, the Lutger told him not to stop but to move to avoid the attack, paying attention to the left. Vlad followed his advice and jumped back sharply. He quickly used his sword to stab the ground to steady himself. The two people were now standing facing each other. Vlad silently thought about his strength through those few sword strokes. He now squinted his eyes and frowned. That person is definitely a knight. The other guy was now glancing at his sword. The sword in his hand trembled constantly. He looked at him with cold eyes. Vlad was now also holding his sword and observing him. He was secretly surprised that whether he was a stripped knight or a current knight, he could not accurately judge his abilities. He thought if so then raised the sword. Vlad aimed straight at the person in front of him. He suddenly rushed towards him. The secret of a fatal sword strike that can put an opponent to death, Vlad instantly used his own aura. He swung his sword at the same time as he launched a move at him. That secret comes from surprise. He dodged all the moves coming from him and thought he only had one chance. Vlad used his aura to thrust the sword at him, expecting just this one moment. He stabbed his sword at him, but he dodged it and the sword only grazed the top of his cloak. The sword was thrown out forcefully. The other man's eyes also flashed with the golden light of aura, converging on his sword and swinging it strongly. Vlad was surprised to see that he also had an aura. Lutger tried to call his name and tell him to stop, but it was too late when both swords touched each other. Vlad suddenly thought to himself, "It's too late." The other guy also seemed quite surprised. The two people collided like that, creating a wave of bright light that filled the space. Vlad suddenly fell to his knees. He put his sword on the ground to lean on himself to prevent himself from falling. His aura suddenly disappeared, and Vlad cried out tiredly. Before his eyes was the image of the other man still standing with his long hair flying. Lutger thought to himself that they had faced someone like that before. When Vlad heard that, he suddenly remembered something that surprised him to no end. The other person has white hair and golden eyes, is Justia. Lutger immediately said it was a paladin. Vlad now lowered his voice and felt he should clear up the misunderstanding with her. He felt it was too late to talk. The two people were still raising their swords at each other, making the Lutger exclaim, "The faster the sword, the less words were said." That person must have made a decision. Justia raised his sword. He continued that the Holy Knight intended to defeat Vlad before talking. Lutger then spoke up and told Vlad to answer quickly. He swung his sword hard, knocking her sword away. Vlad secretly felt that Justia's attack was really heavy. The nature of the attack was also completely different from Pablo's. He was confused when she had a huge amount of aura. Lutger immediately explained that it was called a blessing. She doesn't need to create her own world, because God's word is higher than this world. Justia used a powerful aura source to smash the sword into Vlad's body. He lost the initiative and thought to himself, it's unfair that she gained such great power just because she followed God. Vlad suddenly squinted his eyes and discovered something. He used his strength to knock away Justia's slash. He felt that even though this blessing was very heavy, the Temple Knight still had loopholes. She continued to swing her sword vigorously. Vlad saw this and turned around to realize the opportunity had come. He did not hesitate to aim straight at Justia's vulnerability and attack. The light in Vlad's eyes flashed, his hand still swinging the sword. She also seemed to have discovered that. His sword followed the direction of his hand and stabbed towards Justia. He thought he had caught her lesson, aimed his sword straight at her neck and stabbed. Justia then quickly leaned over to avoid the dangerous blow. Vlad, who was originally happy, suddenly became surprised. He quickly stopped his feet and listened to Lutger's reminder to focus and keep his balance. What was unexpected was that she was able to knock him down. Justia used her hand to grab his hair tightly, surprising him to no end. She kept hitting his head hard on the ground, causing him to fall backwards. Vlad now let out a cry of pain. He tried to turn over, the ground still left the mark of his head hitting him. A sword was now raised and placed close to Vlad's neck. Justia stood tall despite Vlad lying on the ground. He was confused as to what happened to what. Lutger then spoke up and said that it was a move that used the special armor of the Templar Knight to control the tip of the sword. Vlad looked at Justia behind him and silently exclaimed that it was a scam when they had the blessing and armor magic combined. Vlad now realized that Justia didn't even lose a drop of sweat, that loophole was also intentionally revealed to lure him into a trap. He sighed, understanding that he had been played a trick. Justia then squinted her eyes and asked who Vlad was. He quickly raised his hands to admit that he was from Sora and that there was something that needed to be investigated here. She was a bit suspicious when she heard that he was a Sora. At a certain house. She placed her hands in front of her chest and bowed her head to introduce, I am Justia of the Northern Archdiocese of San Logino. She felt that it must be God's will for her to meet Sora's knight in this place. Gregory bowed and agreed with what Justia said. He raised his hand and invited her to sit down at the dining table. Justia now said she was looking into the strange thing happening here. She calmly said that at first she thought it was some kind of epidemic. Justia's face darkened, expressing that this was a curse. It was she who discovered traces of an ancient relic. Gregory was a bit confused about that curse because there was a church here, so evil spirits weren't supposed to be able to cause trouble. Justia now emphasized that she suspected that the church was the place that spread this curse. Everyone is amazed by this, the Lutger exclaims that she is so sharp. Gregory was a bit hesitant. He thought to himself that the situation seemed serious. The temple knights who follow the Lord thought that the church was the culprit. Gregory can do nothing more because this is not Bayezid's territory, this is beyond his ability. Justia was silent at this time and said nothing. She suddenly asked Gregory to convey her thanks to Sora's new mayor, Joseph, which made him feel quite surprised. Justia praised Joseph for being a visionary and able to grasp things that they did not yet have. Hearing that, Gregory was a little confused as to whether she was asking them to stay away from this or just saying concern. He secretly thought that issues related to dark magic were for the church to handle, they had no reason to dig deeper, then he immediately agreed. Vlad stood beside him thoughtfully, saying nothing but feeling a bit unwilling. He knew that the boundaries of everything had been drawn. The image of Justia sitting there is a symbol of the weight of power and responsibility. The sky outside was foggy. Vlad thought to himself that he probably wouldn't be able to find Anna. Little Marion now gently asked him if he was leaving. Vlad affirmed that it made her sad because everyone left too quickly. Vlad only calmly replied that it was because his work was done. Marion mumbled in a low voice that nothing in the world was done when it was said and done, leaving him speechless. Vlad thought to himself that the girl was right on the point. He saw Marion staying in the house and thought she had no friends. Marion was depressed and said her father told her not to go out. Vlad exclaimed that it was right for him to do so. After all, this place was not normal at all. Marion then begged him to stay a little longer to receive gifts from the church. Hearing that, he wondered and asked again. The innkeeper then explained that they planned to gather the children together to celebrate, and in such a difficult time, that made him feel extremely grateful. Vlad immediately asked him when the event would take place and received the answer that it would be in 3 to 4 days. The people at the temple also said that the priest himself would come to call the children. She wished Vlad could stay until then. He picked up the glass of water to drink and contemplated. Vlad secretly calculated that in about 4 days the temple knights would follow Justia's letter requesting aid here. He didn't know if there would be time. Vlad now carefully agreed to Marian's request, making her happy. Marian took something out of her pocket and told him to keep it. Vlad wondered what it was. The girl immediately placed it in her hand and happily said that this was a flower ring. He took it and felt that if this ring had no flowers, how could it be called a flower ring? He secretly thought that the girl must have made it from the grape arbor climbing up the wall of the inn, a town that doesn't even have flowers. Marian still wanted to play, but her father called her to go to bed because it was time. Even though the girl didn't want to sleep, she still faintly agreed. Marian cautiously asked him if he would still be here tomorrow, and Vlad slightly affirmed. Hearing that, the little girl smiled happily. As she walked, Marian waved her hand and asked him to be there. Then she ran around and went to sleep. Suddenly the girl stopped. My whole body was trembling now, but Vlad was looking to the other side and hadn't seen it yet. The girl suddenly fell backwards. The innkeeper saw this and worriedly shouted her name. Vlad then looked over in surprise. Marian felt like she was losing her soul and couldn't stop shaking, despite her father's calling. Vlad at this point cursed 2 times and then quickly rushed over. Lutger was angry because he had lent Vlad the world that he just looked at, couldn't solve it and didn't even understand the situation. Vlad's eyes now flashed brightly as he looked towards the girl. He was surprised when the black gas surrounded her neck, and 2 beams of light flew from Marian's eyes. Vlad's face was pale now when he heard Lutger speak. The curse had been fulfilled. At this time, several people quickly ran down from the stairs. Led by Gregory, he quickly asked what was going on. The innkeeper held Marian in his arms and cried, calling her name, hoping she would wake up quickly. Gregory and Justia were both surprised. He asked her what this was all about. Lutger spoke up to remind Vlad that her breath was slipping away. This was surely a curse that was draining her life. Vlad felt extremely angry when he saw white smoke moving along the road towards the church, but he had no way to explain what he was seeing to everyone. Justia spoke up from behind, saying that the group of people had already noticed her presence. Vlad remembered when he fought with Justia, understanding that he was too careless when he thought he had enough control. He didn't expect them to be able to feel that much divine power. Justia seemed extremely embarrassed and guilty, so she turned and left. She just told everyone that if she didn't come back, she should explain the situation to her colleagues who came later. Gregory was now confused and didn't know what to do right. Vlad was surprised and couldn't understand why he was just standing there watching. He angrily felt that he had surrendered to the constraints of responsibility and authority. From far away, there was also a terrible scream. A woman hugged her child and called her husband, distressed when she saw her child having difficulty breathing. Not only that, the children of other houses also encountered the same situation. Gradually more screams and cries rang out. Vlad couldn't bear it anymore and gritted his teeth. He felt that he did not escape the dark alley just to survive, nor did he swing his sword just because he admired the knights. He imagined the image of little Marian and the people in that alley, thinking that if he just stood there watching, it would be like he chose to stay in that dirty dark alley. He touched the sword, walked and told himself to move forward. A hand now reached out to block Vlad's move to draw his sword. Gregory said he understood how he felt, but he needed to know. He told Vlad that a knight's sword must be as heavy as its sharpness. I was a bit surprised to hear him tell me that I would definitely become a knight, so I had to remember that. Gregory says their sword demands justice and responsibility. Vlad's face darkened and he said that if he cannot protect what needs to be protected, then what is the use of justice and responsibility? He now agreed with Vlad's words, knew that he understood and asked him to repeat what he had just said. Vlad was surprised and didn't know what to repeat. Gregory says that right now this is the only justice they can rely on. The scene changes to the image of the temple bell being surrounded by some strange spells. Justia now approached this bell. She thought to herself that no matter how much dark energy surrounded her, this was still a land created by gods, nothing could resist the gods' will. Justia now opened the door and entered the temple. The top of the wall was now covered in scribbled red blood stains. Justia widened her eyes in surprise as she looked at that trace. She looked ahead where a person was standing. Justia thought to herself that this was a sign of blasphemy and angrily raised her sword. The other guy didn't turn around but smiled when he saw that she arrived earlier than he thought. He wondered why she went alone. His face was covered, revealing a savage look in his eyes, and he exclaimed that with only 2 people, he would not be able to send prayers to the people here. Justia felt confused about the people here he spoke about. She knew this place was filled with strange energies, but there was no one there. Somewhere suddenly there were dry bones of women. Justia was horrified as if she realized something. The bell surrounded by magic here suddenly rang. That bishop was about to turn over the cards. He used a little dark energy in his hand. He leaned back and smiled cunningly and shouted to begin the ceremony. The dry bones at this moment seemed to be released and rushed forward without hesitation. What they were aiming for was that door. Justia was outside when she saw violent noises coming from the door. She then cautiously turned her head to look towards the door. Suddenly, arms with sharp claws emerged from it. Justia witnessed this scene and was amazed. Those dry bones took turns screaming miserably. They said it was too dark to see anything and wanted to find their child. When she heard those sounds, she was angry and didn't expect the Bishop Dullahan to dare do that. She wondered if he wasn't afraid of the gods. Dullahan then calmly took off his glasses, thinking that the gods were indeed scary but had nothing to do with him. The pastor dropped the holy book and prayer to the ground. He created a source of dark energy to feel that he no longer needed to return to the arms of God. Those dry bones of women now seemed to be controlled and rushed towards Justia. She calmly touched the tip of the sword to the ground. Justia now knelt down and bowed, addressing the glorious commander of the heavenly army, Saint Rosino, who was next to the Lord. She turned to the undead and said, "In the face of the oppression of evil, in exchange for a high price, please free these unfortunate souls." Justia's eyes lit up without hesitation in admitting that she would be human. Finally, she thought to herself the word pay. Countless golden energy appeared around her, and wings grew from her back. The sky outside is now dark. Suddenly, a bright white light appeared from above. That light now shines straight down on the altar. The rocks here suddenly fell down. Justia has a flow of energy around her. The dry bones are still rushing forward. They were hit by that light and screamed wildly. Dullahan looked at this light with surprise and anger. He was secretly amazed at Solemn's exorcism. Dullahan knows for himself that this is a light that can be seen even without eyes, and shines into the darkest places. He was surprised that Justia could summon that light without any preparatory ritual. He was truly impressed with her ability. At this time, he suddenly turned into a dark magic and came up with a solution. Dullahan took out a black sword and said that no matter how bright that torch is, there is a limit. He exclaimed that magic would cause a very strong backlash. Justia on the other side still stubbornly listened to Dullahan babble that magic was a miracle in exchange for the user's lifespan. He stepped on that holy book and felt that she must know this clearly, that at the end of that glorious light. Dullahan smiled evilly and said there would only be endless darkness. A large beam of light emitted from the church, surrounded by purple lightning. Inside the church, flickering fires burned the corpses of zombies lying on the ground and then gradually disappeared. A knight was leaning on his sword and kneeling on the ground among the piles of corpses. At the same time a mysterious figure holding a sword approached. Justia's eyes gradually opened, flashing a golden light. She gasped. Soon other zombies rushed in. Justia glanced over, surprised, and wondered why there were still so many zombies. She wondered how many people had died. The mysterious person walked over in a low voice. Now. It was time for darkness to cover him. He walked up to Justia. She looked up at him with hateful eyes. Justia whispered, "O glorious commander of the heavenly army, O Saint Gogino who sits beside you." Dullahan sneered at Justia's useless actions. Not caring, she continued to mutter, "Praying that your church would defeat all enemies." At the same time rays of light shot out from the paladin. An armored god with white wings appeared with lights bursting from Justia's body. Dullahan stuttered in surprise at what he was seeing. Justia held the sword tightly and used all her strength, determined to kill him even if it meant changing her own life. Where she was standing burst into flames. Justia's eyes flashed with light. He looked surprised. She stepped forward and shouted, "Die!" Suddenly, fire erupted from behind Justina. She suddenly ran from the position screaming in pain. Gregory shouted, dodging away. Dullahan was calm in front of the approaching fire and despised him. It was ridiculous. He launched a resistance move. The fire continued to burn brightly everywhere. Suddenly, Vlad suddenly rushed out from inside and slashed him, warning him that if you touch a child, you have exceeded my tolerance limit. Bastard, he cursed him. The two swords collided strongly, followed by 2 rays of white and black-purple light emitting from the sword. Around the two of them were huge fires burning. The two met and began seriously fighting. In Vlad's hateful eyes reflected Dullahan's image. He saw the image of a large, muscular man emitting a green aura. Suddenly realizing something, Dullahan stuttered and then laughed loudly, "Now I realize. See you here again." Vlad stepped back and shouted, "Stop talking nonsense and go away." After finishing speaking, he rushed forward to attack him again. Meanwhile in the back, Gregory ran to Justia's side. He urgently asked loudly, "Lady Justia, are you okay?" Justia whispered back, "Mr. Gregory, you shouldn't have come here." His voice was full of helplessness as he said, "There is no other way, the children are dying." Then he looked towards the zombies and hesitantly asked, "By the way, what's going on?" Justia spoke up again with difficulty, "We have to go to the bell tower, the source of the curse is there." Gregory frowned and agreed. There was no time left to slowly solve the problem and then go up there. He could only risk dividing the troops, he thought and calculated. Mr. Cade can't use aura, so. Thinking hesitantly, he glanced at Cade and then pondered. He seemed to have come up with an idea. Looking at Vlad and the bishop who were still confronting, Gregory finally decided to separate Dullahan first. He stomped his foot on the ground and slowly gathered strength to prepare to attack. Gregory's energy burst is ready, "Here I come!" shouted loudly, and then he rushed forward towards the battle of the other two people. Gregory turned towards Dullahan and stabbed him hard. Vlad was surprised, his face full of worry. Dullahan gasped in surprise due to the sudden attack. The impact created a huge, blinding explosion that obscured his vision. The light from the explosion disappeared, debris, rocks and dust scattered everywhere. Vlad still held the sword tightly and stood behind Gregory. He turned back to look at him and shouted loudly, "Promising young man, it seems there is something on the bell tower, I don't know what it is, just go up there and destroy it." Vlad regained consciousness for a moment and then replied loudly, "Yes." As soon as he finished speaking, he sprinted towards the bell tower. Dullahan was being held tightly by Gregory and sneered, "Where are you going?" He began to control the zombies, turning to attack Vlad. He gritted his teeth and cursed, still rushing forward where the zombies were heading towards him. He began to push through the zombies, attacking them, struggling to complain that there were too many zombies. An arrow surrounded by golden light shot straight towards the center of a zombie's forehead. It screamed in pain. Vlad turned around in surprise to see who saved him. There Cade, who was shooting a bow and arrow, was standing with Justia. The two of them were fighting together. Cade said loudly in encouragement, "I'll cover you, just run straight up." Vlad respectfully replied loudly, "Yes sir Cade." He continued to rush forward. Just like that, blinding golden light radiated out. One by one, the zombies were destroyed by Vlad and Justia's magic bows and arrows. They screamed loudly and collapsed. Thanks to that, it smoothly paved the way for Vlad. He looked at the approaching zombies. At the same time a Lutger's voice from within his sword urged him to hurry up. Vlad gritted his teeth, eyes emitting blue light, and shouted angrily, "Getting out of the way." As he spoke, he dashed past and unleashed his power to cut down the living corpses. One by one, they spit out black liquid. Vlad used all his strength to run as fast as he could to the foot of the bridge, then took off the bell and braked. Then continued trying to move up the tower as quickly as possible. Everything in this world is precious, Vlad thought. On his hand there was a beautiful grass ring on his middle finger. His hand tightly grasped the hilt of the sword. However, not everyone can protect themselves, the image of Marina smiling happily giving him the ring. But you knights have sworn to protect them. He remembered Gregory fighting Dullahan. If you are in a place of hardship when evil prevails. Right at the moment when action is needed, the scene of Cade and Justia joining forces to help attack the zombies appears. Then don't be free, I'm determined. Light yourself to become a torch to dispel the darkness, that is my second commandment. Thinking of those who are fighting to help behind him, he fiercely ran forward. On this side, the zombies continued to rush in. They were slashed by a beam of light. A zombie scratches Gregory's back. He quickly glanced back, then turned to attack the zombie. His attack slashed down, causing the surrounding rocks and soil to fly blindly. Another zombie rushed in, Gregory realized. Before he could counterattack, a golden arrow suddenly hit that zombie. The zombie was defeated instantly, falling down in pain. He turned back to look at Cad. He was the one who helped him. At this moment, his hands and fingertips were bleeding from archery for a long time, and Cade was also breathing heavily from exhaustion. Gregory used his hand to wipe away the sweat on his face and said, "Damn, wouldn't it be better if he was normally this famous?" Under his feet a zombie's hand touched his shoe. He looked down at the zombies on the ground and whined, "Today I've had all kinds of bad things in my eyes." Then he continued to glance at the Dullahan slumped on the ground and said, "That includes your face, from beginning to end still smiling like an idiot." Dullahan looked unconcerned, "Whatever, but I'm not someone who can be destroyed by death." Gregory gritted his teeth angrily. "Let's see if your head is separated from your neck, can you still continue babbling?" As he said, he raised his sword and prepared to slash him. Dullahan just smirked cunningly, infuriating him. Seeing this, Gregory became even angrier and shouted, "Okay, just laugh until you die." Having finished speaking, he lowered his sword and cut a long line. His eyes burned with murderous hatred. Dullahan's head and his blood shot out and rolled to the ground. All the zombies stopped moving. Cade saw that and said, "They are no longer moving." Justia also said with relief at this time, having lost his general, his army was doomed to defeat. She looked towards Gregory who was holding his sword, softly praising him. Sir Gregory's strategy was successful. He just grimaced, exhaled, cursed, "Fuck it," then complained, "I almost didn't make it." He opened the lid of the water bottle and decided, "Tonight I have to get really drunk." Suddenly a voice rang out carrying a dangerous magical aura. "By the way, there wasn't any alcohol at today's mass." Gregory was surprised and stopped drinking. Justia and Cade also suddenly opened their mouths without saying a word. "If you don't mind, please give me a sip," Dullahan's head said with a smirk. Not yet surprised, Gregory slightly shrank back and hesitantly asked, "What the hell?" The Dullahan's body behind him moved slightly. Cade observed and shouted loudly, "Mr. Gregory." His body now stood up behind Gregory. A bright blue flame rose up. Justia trembled in terror and spoke, "The Headless Knight." Flames surround the Dullahan's face. With a whisper, "Dullahan, the head with the blue flame has now returned to Dullahan's body." On this side, Vlad is still running with all his might to the bell tower. His foot braked. Standing in front of the big bell with the curse surrounding it, he affirmed that it was it. Standing before it, the Lutker's instructions appeared in his mind, "This is the curse of a noble magician, try your best to break the spell." Vlad frowned, "Okay." Then began to exert power. The Dullahan with his head on fire held his sword and attacked. Lutker's voice sounded a warning, "Be careful." He was startled. Under his feet the ground began to crack. Vlad was surprised and didn't understand what was happening. He balanced precariously on the ground that was gradually breaking apart. He quickly looked behind him. At this point the ground was broken. He used all his strength to jump back and cry out in annoyance. Vlad tried to run as fast as he could to escape the rocks behind him. But from the front, broken pieces of rock also began to move towards him. Vlad angrily shouted, "Damn it," then risked his life and jumped down to remove the bell. He fell very quickly along with pieces of rock and soil. They fell down creating a huge explosion. Dust and smoke everywhere. Luckily from there, Vlad tried his best to complain, "What's going on?" He looked up in surprise and realized. The bell tower above the church was completely ruined. Dullahan stepped forward with the curse in his hand. He said, "It was praiseworthy." Vlad frowned angrily, "Give it here," Dullahan replied, "if you can afford it." He held the curse tightly, then went and took it from my hands. Vlad got angry and rushed up. I told him to give it here. He slashed hard at Dullahan. Two streams of power collided around them. "Don't test your luck," Dullahan clutches the sword of contempt. "I don't know when I'll stop tolerating my equals." "Why am I equal to you?" Vlad responded. "I don't mean you," he said, the sword reflecting his surprised eyes. Vlad growled and rolled his eyes. "What?" The two swords collided strongly and they stepped back. Dullahan gained momentum to attack. He threw magic at Vlad. He used his sword to block the attack. "He's getting faster." He tensed up. Dullahan accelerated his attack. Vlad took a step back thinking, "At this speed I can't fight back." He glanced nervously, landing well, he calmly praised. Vlad continued to point his sword at him and cautiously spoke, "You bastard, I knew right away you weren't human." "What happened to the rest?" he hesitantly asked sharply. Dullahan just said a word and then continued, "To me, their lives are worth nothing." He seems to have defeated Vlad's teammates. Dullahan continued, "I only want one thing." In my hand was a terrifying purple-black aura. Lutker spoke again from within the sword, "Don't guess, humans can't move like that." They rushed at each other again at the same time, casting purple and blue lights around them. He swung his sword. Dullahan leaned closer to him and criticized him. "You're too slow." He drawled the name Vlad in a mocking voice. He clenched his teeth in anger. Vlad stomped his foot hard on the ground, stepping back to gain momentum. Dullahan was surprised. Well armored, he blocked the attack while wondering, how could he do that with only his leather armor? A dirty scratch appeared on Vlad's armor. He suddenly realized something and exclaimed, "It was unexpected. You are even protected by the spirit." Dullahan looked at him in surprise. Vlad was still pointing the sword at him. His whole body radiated bright green power. Vlad held his sword tightly and gritted his teeth, preparing to attack. He stepped back and used all his strength to swing the sword towards Dullahan, creating a sword strike with a beautiful blue aura. Time seemed to stop. Vlad looked intently at Dullahan after swinging his sword. He narrowed his eyes dangerously. He swung his sword to block Vlad's sword. Once again, the two swords collided strongly, and he glanced at him and let out a voice full of trouble. Vlad thought nervously, "At this rate I have no chance of winning." "Me too," he hesitated, "if only I could meditate like Mr. Lutker." Suddenly his eyes opened wide, flashing with light and falling into his subconscious. In that child's vast world, there were still many things that were not complete. He stood before the Lutker and he spoke. No matter which world the child was connected to, it was a world of spirituality in a vast space. A white lightning flashed. "You and I stood on a separate horizon," Lutker continued. "I will become a consciousness that merges with you. I will accept your request." That person firmly voiced his approval. Returning to reality, Vlad's steady gaze changed into a flash of white light. Dullahan suddenly realized something was wrong. "My world will merge with yours." Lutker's voice appeared again, and Vlad's whole body was immediately covered with white light like lightning. He shouted loudly, "You will have to leave the children alone and not harm them." A beam of light exploded, sending debris flying everywhere. Dullahan just stood there trying to use his sword to block the blinding light. The place where they were standing was surrounded by blinding light on all sides. Then that light spread to the whole village, illuminating everywhere. The tip of the silver sword still has the echoes of those lights emitted. The smoke and dust gradually flew away. Dullahan was now quite a distance away from him. Everything had disappeared, revealing that Vlad and Dullahan were still standing there, maintaining their distance and keeping a fighting stance. Only then did his wrist react. The impact of the attack only left a bloody scratch on his hand. Vlad's nerves were tense and he frowned tightly. Damn, he didn't expect his damage to be this much. "I'm too weak to shoulder the responsibility of this mission. I can only attack 2 or 3 more times," he kept worrying. Dullahan looked thoughtfully at the slowly healing scar on his hand. "I easily forgave you because I considered you an ally, but," he began to speak in a low voice. His body was slowly covered by a suit of armor. Vlad was surprised to see the scene before his eyes. "Ha, what is that?" The completed armor appeared on his body, and the Dullahan stood upright majestically. The sword he held in his hand flickered with purple-black death, waiting to attack. Suddenly something passed by. "Get away quickly," and the Lutker's voice rang out a warning. Dullahan suddenly appeared behind him, swinging his sword and preparing to slash down. He lowered his sword and powerfully launched a move. Luckily Vlad was startled and reacted in time to dodge. He lost his momentum and fell backwards. Then the huge explosion from the sword also sent him and the rocks flying away. Dullahan still stood there watching him, black dust still flying everywhere around him. Can he avoid the attack in the blink of an eye by concentrating all his remaining magic power? His potential is not average, if he is allowed to develop it later. Dullahan looked at his blocking attack just now. He was both surprised and hesitantly worried. He continued to look at the body shining with green light lying limply on the ground and stone, thinking, but what people see in the present, it seems to be a bit different from what we imagined. The light disappeared from Vlad's body. He still lay there. He walked closer to where he was lying and decided, however necessary, to eliminate all potential future dangers. Dullahan lifted his sword. "Dangers that I cannot foresee," he thought to himself. "Didn't I tell you to regret confronting me?" Holding the hilt of the sword, he glanced dangerously down at Vlad and said. The tip of the sword was pressed down on the armor right in the middle of his chest while Vlad still lay there panting. Dullahan poured power into the sword and then a ray of light flashed up, causing him to stop and look down. The bottom of the sword tip was tightly grasped by Vlad's hand. Again in the moment of danger, Lutker spoke again. "What you did has exceeded the limit." This kid has said it once, right, where Vlad's hand was holding the tip of Dullahan's sword, a stream of power gathered. "Don't put your filthy hands on the children." Lucker's words seemed to roar in excitement at Vlad. He seemed to be empowered again, his eyes wide open and flashing with light. Immediately after that, white lightning shot out from Vlad's body. They shined directly at Dullahan. He screamed in pain. I don't know who I am anymore, Vlad thought to himself. He started to stand up and cheer himself up, but I know what I have to do in this chaotic world. Even though this body's memories have long since disappeared, my soul still exists. Vlad holds the sword tightly with determination. What I must protect is engraved in this soul, he affirmed. The dark cloudy sky opened a path of light towards Vlad as if giving him more strength. He was even more determined to hold the sword tightly. Simply for this reason, Vlad stood majestically. His strength seemed to have increased many times over. His eyes looked straight confidently. The Lucker's voice encouraged, now you fight like a true knight. Dullahan fell to his knees, the armor on his shoulder blades and arms emitting grey smoke from Vlad's earlier blast of power. In the distance, Vlad slowly walked towards where the bishop was still sitting. Suddenly the place where he stood was again covered by light. Not knowing when, Vlad circled behind Dullahan and used the momentum to hold his sword and attack. He looked back in surprise. What? Vlad immediately swung his sword. The sword's power was so great that Dullahan was pushed back far away. He had to cover his eyes with his hand. Dullahan tried to stand still as his body was falling backwards due to the attack earlier. He shouted in annoyance. Before he could react to the blow, Vlad pressed forward and prepared to strike again. His hand grabbed his head. Use all your strength to hit Dullahan's head on the ground very hard. The outside of his eyes were full of veins exploding with power. It seemed like the voice of the mysterious person in his mind from earlier had entered him and said, do you really think you can defeat me with that pathetic strength? Dullahan's whole body was still pressed tightly with his head being grabbed by Vlad. He trembled and asked, who are you really? Vlad's cold face replied, I have no need to talk to a disgusting blood-sucking parasite like you. So now it's time for you to pay for your sins, Vlad said calmly, as if pouring out everything he had endured for a long time. Vlad's strength radiated brightly there. Vlad remained in the same position. Dullahan had disappeared, leaving only his empty hand with flashes of power and the afterglow of his aura. He appeared from behind him, not knowing when he stood up. Dullahan cried out in pain, ah! He secretly looked at his mind in panic and thought to himself, why is this happening? Unexpectedly, I was scared when confronting him. Dullahan couldn't believe his eyes and stared at Vlad, who was lifting himself up full of strength. His face was dark and he looked straight at him, filled with murderous intent. Dullahan seemed hopeless in his mind, already predicting his situation. That person would definitely defeat me. A monster was coming bearing its sharp fangs. From Vlad's aura, he could see the shape of a terrifying monster, looking at him slowly walking towards him. Dullahan confirmed in even more panic. He rushed forward as if he wanted to swallow me. From where he stood, that stream of power gradually grew. Then it flared up again until it was blinding. That bastard disappeared. Dullahan retreated slightly. At this moment he was extremely panicked. Vlad's power stream projected from the ground like a cage holding Dullahan. At this moment, he was really scared. Where was he? He stammered in his head, looking around in all directions, looking for Vlad's figure, to the left or to the right. Lucker scoffed, reacting so slowly, and you can still brag about your strength. Hearing the voice behind him, Dullahan was startled in horror. He roared to regain his fighting spirit. He turned back and slashed down decisively. His magic also spread out a long distance. Somehow Vlad always appeared right behind him, his body filled with murderous intent. Dullahan screamed frantically and mercilessly slashed again. This attack looked like Dullahan had used all his strength to swing down, and there was still a long slash left on the ground. Lucker spoke with contempt, not expecting a lowly person like you. Dullahan looked up to listen, and daring again, he lowered his voice while putting his arm around Dullahan's sword from behind. His eyes opened wide in surprise, speechless when he heard that voice. Mocking my disciple like that, the Lucker in Vlad's body glanced over indignantly. This is a body that has escaped death and has refused pain, so what is this feeling? He was immersed in his thoughts even though his armor seemed to be about to crack due to Vlad's earlier attack. Dullahan still let his whole body continue to be slashed continuously. He seemed to give up and wondered what this vivid pain was that seemed to be gradually draining his soul. Towards Vlad, he still clutched the hilt of his sword and jumped up to gain momentum to attack. Vlad finally used all his strength to swing his sword down, causing the ground to explode. From the smoke and dust with the cracked ground, Dullahan fell down. Vlad's body gently landed. Lying in the soil and rocks, he groaned and thought in fear, how could there be such a strong existence like this? Before Dullahan had time to figure out his surroundings, he was suddenly as fast as lightning. The sword surrounded by Vlad's shining power penetrated deeply into his shoulder blade armor. Vlad pressed the sword down with one hand, causing him to scream miserably and struggle. Lutger commanded Vlad, "Give it here." Dullahan looked at him in shock. "All the souls you have taken, give it to me now." The words were spoken, Vlad's hand tightened on the sword. The sword that was stabbing tightly into his body shone even more strongly, and he tilted his head back, his face filled with pain. Vlad tightened his grip more and more, he emitted a terrible source of energy that crushed him. That power flashed so fiercely like lightning that the hole in the ground where Dullahan was lying became larger, and more debris and rocks shot up. With his strength, he used both hands to slowly open the armor area on his chest. Then suddenly, when he opened it, Dullahan's face showed extreme pain, he screamed in utter misery. The position on his chest immediately revealed a ball of light surrounded by his black and purple curse and magic. As soon as he saw it, the voice controlling Vlad seemed to shout with joy, "Your soul is here." As soon as he finished speaking, his hand touched the thing called Dullahan's soul and slowly pulled it out of his body. "Now everyone can return." The voice seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Vlad still maintained the movement of using his strength to take out the soul ball despite Dullahan's miserable cry, "No." The power he overflowed spread out in all directions. Vlad was focusing his strength to pull it out. The more Dullahan screamed even louder, in unspeakable pain. His hand gradually touched the soul inside, injecting strength into it. That shining orb seemed to have changed, and emitted a dazzling light just like the color of Vlad's power. The whole land was once again illuminated by Vlad's dazzling power. This time the light was the souls of the children in the village. It returned to Marian as well as the children like her who were in a coma. The fathers and mothers were still in tears, worried about their children. Returning to Vlad and Dullahan, he saw that power was gradually flying away, leaving Dullahan groaning and barely alive on the ground with Vlad still silent. He moved his lips. The Lutger's soul spoke slowly, "Sure I know, but right now I can't remember." He kept his eyes wide open and listened silently. Vlad's face returned to a determined look. Lutger commanded Vlad in a deep voice to speak, "How to destroy you bastards." The sword filled with light was gently lifted by him. Dullahan's whole body was pressed tightly by Vlad, his legs trembled violently, he could do nothing but suddenly realize in fear, "He was not on my side, I thought he was the same person who escaped death and pain like me." Lutger spoke again through Vlad, "I can't remember how to destroy you but," that person paused a bit and then continued, "That doesn't mean there isn't another way to do it." Dullahan could only look up to receive the information, his armor was now covered with scratches left by that sword. Vlad decisively swung his sword, cutting off parts of his body one after another. Dullahan's arm rolled away from his body. He screamed in despair. Vlad raised the sword, his voice said emotionlessly, "I just need to cut off all your arms and legs, then it will be like a dead person." Dullahan could only scream miserably as he tried to turn back and run away. Behind him was that power radiating with smoke, dust, and debris flying everywhere. It was also possible that he had been cut into pieces by that sword. Dullahan crawled on the ground with his body no longer intact. Vlad still just calmly walked towards him. With one hand, Lutger's voice spoke coldly. Vlad's eyes were filled with hatred as he looked at him. Dullahan reached up to the sky and continuously shouted, "Lamashtu, Lamashtu." Vlad stopped, he also watched in surprise. From somewhere, a stream of purple-black death energy hovered around it. It gradually enveloped the Dullahan. Seeing this, he immediately shouted urgently and begged, "I am here, please save me." Hearing Dullahan's call, black arms appeared above the ground emitting a terrifying purple light. He also appeared happy. On the contrary, on this side, Vlad was quite panicked. In Lutger's body and mind he was surprised, that is. Dullahan looked up at those arms and respectfully called, "Lamashtu." Suddenly those arms rushed towards him, one hand grabbed Dullahan's head. Then, one after another, other arms also arrived as quickly as lightning. It wrapped around him as if it wanted to suffocate him. Vlad's body stood there, frowning, watching. That power he regained, his immortality, the Lutger secretly made sure. Those hands clasped him endlessly, covering most of his face. Dullahan, terrified, shouted, "No, Lamashtu." He desperately shouted that thing's name again, Lamashtu. That power regardless, still covered Dullahan's entire body, swallowing him whole. A moment later, that power radiated and then gradually disappeared along with the Dullahan, leaving only Vlad standing there. The Lutger soul in Vlad's body silently called his name. Lamashtu vaguely remembered the figure of a certain long-haired girl and then thought, I don't have any memories of that person, but I have a vague feeling about this. He wondered what that existence was, then realized something was wrong. Getting out of that line of thought, Lutger suddenly woke up. Oh my, it seems like I'm too limited with this body, maybe I can observe a little more. He smiled slightly and praised, even so, your development has clearly been excellent. I'm proud that he was able to endure when I borrowed his body until now. Vlad's whole body began to tremble continuously. I'll have to apologize when he wakes up. After thinking about it, Lutger retreated and gave his body back to him. Vlad just started to gradually fall down. The whole body lay face down on the ground, falling into a deep sleep. At this time, the sun was gradually rising. The light returned to the collapsed bell tower along with Vlad's hanging body. Returned to the domain of Uthman Moshiam, where the houses appeared in the dark mist of the night. A hooded woman who looked a bit like a monk was sitting seriously in a luxurious chair. Eyes like glowing quartz opened, under the hood was silky light blue hair. Lamashta pondered, even though it was a bright soul, the recorded traces of the war were very cruel. She smirked, he was using an ancient magic that had existed for a long time to destroy my subordinates. Lamashtu's mind flashed the scene of Lutger appearing behind Vlad, both of them strongly radiating abundant power. Things from the past are moving. Closing her eyes softly, Lamashta reminisced about something in the past. She realized something. Got it, the time to act has come. At the moment when space-time cracks appeared, the mysterious Lamashtu slowly opened his eyes. She silently radiated a murderous aura as she continued to ponder, an era of chaos that we have been waiting for all this time. Below the dais where she was sitting were corpses piled up full of horror. My immortal knights, take any life in front of you that you see, those are the knights of Baron Uthman. So the fighting skills of these guys have been honed over a lot of time. A mysterious knight knelt under those piles of people, Lamashtu gently said to that person. Baron Uthman had to pay a very high price for this transaction. As she spoke, she seemed to see a scene of a family with the mother sitting by the bed looking at her son sitting there, the father standing at the end of the bed with his head bowed gloomily. Lamashtu said calmly, after all, his only son was able to return from death, a young boy sitting on the bed with wild eyes, mouth open and drooling. But now that darkness was being nourished inside his body, the man mentioned in Lamashtu's words looked at his son trembling in horror. Her face full of cunning said, we will stay in this land until the time is ripe. The group of bright knights kneeling below was a man wearing a golden spear, his body surrounded by a beam of purple power like that of a Lamashtu. That power was also transmitted to the knights behind. They seemed to have become very strong. They all obediently agreed to obey their master's orders. Lamashtu sat on his throne, smiling and looking down with satisfaction. In the morning in a certain village, everyone was busy preparing for the new day. Vlad, with his messy hair, looked gloomy and asked in disbelief, I had been sleeping for 3 days. Gouda stood in front of his bed and replied, yes, fortunately the battle was over. When he found you, you looked like a rag. Do you know what I had to go through to be able to drag you back? Gouda seemed to be whining and asked Vlad. He could only bend down and scratch his head, imagining the scene where his teammates hugged him and pulled him home. After a while Vlad finally spoke up and asked, the knights, are they okay? He looked at Gouda waiting. He frowned in a reproachful voice, among them, the captain's condition is the worst. Stop worrying about the others, just rest. Looking at Vlad, he said softly, I'll go report that you're awake. If you need anything, just call me. Vlad agreed, okay, thank you. The door closed, the space became quiet, and he became thoughtful again. Breathing a sigh of relief, luckily everyone was still alive. Lutger also agreed, that was the most important thing. It seemed that the bond created by Justia was strong enough to last until the end. His voice contained visible praise, thinking of the scene where Justia, Cade, and Gregory were lucky to survive in Justia's barrier. Lutger was also relieved. He affirmed that she was strong, recalling Justia's situation at that time. Lutger did not hesitate to praise her. Vlad also agreed with him. It felt strange, he was a bit lazy to speak up, talking to him without a sword. Because our consciousness was connected together, even if it was just for a moment, it was shared, Lutger explained, recalling the moment he and Vlad became one. Now you can talk to me through your mind. After listening to him, Vlad immediately tried it, like this. Lutger transmitted his thoughts, yes. In his mind, he happily conveyed his thoughts to him. Oh, now I no longer have to whisper while paying attention to whether others are looking at me or not. No need to pretend to pray anymore. Lutger also conveyed his thoughts of agreement. He paused for a moment and pondered, thinking back, I had never told him this. Although this is a secret that only the two of us know, you were the one who saved everyone, not only me and the knights but also the children in the village. Vlad happily remembered the children in the village playing around Kate, Gregory and Justia. He narrowed his eyes and smiled, placing his hand on his chest in gratitude, thanking him. Lutger remained silent and said nothing. Vlad kept his posture and opened his eyes a little worried. Interrupting that silence, Vlad hesitantly spoke again. "Ah, that's it." He scratched his cheek and laughed. Lutger interrupted him. He praised Vlad. He also tried very hard. He heard his words and was suddenly stunned for a moment. He was silent again. Vlad smirked. The room returned to silence. He sat next to the window leaning on his hands and looking out, the light shining on the bed. "Stop, don't come any closer," a large knight ordered in a deep voice. Vlad respectfully introduced, "I'm from Sora, MS, Justia will recognize who I am." The man narrowed his eyes at him suspiciously. Vlad is not inferior and looking back steadfastly. Seeing that, the knight turned around and went inside, reminding him to just wait there. Vlad also obediently stood still. He glanced to the side. Father and son happily walked and talked. Next to the two opposite sides, the guard was standing there, he thought with relief. Even though it was late, the group of holy knights had finally arrived at the time when the villagers could rest in peace. The Lutger hummed thoughtfully. He suddenly woke up. The man from earlier came out from the nearby hut and said, "You can come in." Vlad was polite, "Thank you." Vlad resolutely entered the tent. The other knight stood guard outside. He stopped, his eyes widened in surprise. Before his eyes were a series of battle victims wrapped in white cloth. His face was sad and sorry for them. It was so chaotic at that time that I didn't pay attention, but I didn't expect there to be so many victims. A red book with a sword image in the middle at the top, with a small circle surrounding the sword slope printed on it, was being held up by a slim hand. Justia calmly looked over and called, "Vlad, what are you doing here?" "Miss Justia, can I search this area?" Vlad carefully bowed his head and asked permission. Justia was still standing there and spoke up, "Mr. Gregory has confirmed that the women are missing." "There is someone I need to find," Vlad replied thoughtfully. Justia squinted her eyes and watched him. She spoke up, "The remnants of the curse might still be there. Please come receive my blessing after you're done." Vlad politely bowed his head upon hearing that. "I understand, thank you." He went to a victim, sat down and lifted the blanket. Vlad was startled when he realized something. He looked down at a part of the female victim's long brown hair that was exposed. Vlad continued to lift the towel, wanting to see the girl's face clearly. He sighed in frustration in his head. "I hoped I wouldn't have to meet her here." Anna's face appeared, making him silent. Vlad reminisced about the past. "Her eye was bruised, she should rest for a few days." His admonishing voice rang out. Anna with bruised eyes forced a smile and waved her hand. "It's nothing, it's as if I had a broken bone." She took out an egg and gave it to Vlad gratefully. "Thank you." He calmly replied, "I'm just doing what I need to do, just keep it and roll it evenly over the bruised eye area." Anna smiled brightly and asked him, "Is this a bribe?" "Next time I hope to help you." Her last words echoed in Vlad's head. Now Anna was lying here with her pale, dirty face illuminated by the light. Vlad hesitated as if wondering, "This world is disgusting, isn't it?" He gently touched her cheek and gently said, "Next time don't do dangerous things like this again. Be born as a daughter of a good family and grow up in love." Vlad sat there, quiet and silent. He pitifully apologized for not being able to be there for her. Anna's hands were placed on her chest, crossed in an X shape. She was still lying there, the sunlight shining and highlighted her beauty. On the ring finger, a chrysanthemum ring shines brightly under the light. A while later, in another more formal hut, Justia touched the hot cup of tea and spoke, "So, was he suddenly sucked into a black hole?" She sat across from Vlad, stirring a cup of tea and interrogating him. He replied, "Yes." Justia handed him a cup of hot tea and firmly asked for more details. Vlad politely accepted the cup of tea and calmly replied, "That's all I know, I'm too busy fighting." Just saying that blocking his attack was troublesome enough, Vlad lamented. Justia looked at him with a gloomy face and a little doubt. Lutger praised, "It's a great story, because it combines both truth and lies, so the story sounds real." Vlad took a sip of tea, and answered through thinking, "After all, I used to work with prostitutes and use my mouth to make a living. What I said sounded very convincing." He continued to tell Mr. Lutger, "The traces after the battle were only ruins, because they showed traces of a weak resistance against an overwhelming force." Vlad remembered the ruins after the battle, slightly stopped to look at Justia. However, he could not know what the real ending was. Vlad finally blurted out, resting his chin in thought, "Ah, it seems like at the end he blurted out a name." Justia immediately asked, "Name?" Vlad sadly scratched his head. I can't remember, my mind wasn't clear at that time. Wait, does eating an apple help you remember anything? Justia quickly peeled the apple and said.
Vlad held his chin again hesitantly. I think it sounds like llama.
Finally, he uttered the name Lamashtu, and Justia's apple peeling motion suddenly stopped. She looked up suspiciously and repeated, Lamashtu. Yes, that's right, it seems he called it that, Vlad said firmly. Justia's hands began to tremble, she grasped the apple tightly and replied, okay, thank you for your cooperation. Vlad looked at Justia's movements and was surprised. She stood up from the chair and affirmed that San Rossino would not forget his kindness. Vlad was startled. Justia walked out of the tent and advised him to go back and rest. Vlad looked back and replied, okay. What a relief, luckily she didn't suspect him. Lutger couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. On the contrary, Vlad still looked at the direction Justia had just walked away and asked him suspiciously, leaving that aside, did he see her expression? As if she had just become a completely different person, Vlad remembered Justia's hateful expression just now and couldn't help but understand. On the other side, a large copper-colored mansion sparkled with sunlight shining down from the blue sky. A mysterious hand carefully poured tea into a cup. Joseph held a steaming cup of tea in his hand and slowly opened his mouth to ask, since when did you return to Sora? Lemond, he called the name of the old man opposite, placing the cup of tea down next to him. Lemond slightly raised his body, took the cup of tea and replied honestly, actually it's been a while. Joseph immediately reproachfully said, if I had told you earlier, I would have come out to welcome you. He picked up the cup of tea and slowly replied, I am just the lowest person, why should I make someone like you work so hard, young master? More importantly, Lemon put down the teacup. His hand stroked his beard, sharply questioning him, where was the boy? Right now he's out on a mission, he's in Baranuthmon's territory, we'll hear from him soon, Joseph said towards Lemond. He was surprised, oh, he's just a servant but he's already on a mission. Lemon smiled and admitted, actually, I met the clan head before coming here. I only have 1 ducat left so I'll keep it short. Jaeger standing behind Joseph didn't react, but when he heard Lemon's words he was startled and worried. Joseph opened his eyes wide in his mind, a shiny golden coin appeared in his mind, he exclaimed, 1 ducat, I see, so he didn't just come here for Vlad. Joseph suddenly understood everything. The servants at Sturma were all idiots. Lemon remembered standing on the platform with 2 knights, below him was an army of people in a serious line. He let out a voice full of lament, unable to believe that those with the name Bayezid like them were such a group. Lemon's face was slightly mocking and curious, wondering if the servant he was raising was like that. Jaeger jumped in front, smiling proudly. He was completely different, he was more like the type of person who did whatever he liked. Lement exclaimed happily, oh, for a difficult guy like you to praise him wholeheartedly then you must be quite something. Jaeger was slightly startled. There's no need to be so surprised, when you were young, you showed me your entire shameful side. Jaeger helplessly sullen at his grandfather's words, Joseph could only look back and laugh. Lemon whined again, while grumbling all the time. I hope I will be interested in that boy, he smiled slightly. Lemon recalled the unpleasant image of the Sauvanin and sternly warned that if he turned out to be like that Sauvanin or something who always pretended to have his parents back, he would personally punch his servant. Joseph interrupted him, my servant is orphan. Lemon was surprised. He thought in his mind, after knowing Lemon's intention, he must stimulate his interest as much as possible, and with his mouth he explained, he grew up behind an alley without parents, and came here by himself with his own strength. Joseph is dangerous and scheming, I mentioned his background for a reason. I can evoke his difficult times in the past, that he also climbed here on his own. Lemon's face darkened and he smiled with interest. Joseph politely asked him for a favor, not necessarily giving him that ducat, but hoping he could teach him a few things. Lemon laughed and said, I don't like today's young people. But you asked, his face turned serious, so I will test him myself, Lemon said while stroking his beard and smiling dangerously, his whole body radiated a terrifying power. Returning to the village, Vlad and everyone gathered to prepare to continue on their journey. Justia bowed in gratitude and said, we, San Rossino, will not forget everyone's brave actions. I hope you will speak well of us, Gregory replied with a happy smile, our lord is not the meticulous type. Mr. Cat also smiled happily next to him. I can't lie in the report, but I will do my best to repay Mr. Gregory for his efforts. Justia maintained a respectful posture to show her gratitude. Gregory also helplessly groaned, so it's better not to mention anything about us. Justia suddenly glanced to the side. Vlad was still concentrating on rolling up the flag in his hand to put it away. She wondered, does Vlad have a flag? Gregory shrugged and replied, "It's been a while since Bayezid's family found someone to keep an eye on. He's been treated very well." Justia listened thoughtfully. Traces of a fierce battle, a servant who possessed the will to defeat Dullahan, that alone was enough to prove he was different. Gregory nodded politely, "Then we asked permission to leave." Justia nodded in response, praying that Saint Rossino's blessing would always be with everyone. After saying goodbye, Vlad's group also left. The people in the village happily waved goodbye to them. Vlad looked back and also raised his hand to greet the whole village. He looked at those happy people and spoke up with relief. The fog lifted, making the village look much better. Gregory agreed and replied that this place was originally a sunny place. Everything that happened in the village was because of him. Vlad's face is now much brighter, so relieved, in contrast to the one buried deep behind Sora's dark alley. Anna wants to live in a village filled with sunlight. Looking back at that happy village again, Vlad wished and hoped she would find warmth from here. At night, Vlad's group was resting in the forest. He crouched in front of a bright fire. "I failed completely," he said sadly. "If it weren't for his voice, I probably wouldn't have survived." Like Jorge and Anna. Vlad remembered the name Dullahan and slowly thought, "I was almost crushed by this vast world without being able to resist." Gregory opened and closed his eyes. He raised his body to face Vlad in confusion. What was the kid thinking? He was in such a deep posture. He immediately regained his composure. Once again, he bent down and sadly replied, "Just a few trivial things." Gregory objected, but his face was even more serious than that. He couldn't argue, so he fell silent. Gregory propped his chin and slowly spoke, "There are so many wonderful people in this world. I don't know if I can survive with those people anymore," he mumbled, staring at the fire. Gregory consoled, "Everyone has thought like that at least once in their life." "There is no certain answer." Gregory slowly sat up. He continued to answer, "But we already had the answer for ourselves." Vlad looked at Gregory curiously. "What was that?" "We need to keep burning," he said firmly. Gregory continued to advise, "There was no way to help the fire stop wavering in the wind, watching the fire burn," he said, "but as long as the fire was still alive, it could continue to burn." Standing up again and burning forever, he finished speaking. Vlad looked like he understood and closely observed the red fire. He clearly held the hilt of the sword and thought to himself, "That's right, there is no shortcut to help me instantly become stronger or catch up with someone right away. I have to try to stay strong and continue to burn. I have to focus on the present." His eyes sparkled with determination. Because if he wanted to fight against a large world suddenly closing in on him, Vlad imagined the strong image of Lutger and kept thinking. Vlad's thoughts were filled with determination. "I will need to become a huge fire." He was engrossed in his thoughts, so Vlad did not notice that from the mountain far behind him, a mysterious black shadow stood on the top of the mountain in the dark night. A towering black horse is standing. Its eyes sparkled, as if containing the entire starry night sky, looking down. Returning to Joseph's mansion, he clasped his hands and coldly praised, "Good job. I want to praise you guys for your efforts in completing the mission." Looking at the three people, Cade, Gregory, and Vlad, Joseph spoke up, "And solving the problem at its root is also commendable." Suddenly he turned around and said seriously, "However, it was unforgivable for the Bayezid family's sword to be unsheathed on the territory of another local lord." Gregory bowed his head apologetically. "We sincerely apologize. As the person responsible for the investigation team, I will accept all punishment for this accident." From where an unpleasant TSK interrupted him. "Times have changed. How can you act so carelessly on someone else's territory?" The person crossed his arms in dissatisfaction and spoke up. Vlad was startled. He looked back. Lemon leaned against the wall and continued calmly, "What's worse is, you know full well what the consequences will be." "That action was even worse," Lemon said with a serious look. Vlad wondered who he was. The atmosphere around him was unusual. Joseph still maintained that posture. "I hope to agree." He was right. He had touched on a sensitive issue in this chaotic situation. The empire is gradually collapsing. Because the royal family cannot completely control the empire, all remaining problems are gradually getting out of control. Joseph's mind is now filled with images of chaos under an old castle. He continued, "Big and small territory wars were happening every day in each area." The faces of the three people, Vlad, Kat and Gregory, showed signs of anxiety when listening to Joseph. He raised his eyebrows and seriously warned, "There is no guarantee that the North will not suffer the same fate." Gregory bowed his head sincerely again. "I sincerely apologized." Vlad, standing next to him, also silently suffered. Joseph spoke up, "Around the time we encountered this curse from the past, The Iron Duke was also paying attention to the situation happening in that village. Gregory was surprised, the Duke could do that. Joseph coldly replied, I understand your good intentions, but the fire you just caused is too big. Vlad in the back frowned uncomfortably. Joseph grumbled and spit out unpleasant words, you should have left sooner. Vlad heard this and immediately glared. Lemon behind him was still leaning against the wall and calmly asked, I heard that the San Rosino Knights were also there, he said mockingly, you should have let them handle the problem. That sentence agitated Vlad, he was angry and radiated murderous intent, he could only whisper in his head, you know what to say, you weren't there. Lemon sneered, kids today just know how to do things without thinking about the consequences. Before the words were finished, Vlad gritted his teeth and interjected, if we didn't take action. When everyone heard Vlad's voice, they all stopped and looked at him. Vlad continued in a harsh voice, the children had already died. He turned towards Lemon, his eyes shining like an angry predator. He happily looked into Vlad's indignant eyes, exclaiming in his mind, look, where did Sir Joseph find him? Lemon curled his mouth in admiration, thinking he was just a boy with his nose not clean. But it turned out to be a beast. Lemon seemed to see the image of a powerful hunting wolf wanting to pounce on him with dangerously glowing blue pupils. Vlad still looked at Lemon and replied, Mr. Gregory did the best for the children. San Rosino saw what we did and said that our actions deserved praise rather than blame. Vlad's stern face spoke his thoughts, he was just about to speak again, and suddenly a voice interrupted Vlad, he stopped, he put his hands on the table. Slowly stand up and reply, don't test my patience any further. Vlad suddenly woke up and looked worriedly at Joseph. The others were no less than him, Cade and Gregory froze in horror, Jaeger furrowed his eyebrows in resignation. Joseph became really angry, his face contorted with displeasure. The room fell silent, everyone turned towards Joseph to observe him. Vlad bowed his head in patience, yes sir, I'm sorry. Jaeger indifferently ignored Vlad's apology. He looked at Lemon who was still standing there with his arms crossed. Close your eyes and control your state. Mr. Gregory, I believe you will also understand me, the second law of swordsmen is an extremely sensitive thing. He glanced at Gregory and said, he stammered carefully and replied, yes Sir Joseph, our side was too careless. Sensitive issues are constantly overlapping. Before Baron Uthman personally complains, we should act first and show him our sincerity, Joseph expressed, lifting his feet from his seat. He clasped his hands behind his back and stood in front of the window, looking back and ordering, Knight Gregory, you will be suspended indefinitely. Vlad was surprised. Joseph continued to say, he would not receive any compensation, nor would he enjoy the rights granted by the Bayezid family, the Cade Knight would also receive the same punishment. The two people in question bowed their heads in agreement, Gregory respectfully obeyed, yes, Master Joseph. As for Vlad, Joseph looked at him. Vlad also looked straight into his eyes. Joseph frowned dissatisfied, I have treated you very well, fed you and clothed you. But, it seems like I can't tame you. He couldn't help but feel annoyed when he saw Vlad still being stubborn and steadfast. Joseph turned his back to Vlad, he wondered if his anger came from this humiliation. He clasped his hands to refute that thought immediately. Consoling myself, I'm just disappointed, Joseph mused. His tired eyes frowned as he glanced over. He turned around to face Vlad and announced, you will also be suspended indefinitely. Joseph's frustrations continued to appear in his mind, because this is really annoying, I should have been stricter with you, he opened his mouth to say, and resolutely order, you are not allowed to come to see me if you are not summoned. Vlad froze in shock. A moment after the conversation ended, he walked alone down the long, quiet hallway. I have mixed feelings, Vlad thought lazily. And I never thought I would have to see such strange eyes. Vlad remembered the unfriendly looks from Jaeger and Joseph, thinking sadly. I don't know when, Lemon was holding something like a large cross in his hand, blocking Vlad's way to speak, although you are just an ordinary subordinate, but you have really made Master Joseph sad. Vlad was startled and stopped walking. So your name is Vlad? Lemon asked with a friendly smile. He glanced a little warily at the old man in front of him but did not answer. Lemon still maintained his posture leaning against the wall. When he didn't respond, he calmly exclaimed, oh my God, look at you, you don't even respond when an adult is talking to you. I guess you've never been taught etiquette. Lemon continued speaking with a laugh. Vlad clenched his fists. He clenched his teeth and thought angrily, I've been taught enough of those things. From the lady, who looked at me with eyes like a gentle mother, the image of Okashana gently smiling appeared in his mind. Vlad patiently raised his hand to his chest and replied, yes. I'm Vlad. He bowed respectfully like a true knight. In a short moment, Vlad immediately changed his face and looked up sharply, wanting to know if I could ask for your name. Lemon exclaimed curiously in shock, his eyes. He looked like he was asking his opponent's name before a match. Lemon silently commented, he imagined Vlad was getting ready to bring out his lick to fight around him, radiating extremely intense energy. Lemon smiled contentedly, his aggressive blood began to rise again. It had been a long time since he felt such a strong aura. Okay, do you want to know my name? He stepped away from the wall, took the stick in his hand and spoke. Unfortunately, I don't have a name that I can tell you right now, Lemon replied, pretending to be disappointed. Vlad glanced at him expressionlessly. Lemon leaned his stick on the ground. Vlad was surprised. The thing on the cloth hanging on it slid down to reveal the colorful royal symbols on it. He said majestically, I am simply someone who walks the lowest path. I still haven't completed my mission. Lemon looked solemn. The scene of a bloody and chaotic battle appeared. The castle was on fire. On the ground the weapons left behind by the deceased were scattered everywhere. He began to reflect, there are knights who grow old but they never get tired, because they cannot fall honorably on the battlefield. So they traveled throughout the continent to the lowest places. And regained the honor that had been lost on his way. Interrupting his thoughts, far away in the middle of that dark battlefield, the figure of a mysterious knight with his robe fluttering in the gloomy air was reappeared. That person held the huge sword tightly at his side. Like the kings who founded the kingdoms on this continent, a swordsman also has tasks that need to be done until the last moments of his life. Lemon continued to think. That knight slightly collapsed, trying not to collapse. The image of that knight ended the train of thought in Lemon's mind. Back to reality, outside a large building, where light from the blue sky was shining in. A map with red and green flags appeared, someone's voice spoke, and finally, Count Gaidar had prepared a bridge to the north. More precisely, he took the nearby area and carried out his work, Dukan said. More precisely, he took the nearby area and carried out his work, Alicia continued. In order to reach the north, he definitely still had to pass through us. Her face showed concern and wonder. Will he come to us? Duncan pondered for a moment and then replied, we should prepare for that. Alicia mused. The central area was closed, and before we knew it, the west side was about to be closed in the same situation. She straightened her back and looked at Dukan, who nodded firmly. We need to write a letter to Count Bayezid. I am that they will help us, because they have a reason and an obligation to do so. The lady was right, Dukan agreed. As he continued, his hand pointed to the location between the mountains and the camp on the map. Once they passed Diermar, it was clear that their next destination would be Count Bayezid's mansion. Alicia smiled in relief. I'm glad I gave him my handkerchief. Duncan immediately continued, yes, we keep hearing rumors about him in recent days. He has grown up and become a handsome young man. It seems like he visited San Rossino this time. Alicia speculated with a shrug and continued, having a closer relationship with the church is not bad at all. Duncan covered his mouth and teased, oh my God, you look so proud of him. Alicia was startled. She was embarrassed and awkwardly pretended to cough lightly to try to dispel her embarrassment. I have done many things for him. Duncan did not deny and replied, yes, I also agree that it was a very good move. Thanks to your monitoring of his movements, our spy network has grown stronger. With this situation, people will probably say that Diermar's famous specialty is not lemons but spies. Duncan covered his mouth and smiled teasingly at Alicia. She was startled and blushed. Turning her back to him, Alicia answered angrily, because our spy network is stronger, so let's expand the surveillance area. If we are discovered unusual actions early, it will buy us a little more time because we don't have enough troops to deal with surprises. She was now standing in front of the large window looking outside. Alicia spoke up worriedly, I hope they will just pass by us without doing anything. Duncan pondered sharply, the world is changing so fast that even I can't predict what will happen next, but that change is not complete. Like those flowers that began to bloom after that young man left, in his mind white flowers illuminated by the sunlight appeared in full bloom. Along with that is a dangerous white snake with its mouth open. Duncan continued to think, it might bring us hope and peace. In another place, there is a small house with the door slightly open and the light still on in the dark night. Vlad crossed his arms and opened his mouth. That old fogey, if I could I would have beaten him right there. Is that so? The old blacksmith who was concentrating on repairing the sword calmly exclaimed. He stopped what he was doing and looked up wondering, but, what did you do with this sword? I just repaired it not long ago. How did it become like that? Vlad explained, a headless guy, he is a very strong opponent. The blacksmith asked back, what did it mean? He leaned on his hands and thought, oh, how should I explain this? Vlad began to explain in detail, the more I ventured into this world, the more I had to fight enemies that I had never even seen or heard of before. I thought that was my destiny. The red sword that had just been forged by the blacksmith was immersed in a basin of steaming water. The blacksmith called out softly, "Hey, isn't it time you replaced this sword?" Vlad looked at the newly forged sword and asked, "What is it?" Looking at the old iron sword on the forging table, the old man said, "This sword is only a little better than the blunt swords of mercenaries. You are lucky that it can still cut monsters." He praised and continued to answer, "It is simply made from iron and the person who made it is an average blacksmith." Vlad was silent for a moment, then he spoke up in confusion, "What are you talking about?" The old blacksmith grimaced and said seriously, "If you continue to use it." Not long after, it would shatter immediately. Picking up the sword, he carefully observed it to confirm. "Please forge me a sword that can kill vampires," a large knight asked. The blacksmith looked at him in confusion and stopped his sword forging movements, wondering what he was cutting. "Last winter, a certain knight suddenly asked me to make that kind of sword. I wondered what he was talking about. He obviously knew my name." He closed his eyes and thought back. "I remember him saying that Vlad's Shura could cut down some types of vampires." Vlad raised his face and propped his chin in understanding. "Oh, I know who you're talking about. I met that knight during the goblin raid, but he was just persistent in finding the maker of that blade." The old blacksmith immediately agreed and confirmed, "Yes, because he couldn't control the aura. He asked me if this blade had any special abilities." The old blacksmith lifted the sword to look at it and continued. "Even at that time, I only thought about myself." The old blacksmith hesitantly said, "You are still alive. The truth is that achieving such amazing achievements also means being close to death." He slowly spoke. Vlad immediately wondered, What do you mean?" The old blacksmith glanced at Vlad. He thought, "Surely you have gone through extremely difficult obstacles, thereby becoming stronger. This blade still retains its shape after all that." The blacksmith looked at him and still happily cherished the old sword. He speculated, "If the blade broke, it wouldn't be the only thing that broke." The old blacksmith foresaw a bad situation. He could see the image of Vlad silently holding the broken sword in his hands and falling to his knees. He picked up the sword. It reflected the steadfast eyes of the old blacksmith. "I just hope it doesn't hold you back anymore. That person certainly doesn't want that either." He turned around and advised Vlad again, "I'm not saying you have to change it right away, but consider this from now on." He looked at him and asked, "Did he still accept applications?" The old blacksmith narrowed his eyes and held up the sword resolutely. "This is my last work, go find another blacksmith." Vlad heard what he said and his expression became sad. The old blacksmith smiled proudly. No matter how old he was, seeing him like this made me realize he was still the same as before. It's natural for young people to feel sad when they have to part with something they love. For an older person like me, old things are just external objects. Looking at Vlad, who was sad, he thought with a smile. "Besides that, are you going to take it away today?" The blacksmith opened his mouth. Vlad hesitantly replied, "Not in a hurry, but still." He seemed to think of something and immediately changed his face to say, "Nothing, I'll use it later." The old blacksmith looked at the sword and decided to say, "Okay, I will sharpen it for you." The sword was put into the stone wheel to be sharpened. The surfaces of both collided with sparks. The old blacksmith focused on forging the sword. As for Vlad, he was thoughtful again. A moment after the sword was finished being forged, it was so shiny that Vlad's face could be seen. He was also surprised and exclaimed, "Wow, it looks very new, maybe even sharper than when I first held it." Vlad laughed mischievously and gratefully towards him and said, "Thank you, I will rely on you for a long time." The old blacksmith frowned in disdain. "Please stop by from time to time, stop exploiting an old man like me." After a while, both of them went out to chat. "Next time I will bring delicious meat," Vlad promised. The blacksmith happily joined in, "This damn kid, delicious meat is not delicious." Vlad knew and agreed. "Okay, I'll bring good wine too," he said, smiling brightly and raising his hand to greet the blacksmith. He nodded with satisfaction. "That's right, I will wait, remember to return safely." The old blacksmith stood there looking at Vlad waving goodbye. He quietly observed. Seeing his figure far away, the blacksmith began to cough continuously. He bent down slightly and continuously coughed loudly. The old blacksmith covered his mouth and breathed out helplessly. "I have to close today, I've done my best." Looking up at Vlad again, he continued to walk resolutely. The old blacksmith commented softly, his steps confident and sure. He imagined the bright golden castle where Vlad was still walking steadfastly in the darkness. The old blacksmith affirmed that he would definitely be able to easily escape that harsh place. "Of course, I hope so." After finishing speaking, He returned to his smithy, closed the door and rested. In the quiet night, the houses become dimly covered by mist. Vlad walked alone. He suddenly realized it and stopped. Behind him, a dark shadow loomed behind the wall. Vlad continued walking, and the mysterious person saw that and also walked out of the wall after him. Vlad turned into a dark alley. That person saw his shadow disappearing in the alley and started to get a little closer. Lemon's eyes lit up like a predator, lurking behind that wall, watching. He glanced carefully, suddenly realizing something. Lemon curled his lips and silently praised, "Oh, that's a good intuition." Vlad's cloak flutters in the wind. I don't know when he stood behind him fiercely looking towards Lemon. He glanced back slightly to confirm his guess. As I guessed, he was able to wear Bayezid's leather armor for a reason. Vlad's sharp eyes asked, "Why are you following me?" "What are you talking about? I'm just going my way," Lemon replied, pretending to be innocent. Vlad immediately objected, "I know he followed me since he left the town hall." He pretended to exclaim, "Is that so?" He said firmly, feeling like he wanted to cause trouble since the first time we met. Lemon laughed with delight and shouted in his head, "Yes, I like that sharpness of yours, a little more force, don't let your rage control you, learn to master it." Looking at Vlad standing there, Lemon couldn't help but happily assess that he had more potential than he thought. Suddenly he pondered and wondered why. Looking at Vlad's impatient eyes, Lemon seemed to understand everything. He remembered the last time he met in the hall with Vlad, curling his lips and guessing, it seemed like he deliberately disobeyed and only did what he wanted. "You should have restrained from reckless actions from the beginning. Did I say something wrong then?" Lemon asked Vlad in wonder. He resolutely maintained silence. Ignoring that question, Vlad coldly replied, "Please tell me if anything bothers you, don't beat around the bush." Lemon felt satisfied. He thought, "It's been a long time since I've seen this kind of spirit. The more I remember, the more I welcome it." Lemon held the hilt of the sword at his side and asked Vlad, "You probably like sword fighting more than talking." Vlad pondered silently, "A well-trained Bayezid knight, I don't know who he is or why he behaves like that, but, no matter what, he is someone familiar with Sir Joseph." There was some hidden meaning behind this incident, Vlad speculated. He also drew his sword from his waist to respond to Lemon. It was because he started this. The two of them faced each other. Vlad began to think, if there was a reason of his own. He rushed towards Lemon to attack. He calmly used his sword to block it. The two swords collided, sparking light. Vlad silently made a decision. It would all end if he broke it. "So you know a few fighting tricks?" Lemon glanced at him and smiled. Vlad woke up and gritted his teeth. He decisively pushed his sword away and stepped back. As fast as lightning, Vlad continued to counterattack. Lemon was not inferior in blocking each of his swords. His thick sword slashed Vlad's thin sword, sending out sparks. He struggled to block the attack. Immediately Vlad's sword was deflected, his face filled with surprise. He deflected all his attacks with the tip of his sword. "It wasn't a coincidence, he read my steps after just a few exchanges." Vlad glanced uneasily. He affirmed that he could recognize it from the way he fought. He had experienced countless duels. Looking at Lemon's bravery with his sword, Vlad couldn't help but admire him. He spoke up in disdain and disappointment, "That's all." Vlad muttered in response, "Definitely not." Lemon paused in surprise. He began to gather his strength, raising his sword ready to fight seriously. "This is just the beginning," Vlad said softly. Lemon's eyes flashed with surprise. "These days are filled with chaos. There aren't many people who can use such a powerful aura at that age anymore." "It makes me feel like I'm alive again." Lemon smiled cunningly. His whole body began to burn with energy. Vlad tightly grasped the sword wrapped in rich aura and continued to rush towards Lemon. He jumped back slightly. Lemon glanced at Vlad's sword that was pressing on his sword, sparking with fire. Vlad swung his sword and slashed repeatedly at Lemon. Unfortunately, all of those attacks were blocked by him. Vlad raised his sword to gain momentum. He slashed hard at the position where Lemon was standing. He stepped back and praised, "I like your spirit." Two people were pushed back. Vlad hurriedly faced Lemon again and struck. His eyes flashed with aura of determination and he told himself, "I will not let him escape, even though my experience and techniques may not be as good as his." Resolutely put down the sword. "I can use my strength to overwhelm him because I am younger," Vlad strongly encouraged himself. The two swords stuck together. Both Vlad and Lemon tried to hold their swords tightly to block the opponent's attack. Lemon's feet were pushed back, leaving marks on the ground. He had some difficulty speaking. "Time is truly cruel." Vlad stared straight at Lemon. He gritted his voice, to see how long he could keep smiling. Lemon calmly closed his eyes and slowly opened his mouth. Your strategy is very good. But you chose the wrong opponent to use it. His eyes widened. Lemon's whole body radiated a huge aura, resolutely responding. Both of their swords began to tremble. Lemon nodded and said, not bad, this is physical enhancement. The situation turned around. Now Vlad was the one struggling. His legs trembled trying to stand. He groaned, secretly terrified. This strength was not the same as his just now. Lemon gathered his aura in his palm and slowly spoke, surprised it was still so early. If you were familiar with it, you could still use it like this. Vlad looked up, clenched his teeth in fear. This is crazy. Is he using his bare hand to hold a sword with an aura? Looking at Lemon using his aura to hold his sword tightly, he exclaimed in surprise. His sword was locked tightly. Vlad suddenly let go of the sword hilt, causing Lemon to stop in surprise. He quickly pulled the knife from his waist. Aimed straight at Lemon and slash. He curled his mouth in interest. Ha, you cunning brat, that's a smart decision to put down the sword. This isn't something a trained knight could come up with. That kind of boldness, only someone with the heart of a monster can have. Looking at Vlad holding a knife towards him, Lemon affirmed with certainty. His hand also let go of Vlad's sword, surprising him. Tightening his fist covered in a shining aura, Lemon shouted loudly, Brett used the momentum to counterattack. The bright aura punch rushed towards Vlad. Forcefully pushed him back. Vlad's whole body collided with the furniture behind him. He was thrown up with debris, rocks and dust around him. At this moment, Lemon suddenly woke up. He cursed nervously and spoke up, damn it, I'm suddenly so serious. Lemon hurriedly ran to Vlad and shouted, hey, are you okay? Seeing him lying motionless, he sweated profusely and said, have you fainted? Your defense is a bit weak. Remembering Joseph's words, he is a very precious person, don't harm him. Lemon couldn't help but groan in annoyance. He touched his chin and was busy thinking about what to say to him now. Lemon didn't notice Vlad's finger move slightly again. Vlad angrily opened his eyes and thought to himself, Gregory once said, in any situation, as long as the fire hasn't gone out, it's good. Breaking from his thoughts, Vlad angrily jumped up. Lemon suddenly looked after him. And this kid, he thought as Vlad grabbed him by the collar. He rushed forward and banged his head on Lemon. He continued to think, still not giving up. The place where the two people were standing had become a mess. He slowly looked up, like. It's cheating, Vlad cried out tremblingly. Then he immediately collapsed again at Lemon's feet. He sighed and touched his forehead. Almost had enough to eat. Lemon smirked and continued, but you are definitely a genius. He nodded in praise, you passed the test. On the other side, the rising sun shines on the magnificent castle. Lemon is already at Sora, he seems interested in Vlad, Ragmus reported. Count Bayezid propped his chin and replied, I know. Ragmus next to him opened his mouth with relief. Fortunately, the Count also voiced his agreement, yes. He closed his eyes and said nostalgically, Lemon was once a knight of the previous dynasty, even I had a hard time dealing with him. From the moment he sighed and left after seeing my subordinates, the Count hesitantly continued, I really don't have a good feeling. He remembered the image of Lemon alone, separate from the knights, and pondered. Not knowing whether I should say we have regained our pride, or sigh because all I have is his interest, Count Bayezid slowly lamented. Ragmus saw that and sighed softly, times had changed. Lemon is a living witness to the cruelty of time, because at that time he became a knight with a starting point as a soldier, he would not have been interested in surrounded soldiers like today, remembering Lemon's glory days, he said. Count Bayezid continued, no matter how times have changed, some things remain the same. When he sighed, it wasn't simply disgust or complaint, he put the paper in his hand on the table and continued to speak. The Count hesitated sadly, but it felt like a deep sadness. As the one who personally made Dan Rossino present the armor, looking at the shining armor, the Count spoke with regret. Ragmus smiled and said in praise, their recognition is making him special. Count Bayezid pondered, I should also send a set to Sora. Closing his eyes slightly, he nodded and exhaled. Fortunately it was not completely cut off, the tradition of the Bayezid family still continued. It was all thanks to a soldier, the person being mentioned seemed to be Vlad. Over here he was still holding his head and groaning. Sitting on the bed, Vlad lamented and exclaimed, damn this old man, my head still hurts. He narrowed his eyes and said coldly, I've never seen that move anywhere before, I can't believe he used aura on his body and not the sword. Lutger just now appeared and spoke, he is a person who can learn a lot, his humanity is not revealed, Remembering the image of Lemon smiling cunningly and radiating aura, Vlad raised his hands and spoke, well, maybe everyone respected him like that because he was that strong. While immersed in a conversation with Lutker, he was startled by someone's foot kicking the door in. Are you awake? Jamina was holding a pile of clothes in her arms. She glanced at Vlad and asked him, then teased him, I thought he was talking in his sleep. Vlad helplessly replied, really, you have to knock on the door before entering. Jamina calmly asked again, do I look like I have the hands to knock on the door? He wondered, why do you wash my clothes? Just leave them there so I can wash them myself. Jamina smiled and excitedly spoke up, this is the service at our pub, I'm just doing my duty, after all you are a guest on the 4th floor, the most expensive place. She tilted her head and blurted out. Vlad hesitated and thought, guest, he sounded serious. He worriedly replied, I don't have much money to pay you that much. Jamina immediately answered, it's free for you because you're here to help us. She walked in and gently placed his shirt on the table. Vlad said softly, with a rose smile, currently the pub has quite a few bastards coming here without knowing that. He wondered and asked Jamina, is it enough for me to be here? She still turned her back to him to explain, Marcella said your name is valuable enough, you have the mayor of Sora and the second young master of the Bayezid family to back you. Jamina continued, besides you are an almighty knight. Vlad immediately objected, telling you not to tell others like that. Jamina was silent for a moment, raised her purple handkerchief and said, from what I see, you are a knight. Lady Alicia's knight, holding that purple handkerchief tightly, Jamina replied a little irritably. Vlad was nervously sweating and stammering in surprise, speechless, oh, that's exactly what happened. Jamina's eyes filled with murderous intent said towards Vlad, I felt very satisfied cutting your hair and helping you hold the sword, you really did a great job. Vlad trembled and groaned, thank you. When the door slammed shut, he jumped in horror. I've always been grateful for that, Vlad said, scratching his head and muttering weakly. Valuable things will shine no matter where they are. On a seemingly deserted hilly area, in the distance, smoke and dust appear, signaling that some object is moving at an unusual speed. The black horse was rushing like the wind, galloping on the weed-filled road. With every step, the iron hooves pounded hard on the ground, echoing throughout the wilderness. From behind his running steps, hot steam rose up and mixed with fine dust to form hazy clouds of smoke along the path. Trailing behind, a group of horsemen chased closely. The sound of whips cracking echoed as if urging speed. They rushed away as if not letting the black horse escape their sight. It seemed to show that they were eager to capture him, and everyone always wanted these outstanding individuals. After he ceded the role of leader of his group, and remember what happened that day and find that boy again. Suddenly, nooses were thrown at each other. The lasso of a guy behind was swung up like lightning and then rushed forward, aiming straight at the running horse's neck. As if sensing danger, right at the moment the rope was about to tighten, it suddenly jumped up, its hind hooves hitting the ground hard, creating a powerful jump, narrowly avoiding the rope. It was really annoying. The people behind were angry, swung their whips and hit the horse's sides, urging them to run faster. Go after it, don't lose it. The excellent boy who rode on its back that day is not here. This is something he has to overcome on his own. From the top of the mountain not far away, a mysterious figure stood silently, wearing a dark long robe, hidden under the moonlight. His cold eyes shined a strange yellow color, reflecting his dark ambition. Under the dim moonlight, the mysterious figure on horseback and his accomplices appeared against the silver-gray sky, shouting loudly, we must capture it. In the dark of night, in a small boarding house. I already said I'm sorry, the voice suddenly spoke, causing the knife and fork that were eating to stop. Lemon tried to coax, I'll give you something good, so don't be angry anymore, okay? After listening, Vlad closed his eyes and replied, there are things money cannot buy. He continued, I really like it. Lemon listened and waved his hands to ease the tense atmosphere. I knew, it was an armor only for future servants. When I received that armor, I also hugged it tightly for several days. Even though he knew that, he still ruined it. His calmly spoken question made him speechless, not knowing how to properly defend himself.
I want you to come with me to a place, somewhere. We need to show the young master how useful you are. If you cause trouble during your suspension, everyone will just think of you as a troublemaker.
Pondering for a moment, Vlad thought to himself, that sounds convincing. Yes, Joseph treated this old man very enthusiastically. He asked, I have to prove how useful I am. I want you to do something with me, we will report later. After hearing this, Vlad couldn't help but feel suspicious. What was that? Lemon raised his hand to stroke his beard and smiled, do you like horses? On a deserted area, horse-drawn carts carrying goods from merchants were moving busily. One of those carriages was carrying Vlad and Lamond. Rumors spread that a black horse was seen wandering around Sora, but one day it suddenly disappeared, as if possessed. The guy driving the car also helplessly continued, "Oh, I heard about that too. The security team called it a barbaric horse." Vlad was curious. "Ghost horse?" The boy driving the car turned around and replied, "Yeah, I have a bad feeling about this. What if it was related? The half would be headless." A scene of a person with a blue burning skull appeared. Below are quite a few scary zombies. I heard that guy also controls women just like he controls ghosts. If it is indeed a ghost horse as rumored, then it is possible that they are related. Vlad fell into silence to ponder. Well. But right then he turned around and asked, "Is it okay for us to just lie down like this?" Lemon stretched out comfortably and said to the assessment of the chariot driver, "We can't do anything while we're watching the merchants." Even though his eyes were closed, he still continued, "We should at least keep an eye on our surroundings. Rest, that horse will find us." "I wonder, what, will it find us? How do you know that?" "The horse that people call a ghost horse is not only fast but also has strange behavior." "What?" "Slowly explain. It will also observe from afar if it sees people in the car." Vlad's face showed a bit of surprise and he turned down. He knew what he was doing. This was no ordinary horse. Then he put his hand on his chin. Immersed in his own world of thoughts, he began to feel uneasy. If it was really a horse controlled by an evil person, then the investigation team would have come to check the suspicious traces it left behind. Lemond interrupted his thoughts. "I don't know what you're thinking, but no matter how much you think, you can't do anything. You will know when that time comes. What has to happen will happen." He thought, "The horse was not important in the first place. I simply wanted to observe you at close range during the next few days of searching. If I like him, maybe I can teach him something." At the end of his thought, he opened one eye, smiled and asked, "How long have you been using spiritual energy?" He looked up slightly and replied, "About 3 months, maybe 4 months. "Well, if it's 3 or 4 months then that's pretty quick." Vlad looked at him and asked, "What's so fast, your progress in using spiritual energy compared to the start time?" Lemon continued, "Although the interesting thing is that you still haven't found your spirit." Hearing that he clearly showed a puzzled look. "My spirit?" He slowly explained that his aura was the expression of his heart. The fact that he had not found his aura yet also meant that his world had not yet been decided. Suddenly Vlad closed the distance and pressed his face down, making him a bit startled. "What do I need to do to find my spiritual identity?" His face at close range lit up with sparkles of curiosity. Lemon sat up and stepped back. "Weren't you taught about aura? Don't come too close, boy." "Yes, I was taught that the fundamentals are serious." "Oh, I see." His mouth said that, but in his heart he thought, "I'm sure that grumpy guy has his own ideas on how to teach him. I shouldn't teach him too much." Show yourself more to the world, don't hide too much." "What do you mean?" he asked with a serious face. "Creating something that can reveal your inner world. The knights call it the key." "Key? You've seen knights use spiritual energy, right? They only use spiritual energy." Vlad put his hand to his chin and thought, "Did they use the bundle in any other way? Think carefully. Did they take any specific action? I'm not sure. I'm always in urgent situations." Suddenly an image flashed through his mind. Oh. He was right, they all did a certain move. In Vlad's head at that time, the following memories appeared one after another. Sir Pablo would put his sword in front of his shield. Sir Gregory will move his sword with his footsteps. Tiger will flick the blade with his fingers and. Finally, the image of the swordsman clasping his hands tightly clasping the sword in front of him appeared. At the end of the remembrance, Vlad's face showed a bit of veins, his eyes sparkled with a strangely sharp blue color. It seemed like he remembered something. It was the key. It was both a tool and a ritual to expand the world in his heart. "Do I just use it? I usually rely on my feelings when things happen. That's why I said you haven't found your own spirit yet. When the time is right, Jaeger will tell you about it, but thinking about it first isn't bad." While speaking normally, Lemon suddenly stopped when he felt something. He quickly pressed Vlad's head. Lay down, lay down." Just as he felt, an arrow rushed forward and stabbed straight at the place where they had just sat. The guy driving the car panicked. What's going on? Something just flew by." Looking at the arrow sticking down where he used to sit, he said, "It looked like things wouldn't go well." Then Lemon shouted a warning, "It's an ambush, be alert." People walking around nearby heard his voice and immediately turned around in bewilderment. "What, ambush? What are you talking about?" Before he could finish his sentence, that unlucky guy was hit by an arrow. Everyone who witnessed it, now realizing the situation, couldn't help but be confused and wary. What? Where did it come from? Where did it come from? After the question was asked, a man nearby saw the murderer and raised his hand to point. Robbers, not far away, a group of shirtless men on horses had been waiting for some time. Hey, let the horse run quickly, make sure to hold it tight so it doesn't loose its reins. The carriage driver is a bit confused by your request. Sorry, yes, sir. Observing the situation, Vlad wondered, was there a group of robbers in a place like this? Lemon frowned and replied, they are not a normal bandit group, they cause much more trouble than bandits. The bandit leader led the way with a large, wild brown horse. He possessed a strong body that revealed symbolic tattoos on his hands, exuding brutality. They were barbarians. The scene began to become chaotic as the barbarians in question were rushing forward preparing to attack. At this moment, hundreds and thousands of arrows were released from the other side. On this side, the soldiers are trying to defend. Everyone lined up his shields in a solid line. One soldier tried to reassure everyone to defend and maintain formation. The knights on the other side continued to shoot arrows. One side attacked and the other defended, both fighting extremely fiercely. Vlad's group was hiding from afar watching the battle. Lemon spoke up, sure enough, they aimed at the mercenaries first, but luckily they were at the back of the group so they had more time. Vlad looked puzzled, why were the barbarians living across the northern border here? He calmly replied, yes, this is also the first time I have seen barbarians go this deep into the land of the kingdom. Suddenly he slowly pulled out his sword, thinking he would be able to walk comfortably. Hey, driver, bring out the saddle. The driver is now wiping the horse's face, surprised because this one is a pack horse. Letting it run was even worse. Hearing that, his face darkened. If he wanted to deal with them, he needed a horse. It is said that barbarians fly out on horseback, so whether old or young, male or female, they are all excellent cavalrymen. But barring a few warriors, they were no match for the knights. Lemon reminded in a low voice, remember that when confronting barbarians, you must eliminate their mobility. Suddenly there was a loud call, hear it clearly. Mighty Arji rides on horseback, we have no intention of killing you, just pay the passage fee and your lives will be spared. Hearing that, everyone was confused and asked to make sure if it was true. A man frantically raised his hand to pay the fee and asked how much it was. Under the bright sunlight he replied, everything but life, leave with empty hands. He opened his eyes suddenly. Arji's entire body exuded the kind of murderous aura that made people afraid. Whoever kept anything back would be a waste of money. He stood to one side, thinking that with this group of hired soldiers, there would be no chance. Who would have thought that he would meet bandits in Bayezid territory and they would still be barbarians? He looked up and only prayed for his life. But can we trust them or not? Then, Arji took the horse's rope. Then nodded to signal his subordinates. The subordinate heard the order and quickly urged everyone to go down. Vlad was surprised, they started to move, probably planning to plunder. Lemon spoke up, I don't like them, I also tried to sympathize with them, but it didn't work. They slowly went down to where he was hiding. I held out my sword, you can't ride a horse, so you only have one chance. They came closer. Suddenly their two horses jumped. It was because it sensed Vlad's murderous aura. Then they struggled, what's wrong with this horse, it's scared of something. Stop, something's wrong, Vlad grimaced, damn, that damn aura keeps following me. Suddenly Lemon rode his horse forward and got out of the way. He quickly jumped over the box, damn it. Next he and Vlad jumped out together. Lemon gritted his teeth, the close range to attack was not as expected, and they had not dismounted when the horses panicked, but this was the only chance. One guy smirked, who are you guys to be so reckless, an old man and a kid. Treat them. A light appeared in Lemon's eyes. They held swords and rushed forward quickly. He swung his sword and hit it every time, daring to come here and cause harm to ordinary people. They were surprised because he had an aura that only knights have. One above orders them to turn back and widen the distance. Suddenly his face darkened. Before he could react, Vlad appeared from nowhere on top of his head. His voice was cold, where are you going, you damn dogs? He had a blank face. Before he could say anything, he cut off his head. He killed him to the confusion of the other guys. He glanced over. His whole body was filled with gloomy murderous aura. One guy secretly ran away. Lemon glanced at him standing in front of the other man's body. Next he shouted, Vlad, follow me, Their attack is already half failed. Must reduce their numbers before they can reorganize their formation. He suddenly shouted, "Above!" Above Lemon was an Argy holding a blade and flying down. He suddenly turned his head. His eyes met his eyes. Then he slashed down with a knife. He tried to resist. Oh my, where did this guy come from? He stared at him. Suddenly an aura emitted from Lemon's hand. Argy exclaimed, "Are you a knight of the kingdom?" He thought to himself, "Look, you dare look straight into my eyes without blinking, this is not an easy opponent." Next he gave the order, "Run, Vlad. Those mercenaries will run away as soon as they get the chance, go protect everyone." He hesitated, "But if we don't have a horse, how can we help? Hurry up." He quickly turned around and ran away. Then try to run as fast as possible. Finally found them. A man raised a sword and advanced. Vlad quickly blocked the attack. He lost momentum and retreated back. Then bit his lip, too hard. The horse's speed increased so the cutting force was very strong. In his heart, he told himself, "Calm down, he must slowly take over the beneficial area." Vlad gritted his teeth, "Damn it, if only I could ride a horse." Suddenly his eyes opened. A few people asked if that person was a warrior from the arriving support group. One guy replied that it didn't sound like the sound of many people coming. "It feels like having a horse." Vlad suddenly realized, this neighing sound. One person pointed, "Ha, it's that horse, last time it escaped, now it's coming on its own. Son of the steppe, this extremely powerful horse is running boldly." The barbarians were frantically riding after the horse they called the child of the steppe. They swung their ropes and rushed forward to confront the oncoming war horse. The ropes were swung by the barbarians to create a net that surrounded the horse. But it seemed like the war horse had a premonition and was able to avoid everything and was rushing forward with all its strength. It quickly passed by the barbarians to their amazement. The barbarians were now angry and turned around to chase the horse. But suddenly a horse sped away, leaving the barbarians with incredible strength. On the mountain there appeared a foot standing firmly down. A brave figure shouted loudly, "Over here." It was Vlad. A blue light flashed in his eyes and shouted for the horse. There seemed to be a connection. The horse's eyes also flashed as if responding to the call. The power radiating from Vlad skyward attracted the horse's gaze and he also picked up his sword and galloped up. He ran straight up as if he wanted to subdue the horse, but behind him there was a barbarian who took this opportunity to run back and try to sneak attack. The barbarian rode his horse forward and used all his strength to swing a knife to finish him off. But at that moment he put all his strength into his legs. At the same time, he jumped up, causing the sword to miss the ground. Vlad did not hesitate to jump down the high cliff before the barbarian's helplessness. His eyes flashed and focused on searching. It seemed he had found the location and intended to land and subdue the steed. He jumped straight down from the horse. At the same time, Vlad accelerated, creating an explosion to push himself onto the horse. The barbarian who had been sneaking in just now could only shout in surprise. It was impossible for a child of the steppe with holy blood to let someone who did not belong to the steppe ride on him. Now he could only helplessly watch Vlad's figure fade away. At this moment, he was so happy that he burst out laughing. It was him. This was the feeling at that time when he told him that he did not need to restrain himself. His hands were raised to the sky as if he was satisfied with his achievements. Vlad thought from now on he could go anywhere with the steed. But it seemed that the barbarians did not give up easily. They still tried to chase and recapture the horse. Vlad was now very confident and his horse galloped straight towards the barbarians. Suddenly his eyes flashed brightly. At the same time, the horse also has flashing eye links. The light emitted from them blinded the barbarians' eyes, causing them to stand still in surprise. Then like a missile he crashed through the barbarians. It was as if before they could realize that slash marks appeared on their necks. Wave after wave of sword shadows passed by, now on horseback, only the barbarians were flying. The remaining barbarian could only scream in panic, that bastard was also a knight. When the other guys witnessed that scene, they could only turn around and run. They tried to stay away, distance themselves, and pretend to scream. But Vlad didn't have time to run on his horse and escaped. He rushed back, causing them to panic, so they changed direction and ran. The leader divided the crowd into two groups to disperse him. But at this time the war horse neighed as the king commanded. Frightened their horses. The horses, now disobeying the controls, frantically resisted. The barbarians seemed to be puzzled as to why the horses were so afraid. When he turned back to be curious, he seemed frightened when he knew the answer. Behind them, a man and a horse were radiating aura like a king was hunting frantically, chasing them. Vlad now seemed to turn into a fierce spirit hunting small prey. Back on the other side of the battle, the RG is now delivering a terrifying downward slash. But Lemon still seemed to be able to withstand that blow. The two of them rode their horses and fought continuously, creating earth-shattering collisions. But at this time, Lemon's horse seemed to have reached the limit of not being able to continue fighting. He also realized that this war was too much for a normal horse. The RG immediately took the opportunity and did not let his intention of swinging the sword end. But Lemon quickly blocked that shot. After that blow, the horse's legs staggered and almost could not stand. It was exhausted and fell to the ground. The RG was also very careful not to make any moves but stood quietly and observed. At this time, Lemon's horse seemed to be about to die, convulsing unconsciously on the ground. He thought he would give up, but now he smiled lightly and was full of enjoyment. His indomitable aura pointed his sword at the RG. No one else, but someone else made my blood boil. He only knows how to be angry because of Lemon's madness. From afar, the two felt something coming from the sand dust. Lemon recognized it as the sound of a barbarian's trumpet. From afar is the image of barbarians being chased and killed like weak animals calling for help. When the two people witnessed this scene, they were extremely surprised and did not understand what was going on. One man and one horse rushed forward like a god of war. The RG guy was furious when he saw this scene. He turned around and rode his horse towards Vlad. That guy abandoned the battle with Lemon and rushed forward. He was both angry and didn't understand why the child of the steppe who rejected him let Vlad ride on him. At this moment a loud scream echoed in his ears, "Get off that horse quickly!" Vlad was worried when the RG approached alone. He thought something had happened to Lemon. Then from afar he saw Lemon's figure running towards him. As if the burden was relieved, he breathed a sigh of relief. The old man could only run forward and shout, "Get off that horse quickly, it's not a horse that someone like you can ride." Vlad was angry with murderous eyes at the RG's contemptuous words. Suddenly he emitted a powerful source of energy. This even surprised Vlad as if he realized something. RG now unleashed magical power, a power that very few barbarians can possess. He realized that Guy was on the same level as an aura using knight. The two of them were constantly showing off their strength. They rushed towards each other, shaking the whole ground. They crashed through each other, creating a collision that shook heaven and earth and caused a flash of explosion. He rushed forward with all his strength with extreme anger as if he wanted to bite and scream into 100 pieces. Above, Vlad just turned slightly and continued running. He smiled slightly because the other guy had fallen for his trick. While running Vlad and mocking RG, "I heard that you were born on horseback and I have been living in the mud under the horse's feet ever since." This made him even more crazy and chased him even more crazy. But he continued to tease, "If we had indulged you so much just now, it's time for you to give me what I want." After speaking, he tore off the strap of his cloak. Then suddenly threw his cloak back. The shirt flew in front of the guy's face, blocking his vision. But he was able to push the shirt away so it wouldn't cover his face. But as soon as he pushed it away, he was suddenly startled. Suddenly Vo Mule jumped off the horse and rushed from above. He rushed straight towards him without hesitation. Then suddenly she put her arms around his neck, making him panic. Pretending to want to wrestle him to the ground to lose his riding advantage. As if he couldn't foresee his brother's reckless actions, he panicked and didn't have time to prepare. Then the two of them fell to the ground. The impact was so strong that they seemed to slide on the ground, unable to stop. When they slid to the cliff, they fell down the cliff. Both of them panicked and fell down. The barbarian subordinates seemed very surprised by what had just happened and were worried about their master. Even old Lemon was worried and pretended to scream at this reckless action. He quickly rushed to the edge of the cliff, fearing that Vlad wouldn't be able to save his life. But when he looked down at the edge of the cliff, he was somewhat surprised by what happened. La Moon seemed interested in what Vlad was doing down there. Down there, each layer of smoke and dust gradually dissipated. It seems like he learned Lemon's powerful move and successfully suppressed him. Now he knows he is helpless. I am the RG of the Penda tribe. But facing him is a cold Vlad who always has a sword that can pierce him. On one side of the mansion. A nun is warning due to Seo, but I think you should be careful. Sister but realized something the other day. When she was stopping him from pretending to take away a monk. And also warned that even if you belong to the current family, you cannot do that. But after those words, she became cold again. Facing her at that moment was the eyes full of murderous intent of the pretender. After that incident, she seemed to know that Vlad was not simple and was a very dangerous person. She only knows how to advise, I'm sure he will cause trouble in the future. This causes Seo to rethink. She was also afraid that Vlad would disgrace Du Seo's mayor. It seems that he is also aware of the inappropriate behavior of pretenders in the shared house. He also hesitated about her warnings. He also noticed something unusual. Since when did San Racino keep an eye on him, a servant born in a dark alley that the respectable priest and Dora sponsored? Du Seo also realized that there was a reason behind this. He realized that only one person could sway the head of the common house. That's Bishop Pierre. As far as Joseph knows, there are only two people who can control Sora, he and the bishop. He knew that now that the swaying balance had yielded to the vassals, his influence would increase. At this point, it seemed like all the facts were clear and he understood their intentions. It seems like Joseph was the target from the beginning. At this moment, Joseph is thinking, they must know that they cannot force me just by finding fault with my people. He is doubting whether there is any plot aimed at him. While I was thinking, someone came in. It was a guard accompanying Lemon who was brought there. At this moment, it seemed that Joseph's intuition was telling him that there was bad news. The subordinate walked in with a scared face. Sir Joseph the barbarian rebel had appeared. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere became tense because this made him and the nun extremely surprised. From the mouth of his subordinates he knew that the barbarians were on the road connecting Sora and Varna, especially they were attacking the people there. As soon as he heard it, he was angry that the soldier wasn't there to fight, he thought he was scared and ran away. The soldier was scared after hearing this and quickly explained, "No sir, Lemond ordered me to find reinforcements. Vald has taken the barbarian army leader hostage and is controlling the battle." Joseph continued to ask and found out that even the mercenaries were safe. He also seemed a bit surprised at this time. Even she was surprised when just two people, especially Vlad, suppressed the barbarian army leader. Now that he knew what had happened, he just smiled lightly and was filled with excitement. After that, he immediately sent troops to personally support him. The two subordinates listened to the order and got ready. It seems he is now very excited about Vlad's talent. It seemed that Joseph implicitly recognized Vlad's strength, even though he was from a lowly background and had an impatient personality, he still obeyed and protected the innocent sheep. But she felt skeptical about Vlad, so she just hesitantly answered. With these happenings, Joseph wanted to go see Bishop Pierre and he offered to convey his words. It's a thank you, but it carries with it a bit of murderous intent. As soon as she finished speaking, she started sweating and was scared of the person sitting in front of her. Even though he didn't exert power, every word he spoke contained a strong killing intent as if he wanted to devour him alive. Those were the eyes of an extremely strong man issuing a challenge. On the other side, Vlad is moving back with everyone. But he paid close attention to the side. On that side was a large gathering like an army of cavalry moving in parallel. Vlad seemed to realize that this was a large army moving south. At this time, he was sitting in the car, watching the barbarian leader. With his experience, he realized that the hostage he was holding was likely a high-ranking warrior and it would be very disadvantageous to advance to Sora in this situation. Lemond was still waiting for the results when he sent his bodyguard to call for reinforcements. Suddenly something appeared that caught Vlad's attention. From afar, he immediately realized that the army had arrived. It was a large army. On their way, dust and sand were flying. Led by Gouda and his soldiers on horseback galloped forward. When the mercenaries saw them, they were very happy to have been saved. At this moment, RG felt like his heart was on fire when he saw the army responding so quickly. He also appreciated Lemon very highly. The old man assessed the situation quickly. If he had still stubbornly stayed here without leaving the goods behind, the situation would have been different. Lemon didn't seem to care much because it was accumulated over many years of experience. But what made him wonder was why the RG and the barbarians went so far to enter here. Faced with that question, Joseph appeared calm. We're only targeting the child of the steppe. But Lemon didn't understand why we had to plunder things and received a rather practical answer, because we also need money to live. And now Joseph has no reason to go south anymore. He was still surprised and seemed a bit unwilling to lose his stepson to Vlad. While talking, Gouda's voice suddenly rang out. Time was so careless. As soon as Gouda arrived, he mocked Lemon when he had to struggle with the barbarians. He looked on with a cold expression with a request to escort the group back safely. But it seems that the barbarians over there are gathering more and more, but Gouda does not want to fight to avoid losses. And it seems he intends to reconcile by convincing the barbarians to leave. Having finished speaking, a blue light shined from his sealed eye. This surprised Arji about this man's strength. Gouda covered himself and his sword with energy to prepare to negotiate in a civilized manner. Just the aura he exuded made the barbarians scared out of their wits and no one dared to come close. Arji also realized that the person standing in front of him was very strong. And if he wanted to, he could wipe them out. He immediately turned around and shouted loudly, ordering his subordinates to quickly retreat with a scared look on his face. Although the soldiers were afraid, because of their leader, they still hesitated to go. But it seemed that Gouda's momentum made Arji panic and repeatedly order the soldiers to return. The barbarian soldiers were both scared and worried for their leader. But Gouda's aura and the damage that Vlad had done made them more afraid. And there was a soldier who seemed to understand the leader's intentions and stood up to call for a withdrawal. He guessed that the leader would be safe. Having said that, the whole barbarian army returned. As soon as they left, Lemon turned around and told Gouda about his recent civilized action. Seeing the barbarians walking away made the soldiers just in battle happier. They even turned to praise Vlad, who had just risked his life to protect them. This also made the Noir warhorse feel excited and neigh. The sight of soldiers rejoicing at being alive and returning home made them want to jump. But suddenly Noir jumped up and neighed loudly, startling Vlad. The strong horse also made everyone scared by the power it had just shown. The horse suddenly gritted its teeth, making Vlad not know why he lost his temper. This caught Gouda's attention, wondering whose horse it was. Vlad immediately showed a happy and proud response. I happened to know him during the battle with the dead worm. I don't understand why he came to me now. Gouda immediately recognized that it was the horse that Vlad mentioned. Vlad constantly boasted about the mighty strength of his horse. This made Gouda happy because he had found a comrade. He knows you now have something to fight by your side. When we returned to the mansion, it was already dark. But Noir is now stuck outside, determined not to enter the city. This made Gouda helpless and could only watch. He also noticed that the horse seemed to be angry about something. He then explained to him that people who ride horses are shunned by horses. But as for horses, they will be shunned by others. When he encountered this situation, he couldn't help but grimace. When Vlad heard this, he also froze and looked at his sulky horse. In the end, because he did not enter the temple, Vlad had to give up and sleep outside the city with Noir at night. Old Lament is now sitting and relaxing, drinking tea. And Vlad after last night just felt sad. That horse was really good. And it seems that the method of commemorating a horse's death with roses seems to be somewhat effective. His eyes were downcast as if he was a bit tired. I guess those barbarians aren't making up nonsense with us. According to Arji, Noir loves the color red and often goes to places with rose vines because the steppe cannot provide food for it. Although he found a way, Vlad thought that the number of roses he held was not necessarily enough for the horse. But according to Lemond, once you know what the horse likes, it will be easier to deal with. This made Vlad come up with a plan to find as many red objects as possible. After a while of discussion, the two thought they would find a red object as big as possible. He also thinks this also helps the horse move better. While discussing, a red-haired man appeared. It was Jamina moving the clothes upstairs. That red hair full of nobility caught the attention of both of them because they were also looking for something red. But Lemon seemed concerned. He must be fine, but their relationship doesn't look very good. But Vlad seemed calm. She has always grumbled since she was a child. He thinks that their relationship is actually very good. But it wasn't surprising that Jamina showed disdain for Vlad. Even though he hadn't had time to ask for help yet. It seemed like she was working and thought he was bothering her, so she wanted to chase him away. She even seemed jealous, telling Alicia I was busy. But Vlad was still struggling and persistently begging her for help. This doof probably made her so mad that she turned around like she wanted to hit him. But when she turned around and saw a bunch of roses in her face, she gasped in surprise. Vlad now put on a fake face. I want to give you this and help me. But she was still a little suspicious and looked at you with disdain. I told you to go to Alicia to get help. But to convince Vlad to continue looking at her with a serious face. The doorman looked at her gently. This is something only Jamina can do. Just that trick made Jamina turn red and speechless. As if she had been struck by love, she turned back shyly. Return to the prison side. Joseph and his subordinates are going to the place where Arji is being held. He stood coldly in front of the cell. I am Joseph Bayezid, mayor of Sora. He came to question Arji, who was shackled inside. But he didn't show any fear and just looked straight and spoke, but it was such an honor to have the mayor of this city personally visit and ask questions. Joseph just stared at him with a terrifyingly blank expression. It seemed like he noticed Joseph's cold, unpredictable nobility. Facing this man makes Archie more passive. Joseph believes that capturing wild horses is a taboo. He was also amused by Archie's calmness and what he did. He restated the principle of respecting the free life of the barbarians. Joseph believes that they are people who always cherish those principles. But what puzzled him was why Archie would venture beyond that principle to enter this territory. Archie just quietly propped himself up and sat up. He thinks what you do is good for him. With a determined look in his eyes, Archie said that he was the one responsible for the future of the tribe and the reason he came here was just to find the child of the steppe, the fastest horse that his clan knew. Joseph seemed to have predicted the answer, he just looked thoughtfully. But suddenly Archie panicked and shouted loudly. The rear chain also retracts. He was angry and didn't understand why he did that to you. In front of Archie's eyes was the tip of the sword just a few centimeters away from his eyes. Along with Guta's sharp eyes as if he could strike at any moment. He was chained and dragged backwards as punishment for his arrogant attitude. Joseph continued to be curious about what Archie was talking about. But then a murderous aura erupted from him. What did you do to make the dragons go crazy? After finishing speaking, Joseph's face could not hide his surprise because he thought dragons had always slept peacefully for many years. It's a scary creature even when it's inactive, but now that it's become aggressive, we don't know what the consequences will be. Archie continued to question about the dragon fragment. This made Joseph confused. As far as I know, that thing has been transferred to the Iron Duke, but I don't know if this has anything to do with the dragon's rampage. Archie now wants to see Vlad again. Because as far as he knew, only Noir, the child of the steppe, could keep up with the speed of the fastest dragon. He thinks Noir chose Vlad for some reason. But it seems Archie is in a hurry. Because he thought that the fallen dragon had inherited the true dragon's bloodline. But now they may not know they are dragons, but something seems to have changed. When Joseph knew that if they knew he was a dragon, they would invade human territory, surprising him again. Because the incident was so serious, Archie continued to question what Joseph had done with the dragon egg fragment. Scene changed to the Buranov Principality and the cold city of Vastapal. The principality's flag flutters in the wind and snow. A muscular silver-haired figure stood looking at everything below the castle. It was the Iron Duke who felt like he was crying. Suddenly, a subordinate ran in panic. He looked scared and reminded him of the dragon fragments. The Iron Duke closed his eyes as if he knew everything in advance. It seemed he knew a battle was about to begin. Even talented magicians could not calm the dragon fragments. He could only invite the bishop to carve the prayer as his last hope. It seemed things were getting very serious, forcing him to summon the Holy Knight. He stood in front of the door but still felt the power. It seemed like a scary and strange thing that he had never fought before. Then he touched it and opened the door. When the door opened, debris appeared. But he was very surprised. That's what he didn't expect. The dragon fragments were resonating with each other. At the pub, Marcella is feeling confused in the situation that Vlad is not here. All the people gathered here to give him gifts to show their gratitude. But unfortunately he's not here, which makes them a bit disappointed. They seemed very fond of and eager to meet Vlad. The owner Marcella could only smile and let it go. But it seems she has come up with a potential for growth. She will spread his name and also help the shop become more famous. Everyone agreed with what she said when praising Vlad. And taking that opportunity, she wanted them to leave their names to give them a chance without offending them, which also helped the shop grow. And Jamina upstairs passing by also understood that intention. She also felt happy when Vlad went further, but her face showed sadness. She felt like the distance between her and him was growing further. Because she was immersed in her thoughts, she didn't hear someone calling. When she was startled to realize it was the owner Marcella. She waved her hand to call her over as if she had something to do. The two went into the kitchen to talk. Jamila was also surprised when the landlady asked her to take care of the guests who came to find Vlad. And from now on they will only be able to meet Vlad through her, which surprises her because those are very important people. She thought she would cause more trouble for Vlad and the landlady. This makes the hostess feel awkward. But Marcella looked straight into her eyes and confirmed that she was the most suitable person for this job. And she said that Vlad wouldn't be able to exist without her, which surprised Jamina. She seemed to be motivated by her boss's encouragement. Jamina hesitated again, afraid, but if she was sure she would make a mistake, she didn't know what to do. But Marcella smiled and said that a few mistakes were okay. And the mistress continued to affirm Jamina's important role in helping him attract the horse. And she held Jamina's hand tightly as if giving her strength. She affirmed that women are just as brave and have their own battlefields as men. Just like Jorge gave Vlad the dagger. Marcella affirms that she will help Jamina find her knife. Return to Lamond, who is now discussing strategy with Joseph. The two realized that Earl Gaidar would not be able to go to the north even if he had a strong army. The reason is because the remnants of Ravnoma still exist in the west with the help of the dwarves. Both of them realized that in order to get to the north, the Count had to solve the underlying cause. But Lamond still seemed very worried. He thought that his last assignment should be for a Bayezid servant. He thought Joseph might think that was a cold idea. But he did not hesitate to speak his mind directly. The Western Knights had already surpassed the Northern Knights. And it seems Joseph also realized this. Lamond continued to fall into contemplation. It seemed like I was too complacent as I walked on the lowest path and looked at the Western Knights. Thoughts like I hadn't fulfilled my duty crossed my mind. Lamond recalls the glorious past of the Northern Knights, when they were strong and could easily drive away the barbarians. They were indomitable against everything. But the current situation disappointed him as the North gradually weakened but the West continued to strengthen. He emphasized that everything needs careful preparation. The word said may be a bit offensive, but Joseph does not deny it at all and believes that it is the current truth. But he also strongly affirmed that the North continues to produce powerful fruits. Both looked out as if hoping for good things in the future. And it seems Lamond also knows who that hope is. At this time, Noir and Vlad were standing outside on the street. He wondered what was happening to everyone. They crowded together inside and he didn't know why. Everyone was happy as if there was a festival. And it seems that to get here with the horse you had to struggle a lot with it. Vlad was a bit concerned with the horse when it refused to go in. Then suddenly a loud call startled them both. A girl wearing a red dress with a red scarf next to a little girl holding roses as if holding a wedding ceremony. But he was surprised by this preparation. Then the time came and Jamina slowly took off the veil. Gradually, a pair of sparkling red earrings appeared. It surprised Vlad. Surprised by her shimmering beauty when the veil was lifted. Everyone behind also rejoiced at this beauty. Suddenly this caught the horse's attention. The huge horse looked straight at Jamina, making her feel a little scared inside. But she told herself, if she hesitated because of this fear, she wouldn't be worthy of Vlad's side. After speaking, she used gentle eyes to point the flower at the horse as if inviting it. The horse now began to move closer towards her. It seems that this method is working as it is getting closer to Vlad. Then the two of them entered the city safely together. The horse seemed to see something it liked and its eyes looked at Jamina without leaving. It and Vlad moved closer to her. Its eyes seemed focused without blinking. This also puts a bit of pressure on her. But trying to hold back, she gently raised her hand. The horse also gently bent down for her to caress. From afar someone shouted her name. They said her beauty was as great as Sora's rose. This made Vlad and Jamina also watch helplessly. Everyone also shouted her name in unison. The children who spread roses called her the lovely pink lady. The sight of people cheering was beautiful. And Marcella is the one who arranged this beautiful and meaningful scene. Because she thinks that Jamina will create a scene that no matter how much money she has, she can't have it. She seemed very proud of her work. Have you ever seen someone from the back alley receive such attention? It seemed like no one from that place had ever received such a welcome. And that rare thing is happening. Tiger and Dorothea stood on the mountain blowing a cold wind of snow. Below the two people's feet were scattered blood stains. Tiger was a bit thoughtful about what he was witnessing before his eyes. On the snow surface, which was originally white, was now covered with red blood and monster corpses. He spoke up to break the silence, a complete destruction. Dorothea continued, they were killed instantly. She couldn't seem to believe it, there were more than 50 of them. He replied, yes. Tiger said, so fast that they probably didn't even realize they were dead. Dorothea with a slightly worried look recalled, Joseph's report was correct, yes, they had noticed that. The scene that appeared through her story, a dragon in free fall with a body covered in wounds, the most perfect existence was torn apart by a swordsman and as it fell to the ground its blood spread throughout the world. Her eyes were sharp, that was how the dragon bones appeared. Some dragons lost their wings, she continued. Some lost their scales, some lost their eyes, they became divided and forgot their origins. Dorothea continued as she walked, One of them realized for some unknown reason that she was a dragon. He went along and replied, yes. Suddenly Tiger suddenly stopped in front of something imprinted on the bloody snow, a large footprint, he exclaimed, one of the dragons possessing the most perfect feet. Scene changes to a part of the coast, a boat docks. Life is an endless cycle of choices. A person holding a sword kneeling on the sand, because no one can decide for you, there are times when you have to face the situation yourself. And at that decisive moment, behind him was a group of people, both young and old, the sharp blade flashing with light reflecting Sigmund's image. Was when they truly realized what kind of creature they were. In the cloud of flying dust and sand, Sigmund and his powerful army gradually appeared. He asked with a grim face, "Do you intend to ignore my orders?" He deliberately interrupted to emphasize the name, Jorge. Jorge frowned and protested with an annoyed face, "You are not my lord, Sigmund." Sigmund was silent for a moment. As he spoke, he took out a scroll from his body, executing all the remnants of the dwarven front. This order bore the seal of his uncle, Count Gaidar. Jorge angrily shouted, "If you have eyes, look closely." The miserable people at this time can only rely on each other and are waiting for salvation. They are just refugees. Sigmund calmly replied, perhaps he had decided that these people were no different. Jorge protested, there was no way the Count would make that decision. He doesn't care about Jorge's words. You doubting this decision is being disloyal. Have you renounced the oath of loyalty you swore under the Gaidar flag? Jorge resolutely refused, I am human, I cannot obey such an unreasonable order. Sigmund just replied, I understand. He turned back and asked the rest, what about you guys, do you intend to continue following Jorge? Space falls into a dilemma. Jorge still stood there without saying anything, waiting for an answer. A voice rang in his ear, sorry, Jorge. Followed by more voices saying, sorry, I'm truly sorry, no matter how wrong the order, a knight must never disobey his master's orders. They all turned and left. At this time, there was only one person with white hair who had not moved. Sigmund and Jorge both turned their gazes towards him, and he looked hesitant. Jorge's voice rang out, Godwin, it's okay. He glanced at Jorge. He continued, just go. To a world where you can shine, transitioning to a later time. Under the light of the full moon, Godwin sat in the center of the meeting to listen to his subordinates present their official duties. A member reports, for the North, we need to pay attention to the Knights of the Iron Duke and Bayezid. We have received information that the 5 Uthman dukes have been making suspicious movements recently. As he spoke, the other guy gave Godwin a piece of paper. This is the list of Knights of the Iron Duke and the Bayezid family. Godwin took the list and said, the list from Bayezid is still the same as reported a few years ago. Subordinates' opinion, it seems they have failed to train the new generation, except for the eldest son, Roger. Recently there have been no new knights worth mentioning. His eyes were cold and he reminded harshly, don't rush to conclusions. Everyone glanced up at him. He angrily tightened his grip on a corner of the piece of paper. The weight of the name Bayezid could not be judged by just a simple report. Just as I had been Gaidar's hidden sword, Bayezid must also have their own hidden sword. His subordinate quickly bowed his head and apologized. One of them suddenly spoke, oh, that reminds me, I heard that there is a person from my hometown who is in the Bayezid family and is special. He rested his chin and closed his eyes, resting and exploring, how special it was. The subordinate replied, well, I'm not sure if I should tell you. He reassured, it's okay, just say it. The other guy started talking, I heard that a male servant of the Bayezid family was showing formidable prospects. He asked, what was his name? The other guy replied, he is Vlad from Sora. When that name was read, Godwin suddenly opened his eyes, surprised. The other guy said, the first time he appeared was in the honorable battle with Diermar. It was said that he used aura there. After hearing this, everyone started discussing. One servant used aura, another clearly showed disdain. Ha ha ha, that's too funny. Godwin didn't say anything more, just sat quietly in contemplation. The chatter and laughter grew louder and louder. It seemed like Bayezid was making up a story, because they couldn't train the new generation. That's right, at this rate they might soon be able to kill the dragon. Ha ha ha. He recalled the memory, Vlad, I remember that name. In his mind, he clearly remembered the image of a young blonde man with tears streaming down his eyes and looking extremely frustrated. Sora, Vlad. That's right, that brave kid is Vlad. A smug smile gradually appeared on his mouth. No way, it couldn't be him. He now seems to have gotten rid of his worries. His sitting posture is more comfortable and leisurely than his tired appearance before. In my memory, I only remember one name and one face. He silently contemplated. But he really shines, to the point that I want to take him with me. I don't know if he's still alive. The scene changed to Vlad's practice area. His face was haggard and gray. He was slumped over the dining table. I thought I was about to die. A voice rang in his mind. Stop whining like a child and eat all your food, he asked back, whining. He remembered, this morning I had a combat training session with Mr. Jaeger. And practiced body and aura strengthening techniques with the old man in the afternoon. The voice in my head said, TSK, I still have a training progress discussion in the evening. His face was filled with melancholy and fatigue. I really thought I was going to die. The voice of my mind replied, you don't know how lucky you are. That voice continued to remind, you should be grateful when someone teaches you. In front of Vlad hot food but he doesn't want to touch it. He replied, I know, that's why I'm gritting my teeth and doing it. Another voice suddenly interrupted the conversation. Gouda, a young man with a happy, eager expression, walked in. Hey, Captain, how are you? Vlad wondered, why are you carrying luggage? He replied, Sir Joseph told me to stay here from now on. He was surprised. What? Why so suddenly? Geoth was delighted, hearing that he had taken over the stable in the backyard for his horse. Wherever he is, the person taking care of the horse must be there. He doubted, could you stand it? Geoth was full of confidence. Come on, it's not difficult, I'm the Bayezid family's horse caretaker. Vlad calmly said, good luck to you. Geoth was confused. What are you wishing for? You chased him away to take some time to rest. If you're done, then go. I don't have the strength to talk anymore. He hasn't left yet. He quickly replied, I'm not done yet. What's going on? Geoth conveyed, Sir Joseph told him to go back. Vlad was surprised. He sat up immediately and asked him, what for? Geoth replied, what else? Geoth continued, perhaps he called you back to erase that punishment. The scene changes to where all the leaders are gathered. Vlad silently blamed, Geoth, I was so stupid to believe what that liar said. The faces of the people here are extremely serious and tense. Vlad stood in front of Joseph. In his mind he was sure, this is not the atmosphere where he would erase his punishment. Joseph propped his chin and said to Vlad, that day, in one of Baron Uthman's villages, you defied my orders and saved the children. He asked with serious eyes, is that true? Vlad didn't dare look directly into Joseph's eyes. He bowed his head and answered, yes, that's true. He continued to ask him, if the same thing happened again, what would you do? Vlad was surprised by the question. Joseph asked, still disobeying my orders? Before the question was full of meaning, he seemed to freeze. He remembered the moment he performed the ceremony in Joseph's presence, swearing to be honest before him. He clenched his fist, so I couldn't lie. He honestly replied, yes, I would still do that. Joseph was silent, but in his mind it was the answer he wanted to hear, yes. He looked at Vlad's shine, boldly making a decision in his heart, this is the reason I chose you. Joseph stood up while holding his hands on the armrest and said, other people can shine thanks to honor, but you shine thanks to your conscience. He was slowly walking, talking, and as he approached something covered by a red cloth, he said, when moving forward and getting lost, it becomes a compass to help you find the right path. He glanced back, because you had found your own path. The red cloth was thrown into the air. I hope this armor will help you protect that compassion. Tiger crossed his arms, his eyes solemnly listed, monsters with long bodies, their mouths containing countless sharp teeth, if the West had worms. A beast with toned muscles, exuding courage, then the North as Lindblom. Living in the cold wind and snow, the coldest place, the coldest and fastest dragon. Joseph argued, but it's not their migration season yet, it's not like they migrate every winter. Tiger replied, it seemed like something had happened, the last time the insect was also unusual. Tiger saw the serious consequences of the problem. Lindblom had already tasted the blood of the grey orc, he had to eliminate it before it went crazy. Joseph asked, which direction it was heading. Tiger replied, not sure, it moved too fast so it was difficult to track. He frowned, looking worried, but we couldn't stand by and watch. Tiger reassured him, of course, so he gave me the task of exterminating Lindblom. He seemed to have calmed down a bit, wondering to Tiger, how can I help? Shora's side will do their best to support him. Tiger made a request, along with a thorough reconnaissance of the surrounding area. I requested the mobilization of knights. He thought silently, that request was reasonable. He asked Tiger, how many knights were needed? Tiger raised his finger to represent the number 1 and answered, 1. He was quite surprised after hearing that. 1. You need powerful swords to deal with dragons. Even if you bring all the knights under your command, no one can stop you. He asked again to make sure he hadn't heard wrong, really only needed one person, Tiger explained. Unlike death worms, Lin blooms could completely be stabbed by swords. Tiger added, of course, if the sword can touch it. He asked Tiger for advice, so who should we send? Tiger smiled lightly and replied, that is. Suddenly a voice rang out, Joseph, I have come as summoned. Joseph didn't understand what was going on. He wondered, is this person? Tiger was embarrassed, sorry, it was too urgent so I called you without asking permission. Vlad in armor with a sword at his side saluted the two. Tiger turned to look at Vlad and said hello, long time no see. Tiger continued, the best dragon driver in the north. Vlad raised his head to look at them. Scene changed to Vlad's room. Under the warm light, there were only two people in the room. He was cleaning his sword, and Jamina was sitting on the bed sewing. Vlad spoke up, it will take more than a month. Jamina smiled and replied, it's good that you're busy, you're very good, Vlad. She secretly smiled. Jamani continued, if only she could see now, it would be great. He paused for a moment. He asked her, why did she suddenly bring that up? She replied, nothing, just suddenly thought of it. He said as he wiped his sword, it's been 10 years. Her face was sad, I don't remember anything about my mother, but I remember your mother. Jamina remembered the tragedy that year, even in that desperate situation, she did not abandon her child like my mother. He stopped and looked at her without saying anything. He lowered his head, his expression extremely sad, me too, I don't remember my mother very well. The space fell into silence again, everyone doing their own thing. She finished sewing and cut off the excess thread. She exclaimed happily, one with a slightly untidy sewn scarf, the third cross, San Rogino. She held the handkerchief and shyly asked him, this shouldn't be too revealing, right? The Countess's embroidery is so beautiful. He looked at the handkerchief and reluctantly replied, yeah, it won't show. She asked him, aren't dragons dangerous? He replied, well, they are called living disasters. Jamani got out of bed, put on her shoes, and asked him as she did it. It took more than a month for the results to come back, so it wasn't until winter. He replied, autumn passed very quickly. She was confused, clutching her handkerchief tightly, ha. Then she went to him and gave him the handkerchief, so he took this too. He wondered, what is this? She explained, look, can't you see, it's a handkerchief. He looked at the handkerchief, silent. He showed a teasing expression, smirked, and asked her if she still cared about that. Jamani angrily threw the handkerchief in his face, what, I feel sorry for you for carrying around an unusable silk handkerchief so that's why I did it for you. She shouted loudly to cover up her shyness, but her cheeks couldn't be hidden and turned pink, every sentence was filled with concern, this is cotton. Feel free to use it. Jamani turned around and ran away, screaming as she ran, anyway, be careful, and he was holding his face because her throw was too painful. It turned out that he was so hurt that tears fell on his own, he held a handkerchief to blame, what a stubborn child. He suddenly looked at the handkerchief, smiled, and told him to use it. He saw her name embroidered on one corner of the scarf, why embroider the name on it? Moving next to the snow-covered forest on the mountain, a few people and a few cargo trucks were moving on the road. Vlad wondered, I only asked for one person, but he brought 3 people. He glanced at him and asked, what does this mean? I guess, probably, to be safer, he countered, no, I know his character well, surely that guy is dissatisfied with me. The two glanced back with bored eyes, Tiger said, otherwise. Behind them were 2 people looking at each other with bullet-shaped eyes, looking at it, it felt like there was an electric current flashing between the 2 of them. Tiger continued, why did you give me this messy squad? Tiger thought to himself, a barbarian warrior and an old knight of Bayezid, if used well, would be very useful, but right now, they are completely unable to cooperate. Suddenly he told me, from now on these 2 people will be managed by you. I was startled, yes, I don't have the authority to do that. He reasoned, even without talking about barbarians, how can I command the knight of the former family? You have a soft way of speaking. He turned his neck, held his head in his hands, his dark eyes complained, let's try, I have a headache just talking about this. Dorothea also looked at him with boredom, he thought to himself, why try? He turned back to look at the 2 people behind him and thought, I have no choice. Actually at this time, the 2 people were still smiling defiantly, looking at each other with those electric eyes. The old knight teased, the old man has not died in prison yet, Ager did not hesitate to respond, even you are still not dead, just standing next to you already smells like earth. The two of them were not willing to lose to the other. Lemon laughed gleefully, ha ha ha, there is no order in death. Ager replied, do you want me to bury you properly? Lemon challenged, ha, can you do it? Return the confiscated weapons to me, Ager retorted, fighting the old man with bare hands is enough. He could only watch the two fight with each other with bored eyes and not bothering to speak. He silently lamented, hi, I want to go home. He suddenly realized something, he sniffed his nose. Tiger looked at him without understanding anything. He said, smelling of blood. Dorothea looked at him, then spoke up, you are not a dog, but you smell blood in this snowfield. His expression didn't look like he was joking, he frowned and looked serious. Tiger seemed to understand something, he told me to lead the way. The horse's feet stepped on the thick layer of snow on the path. In the strong cold wind, the army followed his instructions. Tiger suddenly became serious and spoke up, as expected. In front of the road was an extremely terrible scene, a mountain of dead people piled on top of each other, blood and gore spread like a waterfall, covering the area, they swept fiercely. He asked the barbarian warrior, is this your tribe? Ager shook his head, it is a neighboring tribe that we used to know. Ager continued, but, the fact that they migrated south to here, means that my tribe also moved. Lament examined the wounds on the corpses, skeptical, strange. Lament concluded that this was a wound caused by a sword. He continued, but it was not caused by the northerners. Gudigar agreed, I also think so, they had no reason to cause this brutal massacre. He recounted from memory that the long, bloody war had ended a long time ago. He guessed that, it seems that this place already has. Uninvited guests arrive. The four people leading the group continued their trip in increasingly harsh weather, with cold winds, snow, and dangerous mountain roads constantly getting stronger. Tiger said, luckily we arrived before a snowstorm, it was the Northern Legion of Bayazid County. In front of them in the distance was a towering building, Gudigar introduced, Bernheim Fortress. Vlad looked at it and said, ha. He saw, there were two flags, Gudigar looked at them wondering, what? That's right, on the top hang two green and red flags. The red flag has a black dragon symbol. Tiger was skeptical, what are those people doing here? Vlad wondered whose flag that was, Lemon replied, belonging to the central government. He asked, not the center, but the center. Lemon replied, yes, central. He recounted that the knights belonged to the Blood Dragon Duke, which was the badge of the Dragon Slayer Knights. Their group began to advance inside the fortress. One person reported to Gudigar that the group of dragon-slaying knights sent by the central government had arrived here 2 days ago. He asked, what are they doing here? The other person replied, they said they came to destroy Lindblom. He was angry, they caught news quickly. His face darkened, he tilted his face towards the Deputy General and said, Deputy General. The Deputy General replied, yes, Sir Tiger. He didn't say anything, glanced at the Deputy General. At first he still didn't understand anything. But then put his hands on his chest, bowed his head and said, his subordinates obeyed. Vlad and Lemon looked at the people coming out of the fortress. Vlad asked Lemon, what is the dragon-slaying knights? He replied that, as their name suggests, they are knights whose goal is to destroy dragons. A noble king sits on a throne, he says, is recognized by the emperor, and is under the authority of a central circle of nobles, the Blood Dragon Dukes. In his voice, in other words, in any matter involving dragons, they would definitely be present according to the empire's law. Vlad exclaimed admiringly, wow, so very strong knights have come here. I looked up at the fortress, The wall of the fortress seemed a bit gray, covered with black spots, he guessed, it seemed like there had been a big fire here. Lemon explained, this fortress is essentially a beacon, Bernheim Fortress is also known as Bayazid's Beacon. Vlad asked further, what is it? Appears the image of the leader raising his faction's flag on the fortress, with the cheers of the soldiers and the smoke and flames of war. Lemon recounted, robbing and being robbed again, to rebuild the burned fortress, a giant wall for barbarians and monsters, but a fortress of the indomitable will of Bayazid County. Lemon looked at Tiger's back walking towards the main door, he thought to himself, thinking about how they dared to raise the flag without permission at Bayazid's pride. There was a fire of anger surrounding him, no wonder he was angry. The large main door was opened, Tiger opened it with both hands. Light from outside rushed in behind him. A voice spoke then, he looked towards the direction of the voice, He finally arrived. In front of him was a line of men wearing armor and armed with swords. The voice continued, "I have been waiting for quite a while." The person who made the sound just now turned around. He was wearing a shiny armor, looking very majestic. He introduced himself, "I am Mercia, the captain of the dragon-slaying knights," briefly about his identity, the eldest son of the main wife of the blood dragon duke, Mercia Dragulia. At this moment Ratiger spoke up, seemingly an important figure that I knew nothing about. He turned an angry look at him, "Ratiger Bayezid, I am the temporary captain of Bernheim Fortress." He looked at Ratiger calmly, smiling. On the contrary, he gave him bloodshot eyes, extremely angry. Maybe he saw Vlad from afar. He turned his eyes to him. He suddenly felt some kind of feeling rising inside him. He wondered, what is this? The same feeling as when he saw a worm. I looked up at his figure. I didn't understand why I felt that from him. Their eyes met each other, both of them staring at each other. He silently smiled seeing that. Ratiger asked to distract his attention. The dragon-slaying knights were right after this, the attack on the barbarians. He spoke, "It was the right thing to do. We were founded with the permission of the founding king, having accumulated knowledge and experience over the centuries." He laughed and continued leisurely, "Lin Bloom is the fastest remnant of the fallen dragons. Because we can't catch up with it, we have to attract its attention." He kept showing anger on his face while he continued talking. The barbarians' bodies were bait for that. Ager suddenly shouted, "Damn imperialists." Ager shouted with indignant eyes and was about to run away. Lemon saw that and immediately took a defensive stance. He caught his arm. Then in just a split second, he threw him down, pressed him to the ground, and a cough rang out. He angrily shouted at Lemon, "Go away, old man." He looked at him with a cold, scary expression, "If you say one more word, I will break your neck." He looked up at him with some concern. He spoke softly enough for only you to hear, "I understand your anger, but only if you are strong enough will it be reasonable." In another place, Lemon continued to hold him tightly to reassure, persuade, and calm him down, "Otherwise you will die a meaningless death with an empty name, cough." He saw that scene, chuckled, judged, "It seems like the Bayezid family's son has raised a dog that doesn't know how to be polite." He looked down at where Dorothea was standing. She quickly averted her eyes, and so did a cat, it seemed. He continued to taunt, "But have you tamed them well? They are vile people who sometimes forget their place." Ratiger replied, "But they still stood where they should." He walked towards him. As he walked, he said, "Then it's time for you to stand in your rightful place, right, Captain Mercia?" The Kafm soldiers held their swords, ready to take a fighting stance. At this moment, there was a fire burning in his eyes. The surrounding air seemed to heat up because of his anger, as if it wanted to burn everything into ash. The soldiers who witnessed that atmosphere suddenly trembled and were afraid. He had a murderous look on his face and didn't stop but continued walking forward. Mercia's soldiers automatically moved aside to make way for him. He came before him. His expressionless eyes asked, "Who let you raise the flag?" He replied, "I sent a request, but no one acted, so I told my subordinates to raise the flag." He continued to interrogate, "Who did you ask permission for before standing here?" He replied, "Oh my God, I don't think it's reasonable for you to say that." He continued, "According to imperial law." He explained that the Dragon Slayer Knights had the right to use any manpower or facility in the Empire. "I don't know when." He stepped down. Ratiger replied, "Yes." Now the person standing in that position is Ratiger. He is overwhelmed again, standing below the steps. "You have those rights." He looked down at him, "However, under the condition that you ask its owner's permission first." Mercia said, "Then that means you refuse to cooperate." Ratiger replied, "No, but I am willing to cooperate." He continued, "However." He pointed somewhere. He pointed his finger towards the window where the two flags were hanging. "You need to go through the necessary procedures first." He looked in the indicated direction. The red flag is gradually being taken down. He was dumbfounded. The flag was now abandoned on the snow. At the same time, the voices of the knights rang out extremely loudly. Their hands focused on the sword and gradually pulled it out. "How dare you touch the flag of the central knight?" Lemon let out a sneer, "Those knights are always the same." He and the people behind him were lined up, leaning their swords on the ground, looking not hasty but extremely majestic. "This is the reason we don't want to get involved with you." He declared, "No one is allowed to act rashly here." It seems that Ratiger's side is more proactive in the situation right now, Lemon reminded. the owner of this place has not yet given permission to attack. He called his name, Captain Mercia. With murderous eyes, he glanced down at him and said, "If you want to raise the flag, you can ask for our permission." He remained silent. Tiger continued to overwhelm the opponent psychologically. "You are on Bayezid's land. If you want to kill the dragon, at least open your mouth to speak." He glanced at him and gave him instructions, which were the things that needed to be done first. Looking at the current situation, he continued, "Then let's talk about other things." He can't smile anymore, his face is unwilling. "You will regret this." He replied, "I don't know, but whether those central nobles will regret it or not." He started to threaten, no matter what decision he made, it could be said that this life was filled with too many regrets. Tiger became angry again, glaring at him. "If that's the case, I'll prioritize what needs to be done first." Scene changed to Mercia's room, sound coming from the orb, Vlad, 17 years old. He sat on the chair, in front of the ball with his chin resting on his chin, listening to the sound continue to report, born in the dark slums of Bayezid County. He thought for a moment, Sora is also a rather troublesome place. He remembered, blonde hair, blue eyes, I could feel every beat of his heart. It seems, I'm sure, everything related to him is beyond all my expectations. Mercia put his hand on the paper under his glass on the table, telling the ball, he had done too many things wrong. The voice replied, "Yes," he continued, "plus, his status was still low." He commented, "But now it can be said that people always say that promising flowers can bloom anywhere, but are there any precious seeds that can be sown in such a place?" He advised the person on the other side, "With all that information, it is still impossible to come to a certain conclusion, please find more information about him." His subordinates responded to him, "We were able to gather more information about what he did, but his actions in Sora were quite secretive." He asked, "Why is that? We already have many spies everywhere." The subordinate replied, "That is, we still haven't been able to contact our eyes and ears at Sora." The other person recounted that after becoming mayor, he gave all his eyes and ears control and dominated the entire city. He raised the glass of wine to his mouth and said, he had just become mayor not long ago. He shook his glass of wine, closed his eyes and listened. The person in the sphere, yes, but with the recent disappearances he used that as an excuse to strengthen his power. He thought, swords are like power. He thought about the sword, it had to be flexible and sharp, and it had to be quick and accurate. He pondered, still holding the glass of wine and shaking it, "Joseph Bayezid, I heard that he can't even lift a sword, but no one understands his strength better than me." He remembered the image of the two of them at that time, so Bayezid's children were also remarkable. The wine glass in his hand shook harder and harder. He kept thinking, both of them had talent, but there was only one leader. Drops of wine fell on the map. He looked at the map and secretly outlined a plan. He could still take advantage of this weakness. In the meeting room, Lemon discussed, "In my time, plots and tricks rarely appeared." He was still a bit worried, but no one could have predicted this. "We found the person who attacked the village right after that." Everyone was paying attention to his strategy, but this could be said to be like the Dragon Knight using ghosts as bait for the dragons. Tiger frowned a bit. "Of course it had to be because the dragon moved too fast so we couldn't catch up, that was the only way." Dorothea spoke up, "If we can't kill that dragon, then those people will have an excuse to stay here." Tiger thought to himself, "Yes, if we let the Dragon Slayer kill that dragon, we will take that opportunity to carry out our plans into the central region in the north." He asked the Deputy General, how much time would it take to make a trap to lure the dragon? There seemed to be no livestock farms nearby. The best way seemed to be to ask the Portley family for help. Another person has an opinion, "We need about half a month." A few more people also commented, "How about we go capture the barbarians?" The next person said, "We can go rob the ghosts caught by the Dragon Slayer." Lemon reminded, "Don't say that." He warned, "The barbarian in the hands of the Dragon Slayer belongs to the Ajay people. If you provoke him, he will go crazy and be tired." He advised that, after all, the Northerners and the barbarians had lived together for a long time. If they were used as bait, what would happen to the peace that the two peoples had been cultivating for so long? He continued, making the two people scared, not daring to say anything more. Would the whole North be engulfed in war just because of catching a dragon? After listening, the two of them felt sad, realized, "Please forgive me, we were thinking shallowly." He sighed and lamented, he was really tired. Tiger stood there with his arms crossed and continued to consider, "Mr. Lemon is right, no matter what decision we make, there will be consequences." Although he was worried, it was Lemon's words that suddenly made him think, but this could be the situation what the knight in his heart wanted. He guessed that it was possible, because they wanted the North to destroy itself through war. He rested his chin in contemplation and said, I heard that Vlad has a horse that runs quite fast. Lemon waved his hand, well, don't even think about riding it, all this Sora knows that horse doesn't listen to anyone. Tiger replied, oh, so it seems like it hasn't been tamed yet. Lemon agreed, yes, it's very stubborn. He slapped the table, annoyed, that method doesn't work either, I want to think of a plan to borrow it to defeat the dragon. He admitted that it turned out that what the great dragon slayer had achieved was not just anonymous or real. I didn't want to admit it, but I had to say that the way to hunt dragons was too difficult and required detailed calculations. He clenched his teeth, it's not good, then this challenge will be stopped, so nothing can be done, but if we know the location of the speeding dragon that frequents. At that moment a soldier rushed in, Mr. Tiger. He wondered, why? The soldier reported that someone outside asked to open the gate. He rubbed his nose and asked with a headache, who were they? The soldier replied, waving his iron fist, startled and dumbfounded. It's Volkov, he's sitting on horseback waiting, it's the knight of the Steel Duke of the Buranov family. Under the snow, a huge animal appeared, tearing apart the corpses. Its mouth was full of blood. Suddenly he was alert to something. It opened its bloodshot eyes. Then roared fearfully. Scene transition outside the fortress to the stable area. Vlad whispered, waving his hand, this place is okay. Dorothea said with a dangerous expression, holding her tail dipped in red, her face was unprotected, this is the seal of cold resistance, stop nagging, show your face. He wondered, why am I the only one like this, everyone only engraves on armor, she replied, because you will be the last to run. The deputy general chuckled, yes, that's right, Bayezid is the best dragon handler, this time he ran as enthusiastically as when he fought the dead insects. Dorothea danced wildly, drawing on his face. After a while it was completed. The engraving slowly fades away. She told him that the anti-magic seal is not immortal, remember to avoid its breath, he expressed that he understood. She pointed to the stable and I will also remember what you said about that horse, he reminded, be careful not to let it bite you. Dorothea looked disbelieving for a long time, horses are dogs, what do they bite? Vlad heard that and remembered the scene of Gouda being bitten by a horse, he was bitten by it when he tried to climb on the horse's back, he didn't say anything more, just reminded him that it bit him. Lemon came and asked him if he was ready, he stood up and indicated he was ready, old man. He announced that the reconnaissance team had returned to the dragon that had the fishing rod placed by the Dragon Slayer Knight Corps. He continued, but the situation had become complicated again. He told him that Ager had seen it with his own eyes, so he would testify that it was not the Northerners who caused the conflict with that dragon, but the tension with the barbarians would not continue, anyway, we had to try our best for now. He glanced at him to see if he understood the mission clearly. Vlad was confident that it wouldn't be difficult, he just needed to lure the lintworm dragon to the intended location. Tiger and Volkov were talking to each other above the fortress, he instructed him, yes, when you lure it to the eastern canyon, the ambushing Tiger will rush out, at the same time the cost will also be launched towards it. He enthusiastically helped me, okay, if you have anything, just ask, he said he didn't want to ask anything, try your best, just ask someone who understands that he is the center of the dragon tattoo campaign. He reminded him, remember that this was no ordinary dragon hunt, he was surprised. The future of the North depends on this hunt, he continued. The silent war between the North and the Central Night Order has begun. Buranov in the northeast. Bayezid in the northwest, two inner pillars supporting the North. He was worried, the next generation of those two families were directly participating in this dragon hunt, moreover. He turned his gaze to Mercia, the eldest son of the Dragon Blood Duke of the Central Night Order was also here. The existence of just one of those three forces is enough to threaten the Empire. It was not normal for the heirs of those three families to gather in one place. Lemon thought of the terrible outcome, if by chance, the remnants of the dragon that the two northern pillars could not defeat together would be destroyed by the dragon-slaying knights, the Central Knights will use the dragon as an excuse to intervene in the north. He carefully warned him, remember that the dragon must definitely be destroyed by the sword of the north. He remembered his grandfather's advice, he had to do so to save the Ager tribe that was being captured by them. Suddenly something roared. Mercia smiled softly. And Tiger, prepare yourself, it has appeared. Everyone started to get into position, he urged, is the vanguard team ready yet? The army lined up in strong rows and responded. Everyone began to disperse according to the plan discussed in advance, he told them to meet at the canyon. All signaled their obedience to orders. The gates of the fortress were opened. Groups of people began to enter the war one after another. Tiger looked after Vlad. Volkov doubted whether that boy could do it, he looked so young. He reassured, "Don't worry Volkov, this is the best choice we can make." He told about Vlad's feat, although it looked like that, but he once invited the underground worms up there. Folk was surprised. That image appeared, Vlad held the sword and stood in front of the insect without fear. Volkov was surprised, couldn't believe it. He agreed, "That's true, that's how Vlad is, everything about him is unexpected." Volkov thought to himself, age does not tell all about experience, and the skills achieved will be the criteria that determine the success or failure of the mission. He secretly glanced at Tiger. "I thought he was the only one in this generation that was notable, but it turns out there was one more person." Vlad rode his horse up the mountain road. He pointed out into the distance, "Based on the information from the barbarian soldiers and the direction we were pursuing, it would be ahead." The lintworm's current condition can be called out of control. It abandons its territory, ignores its instinct to find a warm place, and moves south. One person in the group spoke up, as if it had some purpose. The deputy general was skeptical. "You mean the dragon's remnants have intelligence?" The other person explained that normally they only have animal-like instincts, but the magician said that if they were aware that they were dragons, it would be possible. The deputy general thought to himself, "The last time the worm also chased the persistent pilgrim, did it really realize it?" Suddenly, the deputy general saw large footprints printed on the snow and speculated. "Looks like we've come to the right place." The snow that fell last night was lucky, its footprints were clearly printed on the white snow. Everyone follow its footprints to find it. It seems like it just passed by not long ago. Please quietly follow the footprints. Their group followed each other through the canyon. Vlad silently wondered. It was strange that it ignored its instincts and went south, but the footprints were facing north. Moreover, it did not go through the vast plain but went into the forest. He suddenly realized something. His eyes were worried. "Damn, I'm trapped." The monster appeared before him. The two sides stared at each other. He shouted, scattering. Everyone who heard the screams was very surprised. The monster attacked first. It opened its mouth, revealing sharp teeth and claws, reaching from above to where he stood. He quickly yanked the reins and climbed onto the horse's body. The horse galloped away. The monster looked at his running figure and growled. The deputy shouted, "Damn it, reach the core." The deputy general removed the engraved seal on the torch. A magical fire burned. The deputy general gave the order, everyone lit torches and attacked. The entire army moved extremely quickly. Creates a closed enclosure blocking the monster's escape, a surrounding circle of fire. The monster was distracted because the speed was so fast that it was difficult to determine the direction. Suddenly it uses magic to create power. The deputy general shouted to point out, surround and disperse its attention, pay attention to its breathing. Everyone dispersed. It then unleashed its fierce power towards the siege. Everyone ran in all directions to avoid the monster's terrifying power. One person could not escape in time and was hit. Both man and horse were freezing quickly and falling forward. The remaining people joined forces to use their swords to slash at the monster. However, the result was not as expected. Everyone was surprised. It was crazy, she just got a scratch. The deputy general ordered, "Stay away." At that moment, the monster raised its claws and struck down at the group of people standing. Another person had no time to react and only had time to utter two words, "What?" In the end, he was completely torn apart by monsters. The deputy general ran and looked back. At this moment, there seemed to be a surge of energy inside me, damn it. He quickly tore the seal on the torch, and the magical fire burned strongly. The monster was attracted by the bright light, it turned and ran to attack. The deputy general shouted, "I will take the lead to lure it, so please maintain your distance." The deputy general rode away quickly. Monsters are chasing after. Everyone put all their effort into chasing after the monster. But it did not give the plan a chance to succeed. It observed the situation and then it jumped, grabbed the cliff and ran along the cliff. The deputy general was surprised. It took advantage of the opportunity to jump from the cliff and pounce towards the deputy general. Then, it continues to use its strength towards the deputy general, with the aim of attacking continuously so that the prey does not have time to react. The deputy general shouted again and dispersed. The source of power from the monster hit the ground straight. The dragon's breath is directed towards the ground. Both Vlad and his deputy rode their horses high to avoid it. He landed on a ledge. He thought to himself, damn, that dragon is pretty smart. Right under the Deputy General's feet were sharp spikes of ice and snow. The Deputy General shouted loudly to announce that the plan had failed. Everyone dismounted quickly. Everyone obeyed and jumped off their horses immediately. He immediately pointed out that he had to cut off at least one of its legs. Standing in front of a huge monster, he was skeptical, not knowing if he could do it. At this time, the Deputy General could only hold his sword in the face of the monster's powerful attack. Suddenly an amount of blood spurted out from nowhere. Everyone was very surprised, including the monster. A broken hand that was bleeding was raised up and suddenly a voice spoke, "Here." It turns out he cut his own hands as bait for monsters. This is the blood you want. As for him, from the moment he saw the drops of blood, his luster rose, his eyes turned red, and he growled fearfully. He thought to himself, it was so effective and the sound of the holy sword's soul rang out, but there was no need to go to that extent. The monster madly rushed towards him. He ran away to lure it. Suddenly, the Deputy General appeared from afar and called out his name, Vlad. After he grabbed the torch. The Deputy General shouted loudly and ran away. He received orders while holding the torch and luring the monster. Both he and Noir seemed to understand each other. He shouted, "Let's go." At this moment, from afar, Volkov was standing on a high rock. Seeing the red light of fire in the distance, he understood that it was time to face a war. An observer announced, "It has arrived." He asked, "How long will it take?" The other looked at the notification. It was right ahead, about 5 minutes away. Then quickly changed to 4 minutes, 3 minutes, 1 minute. He was surprised. "What?" The other person shouted, "Right in front." "What the hell is he shouting so loudly? Shoot the command." Everyone shoots arrows as a signal. He saw it and thought to himself, it was a signal that he just needed to go a little further to reach the canyon. He looked up. Inside was Mr. Rutiger's territory. Everything was going according to plan. Suddenly he stopped. Feeling a sharp pain, Lutger asked, "What's wrong with Vlad?" "This is." Both Nior and he seemed to lose their strength. Behind is the monster. He thought, his heart felt like it was being strangled by someone. Lutger spoke up, "Uncle Backpacker." He heard it and thought to himself, what is the meaning of a backpacker? Who exactly is he? In front of his eyes appeared the name Mercia with a sinister smile, both painful and angry. That damn name. In a ready position, Rutiger was surprised, thinking, what's going on? Why are you suddenly standing there like that? And the monsters are gradually getting closer. At this time Leman gave the order, all knights attacked. Everyone shouted with determination, "Let's go up too," cutting off all its escape routes. Rutiger shouted, "Mr. Volkov." He volunteered to attack first, leaving it to me. Everyone wondered if it had fallen yet. In the blinding snow, the monster had finished using its strength and started to attack. Leman realized the difficult situation and gave orders to disperse. Then he rode his horse as fast as he could. If the best option couldn't be used, he would have to use the second best option. A source of strength appeared to cover him. You know, if an old person like me has to go out in weather like this, the cold will creep into his bones. Everyone watched the scene unfold, an opportunity to shoulder responsibility for the future. The sword soul urged him, continuously calling his name, "Focus, Vlad, Vlad." He thought to himself, he had dragged his body out of the black hole in the deep alley, but now he was stuck in this soft layer of snow, almost as if he was in despair. The sound of the sword keeps ringing, "Vlad, calm down, Vlad." At the same time, Leman was standing to gather strength. Lutger reassured, "Calm down, Vlad. The world he spent his whole life building has reached your horizon. It's time to cut off all the chains." He mustered all his determination and roared, pulled out his sword and gathered his strength. In the blinding light, a beam of blood shot out. Mercia was surprised. Under the cooperation of the two people, tears and blood suddenly fell from his eyes, thinking to himself, he also has some talent. Leman told him, "Go first, I've done my duty and now it's your turn." The monster was continuously releasing moves with huge damage. He was determined, "Let's go, Noir." At the same time, Rutiger observed from afar and saw only the snow flying, silently reassuring. Everyone's whole body had marks so they could withstand the cold, but it was still difficult for everyone to move at this time. "If I open my world now, no one will be able to avoid it." He gritted his teeth in anger. Damn, did we fail just because we took one step away? At this time, he also appeared extremely fiercely, rushing straight towards the monster and slashing at its body. but its fins were too hard. The sword's soul spoke, that move was still effective, its scales were chipped by you. The current situation is that both sides are evenly matched. Rushed at each other with the determination to destroy the enemy. A blue substance flowed from the monster's wound. In pain, its anger increased many times, frantically rushing towards him. He wanted to swing his sword towards it. Suddenly his hand trembled and the sword didn't understand what happened. The monster rushed forward and scratched him with its claws. Luckily, he could avoid it. The sword's soul asked, "Why are you hesitating? If you can't use the sword, just keep attacking," he thought, but without giving him time to think, the monster jumped up and crashed straight into him. Suddenly a purple light came out of nowhere and hit a monster, giving him a chance to escape. Volkov ordered, "Quickly cover him. Then continuously use moves to distract the monster's attention. The cracked sword speaks, let it do what it needs to do." At the decisive moment he shouted, "Fuck it, let's go," and rode straight forward. While the monsters are concentrating on Volkov's attacks from behind. Then he and his sword, with immense strength, suddenly rushed forward and slashed straight at the monster. He shouted, "Stop, I said stop, you bastard." Then a fatal blow hit the monster's head straight. And a move to the Rutiger deals another blow to one of its legs. His hand was bleeding, he said, his last swing. All thanks to Shore's Uncle Vlad. He also rushed away with all his internal strength. At this moment, he recalled the moment when he and the sword cooperated, truly the last time I could use you, the series of battles in which he and the sword teamed up in the blink of an eye like a movie flashing through his mind. Returning to reality, the sword seemed to have used up all its strength and finally created enormous energy to confront the monster. It was not weak either, so both sides used their strength to rush at each other. At the moment the two sides passed each other, everyone was anxiously observing and waiting for the results. The sword finally disintegrated, tears rolled down his cheeks, goodbye. Each fragment is a story filled with memories for both of them. Although it is not the sky high in the night sky, the sword still shines because it is held in the hands of a teenager who wants to shine on his own. The sword in the dark alley is also qualified to become a star. That star's name is the Dragon Killer Sword. The last monster has been conquered. He alone sat with his head down. Rutiger came to comfort you, you've had a hard time. I expressed my concern, is everyone okay? Rutiger said, you did everything. But he doesn't think so, not really, I just do it for the sake of duty. He sat down next to him, surely he would be recognized soon. The sword is broken. He gripped the sword tightly, it had tried its best. He praised you, yes you also tried your best. Even though I don't know if I can be comforted, I will prepare the next sword for you. He looked at the sword and said, can I find a sword like that again? He replied, there are countless sharp swords, powerful blades are also not lacking, but a sword that can hold his whole world may not be able to be found. Even the king of an empire, it is difficult to find such a special sword. He continued to console, so don't feel too sorry, just because you don't see it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. That sword will forever be with you along with the title it leaves behind. He wondered, title. He replied, you can be proud of that in this generation, there are only you and me. That sword is the witness to the title of Dragon Slayer.